We are entering into Alpha Online Education. So, I deal with the commerce theory part for first year's English medium. So, in these, I am going to start with the first chapter of our academic year, that is Introduction to Business. Okay? So, this is the first part, Introduction to Business. See, before 10th class, you don't know what is business actually. After entering into intermediate, if you take the groups like MEC, CEC, for them the C will be the commerce, right? Yes. Yes. Now the introduction to business. This commerce theory part consisting of 50 marks in your examination, and the remaining 50 marks you can score from the accounting subject. Okay? The first 50 marks you can score from the commerce theory part, and remaining from the commerce accounting part you will score 50 marks. Totally 100 marks paper. Okay? Right. So first, introduction to business. What is business? See, business means it is everyday transactions. Transactions means what? What's meaning of the transaction? Transactions means activities now. Activities. What kind of activities, madam? If you get the doubt, I will explain you. See, for example, I'm just taking examples, two cases. This is first case. X is a person, and he have 5 buffaloes. And he getting milk from these buffaloes. The milk, whatever he getting from the buffaloes, daily he is selling into the market. And he getting some amount of income also. Okay, he getting some kind of income by selling those milk into the market. Selling the milk of the buffaloes, he getting the income from the market. Okay, from the customers, he getting the income. This is one case. Actually, why I am explaining these things, you have to decide what is the business. Okay, so this is daily activity now. After that, we have another case. Another case of Y. Another case is Y. And here, the person, some Y person. Okay, this Y person started to office. Again, office in Bangalore. So when he started to office, he was moving towards the office. Office in Bangalore వెళ్తున్నాడు. At some distance, కొంచెం దూరం వెళ్ళినాక, his scooty given trouble. Actually, here is his office. Now his scooty giving some trouble. Every day, not only one day or 2 days, every day his scooty will give some type of troubles to him. So again, he have to went to the mechanic shop, and he have to give some money to them, and he have to make the repair. They will make the repair to it. Afterwards, he will again go to the office, and it will be late. Yes. So these activities will be continued daily. So one day one fine day he decided to sell that scooty. Okay, he want to sell that scooty for 25,000 rupees. Actually, he want to sell it for 25,000 rupees. But what happened? His friends and his relatives, someone want to purchase that, and they will purchase it for 20,000 rupees by bargaining. Bargaining chesi ఎంత కొన్నారు? 25,000 It should be happen daily activity. It should be a daily activity. That is the business. If it is happening daily, then we say it as a business. Now let us enter into the chapter. If now you know what is business, now let's discuss the chapter. Okay. So first the part is introduction. Business is a human activity. Yes, obviously business is a human activity because human beings only do the business, right? Obviously now we only do the business, but neither machines nor any kind of robots they don't do any kind of business, right? మనుషుల మనమే కదా business చేసేది. Why? Because we are human beings. In order to survive in the society, yes, in order to survive in the society, we need income, we need money. Yes, we need money. In order to get the money, we have to do some work. Obviously, right? What I am saying is obviously right. So, we do business. Business is a human activity. The first thing is that business is a human activity that is done by the human beings, means we. Afterwards, producing and marketing of goods and services. Producing and marketing of goods and services. In the example you see, he is taking milk from the buffaloes and he is selling in the market and he getting the profit or income. Means producing and marketing. He doing marketing here. Yes, marketing means going to market and selling the product what you have produced or what you have manufactured. Those things you have to sold in the market. Then only you will get the profit. Actually, the profit is the life blood of the business. It is a life and Okay, you are going to market and you are purchasing a notebook. Okay, so that notebook cost is, on that notebook it is written that MRP rate. Okay, MRP rate rupees 50 rupees. MRP rate is rupees 50 rupees. Means this MRP rate is the selling price. ఈ MRP rate అనేది ఏంటిది అంటే ఇది selling price. అంటే దీంట్లో ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయన్నట్టు MRP rate లో టోటల్ కాస్ట్ ఉంది. ఓకే, టోటల్ కాస్ట్ ఉంది ప్లస్ ప్రాఫిట్ కూడా యాడ్ అయి ఉంది. ఓకే, టోటల్ కాస్ట్ ప్లస్ ప్రాఫిట్ యాడ్ అయి ఉంది. తర్వాత దాన్ని MRP rate అని మార్కెట్ లో సేల్స్ ప్రైస్ గా ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసేస్తారు. మీరైనా నేనైనా పోయి కొనుక్కుంటాం. సో ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ టోటల్ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ హిడెన్. దాన్ని దాచిపెట్టి ఫైనల్ రేట్ మాత్రమే మనకు చూపించడం జరుగుతుంది. సో నౌ వాట్ ఐ యామ్ సేయింగ్ హియర్, లో ప్రొడక్షన్ కాస్ట్. ఎవ్రీ ఇండస్ట్రీ, ఎవ్రీ కంపెనీ, ఎవ్రీ ఫ్యాక్టరీ try to reduce the production cost. ఉత్పత్తి ధరని తగ్గియాలి అని అనుకుంటారు. ఎందుకంటే when they reduce the production cost, they can add profit to it and they can get more profit. When the production cost is less, they are adding some profit. They will sell those products into the market. When there is a more sales in the market, ultimately they will get the more profit. So profit ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి లో ప్రొడక్షన్ కాస్ట్ అనేది తక్కువ ఉండాలని ప్రతి కంపెనీ ట్రై చేస్తుంది. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి, కొన్నిసార్లు సోప్స్ కొన్నప్పుడు మీకు 4 ప్యాకెట్ సోప్స్ వస్తాయి. 4 సోప్స్ కి వచ్చేసి సమ్ 120 రూపీస్ కి 4 సోప్స్ అంటారు. అనేసరికి మీరు అందరూ పోయి కొంటారు. ఎస్, అందరూ పోయి కొంటారు. వై దే ఆర్ పర్చేసింగ్ దీస్? బికాస్ హీ గివింగ్ 4 సోప్స్ ఫర్ 120 రూపీస్. యాక్చువల్లీ దానికన్నా ముందు అతను 3 సోప్స్ ఇచ్చేటోడు 120 చార్జ్ చేసేటోడు. బట్ నౌ ఫర్ 4 సోప్స్ హీ గివింగ్ 120 రూపీస్. ఇప్పుడు మీ మైండ్ ఏమొస్తుందంటే మా 4 సోప్స్ 120 రూపీస్ అదే ప్రైస్, కానీ 4 సోప్స్ అంటే అక్కడ ఏం చేస్తాడంటే అతను క్వాలిటీని తగ్గించేస్తాడు. ఓకే, అతనికి మెయిన్గా కావాల్సింది ప్రొడక్షన్ కాస్ట్ తక్కువ కావాలి కదా. క్వాలిటీని తగ్గించేసి ఒక సోప్ ఎక్స్ట్రా వచ్చేటట్టు చేసి అదే ప్రైస్కి అమ్మేస్తాడు. అంటే మీరేమనుకుంటారు? వావ్, దిస్ కంపెనీ ఇస్ ఎక్సలెంట్, దిస్ కంపెనీ ఇస్ మార్వెలస్, ద కంపెనీ విల్ గెట్ ద గుడ్ విల్. అలా చేసుకొని మంచి పేరు, ఇట్స్ గెట్ వన్ బ్రాండ్ ఇన్ ద సొసైటీలో బ్రాండ్ అనేది తెచ్చుకుంటుంది. నెక్స్ట్, ప్రాఫిట్ మ్యాక్సిమైజేషన్. యాజ్ ఐ టోల్డ్ యూ దట్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఈస్ ద లైఫ్ బ్లడ్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ, ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్ కి ప్రాఫిట్ అనేది ఏంటిది? లైఫ్ బ్లడ్ లాంటిది. వితౌట్ ప్రాఫిట్ నో బిజినెస్ విల్ బి రన్. ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ బిజినెస్ విల్ బి రన్ with the profit module. Profit is the main thing. You have to keep in your mind always that profit is the most important thing for the business. Okay, next, manufacturer, wholesaler, shopkeeper. Yes, the goods are manufactured somewhere. Okay, if you take Maggi packets or if you take some type of biscuit packets or any types of snacks like Kurkure, Lays, backside చూడండి, manufactured in Kolkata, manufactured in Delhi, manufactured in Bangalore, ఇలా ఉంటుంది. Means they are manufactured in one place and they are sent to the wholesalers. Wholesalers అంటే ఎవరు? బల్కీగా, మీన్స్ బల్కీ, హ్యూజ్ గా కొనేటోళ్ళు. హోల్సేల్ షాప్స్ ఉంటాయి, బల్కీగా కొనుక్కుంటారు వాళ్ళు. ఎవరి దగ్గర నుంచి? మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి హోల్సేలర్స్ బల్క్గా, మీన్స్ హ్యూజ్ గా కొనుక్కుంటారు. కొనుక్కొని షాప్ కీపర్స్ కి మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళు ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. షాప్ కీపర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి మనం తీసుకుంటాం. అంటే see how many hands are there? Manufacturer whatever he manufacture, he will send it to the wholesaler. The wholesaler will purchase at some price that is lower than the shopkeeper's price. Manufacturer purchase from the wholesaler for 10 rupees అనుకోండి. The wholesaler will sell to the shopkeeper for 20 rupees and the shopkeeper sell to the customer, means we, for 25 rupees. See, in every stage, if you observe here, in every stage there is a profit. Here they have the 10 rupees profit, wholesaler getting 10 profit. Shopkeeper getting 5 rupees profit. Manufacturer, if he manufacture for 5 rupees, he will get 5 rupees profit. So every stage of the business depends upon the profit itself. Profit is the main thing of the business. So that's why I'm saying it as a lifeblood. Okay. Next one, globalization, liberalization. In the 10th standard you have in social studies, globalization. So globalization is nothing but all the MNC companies, multinational companies. What is MNC stand for? What does MNC stand for? MNCs, multinational companies. These MNC companies will do the business all over the globe. Okay, they will do the business all over the globe. They make the globe as a globe market. Okay, they make the globe as a global market and they will do the business all over the world. That is MNCs. Then what is this liberalization? Liberalization means restrictions. When you are doing business in America, you have to follow the law and order and also the rules and regulations and policies of the company. Okay, so you have to follow those things there. Indian Company Act is there. What is the Indian Company Act? That is 2013. Indian Company Act. Current Indian Company Act, that is 2013. We have to write it. So Indian Company Act. Indian Companies Act. Companies Act. That is 2013. Means in this Company Act there are certain rules and regulations that every company has to follow. What are those we will study in the upcoming classes. Okay. So globalization, liberalization. Liberalization means restrictions, rules, regulations, following of law and order of the country and also following the policies of that particular company. Okay, policies also they making weapons for hunting. This is men's activities. Female ఏం చేసిండ్రు మేడం అంటే men's is చేస్తే females ఏం చేసిండ్రు they started cultivation. You know cultivation వ్యవసాయం cultivation taking care of children okay taking care of children. These are activities done by the females. Males are doing hunting, fishing, making weapons. At the time the food can't be purchased from the markets. They will take the food from the forest. Okay, they extract the fruits from the forest, vegetables from the forest. If they want to eat meat, they will hunt the animals. If they want to eat fish, they will go and do fishing. This type, there is no money, there is nothing. So what you want, you go and take from there itself. That is household economy. Okay, you got the idea. Household, that's fine. అంటే ఇంట్లోనే ఫ్యామిలీ వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే చేసుకుంటారు. బయట outsiders ఎవరు participate కారు. And there is no money to exchange also. There is no medium of exchange also. Next, after this, slowly primitive barter system is came. Primitive barter system అంటే exchange of good for exchange of one good for another good. Simply we can say that exchange of one good for another good. Exchange of one good for another good. For another good. One good ni inko good toti exchange చేయడం. One good is exchange for another good. That is about the barter system. అంటే ఒక వస్తువుని ఇంకో వస్తువుతోటి ఎక్స్చేంజ్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. But it is also not right. For example చూడండి. For just example చూపిస్తాను. ఇంకో example చెప్తా. For example Nana, A is a person and B is another person. Now A has paddy. Okay, B has horses. He has some number of horses. Now A want one horse. Okay, and B want some 10 bags of paddy. Okay, one horse cost is some rupees 10,000 rupees. And here for one bag of rice, for one bag of paddy, the cost is 1,000. Not 1,000. If we take, just wait. One bag of rice, that is 2,000 rupees. One bag of rice, that is 2,000 rupees. 2,000 rupees for one bag. Now he want 10 bags. Means totally is 20,000 rupees. Who want paddy? This person want paddy, and this person want horse. Right? Now this person want paddy and this person want A want horse. So A given paddy to the B. A చేసిండు B కి 10 bags of paddy ఇచ్చేసిండు B just exchanging of one good for another good. The rise of the trade. Now slowly they started the rise of the trade. Trade means import export, right? But in the first starting stage, they don't trade in the home country. You have to know home country and host country. Okay, meeku home country, host country ante emo teliyali. Rise of trade. Home country ante the country in which you are living. The country in which you are living, that is home country. For us, home country is India. And host country ante enti mari the country in which others are living. Ante America, Britain, France, Russia, Canada, ivanni manaku host countries. Ante other countries ki manam emantam host countries. Why we calling it home country India? Manam India lo unnam kabatti India is a home country. If I am in USA, then America is my home country. Meer ekkada unte adi meeku home country. Dani opposite any countries untayo avanni meeku host countries. The rise of trade. Now slowly the trade started. Means the money has came into the market. Exchange of money. One good is exchanged with money. Money to oka vastuni inko vastuni exchange chesukodam modalupettindi. They started using the money. Okay, this thing is just happening in the home country. Foreign countries ki inka velaledu. Meer chuste ikkada undi na foreign countries. Starting em chesiru local areas em untayo aa local areas ni maatrame target chesi local cases wala home country loni trade cheyadam modalupettindi. What in Indian need, they will send those goods to that place. Just for example, India lo manam 29 states unnai. Aa 29 states lone adi rotate aytoo untadi atla. Tarvata town economy. Slowly what happened? These traders who will do the trade, he will called as a trader anta. Trade evaru chestaro vallani emani anta? Trader. What we call them? Trader. Who do the trade? That person is called as a trader. Trader ani antam. Slowly in the town economy. What is town economy means? Local areas. Where the local areas we have, these local areas chinna emayipoyina ante ee local areas anni they started receiving goods. వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన goods అన్ని వేరే ప్లేసెస్ నుంచి వీళ్ళకి సప్లై కావడం స్టార్ట్ అయింది లోకల్ ఏరియాస్ లో. ఆ లోకల్ rural areas, okay, local rural areas are changed into towns lo change ayindi because all goods are coming towards them, coming to the local markets. Wala local markets ki vastunayi kabatti slowly that local areas are changed into the towns. And also the traders started giving credit to the customers. Ante appuki kuda వస్తువుల్ని ఇవ్వడం మొదలుపెట్టిండ్రు. అంటే తర్వాత వాళ్ళు పే చేస్తారు. ఫస్ట్ అప్పు మీద తీసుకోవడం క్రెడిట్ బేసిస్. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ టౌన్ ఎకనామీ. అండ్ afterwards we have international trade. After that I told you about the LPG system, right? The LPG system, there I have written LPG ma LPG system, right? In the LPG system, what we have in the LPG system in 1991, according to new Indian economic policy, this LPG system has introduced globalization, liberalization, privatization, globalization. Yes, with this international trade is possible. Some middlemen are there. Means between one country and another country there are some middlemen. For example, this is India, this is America. Between some middlemen are there, they will do some type of contract వాళ్ళ మధ్యలో ఏర్పడడానికి హెల్ప్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. తర్వాత some specialized insurance అంటే Now you are listening to online classes, right? So the history of the commerce, household economy, first thing. So household economy means the men are doing fishing, hunting, these all things. Females are taking care of the children and doing cultivation, these all things. Primitive barter system, exchange of one good with another good. It is not that much good things because sometimes it will be that transaction is not possible. Consolidation transaction is possible count. And the rise of the trade చిన్నగా trade అనేది start అయింది. When the trade got started, the money was came into the market. Market లో money వచ్చేసింది as a mean of exchange. Okay? After the town economy, local areas కూడా ఎట్లా అయిపోయినాయి, towns లోకి కన్వర్ట్ అయిపోయినాయి due to the supply of whatever the things required by the people that they are getting from the towns. International trade. International trade means the LPG system in 1991. This is new Indian economic policy. According to that, the LPG system has been started. With that started doing international trade all over the world. Simply for this international trade, we can say MNCs are the main thing. These multinational companies are main persons who are actually participating in the international trades. Afterwards, e-commerce, electronic commerce, online commerce. We can say it as e-commerce, electronic commerce, online commerce. So the services are 24/7. You can purchase anything, anytime, anywhere. There is no any type of restrictions. Anytime, any place, any cost. There are different types of cost also. Number of sellers in the market. You have number of options. So these all are the things in this history of the commerce. Today, in this session, we have discussed about the introduction of the commerce and in business and the history of the commerce, how it came forward. Right? So, thank you. The class is, this session is ended. businessman. Yes, the business enterprises and business forms. So here the best example is businessman. Businessman is the best example for the economic activity, and here non-economic activity. The mother is the best example. She is the mother who is the best example for non-economic activity. She loves the children. She show affection towards the family. Charity means some other organizations. This is not institution. Now X meet with the Y. X Y ni meet అవ్వడం జరిగింది. And Y given job to X. Y ఏం చేశారు? X కి జాబ్ ఇచ్చిండు. ఇచ్చినాక there is agreement between them. అంటే ఇన్ని నెలలు నువ్వు నా దగ్గర పని చేయాలి, ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాలు నువ్వు నా దగ్గర పని చేయాలి అనేది ఒక అగ్రిమెంట్ వీళ్ళ మధ్యలో జరిగింది. yes now there are two parties, two persons will. so X అనే పర్సన్ ని మనం ఏమంటామంటే ఎంప్లాయీ. ఏమంటాం? ఎంప్లాయీ అంటాం. మరి జాబ్ ఇచ్చిన వ్యక్తి, జాబ్ ఇచ్చిన వారిని ఏమంటామంటే ఎంప్లాయర్. ఏమంటాం? ఎంప్లాయర్. ఇక్కడ లాస్ట్ కి ER వస్తుంది, ఇక్కడ డబుల్ E వస్తుంది. దట్ ఈస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. ఓకే. Employment means it is agreement between the two parties ma. XY అన్న two parties మధ్యలో అగ్రిమెంట్ అన్నట్టు. ఏం అగ్రిమెంట్? జాబ్ రిలేటెడ్ అగ్రిమెంట్. అక్కడే సాలరీ డిసైడ్ అవుతుంది, అక్కడే అన్ని డిసైడ్ అయిపోతాయి. బికాజ్ సాలరీ ఎందుకు ఇస్తున్నాం ఇక్కడ ఎంప్లాయీకి? మరి సాలరీ ఎందుకు ఇస్తున్నాం ఎంప్లాయీకి అంటే ఇక్కడ they are coming under the economic activity. yes economic means it has to be connected with the money. so employment is an agreement between the two persons. X and Y, these two are the two persons. yes so X is working in the institute of Y. X Y యొక్క ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ లో పని చేస్తుండు కాబట్టి X ని ఏమంటున్నాం? ఎంప్లాయీ అంటాం. జాబ్ ఇచ్చిన వాళ్ళని ఏమంటామంటే ఎంప్లాయర్ అంటాం. ఓకే. ఎవరి దగ్గర మనం పని చేస్తున్నామో, ఎవరు మనల్ని హైర్ చేసుకున్నారో, హైర్ మీన్స్ హైర్ అంటే మనల్ని తీసేసుకున్నారు, అంటే ఈ టైం వరకు మనం వాళ్ళకి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళు అన్నట్టు. సో హైరింగ్ ద ఎంప్లాయీస్ మీన్స్ సెలెక్టింగ్ ద ఎంప్లాయీ. యు ఆర్ సెలెక్టెడ్, యు ఆర్ హైర్డ్ ఫర్ దట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్, యు ఆర్ హైర్డ్ ఫర్ దట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్. అట్లా మిమ్మల్ని హైర్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు యు ఆర్ ద ఎంప్లాయీ ఆఫ్ దట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ and the person who given employment to you, he is the employer. That is the relation between the employer and employee. There should be always healthy relationship between the employee and employer, and employee should have to follow the rules whatever that is levied by the employer. okay employer చెప్పిన రూల్స్ ని ఎంప్లాయీ ఫాలో చేయాలి, because he is the boss na. boss చెప్పింది ఫాలో కావాలి. so that is about the employment. so this is about the types of economic activities now. after that business దీంట్లో నుంచి ఒక దాన్ని తీసుకొని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తున్నాను. తర్వాత ప్రొఫెషన్, ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ కూడా డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం. బిజినెస్ అనేది కొద్దిగా హ్యూజ్ గా ఉంది మన టాపిక్. సో ఫస్ట్ బిజినెస్ గురించి డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం. పార్ట్ 3 లో మనం ఇంకా బిజినెస్ రిలేటెడ్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, వాటిని కంప్లీట్ చేసుకున్నాక టోటల్ బిజినెస్ కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయినాక we will complete the profession and employment, right? yes so business, what's a business? డైలీ చెప్తున్నాను కదా, business means buying and selling of goods and services with the profit motive. సింపుల్ గా చెప్పాలంటే బిజినెస్, వ్యాపారం అనేది ఏంటిది? అమ్మకాలు, కొనుగోలు. yes purchasing, selling. ఏంటిది? goods and services with profit motive. profit is the main thing. చెప్పాను కదా, profit is a life blood. yes blood మన బాడీలో ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంట్, బిజినెస్ కి కూడా ప్రాఫిట్ అనేది అంతే ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఫ్యూచర్ లో వాళ్ళు సర్వైవ్ అవ్వాలన్నా, ఫ్యూచర్ లో కాంపిటీషన్ ని బేస్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళు స్టాండ్ అవ్వాలన్నా కానీ, లేదా ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్ ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయాలన్నా కానీ ప్రాఫిట్ ఈస్ ద మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్. లెట్ us see what is the business according to the Beaver Wheeler. ఇందాక చెప్పిన డెఫినేషన్ according to me. okay now ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చిన డెఫినేషన్ according to Beaver Wheeler. ఇదేమంటున్నారో చూద్దాం. business is an institution. business అనేది ఒక ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్. obviously organized and operated. business is an institution that is organized and operated. దాన్ని ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయాలి, ఆపరేట్ చేయాలి. ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయడం అంటే ఏంటిది? ఆర్గనైజ్ మీన్స్ ఆల్ ద ఫెసిలిటీస్, ప్లాంట్ అండ్ మిషనరీ, ఫర్నిచర్, ఎవ్రీథింగ్. ప్లాంట్ అండ్ మిషనరీ అంటే, ప్లాంట్ అంటే మీకు కామర్స్ ఇంకా అకౌంట్స్ స్టార్ట్ అయితే తెలుస్తుంది. ప్లాంట్ అండ్ మిషనరీ అంటే, ప్లాంట్ అంటే మీరు చెట్టు అనుకుంటున్నారు, చిన్న బేబీ ప్లాంట్ అనుకుంటారు, ఆ ప్లాంట్ కాదు. మిషనరీ అంటారు, ప్లాంట్ అండ్ మిషనరీ అంటారు. క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ యూటిలిటీస్. క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ యూటిలిటీస్ అంటే టైం యూటిలిటీ, ప్లేస్ యూటిలిటీ ఇవి ఉంటాయి కదా. అంటే క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ యూటిలిటీలో టైం యూటిలిటీ, ప్లేస్ యూటిలిటీ అంటే ఏంటి మేడం అంటే సి మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ అనేది ఒక ప్లేస్ లో జరుగుతుంది. అంటే ఒక ప్రోడక్ట్ అనేది ప్రొడక్షన్ అనేది ఒక ప్లేస్ లో జరుగుతుంది. దాన్ని డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ అనేది డిఫరెంట్ ప్లేసెస్ లో చేస్తారు. సో ప్లేస్ యూటిలిటీ అంటే ఈ క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ యూటిలిటీస్ లో మనకు ఫస్ట్ వన్ ఈజ్ ప్లేస్ యూటిలిటీ. ప్లేస్ యూటిలిటీ అంటే ప్లేస్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ఒక ప్లేస్ లో జరిగింది కానీ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ మాత్రం ఆల్ ఓవర్ ద ఏరియాస్ జరుగుతుంది కాబట్టి మనం ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ ని కొనగలుగుతున్నాం. తర్వాత టైం యూటిలిటీ. అమెజాన్, ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్, స్నాప్డీల్ వచ్చినాక ఏమైపోయింది 24/7 సర్వీస్ అయిపోయింది. సో దాంతో ఏమైతుంది మనకు టైం యూటిలిటీ అంటే టైం కూడా మనకు లెస్ అయిపోతుంది. వి నో నీడ్ టు గో ఫర్ షాపింగ్ మాల్, 10 చూడాలి, మళ్ళీ నచ్చకపోతే ఇంకో షాప్కి వెళ్ళాలి, ఇవన్నీ అవసరం లేదు. ఇంట్లో కూర్చొని ఫోన్ తీసుకొని ఏమంటే అమెజాన్లో చూడండి, నచ్చలేదా ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్కి వెళ్ళండి, అది నచ్చలేదా స్నాప్డీల్కి వెళ్ళండి, మింత్రా, చాలా ఉన్నాయి యాప్స్. సో ఇట్ క్రియేటింగ్ ద టైం యూటిలిటీ. తర్వాత ప్రమోషన్, అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ కూడా ఇంపార్టెంట్ మనకు. అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ లేదనుకోండి మనకు ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ గురించి వి డోంట్ హ్యావ్ కంప్లీట్ ఐడియా అండ్ కంప్లీట్ క్లారిటీ రిగార్డింగ్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్. ఎస్, advertisement is the most important thing. It is also one of the part of the utility. Next, continuity in dealing. Single day transaction ni manam business anam nenu cheppina in the previous part 1 lo untadi chudandi meeru. 5 buffaloes Ramu daggara untayi. Just one Ram daggara oka scooty untundi. So one day matram atanu scooty ammestadu, next day bike తీసుకొని ఆఫీస్ కి హ్యాపీగా వెళ్ళిపోతాడు. కానీ ఇతను మాత్రం ప్రతిరోజు బఫలోస్ ని తీసుకొని మార్కెట్కి వెళ్ళాలి, అక్కడ సేల్ చేయాలి, అక్కడ నుంచి ఇన్కమ్ తీసుకోవాలి, మళ్ళీ వాటికి రాసేయాలి. ఇదంతా డైలీ రొటేషన్ ప్రాసెస్. అంటే బిజినెస్ అనేది ఒక రోజు చేసి ఆపేస్తే దాన్ని బిజినెస్ అనము. ఇట్ షుడ్ బి ఏ కంటిన్యూస్ ప్రాసెస్, రెగ్యులర్ యాక్టివిటీ. ద బిజినెస్ షుడ్ బి రెగ్యులర్ యాక్టివిటీ. ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ సేల్స్, ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ ఆర్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్. సేల్స్, ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ ఆర్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్. The goods whatever you are purchasing that are completely transferred. Okay, the goods what you purchase, మీరు కొన్న goods ని కంప్లీట్ గా మీకు ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేసేస్తారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేనే ఉన్నాను, నేను వెళ్ళిన ఒక మొబైల్ చూసినా, నాకు బాగా నచ్చింది, నేను అది కొనుక్కున్నానంటే దాని ఓనర్ ఎవరు? నేనే కదా, దాని ఓనర్ నేను. సో దానికి రిటర్న్ నేను ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ ఆ రైట్స్ నాకు వచ్చేసినాయి అంటే దాని మీద నేను ఏం పే చేసిన వాళ్ళకు సమ్ consideration ni pay chesna. That consideration may be in the form of money. Okay, and that consideration is become profit for the business. Okay, I will pay certain amount of consideration and those consideration is become profit. That consideration become money for me and that will become profit for the business. Okay, are you understanding now? So sale చెప్పినాక transfer or exchange కంప్లీట్ గా ఓనర్ కి రైట్స్ అనేవి వచ్చేస్తాయి. దాని మీద ఓనర్ ఏమైనా చేసుకుంటాడు. సో అలా ఏమైనా చేసుకోగలిగే రైట్ రావాలంటే ఫస్ట్ మనం ఏం చేయాలి? మొత్తం అమౌంట్ పే చేయాలి. పే చేసినప్పుడు మాత్రమే వి గెట్ కంప్లీట్ రైట్ ఆన్ ద గూడ్స్. ప్రాఫిట్ మాట్యూ, ఇది చాలా సార్లు ఐ థింక్ నిన్న ఇన్ ద పార్ట్ 1 నుంచి ఇదే చెప్తున్నా. సో ప్రాఫిట్ ఇస్ ద మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్. వితౌట్ ప్రాఫిట్ నో బిజినెస్ షుడ్ బి రన్ బికాజ్ the society in which the business is running is a dynamic society na. Dynamic ante maarutuntundi, flexible ga untundi, change right untundi according to the changes of the customer taste, preference kavachu leda changes in their attitude, changes in their preference, deentlo changes vastuntayi kabatti profit motive మనం ఒకవేళ ప్రాఫిట్ అనేది మనం గెలవాలంటే ఫస్ట్ we have to update with the society, we have to update with the dynamic society. Okay, next risk and uncertainty. Obviously ఇంకొక విషయం, ప్రాఫిట్ ని మీరు ఎంత బాగా గుర్తు పెట్టుకుంటారో బిజినెస్ లో రిస్క్ ని అన్సర్టెనిటీని కూడా మైండ్ లో అంతే బాగా ఫిక్స్ చేసుకోండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ డూయింగ్ ద బిజినెస్ దెన్ దేర్ ఇస్ ఎ రిస్క్ అనే ఫ్యాక్టర్ ఉంటుంది. రిస్క్ అంటే ఏంటి మేడం అంటే suddenly there is a change in the taste of the customer. నిన్నటిదాకా కోల్గేట్ యూస్ చేసిండు, ఈ రోజు నుంచి పెప్సోడెంట్ యూస్ చేస్తుండు అంటే సడన్ గా కోల్గేట్ కి డిమాండ్ తగ్గుతుంది కదా. సేమ్ తెలుగు ఉండే విధానం, ఓకే, ఉండే విధానంలో మార్పులు అనేవి వస్తుంటాయి. ద స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ విల్ బి చేంజ్ విత్ ద బిజినెస్. సో సోషల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్, బిజినెస్ ఇస్ ఏ social institution. It will improve the standard of the living. Even in the rural areas also now people using smartphones, right? Because the business is just like they are expanding totally. Okay? Next, art as well as the science. Business is a art. Yes, it is a art because it requires skills. Okay? It requires experience. Business చేసే వాళ్ళు చూడండి మీరు, వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడే మాటలు కూడా డిఫరెంట్ గా మొత్తం మనల్ని కన్విన్స్ చేసే మోడ్ లోనే ఉంటాయి. అదే మిగతా వాళ్ళు మనం మాట్లాడే మాటలు కన్విన్సింగ్ మోడ్ ఉండదు, కానీ వీళ్ళు మాట్లాడే మాటలు కంప్లీట్ కన్విన్సింగ్ గా ఉంటాయి. అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో సైన్స్, ఎందుకంటే బిజినెస్ లో సర్టెన్ రూల్స్ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ సైన్స్ ఆల్సో. సో దట్స్ వై బిజినెస్ ఇస్ ఏ ఆర్ట్ అండ్ ఇట్ ఆల్సో ఏ సైన్స్. దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ద characteristics of the business. Once again I will recall what I said. Economic activity, deal with goods and services. Here we have consumer goods, capital goods and services. Creation of utilities, continuity in dealing, sales, transfer or exchange, profit motive, risk and uncertainty, social institution, art as well as science. So you just read these topics now. Classification of human activities, types of economic activities లో business definition చదవండి, తర్వాత characteristics of business చదవండి. These will be asked in exam. So don't waste the time. Whatever the time you have, you just do hard work and try to get good marks. Okay? Thank you so much. We will meet in another class. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for first year's English medium. So this is the part 3, introduction to business. So in the previous class we have discussed about the business. What is business? Business means buying and selling of goods and services, right? Business means buying and selling of goods and services with the motive of profit. Yes, profit is the main thing for the business. It is a lifeblood. In the previous part 2, I told you that business is a profit is a lifeblood for the business. Yes. Now in today's class we are going to discuss about the objectives of the business. Let us know what are the objectives of the business in detail. The first one is objectives of the business. So first of all we know what are the objectives of the business. Yes, an objective is a goal. Yes, an objective is a goal. Objective means here it is a goal. It is a goal. Or motive means any motive means it is also a type of a goal directed towards. Okay, it is directed towards achievements of predetermined achievements of predetermined. What's the meaning of predetermined? What's the meaning of predetermined? Predetermined అంటే ముందుగా అంచనా వేసుకున్నది, ముందుగా అనుకున్నవి. So achievement of predetermined purpose or aim. Achievement of predetermined purpose or aim అంటే ముందుగా అనుకున్న పర్పస్ కావచ్చు లేదా ఏమైనా కావచ్చు. సో objective of the business means you are deciding something that what you are deciding that is predetermined. Yes, మీరు యాక్టివిటీ ఒక యాక్షన్ చేసే ముందే బిజినెస్ లో you will decide firstly and afterwards you will implement it according to the business. Yes, the objective of the business clearly stating that business objective is predetermined to achieve its goals and objectives. To achieve its goals and objectives, right? So that is the main objective of the business. Means ముందుగా అంచనా వేసుకున్న కంప్లీట్ ఆర్ ఫుల్ గా యూస్ చేసుకోవాలి రిసోర్సెస్ వేస్ట్ చేయొద్దు ఓకే యూ షుడ్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ టు వేస్ట్ ద రిసోర్సెస్ అండ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు use optimum use of the resources. This is about the economic objectives of the business. Let us move towards the social objectives of the business, right? The first one is the supplying desired goods and services at a reasonable price. See, supplying desired goods. Desire means korika. Yes, desire means korika. Supplying desired goods అంటే మనకు ఎలాంటి గూడ్స్ కావాలి సొసైటీ రిలేటెడ్ కదా సోషల్ అంటే సో సొసైటీలో ఒక కస్టమర్ యొక్క డిజైర్ ఏంటిది అతని కోరిక ఏంటిది అది ఫస్ట్ తెలుసుకోవాలి ఎవరు బిజినెస్ మ్యాన్ ఫస్ట్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేసే ముందు అతను ఏం తెలుసుకోవాలంటే ఒక బిజినెస్ చేస్తున్నారు కదా అతని కస్టమర్ ఇక్కడ కస్టమర్స్ ని క్రియేట్ చేసుకున్నాక what are the desires of the customers, what the goods they are expecting from the business and what kind of services we have to provide and they should be provided at a reasonable price now. Okay, introduction part lo cheppanu ainanta varaku the businessman try to reduce the production cost. If you are not listen the part 1, once you listen the part 1 they have written in the introduction topic only I explain you that the businessman always want to reduce the cost of production. They want to reduce the cost of production and they want to increase the percentage of the profit. They want to reduce the cost of the production and they want to increase the percentage of the profit. So supplying the desired goods, when the business is supplying the goods which are more updated, which are very desirable for the customer, then only the business can stand in the market. Otherwise the competitors can easily break the business and this business will completely collapse అంటే ఏంటిది మొత్తం బ్రేక్ అయిపోతుంది మొత్తం పడిపోతుంది బిజినెస్ అనేది. సో supplying desired goods, desire కోరిక తగ్గినట్టు ఒక కస్టమర్ యొక్క కోరికని తెలుసుకోవాలి ఫస్ట్ ఎలాంటి డిజైన్ కొనాలనుకుంటున్నాడు ఆ విషయాలన్నింటినీ కనుక్కొని ద డిజైరబుల్ రీజనబుల్ ప్రైస్ ని అమ్మాలి కానీ వాళ్ళు అక్కడ రీజనబుల్ ప్రైస్ ని అమ్మాలి బికాజ్ ద ప్రాఫిట్ ఈస్ ద మెయిన్ ఇంటెన్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్ రైట్ ద ప్రాఫిట్ ఈస్ ద మెయిన్ ఇంటెన్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్ సో వాట్ ఎవర్ దే ఆర్ సెల్లింగ్ దే షుడ్ బి సెల్ at a reasonable price right now. After that fair remuneration to employees dan tarvata emundi fair remuneration to employees. Remuneration means what is mean by remuneration means salary ki additional ga iche dani remuneration anta. For example A అనే ఒక కంపెనీ ఉంది so many employees are there in this company okay B C D E F G these are the employees of the company. Now A is a company, he is the owner of the business and these all are employees. Yes, he is an employer and these are employees. Now what happened, the remuneration, what's the remuneration is the company got some amount of profit, means they got huge profit, చాలా లాభం వచ్చింది okay they got huge profit. At the time the company should have to share the profit with the employees. The company should have to share the profit okay the company have to share the profit with the employees. అలా షేర్ చేసుకునే ఆ ప్రాఫిట్ ని మనం ఏమంటామంటే ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి వచ్చే ఆ ప్రాఫిట్ ని బోనస్ అంటాం. ఏమంటాం? బోనస్ అంటాం ఓకే. లాస్ట్ మన దసరాకి సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ అందరికి ఏం చేసింది 1 month బోనస్ ఇచ్చేసింది. 1 month బోనస్ అంటే 1 month సాలరీ అనేది వాళ్ళకు ఫ్రీగా ఇచ్చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇప్పుడు 12 months వాళ్ళు సాలరీ తీసుకుంటున్నారు అనుకోండి కంపెనీ ఏం చేస్తుంది, బోనస్ అనేది ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. మీకు ఇక్కడ ఒక డౌట్ వస్తుంది ఏంటంటే మేడం బిజినెస్ లో బోనస్ ప్రాఫిట్ వస్తే ఇస్తారంటున్నారు కదా, మరి మీరు ఇందాక సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ దసరాకి సెంట్రల్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి ఇచ్చింది బోనస్ అని అంటున్నారు, మరి సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది బిజినెస్ కాదు కదా మేడం అని మీకు డౌట్ రావచ్చు. కానీ దానికి ఆన్సర్ ఏంటంటే డ్యూ టు కరోనా ఎఫెక్ట్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ సఫర్ ఎ లాట్. ఓకే, సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఈవెన్ కరోనా టైంలో కూడా జాబ్స్ చేశారు కదా, సో దే హ్యావ్ డన్ లైక్ దట్, దే ప్రొవైడెడ్ ద సర్వీస్ ఫర్ అవర్ నేషన్. అలా చేసినందుకు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ హ్యాపీ ఫీల్ అయ్యి వాళ్ళకు హ్యాపీగా బోనస్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది ఫర్ దిస్ సర్వీసెస్. ఓకే, అంటే చూడండి అలాంటి బోనస్ వాళ్ళు రిసీవ్ చేసుకున్నారు కాబట్టి ఇంకా నెక్స్ట్ ఫ్యూచర్ ఎలాంటి డిజాస్టర్ వచ్చినా కానీ దే ఆర్ రెడీ టు ఫేస్ బికాస్ ది గవర్నమెంట్ ఈస్ ఎంకరేజింగ్ దెమ్. yes, in the same way the companies లో కూడా బోనస్ అనేది ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ జనరేషన్. yes, the business should have to provide employment generation to the people who have completed their education. మరి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ జనరేషన్ అంటే ఆపర్చునిటీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయడం. ఏ ఆపర్చునిటీ మేడం అంటే జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ. జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయడం, ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి మ్యారేజ్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఫర్ ద చిల్డ్రన్. ఓకే, ఇలాంటి కొన్ని ఫెసిలిటీస్ కొన్ని సర్వీసెస్ వాళ్ళకు ప్రొవైడ్ చేయడం తోటి the welfare of the workers and employees will be increased. Okay, so welfare is important, that is human objective. Yes, after the developing HR. What is HR, madam? Means HR means human resource. Okay, human resource, this is most important thing HR means. Okay, developing HR, human resource development. HR means human resource. Okay, HR means human resource. There should be development of human resource. Human resource development ఎలా జరుగుతుంది మేడం అంటే by providing the training. See, in organization or in business లో వచ్చిన ప్రతి ఎంప్లాయీకి టాలెంట్ ఉంటుందా? కొంతమందికి ఉండొచ్చు, కొంతమందికి ఉండకపోవచ్చు. ఆ కంపెనీ రిలేటెడ్ మ్యాటర్స్ తెలియకపోవచ్చు, ఆ స్కిల్స్ లేకపోవచ్చు, లేదా ఎనీథింగ్ ఏదో ఒక డెఫిషియన్సీ ఖచ్చితంగా ఉంటుంది. సో ఆ డెఫిషియన్సీ, ఆ డిఫెక్ట్ ని ఈ హ్యూమన్ రిసోర్స్ హెచ్ఆర్ ద్వారా మనం ఓవర్కమ్ చేయొచ్చు డెవలపింగ్ హెచ్ఆర్ తోటి. ఎలా మేడం అంటే బై ప్రొవైడింగ్ ట్రైనింగ్ టు ద ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయడం, బై ప్రొవైడింగ్ వర్క్షాప్స్ అంటే దేన్ని ఎలా యూజ్ చేయాలి, ఒక న్యూ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఉంది ఆర్ న్యూ టెక్నాలజీ ఉంది, దాన్ని ఎలా యూజ్ చేయాలి అని వాళ్ళకు ఒక అవేర్నెస్. జనరల్లీ వీ కెన్ సే ఇట్ డెవలపింగ్ హెచ్ఆర్ మీన్స్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ ట్రైనింగ్ ఆర్ ఇంప్లిమెంటింగ్ some type of skills. Okay, some type of skills or innovating or some types of activities that are done in order to develop the human resource development చేయడానికి they should have to do something like this so that the human objectives can be achieved by the business, which is the objective of the business too. Yes, so human development అనేది జరగాలి by the training or by providing some types of skill development programs or by arranging some type of workshops in the organization itself or sending someone to for training abroad. Okay, ఇలాంటివి చేయడం తోటి we can develop human resource. Good human resource will provide good employment for the good human resource will provide good employment and good employee to the organization. Next, participative management. The management should have to participate in all the affairs of the business. The management should concentrate from the top level to the bottom level. Top level management నుంచి bottom level management వరకు అంతా కవర్ చేయాలి. If the management is not following anything, here they are just sitting idle and they are listening to the words what the some of the members of their team are saying, then they will feel that it is only correct. They come to conclusion that what they are saying maybe it is only correct, but it is wrong. The management should have to participate in every activity. The management should have to know what is going on in his business, whether it is good for the business or whether it will damage the goodwill of the business, So management participation is also important. By participating only the management can know the wants of the workers and the staff so that they can fulfill their welfare. Yes, after this labor management corporation. What is this? Labor management corporation. So labor management, see the management, see employee-employer relationship should be always healthy relationship. Okay, employee-employer relationship should be always healthy. It should be always healthy so that the business can achieve good profit in a short period and it can expand its business to other countries also. If there is a good relation between employee and employer, employee and employer, if there is a good relationship between the employee and employer, then only the business can achieve all the objectives from economic objectives to national level objectives can be achieved. లాస్. ఓకే, ఒకవేళ మీరు ఒక రిసోర్స్ ఉంది దాన్ని మీరు యూజ్ చేసేసి కంప్లీట్ గా డిస్ట్రాయ్ చేసేసి అనుకోండి, ఇట్ డజంట్ మీన్ దట్. దానికి అర్థం ఏంటిది, జస్ట్ నాకు మాత్రమే ఆ రిసోర్స్ దొరకదని కాదు, ఇట్ విల్ అఫెక్ట్ ద టోటల్ నేషన్. నేషన్ లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరినీ ఎఫెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది. కాబట్టి ద రిసోర్సెస్ షుడ్ బి యూటిలైజ్డ్ కరెక్ట్లీ, మీన్స్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి యూటిలైజ్డ్ ఆప్టిమమ్, ఫుల్ గా యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవాలి, వేస్ట్ చేయొద్దు. ఓకే, అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ వన్ నేషనల్ సెల్ఫ్ రిలయన్స్. దిస్ ఇస్ ద నేషనల్ సెల్ఫ్ రిలయన్స్. See, we have to increase the exports. Okay, national self reliance ante yes, national self reliance. What's the meaning of national self reliance means? See, what is this means? National self reliance. Yes, national self reliance means we have to increase the exports. We have to increase the exports from our country, means our home country, and we have to decrease the imports from the other countries. Imports from the other countries మనం తగ్గించుకోవాలి, exports అనేవి పెంచుకోవాలి. Why? Because when we are doing exports, it will be increase our national income. National income అనేది increase అవుతుంది. Ultimately the business is also getting benefit from that. So we have to increase our exports and we have to decrease our imports. Imports వేరే దేశాల నుంచి మనం మన దగ్గరికి తెచ్చుకోవడం అనేది తగ్గించుకోవాలి. We have to increase exports. We have to export to other countries, means host countries, other countries కి పంపించాలి. We should not import more and more from the other countries, other foreign countries. That is the meaning of the national self reliance. Self reliance means self, you only have to do. Next, development of micro, small and medium enterprises. Development of medium, small, micro, small and medium enterprises means development of a single organization is not a development at all. Yes, development of a single organization or single company, a big large company or a big large enterprise is developed, means it is does not mean that the nation is developed. Okay, ఒక పర్టిక్యులర్ ఒక పెద్ద కంపెనీ ఉంది, రిలయన్స్ కంపెనీ తీసుకోండి, రిలయన్స్ కంపెనీ డెవలప్ అయిపోయిందంటే ఆ నేషన్ డెవలప్ అయినట్టు కాదు. Where will be the nation will develop when the micro means small companies. Okay, just like they will prepare the match boxes అలాంటివి ఉంటాయి కదా అవి. Next, small companies. Small companies అంటే they will prepare some type of tobacco తోటి cigarette sachets అలాంటి. And medium అంటే just like textile industries. ఇలాంటివి డెవలప్ అయినప్పుడు మనం ఏం చెప్పగలుగుతాం, it is the development of the nation. So we have achieved the national objectives. But the development of a single large company is not the development of the nation at all. The development of all the sectors, means micro sector, small, medium enterprises, then only we can say that it is the development of the nation. And the last one, that is the development of backward areas. So in generally we see that in rural areas the different situation, in urban areas that is different situation. Why there is this type of variation? Because of the awareness. First one is the general awareness. అంటే ఎగ్జామ్ 100% ఈ క్వశ్చన్ అనేది ఎగ్జామ్ లోకి వస్తుంది. సో డోంట్ వేస్ట్ ద టైం. యాజ్ మచ్ యాజ్ టైం యూ హ్యావ్, జస్ట్ గో ఆన్ ద టాపిక్స్ వాట్ we are teaching you through the online classes and read and practice. Okay, you have to write fast also. Speedness kuda undali, exam lo tondaraga rasedi untundi kada, so you have to maintain speed along with the neat writing. Okay, so this is the topic of today's part. So we will meet in the next class. Up to then, thank you. Good morning ma, welcome to all for online education. So commerce theory part for first year lecturer? No, I am not eligible because BCom means Bachelor of Commerce. MCom means Master of Commerce. Which is the grade? Master. So master is important here. So eligibility criteria. That person should have to fulfill the eligibility criteria. What are the eligibilities required for that profession? Those eligibility criteria should have to be fulfilled by that person. Then only that will be possible. Otherwise, it will become something like what we say, something like a very disaster type lo untundi. That person don't know that knowledge. That person don't have any specific qualification. Even though he's come to that field means for him also it will be just like a black hole, and for the people who are participating with him, for them also he will become big question mark. What is this man? What he is not doing anything, he is not teaching well. Just ఏమైపోతుందంటే ఆ వ్యక్తిని చూడగానే మనకు ఒక క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్ అనేది వచ్చేస్తుంది. బా ఏంది ఇట్లా వినాలా ఇది అన్నట్టు ఉంటుంది. సో ద పర్సన్ షుడ్ హ్యావ్ ద ఎలిజిబుల్ క్రైటీరియా ఉన్నప్పుడే ఆ పర్సన్ ఆ ప్రొఫెషన్ లో తీసుకోవాలి. మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ద రెస్పెక్టివ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ బాడీ, not profession body, professional, NAL, professional body. So professional body means what is this? Member of respective professional body. అంటే for example ఒక డాక్టర్ ఉన్నాడు, అతని యొక్క ప్రొఫెషన్ ఏంటిది? he is a doctor, he is a professional. Yes, so professional body అని ఒక బాడీ ఉంటుంది. బాడీ means not this body means ఒక బోర్డ్ ఉంటుంది. బోర్డ్ లైక్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్ కి బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్ ఎట్లా ఉంటుందో అలానే డాక్టర్స్ కి ఇండియన్ మెడికల్ అసోసియేషన్ అని ఒక బోర్డు ఉంటుంది. చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ అనుకోండి, ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, దట్ ఈస్ వన్ బోర్డ్. there should be the members of the respective professional body. okay, ఇది అసోసియేషన్, ఇది ఒక అసోసియేషన్. ఈ అసోసియేషన్ లో వాళ్ళు మెంబర్స్ అయి ఉండాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు మీరు 10th పాస్ అయిపోయారు అందరూ. yes, SSC you have passed. బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ సెకండరీ కదా, అంటే మీకు సర్టిఫికెట్స్ బిగ్ మెమో వచ్చింది కదా అందరికి. బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ సెకండరీ అని బిగ్ మెమో వచ్చింది. ఆ బిగ్ మెమో మీకు ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందంటే when you are becoming the member of the board of secondary. బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ సెకండరీకి మీరు మెంబర్ అయినప్పుడే మీకు మెమో చేతికి వచ్చింది. అర్థమైందా? మీరు ఎగ్జామ్ ఫీ కట్టారు కదా, అప్పుడు మీ మోల్స్ గురించి, తర్వాత మీకు మీ లాంగ్వేజెస్, సబ్జెక్ట్స్ అవన్నీ రాసి వాళ్ళకి పంపిస్తారు. మీకు ఆ ప్రకారమే క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్స్ వస్తాయి. సో అవన్నీ ఎందుకు అంటే బికాస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు బికమ్ ద మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ దట్ అసోసియేషన్. అప్పుడే మీకు దాంట్లో మెంబర్ ఉండాలి కాబట్టి దే విల్ గివ్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ టు యూ. నౌ యు ఆర్ స్టడీయింగ్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్ చదువుతున్నారు అంటే మీరు దేని కిందకి వస్తారు? బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్. సో యూ విల్ బి ద మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్. ఎంతమంది ఇంటర్మీడియట్ చదివే స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరూ దేని కిందకి వస్తారు? ఏ అసోసియేషన్ కిందకి వస్తారు? బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్. when you completed your intermediate, when you pass your intermediate, they will give again one big memo. So in the same way ikkada professionals kabatti they should have the professional body lo vallu members ayi undali. ante doctors aithe Indian Medical Association lo member ayi undali. chartered accountant aithe Institute of Chartered Accountants of India lo member ayi undali. that is important. should follow the ethics and codes. as a doctor, teacher, lawyer or chartered accountant, you have to you have to follow the ethics and code whatever given by your professional body. ఏది చేయాలి, ఏది చేయొద్దు, ఏది చేసే సొసైటీకి మంచిది, ఏది చేసే సొసైటీకి హార్మ్ చేస్తుందో అది మీరు ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ కోడ్స్ ని ప్రొఫెషనల్ బాడీ ఇష్యూ చేసిన దాన్ని ఫాలో కావాల్సిందే. ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ నాట్ ఫాలోయింగ్ then you have to face the problem. నెగటివ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ వస్తుంది. నెగటివ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ నుంచి నెగటివ్ ఇష్యూస్ అనేవి రైజ్ అవుతాయి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కోసం చెప్తున్నా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ there is one doctor, he is the member of Indian Medical Association. అతను ఏం చేసిండు? దాంట్లో ఏముంటుంది? the treatment should be given to the patient and should not expect huge amount of money from the patient. చేయొద్దు. అండ్ ఆల్సో when the person is cured immediately he or she have to be discharged అని కొన్ని ఎథిక్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఎథిక్స్ అంటే విలువలు ఉంటాయి కొన్ని. కానీ కమర్షియల్ డాక్టర్స్ ఏం చేస్తారు, ఎథిక్స్ కి అపోజిట్ గా వెళ్తారు. ఏం చేస్తారు, పేషెంట్ లోపల చనిపోయినా కానీ ఓ ఈజ్ ఆల్ రైట్, ఇప్పుడే 5 నిమిషాల క్రితం ఆయన లేచిండు, ఒక కవిత చెప్పిన వెంటనే సడన్ గా కోమాలో పోయిండు, బట్ డోంట్ వరీ ఎమ్మటే బయటకు వచ్చేస్తారు. డోంట్ వరీ, మీరు మాత్రం పోయి బిల్ పే చేయండి, ఓకే అని చెప్పడం. లేదా క్యాండిడేట్ సమ్ స్టమక్ పెయిన్ ఆర్ బ్యాక్ పెయిన్ అని వస్తే డాక్టర్ ఏం చేయడం, ఆపరేషన్ చేసి సంథింగ్ బ్యాక్ పెయిన్, బ్యాక్ బోన్ డ్యామేజ్ అయింది అట్లా ఇట్లా అని చెప్పేసి వెనకాల కిడ్నీస్ ఉంటాయి కదా, కిడ్నీలో 2 కిడ్నీస్లో ఒక కిడ్నీ తీసుకొని సమ్ అదర్ పార్టీకి అమ్మేయడం, ఇలాంటివి చేయొద్దు. బికాస్ దట్ ఈస్ అగైనెస్ట్ టు యువర్ ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ కోడ్స్ విచ్ ఆర్ ఫార్ములేటెడ్ బై ద ప్రొఫెషనల్ బాడీ. ఓకే, యాజ్ ఎ లెక్చరర్ నేను కూడా ఏం చేయాలి, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద సబ్జెక్ట్ ఈస్ దేర్, మీకు బ్రీఫ్గా సబ్జెక్ట్ అనేది అందించాలి. అంతేగాని బోర్డు మీద రాశాను కదా ఏదో 2 నిమిషాలు చెప్పేసి ఓకే ఇదంతా ఇది చదువుకోండి అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఎ కరెక్ట్ థింగ్, రైట్? ఐ యామ్ ఆల్సో ఇన్ ఏ ప్రొఫెషన్, సో ఐ షుడ్ ఆల్సో ఫాలో ద ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ కోడ్. మీకు ఒక స్టూడెంట్కి అర్థమైనంతసేపు ఏం చేయాలి, ఒక లెక్చరర్ అయినా టీచర్ అయినా చెప్తూనే ఉండాలి, అతనికి అర్థమైనంతసేపు చెప్తూనే ఉండాలి. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద ఎథిక్ అండ్ కోడ్ ఆఫ్ ఎవ్రీ ప్రొఫెషన్. Rendering service, they should provide the service to the members. Service provide చేయాలి ఎవరికి, సొసైటీకి. ప్రొఫెషన్ లో ఉన్నారు, స్పెషలైజ్డ్ మీరు, దాంట్లో ఎక్స్పర్ట్, స్పెషలైజ్డ్ మీరే, మరి ఏం చేయాలి, మీరు సొసైటీకి సర్వీస్ అనేది ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలి. Some professionals work as employees like me. I'm a professional, I'm a lecturer, I have the passion of teaching. When I was in intermediate, I have completed intermediate here only in this college only. So నేను ఇంటర్మీడియట్ నుంచి నాకు ఏముండే, టీచింగ్ అంటే ఒక ప్యాషన్ ఉండే, ఇది పిచ్చి నాకు టీచింగ్ అంటే. సో as now I am working as an employee in this organization. So like that, so many professionals, చాలా మంది ప్రొఫెషనల్స్ ఏం చేస్తారు, వాళ్ళు చదివిన ప్లేస్ లో కావచ్చు లేదా వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసిన ప్లేస్ కావచ్చు, అక్కడ ఏం చేస్తారు, యాజ్ అన్ ఎంప్లాయీ లాగా వర్క్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఫ్యూచర్స్ ఆఫ్ what are the features of, what is all the important features of profession. Yes, after that objectives, what are the important objectives, choose them. So actually 3 రాసాను ఎందుకంటే మళ్ళీ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ రిపీట్ అవుతున్నాయి, రిపీట్ అగైన్ అవే మళ్ళీ దీంట్లోకి వస్తున్నాయి కాబట్టి ఇంపార్టెంట్ 3 ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ రాసాను. Respectable position in the society, you have to gain as a professional, you have to gain respectable position in the society. Society లో ఒక respectable profession ని మీరు gain చేయాలి. As a profession, as a professional you have to gain certain respect in the society, but you should not gain this type of bad name that someone see you, wow that doctor, don't go there, he will treat you in different way. If you have small fever also he will admit you for 4 days and he will charge bill nearly 1 lakh rupees. Don't go there, please you go to home, that is better. ఇలా ఉండొద్దు, ఇలాంటి మాటలు రావద్దు. If anyone see you, they have to come forward to you and they have to wish you, how are you, what you are doing, ఇట్లా మాట్లాడుకునేటట్టు ఉండాలి. కానీ అక్కడి నుంచి ఈవెన్ లెక్చరర్స్ వెళ్తున్నా వామ్మో ఆయనతో పెట్టుకోద్దురా ఆయన అన్నట్టు ఇట్లా ఉండొద్దు. బికాస్ ఇది దేని మీద డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంటుంది, బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ద ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ కోడ్ వాట్ యు ఆర్ ఫాలోడ్ ఇన్ యువర్ ప్రొఫెషన్ లైఫ్, దాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకొని ఉంటుంది రెస్పెక్ట్ అనేది. షేర్ స్కిల్స్ అండ్ నాలెడ్జ్ in whatever the profession you are, you have to share your skills and knowledge with the person who is in a need. ఎవర్కి అవసరం ఉందో వాళ్ళతోటి ప్రొఫెషన్ రిలేటెడ్ స్కిల్స్ అండ్ నాలెడ్జ్ ని షేర్ చేసుకోవాలి. షేర్ చేసుకోవడం వల్ల తగ్గిపోతుందని కొంతమంది అనుకుంటారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ అబ్సల్యూట్లీ రాంగ్. when you share your knowledge, when you share your skills, that will be developed more and more. అంతేగాని మనం ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేస్తుంటే తగ్గిపోతుంది అంటే చాలా మంది, అది తప్పు, పెరుగుతుంది ఇంకా మనకు నాలెడ్జ్. ఎంజాయ్ ద ఫ్రీడమ్ ఆఫ్ వర్క్ విత్ లో రిస్క్. సో యాజ్ ఎ ప్రొఫెషనల్ యూ హ్యావ్ ద ఫ్రీడమ్ టు గివ్ యువర్ నాలెడ్జ్, యువర్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్, యువర్ స్కిల్స్ టు ద పర్సన్స్ హూ ఆర్ ఇన్ నీడ్, అండ్ లో profession or vocation where there are experts like doctors, lawyers, chartered accountants. Okay. Futures వచ్చేసరికి they have specific knowledge and qualification and training is needed. They have to fulfill the eligibility criteria. Whatever the eligibility is there for to become a professional, that should be fulfilled. They should be the member of the professional body. Okay. They should follow the ethics and codes which are levied by the professional body. Okay. Rendering service. You have to render the service as a professional. Some professionals work as employees, just like me. Okay. Objectives. Respective position in the society. As a profession, you have to gain respectable position in the society. Share skills and knowledge. You have to share your skills and knowledge. By that you can increase it. Enjoy the freedom of work with low risk. Actually, profession antene a profession lo manam entry istunam antene manaku passion untadi a profession lo. We will enjoy the work and there is no risk at all. Okay. Let us go for the employment what it is. Previous part 3 lo nenu explain, part 2 lo I think explain chesaను employment ante enti. It is an agreement between employee and employer. It is an agreement. చూద్దాం ఇక్కడ ఏం రాసామో. It is an employment is an contract of service. It is a contract of service. ఒక సర్వీస్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఒప్పందం అన్నట్టు. ఎలాంటి ఒప్పందం? సర్వీస్ యొక్క ఒప్పందం అది. సో the person who work under the contract, ఆ కాంట్రాక్ట్ లో ఏ పర్సన్ వర్క్ చేస్తాడో అతన్ని మనం ఏమంటున్నామంటే ఎంప్లాయ్ అంటున్నాం. he or she will receive the salary and wages ని రిసీవ్ చేసుకుంటారు. ఓకే. and the person who give the job ఎవరు ఇస్తారో ఎంప్లాయ్ కి జాబ్ ఎవరు ఇస్తారో ఆ పర్సన్ ని ఎంప్లాయర్ అంటారు. అంటే సింపుల్ గా చెప్పాలంటే బాస్ అన్నట్టు. ఎవరు అన్నట్టు? బాస్. ఓకే. he is the head for us, right? so ఇక్కడ ఏమన్నా అంటున్నా, ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఈజ్ an agreement. ఇద్దరు వ్యక్తుల మధ్యలో అగ్రిమెంట్. one is employee and another one is employer. Employee means he will or she will receive the salary or wages, and here the employer is the owner or boss, head అన్నట్టు మనం. so let us see the characteristics of futures. Three characteristics futures కూడా డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం. employment contract. employment అనేది ఏంటిది? it is a contract. It is a contract between the two parties. One is employee and another one is employer. Employee will take the salary or wages. Employer will provide employment to the employee. Okay. employee salary or wages ని రిసీవ్ చేసుకుంటాడు. employer ఏం చేస్తాడు? employer he will appoint the employee. Okay. he will appoint the employee. This is completed. Employment is a contract that is completed. Periodical remuneration. periodical meaning అంటే ఏంటి? periodical అంటే certain period of time, రెగ్యులర్ గా కాకుండా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఈ రోజు నవంబర్ 1st అనుకోండి. నవంబర్ 1st నుంచి డిసెంబర్ 1st వరకు 1 మంత్ అనుకోండి. సో ఈ పీరియడ్ తర్వాత ఇక్కడ సాలరీ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. మళ్ళీ జనవరి 1st కి మళ్ళీ సాలరీ ఇవ్వడం. అంటే పీరియడ్ అంటే 1 మంత్ గ్యాప్ ఇచ్చేసి పీరియాడికల్ గా రెమ్యునరేషన్ అంటే సాలరీ ఆర్ వేజెస్. రెమ్యునరేషన్ అంటే సాలరీ కావచ్చు, వేజెస్ కావచ్చు. ఓకే. సాలరీ ఆర్ వేజెస్. రెమ్యునరేషన్ అంటే సాలరీ అనొచ్చు, మనం వేజెస్ అని కూడా అనొచ్చు. రెమ్యునరేషన్ పీరియాడికల్ గా ఇస్తాం, రెగ్యులర్ గా ఇవ్వం, పీరియాడికల్ గా ఇస్తాం ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ లో. కాంట్రాక్చువల్ రిలేషన్షిప్ ఎవరి మధ్యలో ఉంటుంది? కాంట్రాక్చువల్ రిలేషన్షిప్ అనేది బిట్వీన్ ఎంప్లాయీ అండ్ ఎంప్లాయర్ మధ్యలో కాంట్రాక్చువల్ రిలేషన్షిప్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. ఒక ఒప్పందం అనేది వాళ్ళిద్దరి మధ్యలో ఏర్పడుతుంది. లో రిస్క్ అండ్ అన్సర్టెనిటీస్. బిజినెస్ కాదు కదా ఇది. ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ అంటే ఏముంటుంది? ఏముండదు. ఎంప్లాయీ అపాయింట్ చేసుకుంటారు. ఎంప్లాయీకి సరైన నాలెడ్జ్ ఉండాలి, స్కిల్ ఉండాలి, టాలెంట్ ఉండాలి, ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేసే ఆ క్వాలిటీస్ ఉండాలి. సో ఉంటాయి, లీవ్ పెట్టాలంటే కొన్ని ఫార్మాలిటీస్ ఉంటాయి. సో వాటన్నిటిని ఫాలో చేయాలి. ఎవరు? బోత్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఫాలో చేయాలి, ఎంప్లాయర్ కూడా ఫాలో చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, రిక్వైర్డ్ సర్టెన్ క్వాలిఫికేషన్. ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ అనేది ఉట్టిగానే రాదు కదా. 10th చదివితే కలెక్టర్ పోస్ట్ ఇస్తారా? ఇవ్వరు. సో దానికి ఐఏఎస్ చదివితే వస్తుంది అది. సో అట్లానే రిక్వైర్డ్ సర్టెన్ క్వాలిఫికేషన్, పర్టికులర్ క్వాలిఫికేషన్ అనేది దీంట్లో కూడా ఇంపార్టెంటే. స్కిల్డ్, సెమీ స్కిల్డ్, అండర్ స్కిల్డ్. ఓకే, లెట్ మీ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ యూ. స్కిల్డ్ అంటే నాన్న ఫుల్లీ డెవలప్, హి ఇస్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్, అతను చేస్తారు, చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరమే లేదు, హి ఇస్ పర్ఫెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. సెమీ స్కిల్డ్ అనుకోండి, కొంచెం వచ్చు కొంచెం రాదు, నేర్పిస్తే పర్వాలేదు చేసేస్తాడు. ఓకే, ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చినాం అనుకోండి, నేర్పించేస్తే 100% పర్ఫెక్ట్ రిజల్ట్ వస్తుంది. అన్స్కిల్డ్ ఏం రాదు, మొత్తం నిల్, ఫస్ట్ నుంచి చెప్పుకుంటూ రావాల్సింది అన్నట్టు. అన్స్కిల్డ్ పర్సన్స్ కూడా ఉంటారు ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ లో. సో బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ది స్కిల్స్ ని బేస్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళకి వర్క్ అనేది ఇవ్వాలి. అన్స్కిల్డ్ పర్సన్ కి తీసుకెళ్లి హైయర్ క్యాడర్ లో పెట్టేసి స్కిల్డ్ పర్సన్ ని తీసుకొచ్చి లోవర్ క్యాడర్ లో పెడితే ఏమైతుంది? ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ క్లోజ్ అయిపోతుంది. ఆ కంపెనీలో ఒకవేళ ఎంప్లాయ్ ఉంటే షట్ డౌన్, కంపెనీ క్లోజ్ అయిపోతుంది. సో అది ఆలోచించుకోవాలి. తర్వాత ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్. వాట్ ఆర్ ద ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్? లెట్స్ సీ. అండ్ ఫర్ ఫ్యామిలీ, ప్రతి ఒక్కరు జాబ్ చేసేది దేనికోసం? ఫర్ దేర్ లైవ్లీహుడ్. వాట్ ఆర్ ద బేసిక్ నీడ్స్? క్లాత్స్, ఫుడ్, షెల్టర్. ఈ బేసిక్ నీడ్స్ కోసమే కదా అందరు జాబ్ చేసేది. సో అండ్ ఫర్ ఫ్యామిలీ, ఫ్యామిలీ కోసమే అందరు ఎండ్ చేసేది. నెక్స్ట్, లో రిస్క్ అండ్ అన్సర్టెనిటీ. ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ లో ఎలాంటి రిస్క్ ఉండదు, అన్సర్టెనిటీ ఉండదు, ఈవెన్ ప్రొఫెషన్ లో కూడా ఉండదు. ప్రొఫెషన్ లో రిస్క్ అన్సర్టెనిటీ ఎప్పుడు ఏర్పడతాయి అంటే ఇక్కడ ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ కోడ్స్ ఫాలో చేయకపోతే ఏర్పడతాయి. కానీ ఇక్కడ ఏంటిది? ఇక్కడ కూడా ఏర్పడతాయి. ఎప్పుడు? ఇక్కడ రూల్స్ అండ్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్ ని ఫాలో చేయనప్పుడు జాబ్ రిస్క్ అనేది ఏర్పడుతుంది. సో లో రిస్క్ అండ్ అన్సర్టెనిటీ అనేది ఉంటుంది. రెగ్యులర్ వేజెస్ అండ్ సాలరీస్. సాలరీస్, వేజెస్ అనేవి రెగ్యులర్ గా ఉంటాయి, కాన్స్టాంట్ గా, అంటే పీరియాడికల్ గా, అంటే నవంబర్ లో ఒకసారి, డిసెంబర్ లో, జనవరి, ఇట్లా రెగ్యులర్ గా పీరియాడికల్ గా ఉంటాయి. ఎకనామికల్ అండ్ రీజనల్ ఎరాడికేషన్ రిడ్యూస్డ్. ఎకనామికల్ గా అయినా కానీ రీజనల్ గా అయినా కానీ ఎరాడికేషన్ అంటే చిన్న చూపు అనేది తగ్గిపోతుంది. ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ డూయింగ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్, ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ ఎంప్లాయ్, ఖచ్చితంగా మీకు రెస్పెక్ట్ అనేది వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఖచ్చితంగా సొసైటీలో మీకు ఏమి ఇస్తారు? టైప్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పెక్ట్ ఇస్తారు. మిమ్మల్ని చూడగానే ఎక్కడ ఉన్నా కానీ వచ్చి విష్ చేస్తారు. బికాస్ ద టైప్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పెక్ట్ యూ విల్ గెట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్. హీస్ ఎంప్లాయీ, అరే అతను ఎంప్లాయీ రాపడా అని చెప్పుకుంటారు. బికాస్ ఇట్ విల్ ఎరాడికేటింగ్, అంటే అది తగ్గిపోతుంది, చిన్న చూపు అనేది తగ్గిపోతుంది విత్ ద ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్. సోషల్ సెక్యూరిటీ అండ్ వెల్ఫేర్. లైఫ్ కి సోషల్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఉంటుంది, ఫ్యామిలీకి సెక్యూరిటీ ఉంటుంది, అండ్ వెల్ఫేర్ అనేది కూడా జరుగుతుంది. వెల్ఫేర్ అంటే ఏంటిది? డెవలప్మెంట్, మన డెవలప్మెంట్ అనేది జరుగుతుంది. నేషనల్ డెవలప్మెంట్, ఇవన్నీ జరగడంతో పాటు నేషన్ కూడా డెవలప్ అవుతుంది. సో దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ద, వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ అబౌట్? ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఈస్ అన్ అగ్రీమెంట్ బిట్వీన్ ద టూ పార్టీస్, ఎంప్లాయీ అండ్ ఎంప్లాయర్. ఎంప్లాయీ అంటే ఎవరి దగ్గర పని చేస్తామో వాళ్ళు ఎంప్లాయీ, ఎవరు జాబ్ ఇస్తారో వాళ్ళు ఎంప్లాయర్. సో ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఈస్ ఏ కాంట్రాక్ట్, పీరియాడికల్ రెమ్యునరేషన్. రెమ్యునరేషన్ అంటే సాలరీ అయినా వేజెస్ అయినా, కాంట్రాక్చువల్ రిలేషన్షిప్ బిట్వీన్ ఎంప్లాయీ అండ్ ఎంప్లాయర్. లో రిస్క్ అండ్ అన్సర్టెనిటీ, రెగ్యులర్ అండ్ కాన్స్టాంట్ ఇన్కమ్. Employees not invest any capital, they will not invest any capital. Regular rules and regulations followed. Okay, rules and regulations should have to be followed. Required certain qualification, obviously skilled, semi skilled, under skilled. Unskilled persons ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళని చూసుకొని వాళ్ళ స్టాండర్డ్ వర్క్ వాళ్ళకి ఇవ్వాలి. అంతేగాని ఏదో తెలిసినోడు కదా అని ఇచ్చిండ్రు అనుకోండి, ఇంకా కంపెనీ చూసుకోవాల్సిందే. Objectives and for family. Everyone objective is to end for family. Yes. Low risk and uncertainty. Regular wages and టాపిక్స్ బిజినెస్ ఐ థింక్ క్లాసెస్ వింటే ఇవి కూడా విన్నాక ఖచ్చితంగా చదువుకోండి, ఖచ్చితంగా క్వశ్చన్ వస్తుంది. ఈ 3 టాపిక్స్ బిజినెస్ అండ్ బిజినెస్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్, బిజినెస్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్, ప్రొఫెషన్ ఫ్యూచర్స్ ఆఫ్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్, తర్వాత ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్, ఇవి చదువుకోండి, ఖచ్చితంగా చదవాల్సిందే. ఇది ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ మస్ట్ అండ్ షుడ్ అడుగుతారు. మీకు టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ లో అయినా మెటీరియల్ ఎట్లా ఉందో ఐ డోంట్ నో, బట్ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ లో మీకు థియరీ పార్ట్ మొత్తం ఇట్లా థియరీ పార్ట్ ఇచ్చింది. బట్ ఇక్కడ మనం వీడియోలో చూస్తే నేను పాయింట్స్ రాశాను. సో ఇట్ విల్ బి వెరీ హెల్ప్ఫుల్ టు యూ. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ పాసిబుల్ రైట్ ఆన్ ద నోట్స్ ఆల్సో, నోట్స్ రాసుకోండి, ఇంకా చాలా హెల్ప్ఫుల్ ఉంటుంది. సో డోంట్ వేస్ట్ ద టైమ్ ఇన్ ద హోమ్. యాజ్ మచ్ యాజ్ you have the time, you just do practice and read what the concepts are going on. Okay, thank you for listening my class. Okay, good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. So commerce theory part for first years English medium chapter, that is introduction to business, and the topic is corporate social responsibility of business. Today's topic is corporate social responsibility of business. What is corporate social responsibility of the business? Corporate means private sectors. Yes, corporate companies, corporate business enterprises, and social responsibilities means the responsibilities of those organizations towards the society. What was their responsibility towards the society in the business? Let us know today by part 5. Okay, see the corporate social responsibility of the business. What is that means? The obligations and responsibilities. Obligations meaning duties. Okay, obligations meaning what? Duties. The obligations and responsibilities. The obligations and responsibilities of any business. Of any business, not only one particular business, of any business organization, of any business organization which are intended means they are involved. Okay, intended means involved to protect and serve, to protect and serve public interest, to protect the public interest and to serve for public interest is known as social responsibility of business. What is the social responsibility of the business? Social responsibility of the business means the obligation and responsibility means the duty and responsibility of any business organization, okay, of any business organization which are intended, which are involved to protect and serve, to protect and serve public interest. They have to protect and they have to serve the public interest. Why they have to protect and serve the public interest? Why? Because this business, what we are talking now, So it have to use the resources. Business have to use the resources of the society. The business is operating in the society. Business ekkada function chestundi, ekkada operate aitundi, society lo operate aitundi kabatti it will use the resources of the society. Society lo unna resources ni em chestundi business use chestuntundi. It use the resources of the society. That is the first one. The business will use the resources of the society. And the second one, it depends on the society for functioning. Yes, it depends. Okay, it depends on the society for its functioning. Adi function avvadaniki deni meeda depend aitundi. It's depending upon the society. That's why I told you that society is important for the business, because the society will create the customers and those customers are the foundation for the business. So it depends on the society for functioning. So whatever the taste, whatever the preference, whatever the desires, whatever the wants, whatever the type of fashion that the customers want, that only have to prepare by the business. Customer elanti vastuvu కోరుకుంటుందో అలాంటి వస్తువుని తయారు చేయడమే బిజినెస్ యొక్క లక్ష్యం. మెయిన్ టార్గెట్ ఎవరు బిజినెస్ కి? కస్టమర్ మెయిన్ టార్గెట్. కస్టమర్ ని టార్గెట్ చేస్తేనే ప్రాఫిట్ అనేది వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి the main target for the business is customer. So that's why I written here like customer is a foundation. బిల్డింగ్ కట్టాలంటే ఫస్ట్ కింద మనకు బేస్ అనేది స్ట్రాంగ్ ఉండాలి. అలానే బిజినెస్ స్ట్రాంగ్ గా ఉండాలంటే కస్టమర్స్ ఎక్కువ మంది ఉండాలి. ఓకే, that is about depending upon society for functioning. Let us move to third point, welfare of the society. So what is the meaning of welfare? Welfare means the development of the society. The business, whatever the transactions they are doing, whatever the activities they are doing, that should develop the society. That should not harm the society. Just like black marketing, smuggling of drugs, or smuggling of some weapons, or doing some type of illegal activities. Okay, kidnapping the children. This is not a business. This is not a business because it is harming the society. Fourth point, if you observe here, not harm the society. The business should not harm the society. If you are doing a business of kidnapping, cover. Yes, for example, Maggi packets, Maggi noodles చూడండి, it will be available for 5 rupees that poor can purchase. It will be available for 12 rupees, somewhat big packet, that is middle class person can purchase. And also the big family pack, that is for some 98 or 1 or 2, exactly I don't know the price. Some family pack ఉంటుంది, అది rich persons can be afford. So based on these afford చేసే కెపాసిటీని బేస్ చేసుకొని the product అనేది మార్కెట్ లో రిలీజ్ చేయాలి. The business should not target only a single customer. Okay, only rich customer ni target చేయడం business కాదు. The business means targeting the whole market, targeting the whole society. That is the business, and those business will become a successful business. Okay, our business మాత్రమే సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది, because they are not targeting the rich only. Rich people ఎంతమంది ఉంటారమ్మా? చాలా తక్కువ మంది. మన ఇండియాలో అయితే చాలా తక్కువ మంది ఉన్నారు rich people. Middle class, poorest people వీళ్ళే ఎక్కువ ఉన్నారు. So the market should target all the customers. Okay, next, protect. They have to protect means good quality, good quantity, and at a reasonable price. Okay, and also contribute to the society. Contribution. They have to, these business have to provide a contribution to the society in the form of donations to the schools. Okay, donations to hospitals, donations to libraries. Okay, these type of activities are also needed to perform by the business. ఇలాంటి యాక్టివిటీస్ కూడా బిజినెస్ చేయాలి. Charities, charity programs, events organize చేయాలి. ఈవెంట్స్ ని ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయాలి, స్పాన్సర్స్ చేయాలి. వాళ్ళు ఏమైనా ఈవెంట్స్ జరుగుతున్నాయి అనుకోండి, వాటిని స్పాన్సర్ చేయాలి. ఇలాంటివి చేయడం వల్ల ఏమైతుంది? దే గాట్ పబ్లిసిటీ దొరుకుతుంది, దాంతో పాటు దే కెన్ రైజ్ మోర్ అండ్ మోర్ ప్రాఫిట్. ఓకే, ఐపీఎల్ నడుస్తుందిగా, ఐపీఎల్ నడుస్తుంది, బాయ్స్ కి తెలుసు ఐపీఎల్ నడుస్తుంది, చూస్తున్నారు రోజు కదా. ఇవన్నీ చదవాలి కానీ ఐపీఎల్ అయితే చూస్తున్నారు అనుకుంటా ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ ఐ డోంట్ నో, బట్ ఐ యామ్ సేయింగ్ లైక్ దట్. సో ఐపీఎల్ చూస్తున్నారు కదమ్మా మీరు. సో ఐపీఎల్ అప్పుడు వెనకాల ఇలా మీకు స్టేడియం గ్రౌండ్ లో వాళ్ళు ఆడుతుంటారు, బ్యాక్ సైడ్ మొత్తం బ్యానర్స్ ఉంటాయి, బ్యాక్ సైడ్ మొత్తం బ్యానర్స్ ఉంటాయి. అంటే హూ ఆర్ స్పాన్సరింగ్, ఎవరు స్పాన్సర్ చేస్తున్నారు ఐపీఎల్ ని, వాళ్ళ బ్యానర్స్ అన్ని ఉంటాయి. అంటే ఎవ్రీ డే వెన్ యు ఆర్ సీయింగ్ దట్ ఐపీఎల్ మ్యాచ్, you are seeing that the banners also, అంటే ఆ పర్టిక్యులర్ కంపెనీ బ్యానర్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రిలయన్స్ జియో గురించి, తర్వాత ఎల్జీ బ్యానర్స్. సో దీస్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ సమ్ కంపెనీస్ ఏం చేస్తాయంటే దే విల్ స్పాన్సర్ దీస్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఈవెంట్స్. ఓకే, ఇలాంటి స్పాన్సర్ చేయడం వల్ల ఏమైతుంది? ద కాంట్రిబ్యూటింగ్ టువర్డ్స్ ద సొసైటీ, కాంట్రిబ్యూటింగ్ టువర్డ్స్ ద సొసైటీ, గేమ్స్, స్పోర్ట్స్, వీటిని కూడా వాళ్ళు ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తున్నారు అన్నట్టు. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ద నెసెసిటీ ఆఫ్ ద కార్పొరేటివ్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్. Let us move towards the responsibility towards different groups. Different groups ఉంటారు business లో. So many persons are interested in the business, whether directly or indirectly. Directly or indirectly, ప్రత్యేకంగా or పరోక్షంగా అంటారు తెలుగులో. So directly or indirectly they are responsible, they are directly or indirectly involved in the business. Okay, business లో వాళ్ళు డైరెక్ట్ గా కానీ ఇండైరెక్ట్ గా కానీ వాళ్ళు ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయిపోయి ఉంటారు. ఎవరు? ఈ క్యాండిడేట్స్ ఇక్కడ రాసిన గ్రూప్ వాళ్ళు డైరెక్ట్లీ ఆర్ ఇండైరెక్ట్లీ బిజినెస్ తోటి కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటారు. ఎవరు మేడం వాళ్ళంటే ఓనర్స్. ఓకే, ఓనర్స్ అని ఎవరిని అంటాం మనము? ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ని అంటాం. ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ని ఓనర్స్ అని అంటాం. ఐ థింక్ మీకు అకౌంట్స్ లో ఇంకా రాలేదనుకుంటా, వచ్చినప్పుడు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఉంటారు కదా, వాళ్ళని ఓనర్స్ అంటారు. ఎందుకంటే ద క్యాపిటల్ what is invested in the business లో ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసే హ్యూజ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ క్యాపిటల్ ఉంటుంది కదా, అది తీసుకొచ్చే వాళ్ళందరూ ఎవరు ఉంటారంటే మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద పర్సన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఉంటారు. ఈవెన్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్, డిబెంచర్స్ వీళ్ళు కూడా తీసుకొస్తారు. కానీ రియల్ ఓనర్స్ ఎవరంటే ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్. సో ఓనర్స్, ఎంప్లాయీస్, మీకు తెలుసు ఎంప్లాయీ అంటే ఎవరు? what is the government, central government, state government. Next, society. Again, society means we. Now, let us see one by one what are the responsibilities are there towards the owners, what are the responsibilities towards the employees, responsibility towards the suppliers, responsibility towards the customers, responsibilities towards the government, responsibilities towards the society. How many? Totally 6. This is most and very important question for long question. Okay, this is important question. And another one is objectives of business objectives and types of economic activities. Okay, human activities. These are important questions. I will tell you those questions in the next class. What are the important questions of this chapter? Okay, yes. Let's move to the topic, that is responsibility towards the owners. What's the responsibility towards the owners? Let us see what the responsibilities the business have towards their owners. Contribute capital and risk takers. Owners means equity shareholders or preference shareholders. Actual owners are equity shareholders. So equity shareholders అంటే ఎవరు మేడం అని మీకు డౌట్ వస్తే, వాళ్ళు ఆ కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన షేర్స్ ఉంటాయి. షేర్స్ అంటే సెక్యూరిటీస్. ఓకే, మీకు ఫర్దర్ అకౌంట్స్ లో క్లాసెస్ అయిపోతే మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది. సో ఆ షేర్స్ అనేవి ఎక్కువ కొనేస్తారు వీళ్ళు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 షేర్స్ ఉన్నాయనుకోండి, 100 షేర్స్ లో 51% షేర్స్ అనేవి ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ చేతిలో ఉంటాయి. మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ షేర్స్ వాళ్ళు హోల్డ్ చేస్తారు. సో దే కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ ద క్యాపిటల్. వాళ్ళు క్యాపిటల్ తీసుకొస్తారు. దే బ్రింగ్ ద క్యాపిటల్ ఫ్రమ్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ ద బ్యాంక్స్ ఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ ప్రైవేట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్, ప్రైవేట్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఆర్ with their own savings. Okay, from these all things they will contribute the capital for the business. And also there are the risk takers. Whatever the risk involved in the business, they will take the total risk, they will take the total responsibility. Why? Because when a business is started, okay, when a business is started, it is not necessary it will gain the profit always. ఒక బిజినెస్ వ్యాపారం అనేది మొదలుపెట్టినప్పుడు మనం 100 కి 100% గ్యారెంటీ ఇవ్వలేము. అది 100% సక్సెస్ అవుతుందని. అది ఎందుకంటే దిస్ బిజినెస్ ఈజ్ ఆపరేటింగ్ ఇన్ ద సొసైటీ, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఫంక్షనింగ్ ఇన్ ద సొసైటీ. సో బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ద సొసైటీ రెస్పాన్స్, yes, based on the society response మీద డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి we can't say the business what you are started is 100% secure business. We can't say it is 100% secure business. Whether the business may be totally collapse or the business may reach to the peaks means to the heights, or the business can be run in a normal way. We don't know exactly, because it is functioning in the society, it is operating in the society. So there is 50-50 chances of success of business and failure of the business. So we can't give 100% guarantee that the business will be 100% successful, because it depending upon the society. So owners are the contribute to the capital. The owners will contribute the capital, and there are the risk takers of the words. Regular and fair returns on the capital. Regular and fair returns. Regular means daily. Regular అంటే periodical గా కావచ్చు, అంటే monthly కావచ్చు, లేదా weekly కావచ్చు. ఓకే, fortnightly కావచ్చు. Fortnightly means 15 days ఒకసారి. ఇలా regular and fair returns. Fair అంటే నిజాయితీగా. Fair returns on the capital. వాళ్ళు తెచ్చిన క్యాపిటల్ మీద, వాళ్ళు తెచ్చిన ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ అమౌంట్ మీద వాళ్ళకు రిటర్న్స్ అనేవి ఫేర్ గా ఇవ్వాలి. The returns should be given regularly and fairly. Means the shareholders కి ఏ ఫామ్ లో వస్తుంది మేడం రిటర్న్స్ అంటే? it will come in the form of dividend. షేర్హోల్డర్స్ కి రిటర్న్స్ ఏ ఫామ్ లో వస్తాయి? డివిడెండ్ ఫార్మ్స్ లో వస్తాయి. ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ కానివ్వండి, ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ కానివ్వండి, వీళ్ళకు డివిడెండ్స్ అనేవి రిటర్న్స్ రూపంలో వస్తాయి. మరి డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్ కి ఏమొస్తాయి మేడం అంటే వాళ్ళకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వస్తుంది. they will get the interest that you will be going to study in the upcoming classes. మీకు అక్కడ ఫుల్ క్లారిటీ ఉంటుంది. జస్ట్ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఇచ్చింది మీకు. ఓకే, సో towards the owner. Okay, proper utilization of capital, ఇది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. క్యాపిటల్ ని ప్రాపర్ గా యూటిలైజ్ చేయాలి. క్యాపిటల్ అనేది మనీ. సో మనీ చేతిలో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు లైక్ ఇన్వెస్టింగ్ ఆన్ హార్స్ రేసెస్, గుర్రపు పందాలు, వాట్ వి సే హార్స్ రేసెస్ అంటారు. సో గుర్రాలు రేసింగ్ ఉంటుంది కదా, దాని మీద ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయడం, లేదా ప్లేయింగ్ కార్డ్స్, జోకర్, క్వీన్, కింగ్ అని సంథింగ్ ఉంటాయి అవి. సో దాని మీద ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయడాలు, లేదా డూయింగ్ సమ్ ఇల్లీగల్ యాక్టివిటీస్. ఓకే, డ్రగ్స్ కొనడం, ఇంకెవరికైనా అమ్మడం, ఇలాంటి ఇల్లీగల్ థింగ్స్ చేయొద్దు. ప్రాపర్ గా యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవాలి ఆ క్యాపిటల్ ని. దెన్ ఓన్లీ యూ కెన్ బి స్టాండ్ ఇన్ ద కాంపిటేటివ్ మార్కెట్. బిజినెస్ అనేది ఎలాంటిదంటే బయట మొత్తం కాంపిటేటర్స్ చాలా మంది ఉంటారు. సో బిజినెస్ లో కాంపిటేటర్స్ ఎక్కువ మంది ఉంటారు కాబట్టి ఆ రిసోర్సెస్ ని ప్రాపర్ గా యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవాలి. ద రిసోర్సెస్ వాట్ ఎవర్ అవైలబుల్, those resources of capital should be utilized properly. That is about the responsibilities towards the owner. That is the responsibility of the business. Let us move to next topic. Responsibility towards the employees. You know, employment is a agreement part. Formal చదువుకున్నారు మీరు. Employment అంటే ఏంటి? Employment is an agreement between the two persons. Yes, employee and employer. Employee అంటే ఎవరు? నేను అని చెప్పాను. Employer అంటే ఎవరు? Principals are employer. So employer మధ్యలో it is an agreement, it is a contract. So responsibilities towards the employees. So business లో వర్క్ చేస్తున్న ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి whatever the responsibilities are there for the business కి ఎలాంటి రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి, అక్కడ పని చేస్తున్న వాళ్ళకి ఎలాంటి సేవలు అందించాలి బిజినెస్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు చదువుకుందాం. టైం, రెగ్యులర్ అండ్ ఫేర్ పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ సాలరీ అండ్ వేజెస్. వాట్ యు ఆర్ సేయింగ్? టైం, రెగ్యులర్ అండ్ ఫేర్ పేమెంట్. ఫేర్ పేమెంట్ అంటే ట్రూత్ పేమెంట్, కరెక్ట్ పేమెంట్ చేయాలి. టైం ఆన్ కరెక్ట్ టైం, ఆన్ రెగ్యులర్లీ, మంత్లీ కావచ్చు, లేదా ఫోర్నైట్ కావచ్చు, డైలీ కావచ్చు, వీక్లీ కావచ్చు, ఏది ఉందో మీ మధ్యలో కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఆ ప్రకారం టైమ్లీ, రెగ్యులర్లీ అండ్ ఫేర్ పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ సాలరీ అండ్ వేజెస్. పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ వాట్? పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ సాలరీ అండ్ వేజెస్. సాలరీ అండ్ వేజెస్ ని ఆన్ టైం పే చేయాలి ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి. బికాస్ వెన్ ద ఎంప్లాయీ గెట్స్ సాటిస్ఫైడ్, అల్టిమేట్లీ ద బిజినెస్ విల్ బి డెవలప్. ఓకే, బిజినెస్ ఎలా డెవలప్ అవుతుందంటే విత్ ద సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఎంప్లాయీ సాటిస్ఫై అయితేనే ఓవర్ టైం చేస్తాడు, ఇంకా హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేస్తాడు, బిజినెస్ ని హైట్స్ లోకి తీసుకెళ్తాడు. ఇఫ్ ద ఎంప్లాయీ ఇస్ నాట్ సాటిస్ఫైడ్ దెన్ ఇట్ విల్ బికమ్ వెరీ ప్రాబ్లమాటిక్. ఓకే, ప్రాపర్ వర్కింగ్ కండిషన్స్. ద వర్కింగ్ కండిషన్ షుడ్ బి ప్రాపర్. సో అక్కడ పని చేసే వాళ్ళకు ప్రాపర్ వర్కింగ్ కండిషన్స్ ఉండాలి. సో ఓవర్ టైం చేసే వాళ్ళకి, నైట్ షిఫ్ట్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి డే టైంలో రెస్ట్ ఇవ్వాలి, డే టైం వర్క్ చేసే వాళ్ళకి నైట్ టైంలో రెస్ట్ ఇవ్వాలి. సో దీస్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాపర్ వర్కింగ్ కండిషన్స్ అనేవి ఉండాలి. వర్కింగ్ కండిషన్స్ బేసిక్ నీడ్స్ ని అటెండ్ చేసేటట్టు ఉండాలి. సో అలాంటివి ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలి. ఆపర్చునిటీ ఫర్ బెటర్ కెరియర్ ప్రాస్పెక్ట్స్. sometimes business లో the employees should be sent for training, or sometimes they should be sent for workshops, how to use new technology, how to use new upcoming updated versions. ఇవన్నీ ఎట్లా యూజ్ చేయాలని కొన్నిసార్లు వాళ్ళ కెరియర్, బెటర్ కెరియర్ ప్రాస్పెక్ట్, వాళ్ళ కెరియర్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం వాళ్ళని ట్రైనింగ్స్ కి, వర్క్షాప్స్ కి ఇలా వాళ్ళకి పంపిస్తుంటే they got the best opportunities, they can get the promotions in the business. ఆ బిజినెస్ లోనే వాళ్ళకు ప్రమోషన్స్ వచ్చే అవకాశాలు ఉంటాయి. సో they have to send for better career prospects. Okay, next, job and social responsibility. The business should have to provide job and social responsibility for its employees. Job and social responsibility అంటే ఏంటి మేడం అంటే PF, provident fund. అంటే provident fund అంటే if you getting a salary, okay, if you getting just rub it ma both side ఉండేదు. See, ఇన్సూరెన్స్, లైఫ్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్, LIC, ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఇన్ కేస్ మిడిల్ లో చనిపోయారు అనుకోండి LIC కి కూడా డిడక్షన్స్ చేస్తారు. ఇప్పుడు 50,000 2000 పిఎఫ్ కటింగ్ పోయింది. రిమైనింగ్ దేనికి LIC కటింగ్ ఎంత చేస్తారు మన ఇష్టం. LIC కటింగ్ అనేది మన ఇష్టం, పిఎఫ్ కటింగ్ కూడా మన ఇష్టమే ఉంటుంది. సో మళ్ళీ 2000 చేపిస్తున్నాను అనుకోండి నేనే, LIC కటింగ్ 2000 రూపీస్ పర్ మంత్. LIC ఏంటంటే పర్టికులర్ పీరియడ్ తర్వాత అమౌంట్ అనేది వాళ్ళు కొద్దిగా ఎక్సెస్ అమౌంట్ ఇస్తారు. ఎక్సెస్ అమౌంట్ ఎందుకు ఇస్తారంటే ఈ మనం ఎవ్రీ మంత్ కట్ చేసిన అమౌంట్ వాళ్ళు తీసుకుపోయి ఎక్కడైనా ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసి ఆ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసిన దాని మీద మనకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వస్తుంది కదా, ప్రాఫిట్స్ వస్తాయి కదా వాళ్ళకు, దాన్ని మనకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రూపంలో చేసి అడిషనల్ ఎక్సెస్ అమౌంట్ వస్తుంది LIC. ఇది కూడా రిటైర్మెంట్ టైంలో వస్తుంది లేదా మిడిల్ ఆఫ్ ద సర్వీస్ అంటే జాబ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మిడిల్ లోనే తీసుకోవచ్చు. దిస్ ఇస్ ఆప్షనల్. కానీ పిఎఫ్ మాత్రం మనకు రిటైర్మెంట్ టైంలో హ్యూజ్ అమౌంట్ ఇస్తారు. LIC అమౌంట్ కూడా హ్యూజ్ అమౌంట్. ఓకే, సో ఇవన్నీ ఏంటంటే ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి ఉండే బెనిఫిట్స్ అన్నట్టు. సో ఇలాంటి జాబ్ అండ్ సోషల్ సెక్యూరిటీ అంటే జాబ్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఉంది, దాంతో పాటు సోషల్ సెక్యూరిటీ కూడా ఉంది. ఇన్ కేస్ ఎంప్లాయీ చనిపోయినా కానీ ఆ ఎంప్లాయీ ఫ్యామిలీకి కట్ అయిన అమౌంట్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, ఇవన్నీ వస్తాయి. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద జాబ్ సెక్యూరిటీ. ఇవి కూడా బిజినెస్ వాళ్ళ ఎంప్లాయీస్ కి ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలి. Then let us see what are the responsibilities towards the society. Suppliers. Suppliers పరంగా బిజినెస్ ఉన్న సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఏంటి? Giving qualitative goods at reasonable price. సో బిజినెస్ లో తయారైన వస్తువులు ఏ ఉంటాయో ఆ గూడ్స్ ని క్వాలిటేటివ్ గూడ్స్ ని ఇవ్వాలి. క్వాలిటీ ఉన్న గూడ్స్ ని రీజనబుల్ ప్రైస్ కి ఇవ్వాలి. ఎక్కువ ప్రైస్ కి కూడా ఇవ్వద్దు, మరి రీజనబుల్ గా ఉండాలి ప్రైస్ అనేది. సప్లయర్స్ కి ఎట్లా కన్స్యూమర్ కావచ్చు కాకపోవచ్చు, మనం ఖచ్చితంగా చెప్పలేం. ఒక మనిషి ఒక వస్తువు కొంటున్నాడంటే అతనే ఉపయోగిస్తుందా లేదా వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో వాళ్ళ కోసం కొనడం మనం చెప్పలేం కదా. సో కన్స్యూమర్ వేరు, కస్టమర్ వేరు. కస్టమర్ అంటే షాప్ వచ్చి కొనేటోడు, కన్స్యూమర్ అంటే దాన్ని యూస్ చేసేటోడిని కన్స్యూమర్ అంటాము. సో గివింగ్ క్వాలిటేటివ్ గూడ్స్ అట్ ఎ రీజనబుల్ ప్రైస్. సో మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్ హోల్సేలర్ కి రీజనబుల్ ప్రైస్ కమ్మాలి, హోల్సేలర్ రిటైలర్ కి రీజనబుల్ ప్రైస్ కమ్మాలి, రిటైలర్ కస్టమర్ కి రీజనబుల్ ప్రైస్ కి అమ్మాలి. ఇదంతా ఒక చైన్ లా ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ డీలింగ్ ఆన్ ఫేర్ రిటర్న్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్. ఫేర్ రిటర్న్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్. ఇప్పుడు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్ దగ్గర నుంచి హోల్సేలర్ కి వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఒకవేళ హోల్సేలర్ దగ్గర ఆ టైంలో మనీ లేదు, సో క్రెడిట్ సేల్స్ జరిగినాయి అనుకోండి. క్రెడిట్ సేల్ ఎవరు చేసిండ్రు? మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ క్రెడిట్ బేస్ మీద అమ్మిండు. క్రెడిట్ బేస్ మీద మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ హోల్సేలర్ కి అమ్మిండు. అలా అమ్మినప్పుడు కూడా టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్ ఏముంటాయో, అంటే ఈ టైంకి పే చేస్తాను, ఈ రోజు పే చేస్తాను, ఆన్ దిస్ డేట్, ఆన్ దిస్ టైం అని ప్రామిస్ ఉంటాయి కదా, అది కరెక్ట్ గా ఫేర్ గా చేయాలి, లేకపోతే వ్యాపారం అనేది ముందుకి వెళ్ళదు. టైమ్లీ పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ డ్యూస్. అదే డ్యూస్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే దాన్ని కరెక్ట్ టైంలో పే చేయాలి. దట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో ద రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్ టువర్డ్స్ ద సప్లయర్స్. ఈవెన్ బిజినెస్ కూడా సప్లయర్స్ కి ఏమైనా బాకీ అంటే రా మెటీరియల్ సప్లై చేస్తారు కదా, కొంతమంది రా మెటీరియల్ కూడా మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ కి సప్లై చేస్తారు. అప్పుడు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ బిజినెస్ దగ్గర మనీ లేకపోతే ఒకవేళ బిజినెస్ క్రెడిట్ పర్చేసెస్ చేసిందనుకోండి, బిజినెస్ క్రెడిట్ పర్చేస్ చేసిందనుకోండి, అలాంటప్పుడు కూడా ఒకవేళ బిజినెస్ క్రెడిట్ పర్చేస్ చేస్తే కూడా ఏం చేయాలి? ఆ టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్ ప్రకారం పేమెంట్ అనేది చేసేయాలి. తర్వాత గవర్నమెంట్ ఏమున్నాయి? సెట్టింగ్ యూనిట్స్ యాజ్ పర్ గైడ్లైన్స్ ఆఫ్ గవర్నమెంట్. బిజినెస్ స్టార్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు సెటన్ గవర్నమెంట్ రూల్స్ అండ్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ రూల్స్ అండ్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్ ప్రకారం ఆ బిజినెస్ అనేది సెటప్ చేయాలి. అంతేగాని నేను ఒక బిజినెస్ స్టార్ట్ చేసిన మొత్తం బ్లాక్ మార్కెటింగ్, స్మగ్లింగ్, తర్వాత సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్కహాల్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అమ్ముతున్నాను, దానికి కూడా లైసెన్స్ లేవు, ఇలాంటివి చేస్తే మాత్రం అది ఖచ్చితంగా సొసైటీని హార్మ్ చేసినట్టే అవుతుంది. పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ డ్యూటీస్ అండ్ ట్యాక్స్. కస్టమ్స్ డ్యూటీస్ ఉంటాయి, ఎక్సైజ్ డ్యూటీస్ ఉంటాయి. సో ఆ డ్యూటీస్ అండ్ ట్యాక్సెస్ అనేవి ఆన్ టైం పే చేయాలి. మున్సిపల్ ట్యాక్స్ ఉంటుంది, వాటర్ ట్యాక్స్ ఉంటుంది, అండ్ ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ బిల్స్ కానివ్వండి. తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు వ్యాట్ వచ్చింది, వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ వ్యాట్ అంట, జిఎస్టీ వచ్చింది, గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీస్ ట్యాక్స్. ఇవన్నీ ఆన్ టైం అనేది పే చేయాలి. ఎవరు? బిజినెస్ గవర్నమెంట్ కి పే చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే నేను ప్రీవియస్ క్లాస్ లో మీకు చెప్పిన ట్యాక్స్ అనేది చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. గవర్నమెంట్ డెవలప్ అవ్వాలంటే ట్యాక్స్ అనేది ఇంపార్టెంట్. మెయిన్ గా అంటారు గవర్నమెంట్ కి ఇన్కమ్ అనేది ఆల్కహాల్ పర్చేస్ చేసిన వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి చాలా ఇన్కమ్ అనేది వస్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే అంతగా తీసుకుంటున్నారు, అంతగా పర్చేస్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో గవర్నమెంట్ గెట్ మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ఇన్కమ్ ఫ్రమ్ దట్ అండ్ సెకండ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ట్యాక్స్. గవర్నమెంట్ ఇన్కమ్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుంది? ఇలాంటి వాటి నుంచి వస్తుంది. సో బిజినెస్ మ్యాన్స్ కి టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ట్యాక్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళకి చాలా లాక్స్ ఆఫ్ రూపీస్ లో ఉంటుంది. జనరల్ గా టీవీలో ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ టైం తెలుసా మీకు? ట్యాక్స్ ఎప్పుడు వేస్తారో? బిజినెస్ కి కూడా ఒక క్యాలెండర్ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, మీకు అకాడమిక్ ఇయర్ క్యాలెండర్ ఎట్లా ఉంటుందో బిజినెస్ క్యాలెండర్ కూడా ఒకటి ఉంటుంది. నేను చెప్తాను ఈ టాపిక్ అయిపోయినాక. needed అవసరం ఉంటుంది. Sometimes the service is needed by the business, so that service is also provided to the customer on time. On time that service should have to be provided. When they have a good service centers, ఇప్పుడు మన మొబైల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, మొబైల్స్ కి కూడా సర్వీస్ సెంటర్స్ ఉంటాయి. సో ఇలా ఉండడం వల్ల మనం అందరం మొబైల్స్ కొంటున్నాం. అదే సర్వీస్ సెంటర్స్ లేదనుకోండి, ఎవరు మనం దాంట్లో ఏ రిపేర్ వచ్చినా ఇక్కడ పోయేటట్టు ఉండదు, తీసి పారేయడమే. సో సర్వీస్ ఆల్సో ఇస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. Respond to the complaints. If the customer give any kind of complaint regarding the product of that particular company or particular business, the business should have to immediately respond on that complaint and take active measures. అంటే తప్పు జరిగింది కదా, ఆ తప్పుని సరిదిద్దుకునేటట్టు యాక్టివ్ మెషర్స్ అంటే ఎలాంటివి చేస్తే మళ్ళీ ఇంకోసారి అలాంటి తప్పు జరగదో అలాంటి యాక్టివ్ మెషర్స్ తీసుకొని వెంటనే రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వాలి. ఇలా ఇవన్నీ చేయడం అనేది బిజినెస్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. ఎందుకంటే బిజినెస్ సొసైటీలో ఉంది కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ చేయాలి, తప్పదు బిజినెస్. నెక్స్ట్ సొసైటీకి ఏం చేయాలో చూడండి. హెల్ప్ వీకర్ అండ్ బ్యాక్వర్డ్ సెక్షన్స్, అంటే రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ విలేజెస్ లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి కూడా బిజినెస్ ఏం చేయాలి, హెల్ప్ చేయాలి. ఎలా హెల్ప్ చేయాలి మేడం అంటే, వాళ్ళకు తగ్గినట్టు అక్కడ చిన్న కిరాణం షాప్స్ పెట్టేసి వాళ్ళ పెద్ద పెద్ద మోర్స్ అవి పెట్టేస్తే వాళ్ళు రాపాపం భయపడతారు ఏంది అని. ఓకే, సో చిన్న చిన్న కిరాణం షాప్స్ పెట్టేసి వాళ్ళ బిజినెస్ లో వాళ్ళు ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తున్న ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అనేవి గూడ్స్ అనేవి వాళ్ళకి అందేటట్టు చూడాలి. అలా చేయడం వల్ల రీజనల్ బ్యాలెన్స్ జరుగుతుంది. రీజనల్ బ్యాలెన్స్ మీన్స్ all regions can be developed. When all regions will be developed, the country will be developed. To generate employment, as the business is expanded, then it will provide employment opportunities to the eligible candidates. To protect the environment, indake cheppunam factories, industries, chemical industries, harmful ivi unte kachithanga avi they should be started at the end of the city or outskirts of the city akkada pettali, endukante it will make the environment totally polluted. To protect the natural resources untai. What are the natural resources? Air, water, like this. Okay, so soil వీటిని కూడా ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉండాలి. ఎందుకంటే we have to give to our upcoming generations. Yes, మనం యూస్ చేసుకొని వెళ్ళిపోయినాం అనుకోండి, మరి మన వచ్చే జనరేషన్ కి మనం ఏమి ఇస్తాం, ఏమి ఇవ్వలేము కదా. సో we have to protect each and every nature resources so that we can give మన పూర్వీకులు మన పేరెంట్స్ మనకి ఎలా మన నేచర్ మనకి ఇచ్చిండ్రో అదే విధంగా మనం కూడా వచ్చే వాళ్ళకి అదే విధంగా నేచర్ని ఇవ్వాలి. ఈ గ్లోబలైజేషన్ ఇవన్నీ తగ్గించుకోవాలి. అండ్ వైల్డ్ లైఫ్ని కూడా ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయాలి. బిజినెస్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ కట్టాలని, బిజినెస్ కంపెనీస్ కట్టేది ఉందని ఫారెస్ట్ ఏరియా మొత్తం కట్ చేసేసి వైల్డ్ యానిమల్స్ని చంపేయడము, తర్వాత అక్కడ పెద్ద పెద్ద బిల్డింగ్స్ ఇవి కట్టేసిన తర్వాత ఏమైతుంది, దెర్ ఈస్ నో వైల్డ్ లైఫ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ పిల్లలు ప్యారెట్ని చూడాలనుకుంటున్నారు అనుకోండి, దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఏ వైల్డ్ యానిమల్, బట్ జస్ట్ ప్యారెట్ని చూడాలనుకుంటున్నారు అనుకోండి, టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లో చూస్తారు ఇది ఒకప్పుడు ఉండే అని మనం చెప్పాల్సి వస్తుంది. అలాంటి పరిస్థితి అనేది వచ్చేస్తుంది. సో వైల్డ్ లైఫ్ని డిస్టర్బ్ చేయొద్దు. ఆల్మోస్ట్ అంటే టైగర్స్ అన్నీ చనిపోతున్నాయంట, చాలా అంతరించిపోయింది టైగర్స్ అనేవి. సో ఇలాంటివి చేయకుండా కొద్దిగా ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్ని కూడా కాపాడాలి. టు ప్రమోట్ స్పోర్ట్స్ అండ్ కల్చర్, సో స్పాన్సర్ చేయాలి. బిజినెసెస్ ఏం చేయాలంటే, వీళ్ళు చాలా బిగ్ బిజినెస్ మ్యాన్స్ కదా, అంబానీస్, ముఖేష్ అంబానీ, అనిల్ అంబానీ ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, మామూలుగా ఐపీఎల్కి దానికి ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేస్తుంటారు. బికాస్ దే ఆర్ ఎంకరేజింగ్ ద స్పోర్ట్స్ అండ్ కల్చరల్ యాక్టివిటీస్. సో ఇప్పుడు సంక్రాంతి అప్పుడు ముగ్గులు కాంపిటీషన్ పెట్టేసి ఏం చేస్తారు, ప్రైజెస్ ఇస్తుంటారు. కొన్ని కంపెనీస్ కొంతమంది ఆఫర్ చేస్తుంటారు, స్పాన్సర్ చేయడం అంటారు దాన్ని. సో స్పాన్సర్ చేయడం అంటే ఆ ఈవెంట్ మొత్తం వాళ్ళ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ వాళ్ళ మనీతోటే మొత్తం ఈవెంట్ అనేది ఆర్గనైజ్ చేస్తారు. సో దట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ యాక్టివిటీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో నీడెడ్ టు డూ బై ద బిజినెస్. మీకు ఏదో చెప్తానని చెప్పాను, వాట్ ఐ టోల్డ్ యూ టు yes to promote sports and culture ని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడం, ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఇక్కడ మనం డిస్కస్ చేసుకున్నాం. సో దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ద రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ టువర్డ్స్ ద ఓనర్, అండ్ దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ద రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ టువర్డ్స్ ద ఎంప్లాయీస్, అండ్ దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ద సప్లయర్స్, గవర్నమెంట్, కస్టమర్స్ అండ్ society. Yes, this is important question. So don't waste the time. As much as time you have, you just go once topic and you just read and practice cheyandi, fast ga raadam ravali. Okay, so all the best, manchiga prepare avvandi.
Good afternoon ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. For the first year's commerce theory part, that is the second chapter, we are dealing with the business activities. Let us know what are the business activities. We know what are the business activities in the previous parts we have discussed. In the first chapter itself we have discussed that economic activities are generally classified into business, employment and profession. In the previous part we have discussed that economic activities are generally classified into three categories. The first part is that business, and the second one is profession, and the third one is employment. There itself we have discussed about these all things. akkade manam veeti gurinchi discuss chesinam. What is business, what is profession, what is employment ani akkade discuss cheyadam jarigindi. But here in this chapter we are going to discuss about all the business activities. Let us see what are those activities. Business activities, the activities undertaken by the business organization. The activities which are undertaken by the business organization. Okay, the activities which are undertaken by the business organization in the course of running its regular operations. Day-to-day operations for gaining the profit. Okay, a business means, it doesn't mean that if you complete one day transaction it is a business. What is a business? The regular activity along with the profit is considered as a business, right? So oka roju oka transaction chesamu, oka amadalu konadalu oka roju chesamu, just purchase sale anedi oka roju chesamu ante అది not the business. That is not at all business. That should be done regularly. మనం ఆల్రెడీ చూసాం బిజినెస్ అంటే ఒక ఫార్మర్ దగ్గర రాము దగ్గర ఒక 5 బఫెలోస్ ఉంటాయి. ఎవ్రీడే హీ సెల్లింగ్ ద మిల్క్ అన్న కాన్సెప్ట్ డిస్కస్ చేసాం. అండ్ ఆల్సో వన్ ఎంప్లాయీ గురించి కూడా డిస్కస్ చేసాం. దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ రెగ్యులర్ యాక్టివిటీ. అతను స్కూటీ అమ్మేస్తాడని చెప్పాను. సో దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ద రెగ్యులర్ యాక్టివిటీ. దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ద బిజినెస్. ఎస్, సో బిజినెస్ మీన్స్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి ఎ రెగ్యులర్ ఆపరేషన్, అంటే రెగ్యులర్ యాక్టివిటీ కావాలి. అండ్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఈస్ ద మెయిన్ మోటివ్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్. మొదటి నుంచి చెప్తుంది అదే నేను. బిజినెస్లో ప్రాఫిట్, లాభాలు అనేవి మన బాడీలో బ్లడ్ ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంటో బిజినెస్కి లాభాలు అనేవి కూడా అంతే ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, సో లెట్ us see what is a business. Business equals to ఇండస్ట్రీ ప్లస్ కామర్స్. బిజినెస్ అంటే ఏంటిది? ఇండస్ట్రీ ప్లస్ కామర్స్. మరి what is a business here? Production and distribution. Business means ప్రొడక్షన్ అండ్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్. ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయడం, తర్వాత దాన్ని డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయడం, వాటిని ఏమంటున్నాం? బిజినెస్ అంటున్నాం. మరి ఇండస్ట్రీ ప్లస్ కామర్స్ అని ఎందుకు రాస్తున్నాం అంటే ఇండస్ట్రీలో ప్రొడక్షన్ జరుగుతుంది, కామర్స్ అంటే డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్. కామర్స్ మీన్స్ distribution of goods and services. Then what is industry madam means? It is a production of goods and services. Production, utpatti. Okay, ఇక్కడ కామర్స్ అనేది డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్. అందుకే ఇక్కడ ఇండస్ట్రీ కింద ప్రొడక్షన్ వచ్చింది, కామర్స్ కింద ట్రేడ్, ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ అంటే ట్రేడ్ జరిగేటప్పుడు ప్లేస్ యొక్క, అంటే ఒక వస్తువు ఒక ప్లేస్లోనే మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ జరుగుతుంది, కానీ దాన్ని డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ డిఫరెంట్ ప్లేసెస్లో చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది. ఎందుకు చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది అంటే మనకు అక్కడ ఏమవుతుందంటే కన్స్యూమర్ అంటే ఎవరు వినియోగించే వారు ఉంటారో వాళ్ళు ఆల్ ఓవర్ ద కంట్రీ ఆల్ ఓవర్ ద స్టేట్స్ ఆల్ ఓవర్ ద రీజియన్ అనేది వాళ్ళు ఎక్స్పాండ్ అయిపోయి ఉంటారు. సో ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు కవర్ దట్ ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, ఆ ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ని కవర్ చేయడానికి కామర్స్లో ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేశారు. ఈ ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ కాన్సెప్ట్ అని ఏంటిదో మనం ఇంకా చాప్టర్ ఫార్వర్డ్ వెళ్తుంటే మనకే అవుతుంది. సో ట్రేడ్ అండ్ ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ కమ్ అండర్ ద కామర్స్. ట్రేడ్ మీన్స్ మీకు తెలుసు ఇంపోర్ట్ అండ్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్. ఒక కంట్రీ డెవలప్ కావాలంటే ఒక కంట్రీలో ఏది ఎక్కువ ఉండాలి, ఇంపోర్టా ఎక్స్పోర్టా? ఖచ్చితంగా ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ అనేది ఎక్కువ ఉండాలి, ఇంపోర్ట్ అనేది తక్కువ ఉండాలి. వేరే దేశాల నుంచి మనము తక్కువ ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి, మన దేశం నుంచి మనం వేరే దేశాలకి ఎక్కువ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేయాలి. అట్లా చేస్తే మన దేశం అనేది అభివృద్ధి, దేర్ విల్ బి ఎకనామికల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఫర్ ద కంట్రీ. సో ఇంపోర్ట్ షుడ్ బి వెరీ లో, import should be low and export should be more from our country. Then only we can bring the economical development, the national development. So what is business? Business is simple. It is a regular activity along with the profit as a main motive. The profit is just like a life and blood for the business. Without this, the business can't be expand. The business can't be survive in the competitive world. Okay? Yes, let us see about the industry. What is industry? Industry is that branch of the business. Industry is that branch of the business that deal with production of goods and services. See, industry is that branch of business which is connected with production of goods and services, which is concerned with production of goods and services. It is third branch of, what is that? It is third branch of business. Industry is third branch of business that will concerned with, అంటే దాంతో సంబంధించింది, దేనితో సంబంధించింది? అది ప్రొడక్షన్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్కి సంబంధించింది. ఏంటిదంటే ఇండస్ట్రీ, ఉత్పత్తికి సంబంధించింది. సో వీ హ్యావ్ 2 types ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ ఇన్ ద ఇండస్ట్రీ. ఇండస్ట్రీలో 2 విధాల గూడ్స్ ఉంటాయి. వీ హ్యావ్ 2 types ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్. ద క్లాసిఫికేషన్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ ఈజ్ జనరల్లీ క్లాసిఫైడ్ ఇంటూ 2 types ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్. One is consumer good and another one is producer good. Producer good is also known as capital good. ప్రొడ్యూసర్ గుడ్నే ఇంకొక పేరుతో పిలవచ్చు. దాన్ని ఏమంటాం మేడం అంటే ప్రొడ్యూసర్ గుడ్ని క్యాపిటల్ గుడ్ అని కూడా అంటాము. బికాస్ ఇట్ ఈస్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు ప్రొడ్యూస్ అనదర్ థింగ్. లెట్ us see what is that. Consumer goods are the goods which are used finally by the consumer, which is finally used by the కన్స్యూమర్ ఎవరు ఉంటాడో అతను ఫైనల్గా యూజ్ చేసుకునే గూడ్స్ని ఏమంటామంటే కన్స్యూమర్ గూడ్స్ అంటాం. ఫైనల్ కన్సెప్షన్ మళ్ళీ దాన్ని ఏదో చేసేది ఉండదు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఫుడ్ గ్రెయిన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, రైస్ ఉంది, ఇంకేమైనా చేస్తామా? ఏం చేయం, వండటమే ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత టెక్స్టైల్స్, క్లాత్స్, వాట్ యూ డూ, యూ విల్ జస్ట్ వేర్, రైట్? సెల్ ఫోన్ ఏం చేస్తారు? వాడుకుంటారు అంతే, దాంతో మళ్ళీ ఇంకేదేదో చేయరు కదా. సో దోస్ గూడ్స్ ఆర్ నోన్ యాజ్ కన్స్యూమర్ గూడ్స్. అండ్ నౌ ప్రొడ్యూసర్ గూడ్స్. విచ్ గూడ్స్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ప్రొడ్యూసర్ గూడ్స్ మీన్స్ బై యూజింగ్ పర్టిక్యులర్ గుడ్, ఒక ఈ గుడ్ని యూజ్ చేస్తూ వేరే గూడ్స్ని తయారు చేస్తే దాన్ని ఏమంటామంటే ప్రొడ్యూసర్ గూడ్స్. అంటే చూడండి, గూడ్స్ యూజ్డ్ బై మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్స్, ఓకే, గూడ్స్ యూజ్డ్ బై మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్స్ ఫర్ ప్రొడ్యూసింగ్ సమ్ అదర్ గూడ్స్, వేరే గూడ్స్ని ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయడానికి ఉపయోగించే గూడ్స్ ఇవి. అర్థమవుతుందా? వేరే వస్తువులని వేరే వాటిని తయారు చేయడానికి ఉపయోగించే గూడ్స్ని ఏమంటున్నామంటే ప్రొడ్యూసర్ గూడ్స్ అంటున్నాం. కన్స్యూమర్ గూడ్స్ అంటే డైరెక్ట్ కన్స్యూమ్ చేయడమే, ఇక దాన్ని ఏం చేసేది ఉండదు. అదే ప్రొడ్యూసర్ గూడ్స్ అంటే అట్లా కాదు. దాన్ని ఏం చేస్తున్నాం మళ్ళీ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్ ఎవరు ఉంటాడో, ఎవరు ఉత్పత్తి చేసేవాడు ఉంటారో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, ఆ గూడ్స్ని యూజ్ చేసుకొని ఇంకొక వస్తువుని తయారు చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మిషనరీ, టూల్స్, ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్, ఇవన్నీ ఏంటివంటే మిషనరీస్ యూజ్ చేసి సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ని తయారు చేయడం, టూల్స్ని యూజ్ చేసి ఇంకో టైప్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ని, ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్ వీటిని యూజ్ చేసి డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ని తయారు చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఎస్, మీకు ప్రీవియస్ క్లాస్లో నేను ఒక విషయం చెప్తానని చెప్పాను, ఆ రోజు చెప్పలేదు. సో ఇప్పుడు చెప్తాను. యాక్చువల్లీ మనకు ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇయర్ అనేది ఉంటుందమ్మా. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ జనరల్లీ మనకు ముందు అవసరం పడుతుంది. సో ముందే చెప్పి పెడుతున్నా. వాట్ ఈస్ దట్ మీన్స్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇయర్ అని మనకు ఒకటి ఉంటుంది కామర్స్ వాళ్ళకి. సో ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇయర్ అనేది అకౌంటింగ్ ఇయర్. ఇది ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇయర్ని ఏమనొచ్చు అంటే అకౌంటింగ్ ఇయర్ అని కూడా అనొచ్చు. ఏంటిది మేడం ఇది అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 12 months. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 12 months ఉంటాయి దీంట్లో. మరి ఎప్పటి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందంటే ఇట్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ 1st April ఆఫ్ పర్టిక్యులర్ ఇయర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2020 1st April 2020కి స్టార్ట్ అయితే అది ఎండ్ ఎప్పుడు అవుతుందంటే 31st March 2021కి ఎండ్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇక్కడ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది, ఇక్కడ ఎండ్ అయిపోతుంది. అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 12 months. Based on these financial year or accounting year, we will prepare the accounts అనేవి దీని ప్రకారమే ప్రిపేర్ చేస్తాం. మనకు వచ్చే చాప్టర్స్లో దీని రిలేటెడ్ కొన్ని టాపిక్స్ ఉన్నాయి, అందుకే చెప్తున్నా. సో ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇయర్ అంటే ఇది. మామూలుగా క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ తీసుకుంటే మనకు క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ వచ్చేసి ఏముంటుంది, క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ మనం న్యూ ఇయర్ సెలబ్రేట్ చేసుకుంటాం కదా. 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020. 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020. మళ్ళీ అక్కడి నుంచి మనకు ఏమవుతుంది 2021 అనేది స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది, అంతే కదా. సో 1st January 2020కి మనకు స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది క్యాలెండర్ అనేది. ఇక్కడ నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది, మళ్ళీ అది ఎండ్ ఎప్పుడైతుంది 31st December 2020కి అది ఎండ్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 12 months. దట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో ద పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 12 months. డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటంటే మంత్స్లో డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంది, తర్వాత ఇయర్స్లో డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. సో 1st April 2020కి స్టార్ట్ అయితే 31st March 2020కి ఎండ్ అయిపోతుంది. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇయర్ ఆర్ అకౌంటింగ్ ఇయర్. దిస్ ఈస్ జనరల్ క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ వాట్ వీ ఫాలో. ఓకే, సో దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ద ఇంట్రడక్షన్ టు ద బిజినెస్ యాక్టివిటీస్. సో బిజినెస్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు ఇండస్ట్రీ ప్లస్ కామర్స్. టుమారో క్లాస్ we will discuss about the types of industries. In the tomorrow class we are going to discuss about the types of industry, which is very interesting concept. Till then, thank you, take care. Good afternoon ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium and the chapter that is business activities part 2. So in the previous part 1 we have discussed about the industry. What is industry, right? So industry is concerned with the production of goods and services. It is concerned with production of goods and services. And also we have discussed about what is commerce. So in this class we are going to discuss about the classification of industries. Let us see in what type the industries are classified. First classification is primary industry. Primary industry means the first industry, the basic industry. The first basic industry, what is that? It is the nature oriented industry. Prakrutiki related ga unde industry. Primary industry is a nature oriented. Nature ante prakruti. Okay, so environment ki Okay, so it is related with the nature. It is related with nature, and it is nature oriented industry which include all kinds of works concerned with, it includes all kinds of works concerned with extraction of natural resources. Extraction ante తీసుకోవడం, ఎక్స్ట్రాక్షన్ అంటే తీసుకోవడం, గుంజుకోవడం, ఎక్స్ట్రాక్షన్ అంటే. ఓకే, సో ఎక్స్ట్రాక్షన్ ఆఫ్ న్యాచురల్ రిసోర్సెస్. ఓకే, they are extracting the natural resources which are God gift. Okay, those natural resources are God gift. Those resources are extracting from earth and sea. Those resources are extracting from earth and sea. So those those industries are known as primary industries. So what are those examples? Agriculture. Okay, agriculture. You will sow the seeds in the soil. విత్తనాలు నాటుతారు, చిన్న చెట్లు అవుతాయి, అవే పెద్ద ట్రీస్ లాగా మారిపోతాయి, ఫ్రూట్స్ ఇస్తాయి, అండ్ ఆల్సో వెజిటేబుల్స్. ఓకే, ఫుడ్ గ్రెయిన్స్ అన్నీ వస్తాయి. తర్వాత ఫార్మింగ్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో సిమిలర్ టు అగ్రికల్చర్. ఫారెస్ట్రీ, సో మెయింటైనింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఫారెస్ట్. ఓకే, ఫారెస్ట్ నుంచి మనకి ఏం లాభాలు ఉన్నాయి? మెడిసిన్స్ వస్తాయి. ఓకే, టొబాకో, హనీ, సో డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాంటేజెస్. పేపర్ కూడా తయారవుతుంది బ్యాంబో స్టిక్స్ తోటి. ఓకే, సో ఫిషింగ్, fishing, what is fishing? So these are the examples of the primary industry. These all are concerned with the nature. ప్రకృతితో రిలేటెడ్ అయి ఉంటాయి ఇవి. సో దీస్ ఆర్ extraction of natural resources. Okay, what is primary industry? What is the function of the primary industry? Means extraction of natural resources from the earth and sea. Okay, from the earth and sea, extraction. Examples are agriculture, farming, forestry, fishing, etc. These are the advantages. Let us see the next industry, that is genetic industry. Genetic industry, what is this genetic industry? Means which are engaged in, genetic industries are those industries which are engaged means involved. Okay, engaged ante involved in reproduction. ప్రొడక్షన్ అంటే ఏంటో మనకు తెలుసు. రీప్రొడక్షన్ అంటే అంతరించిపోయిన వాటిని, అంటే విచ్ హ్యాస్ ఎగ్జాస్టెడ్, విచ్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ నాట్ ప్రెజెంట్ టిల్ నౌ, విచ్ ఆర్ నాట్ ప్రెజెంట్ టిల్. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు లేని వాటిని కొత్తగా తయారు చేస్తాం, అంటే రీప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తాం. అంతరించిపోయిన వాటిని మళ్ళీ రీప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయడం లాంటిది. డైనోసారస్ ఉన్నాయి, అవి అంతరించిపోయినాయి, మళ్ళీ సమ్ కెమికల్ వాట్ వి సే సమ్ బయాలజికల్ ల్యాబ్స్లో మళ్ళీ దాని డిఎన్ఏ ప్యాటర్న్ తీసుకొని మళ్ళీ ఒక ఎనిమల్లో మళ్ళీ ఈ డైనోసారస్ డిఎన్ఏ ప్యాటర్న్ని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేయడం, ఇలాంటివి అన్నట్టు. ఓకే, సో దట్ ఆర్ రిలేటెడ్ విత్ ద బయాలజీ. సో రీప్రొడక్షన్, మళ్ళీ రీప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయడానికి, అండ్ మల్టిప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ సెటన్ స్పీసీస్. కొన్ని స్పీసీస్ని, అంటే రెండు చెట్లు ఉంటాయి, రెండు చెట్లకి డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్యూచర్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ టూ ప్లాంట్స్ని కలిపి ఒక దగ్గర పెట్టినప్పుడు ఇంకొక కొత్త ప్లాంట్ అనేది రావడం జరుగుతుంది. మీన్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ద కాంబినేషన్, మల్టిప్లికేషన్ అంటే ఏంటి? జనరల్గా ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1 × 2 = 2, రైట్? 1 × 2 = 2 అంటున్నాం, అంటే 1ని 2తో ఇంటూ అంటే కలుపుతూ మనము మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే మనకు 2 వచ్చింది. అదేవిధంగా ఒక స్పీసీస్ని ఇంకో స్పీసీస్తో ఇంటూ చేస్తే మనకు ఇంకో కొత్త స్పీసీస్ అనేది రావడం జరుగుతుంది. జెనెటిక్. ఓకే, జెనెటిక్ అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ రీప్రొడ్యూసింగ్ ఆర్ మల్టిప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ సెటన్ స్పీసీస్. మరి దేని స్పీసీస్ మేడం అవి అంటే ప్లాంట్స్ ఆర్ ఎనిమల్స్. ప్లాంట్ స్పీసీస్ కావచ్చు, ఎనిమల్ స్పీసీస్ కావచ్చు, సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ వైరసెస్ కూడా క్రియేట్ చేయవచ్చు బై జెనెటిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ద్వారా. జస్ట్ లైక్ కరోనా వైరస్. ఓకే, కోవిడ్-19 ఇట్ ఈస్ కొంతమంది ఏమంటున్నారు, అది చైనాలో ఒక ల్యాబ్లో ఆ వైరస్ని ఒక ట్యూబ్లో తయారు చేసి పెట్టిండ్రు. ఆ ట్యూబ్ బాటిల్ క్యాప్ అనేది కొద్దిగా ఓపెన్ కావడంతో ఆ వైరస్ కొంచెమే బయటికి వచ్చింది, దాని ఇంపాక్ట్ ఇంత ఉంది అనేది కొంతమంది చెప్తున్నారు. కొంతమంది ఏమంటున్నారు, పాములు తినడం వల్ల చైనా వాళ్ళు వచ్చింది అంటున్నారు. సో దెర్ ఈస్ డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూస్. Different peoples are saying different things. We don't know exactly what happened. So genetic industry means simply gurtupettukondi, it is a reproduction and multiplication of certain species. Reproduction and multiplication of species of plant and animals with the objective of sale and earn profit. With the objective of సేల్ అండ్ ఎర్న్ ప్రాఫిట్. దాన్ని అమ్మి అంటే ఆ రీప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసిన వాటిని అమ్మి దాంతో ప్రాఫిట్ కూడా గెయిన్ చేసుకుంటారు. అది ఏంటిది మేడం, అది ఎట్లా అంటే ఇఫ్ దెర్ ఈజ్ వన్ ప్లాంట్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ దిస్ ఈజ్ వన్ ప్లాంట్ అండ్ వన్ మోర్ ప్లాంట్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ దిస్ టూ ఆర్ డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్లాంట్స్. ఓకే, ఇఫ్ ఐ విల్ జాయిన్ దీస్ టూ ప్లాంట్స్, న్యూ ప్లాంట్ విల్ బి టేకెన్ ప్లేస్ బిట్వీన్ దీస్ టూ. వీళ్ళిద్దరి మధ్యలో ఇంకొక కొత్త ప్లాంట్ వస్తుంది. So that plant will be sale in the market and they will get new profit. They will get profit by selling those type of plants. And also new type of science is coming back out. Okay, new type of science is coming out. So that is the objective of the genetic industry. Example, plant nurseries. Nurseries, we know nurseries means the place where we have different types of plants. చిన్న చిన్న బేబీ ప్లాంట్స్ అన్నీ ఒక దగ్గర అమ్ముతుంటారు. బయట ఎక్కడైనా బయట ఇట్లా ఫుట్పాత్ మీద కానీ లేదా ఒక చిన్న షాప్లో అయినా కానీ అట్లా అమ్ముతూ ఉంటారు. సో దోస్ ఆర్ ప్లాంట్ నర్సరీస్ అంటాం. తర్వాత పౌల్ట్రీ అంటే ఈ వాట్ వి సే చికెన్ ఉంటుంది కదా, బాయిలర్ పౌల్ట్రీ ఫారమ్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా అవి. అండ్ ఆల్సో క్యాటిల్ బ్రీడింగ్ అంటే గోట్స్, షీప్స్, బెఫెలోస్ వీటిని పెంచడం, హెన్స్ వీటిని పెంచడాన్ని మనం క్యాటిల్ బ్రీడింగ్ అంటాం. సో దీస్ ఆల్ ఆర్ ద కమ్ అండర్ ద జెనెటిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. Okay, that is concerned with reproduction and multiplication of certain species. Next, extractive industry. Extractive, in the name itself there is there, name lone undi meaning extracting from the surface of the earth and sea. The extraction of raw material. What this extractive industry will do? It will extract the raw material from soil, air, water used by the industries to produce finished product. By extracting those materials from the soil, air and water, the industries can produce the finished product, the final product. Finished product ante entidi final, last product. They can produce the last product. Okay, example, coal, minerals, oil industry, etc. These are the extractive industries. Coal minings untai, Singareni coal mines. Yes, సో వాట్ దే డూ, అక్కడ బొగ్గుని మొత్తం ఏం చేస్తుంటారు, మైనింగ్ అంటే ఏంటిదన్నా డిగ్గింగ్, డీప్ లేయర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎర్త్ని ఏం చేయాలి, డిగ్ చేయడం అంటే వాట్ వి సే డిగ్గింగ్ మీన్స్ ప్లగ్గింగ్ లాంటిది డిగ్ చేయడం అంటే. ఎస్, మినరల్స్ కూడా మామూలుగా మనకు పైన దొరకవు ఎర్త్ మీద. ఓకే, సాయిల్ మీద పైన దొరకవు. మనం లోపలికి వెళ్తుంటే మనకు డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ మినరల్స్ అనేవి దొరుకుతాయి. ఆయిల్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. సో ఆయిల్ ఇండస్ట్రీలో కూడా ఆయిల్ సీడ్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సన్ఫ్లవర్ సీడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, దాన్ని తీసేసుకొని ఆ సీడ్స్ని సమ్ మిషన్లో వేసి ఇఫ్ దే డూ సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ processing, then only we get the sunflower oil. So there are different types of industries that are connected with the extractive industries. So this is about the extractive industries. Means simply we can say that extracting of raw material from the soil, air, water and preparing the finished good by the industries. Preparing the finished good by the industries, that is extractive industry. Let us move on to the manufacturing industry. This manufacturing industry is broadly classified into how many? 4 categories again. See, let us know first of all what is this manufacturing industry. Manufacturing industry transforming the raw material into finished good with the help of machines and manpower. With the help of machines and manpower. It is also similar to the extractive industry. ఎక్స్ట్రాక్టివ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎట్లా ఉందో అట్లనే, కానీ ఇక్కడ మనం ఎక్స్ట్రాక్షన్ మాత్రమే చేస్తున్నాం. కోల్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ రా మెటీరియల్, మినరల్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ రా మెటీరియల్, ఆయిల్ ఇండస్ట్రీ దాంట్లో సీడ్స్, ఆయిల్ సీడ్స్ యూస్ చేసేవి రా మెటీరియల్. బట్ ఇన్ ద మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఓకే ఇట్ ఈస్ అ ట్రాన్స్ఫార్మింగ్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ట్రాన్స్ఫార్మ్ ఫ్రమ్ రా మెటీరియల్ స్టేజ్ టు ఫినిష్డ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ స్టేజ్కి ట్రాన్స్ఫార్మ్ చేస్తున్నాం. raw material stage to finished product with the help of machines and manpower. Manpower means human power. Okay, with the help of machines and manpower we are converting the raw material into finished goods, that is manufacturing industries. Let us know the examples. Textile industry, sugar industry, paper industry, okay, next chemical industries. These all are the examples of manufacturing industries. Textile, battalu, cloth. How you will get the cloth? By collecting the cotton, and afterwards you have to do number of we have here example cotton passes through spinning. Spinning means the cotton has to be made in the form of thread రూపంలో తీసుకురావాలి. తర్వాత weaving మీన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు వీవ్ ఇట్, ఇట్లా వీవింగ్ చేస్తుంటారు, దారం అంతా ఒక దగ్గరికి తీసుకొస్తుంటారు. తర్వాత డ్రైయింగ్ మీన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు మొత్తం క్లాత్ మొత్తం దగ్గరికి తీసుకొచ్చినాక మళ్ళీ ఏం చేస్తారు, దానికి సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ కలర్స్ అలాంటివి పెడతారు. బ్లీచింగ్, దట్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో వన్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ బ్లీచింగ్, అంటే దేంట్లో లిక్విడ్లో దాన్ని డిప్ చేస్తారు. అండ్ ప్రింటింగ్ మీన్స్ సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ డిజైన్స్ అలాంటివి వేయడం. సో ఆ ప్రాసెస్ మొత్తం కంప్లీట్ అయినాకే మనకు టెక్స్టైల్ అనేది వస్తుంది. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ రిలేటెడ్ విత్ ద మిషన్స్. ఎస్, it required machineries and manpower, both are required for the manufacturing industry. In the same way sugar also, in the 10th class I think in chemistry or physics you having the sugar process, how you will get the sugar. Yes, మొలాసిస్ ఉంటుంది, దాన్ని తీసి పారేస్తాం. ఓకే, షుగర్ కేన్ నుంచి షుగర్ వస్తుంది. అట్ ద ప్రాసెస్, ఆ ప్రాసెస్ జరిగేటప్పుడు మొలాసిస్ అని సమ్ వేస్ట్ మెటీరియల్ వస్తుంది. ఓకే, దస్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ రిలేటెడ్ విత్ ఫిజిక్స్. కెమిస్ట్రీ, ఐ థింక్ కెమిస్ట్రీలో ఉంటుంది అనుకుంటా. తర్వాత పేపర్, preparation of paper and some types of chemicals. This all required machine along with the manpower. Okay, let us know one by one what are come under the category of manufacturing industry. Manufacturing industry lo ఏమేమి వస్తాయో one by one category 4 ఉన్నాయి, చూద్దాం. Analytical industry. Analytical industry, what is that? Basic raw material broken into several useful materials. Basic raw material ఏది ఉంటుందో బేసికల్గా రా మెటీరియల్, దాన్ని సెవరల్ యూస్ఫుల్ మెటీరియల్స్, దోస్ ఆర్ బ్రోకెన్ ఇంటూ సెవరల్ యూస్ఫుల్ మెటీరియల్స్. ఓకే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ దెర్ ఈస్ ఎ క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్ అంటే దాంట్లో పెట్రోలియం అండ్ అదర్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ కిరోసిన్ ఇవన్నీ కలిసి ఉంటాయి. క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్ మీన్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ మిక్చర్ ఆఫ్ ఆయిల్స్. ఓకే, క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్. సో క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్ని ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ రా మెటీరియల్. అది క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్ అనేది మనకు బేసిక్ రా మెటీరియల్. ఓకే, క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్ అనేది బేసిక్ రా మెటీరియల్. రిఫైన్డ్ అండ్ సెవరల్ పెట్రోలియం ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఆర్ ఆబ్టైన్డ్. సెవరల్, ఇక్కడ చూడండి, సెవరల్ యూస్ఫుల్ మెటల్స్ అనేవి వస్తాయి, సెవరల్ యూస్ఫుల్ మెటీరియల్స్ అనేవి వస్తున్నాయి. అంటే ఈ క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్ని రిఫైన్ చేయడం ద్వారా వి గెట్ ద సెవరల్ పెట్రోలియం ప్రోడక్ట్స్. వాట్ వి ఆర్ గెట్టింగ్? సెవరల్ పెట్రోలియం ప్రోడక్ట్స్. కిరోసిన్, పెట్రోలియం, ఇంకా చాలా ఉంటాయి, డీజిల్, ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఈ క్రూడ్ ఆయిల్ నుంచి సపరేట్ చేస్తుండగా when you are separating or when you are breaking that raw material, you are getting different types of materials. That is analytical industry. Analytical industry means from basic raw material, separation of number of items from that particular raw material. ఒక పర్టికులర్ రా మెటీరియల్లో నుంచి నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఐటమ్స్ని సపరేట్ చేసేస్తున్నాం దాంట్లో ఉన్న వాటిని. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ సింథటిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. సింథటిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ అంటే ఏంటిది మరి? లెట్ us see. Produce new products synthetic industry are those industry that will produce the new product by mixing two or more materials. By mixing two or more materials. Example, cosmetics, soaps. Okay, these are the examples of the synthetic industry. అంటే ఒక ప్రోడక్ట్, ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు ప్రిపేర్ ఏ న్యూ ప్రోడక్ట్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ యూ వాంట్ టు ప్రిపేర్ సమ్ ఫేస్ క్రీమ్. ఓకే, ఫేస్ క్రీమ్, then you have to mix some types of other creams also. For example, you want to prepare a lotion, body lotion for winter season, then you have to take some example. I am saying don't do this, aloe vera gel, and afterwards some coconut oil, and after what is that, some type of moisture things, these two. Okay, నాకంత పెద్దగా తెలియదు, తెలిసినంత వరకు చెప్తున్నా. I don't use any cosmetics. So what is that aloe vera gel, and after this coconut oil, both are mixed, both are heated for a few minutes, and after that when it is cooled, చల్లబడ్డాక you are applying to the skin during the winter. This will keep some moisture. So like this means it will mix up చేయడం అన్నట్టు. two or more materials, ఒకటి కన్నా రెండిటి కన్నా ఎక్కువ అన్నట్టు. ఓకే, రెండిటి కన్నా ఎక్కువ. ఇప్పుడు నేను చూడండి మీకు ఒక లోషన్ గురించి చెప్పాను. ఏ లోషన్? జస్ట్ మాయిశ్చర్ లోషన్ గురించి. కోకోనట్ ఆయిల్ ఈజ్ వన్ మెటీరియల్ అండ్ అలోవెరా జెల్ ఈజ్ వన్ మెటీరియల్. సో టూ మెటీరియల్స్, అట్లీస్ట్ టూ మెటీరియల్స్ మిక్సప్ చేసి ఒక కొత్త ప్రోడక్ట్ని క్రియేట్ చేస్తే దాన్ని సింథటిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ అంటాం. ఓకే, సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఆఫ్ సింథటిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. కాస్మెటిక్స్, సోప్స్, సమ్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ కెమికల్స్ కూడా యూజ్ చేసి, సమ్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ శానిటైజర్ బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. శానిటైజర్ అనేది చూడండి, ఆల్కహాల్ ఇంకా సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ సంథింగ్ కెమిస్ట్రీ రిలేటెడ్ కెమికల్స్ కలిపేస్తే దానికి జర్మ్ కిల్లింగ్ కెపాసిటీ అనేది ఏర్పడుతుంది. సో శానిటైజర్స్ ఆర్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఫర్ ద సింథటిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. ఓకే, ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ మీన్స్ ఇట్ షుడ్ హ్యావ్ ద ప్రాసెస్ ఉండాలి. ఇక్కడ మెటీరియల్ ఈజ్ ప్రాసెస్డ్ త్రూ, మెటీరియల్ అనేది ప్రాసెస్డ్ అవుతుంది. వేరియస్ స్టేజెస్, the material is processed through various stages for production of final product. For the production of final product production కోసం ఆ మెటీరియల్ ఏది ఉంటుందో రా మెటీరియల్ డిఫరెంట్ స్టేజెస్ని క్రాస్ అయ్యి రావాలి. ఓకే, ఒక రా మెటీరియల్ ఉంది, అది ఒక ఫినిష్డ్ ప్రోడక్ట్గా రావాలి. ఆ రా మెటీరియల్ ఈ ఫినిష్డ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ స్టేజ్ వరకు రావాలంటే ఇట్ హ్యాస్ టు go to number of process, it has to travel to number of stages ఉంటాయి. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూద్దాం. కాటన్ అనేది ఎట్లా వస్తుంది? ఫస్ట్ పత్తి ఏరుతారు కదా, సో ఫస్ట్ కాటన్ సీడ్స్ అనేది సాయిల్లో సీడ్స్ అనేవి పెట్టాలి, సాయిల్లో సీడ్స్ అనేవి చేస్తాం, సీడింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ అవుతుంది. ఆఫ్టర్ సీడింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ ద స్మాల్ ప్లాంట్ విల్ బి కమ్, అండ్ టు దట్ ప్లాంట్ వి గెట్ ద కాటన్ వస్తుంది. కాటన్ ఏం చేస్తాం? ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసుకుంటాం, ప్లాంట్ నుంచి తీసేసుకున్నాక ఏం చేస్తాం? దాన్ని తీసుకుపోయి సమ్ ఇండస్ట్రీకి ఇచ్చేస్తాం, కాటన్ ఇచ్చేస్తాం. ఇచ్చినాక వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు? దే స్టార్ట్ స్పిన్నింగ్ మీన్స్ స్లోలీ దే మేక్ దట్ కాటన్ కన్వర్టెడ్ ఇంటూ, ఫస్ట్ దాన్ని బాగా దులిపేసి ఆ కాటన్ని స్పిన్నింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ మీన్స్ ప్రిపేరింగ్ ద థ్రెడ్, కాటన్ థ్రెడ్ ప్రిపేర్ చేస్తారు. వీవింగ్ అంటే క్లాత్ ప్రాసెస్ అనేది స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందో మిషన్ ఉంటుంది, ఇట్లా అంటుంటారు, మీరు చూసే ఉంటారు. డ్రైయింగ్ అంటే సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ దాంట్లో డ్రై చేయడం. తర్వాత బ్లీచింగ్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాసెస్. ప్రింటింగ్, ఏమైనా డిజైన్స్ కావాలంటే మామూలుగా పోచంపల్లి అది అని చాలామంది ఇష్టపడుతుంటారు, మెయిన్గా గర్ల్స్, రైట్? సో ఆ మోడల్కి చాలా మనం అట్రాక్ట్ అవుతుంటాం బికాస్ దట్ ఈస్ హ్యాండ్మేడ్. ఓకే, అవి ఇండస్ట్రీస్లో తయారయ్యేవి కావు, హ్యాండ్మేడ్ కాబట్టి చాలా మనం ప్రిఫర్ చేస్తుంటాం. సో ఈ ప్రాసెస్ మొత్తం అయితేనే మనకు టెక్స్టైల్ అనేది వస్తుంది. టెక్స్టైల్ మీన్స్ క్లాత్స్ వాట్ వీ ఆర్ వేరింగ్. సో ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ మీన్స్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాసెస్ ఆర్ దేర్ టు గెట్ ద ఫైనల్ ప్రోడక్ట్. In order to get the final product, we have to cross to the number of process, that is about the process industry. Next, assembling industry. Assembling అంటే ఏంటిది? అర్థం గ్యాదర్ చేసుకోవడం, అన్నిటినీ ఒక దగ్గరికి తీసుకురావడం, మీనింగ్, జనరల్ మీనింగ్. మరి ఇండస్ట్రీ ఏం చేస్తుందో చూద్దాం. మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఆర్ పార్ట్స్ ఆర్ కంబైన్డ్ టుగెదర్. ఉత్పత్తి చేసిన మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ వాట్ యు ఆర్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ కాంపోనెంట్స్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేసిన కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఆర్ పార్ట్స్ ఓకే మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేసిన కాంపోనెంట్స్ కానీ దాని పార్ట్స్ కానీ ఆర్ కంబైన్డ్ టుగెదర్ మెకానికల్లీ ఆర్ కెమికల్లీ those are combined together either mechanically or chemically. They are combining either mechanically or chemically to produce a new product. To produce a new product. To produce a new product. Okay. Manufactured components. Already manufactured అయిపోయిన components లేదా parts. Components అనొచ్చు లేదా parts అనొచ్చు. ఆ పార్ట్స్ అన్నిటిని కంబైన్ చేస్తున్నాం కంబైన్ టుగెదర్ మెకానికల్లీ ఆర్ కెమికల్లీ ఓకే టు ప్రొడ్యూస్ న్యూ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ television means screen okay screen should be manufactured and the sound system should be manufactured and some of the material wires that are also manufactured picture quality video audio clarity for that also they have to manufacture something okay after combining all those things we get one smart TV and afterwards watches for watch number of things are required one belt one watch system numbers and shorthand big hand and also 1 minute's hand so seconds hand these all are required for the watch so those all are manufactured and afterwards those all are combined to produce a new product okay automobiles means generally bikes and cars for that all the parts are manufactured in different places but they are gathered together to produce a final product okay so oka vastuvuni tayar cheyadaniki number of different types of already manufactured chesi unna vastuvulannittini kalipite either mechanically or chemically if you combine those all things to produce a new product then it is known as assembling industry assembling means gathering all the products all the manufactured components or parts okay those industry is known as assembling industry these are some of the this is not the total in the part 3 we will finish we have more 2 types of industries okay service industry those are there we will discuss in the part 3 so this is the part 2 there is a classification of industries primary industry genetic industry extractive industry manufacturing industry is again classified into analytical industry synthetic industry processing industry and assembling industry okay right thank you ma welcome to Alpha Online Education commerce theory part for first years and the second chapter that is business activities we are discussing the classification of industries and this is the continuation of the fifth industry that is construction industry it take up the work of construction so what type of constructions this industry will do buildings construction of buildings bridges roads dams etc canals these all work is undertaken by the industry that is construction industry the construction industry will take up the work of these all types of constructions so goods produced and sold by the construction industry the goods what are being produced and sold by the construction industry set up in one place means those can't be taken to any market those can't be taken to any shop whether it is a wholesaler shop or retailer shop because those are fixed to a particular place because building can we carry the building ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇంకో ప్లేస్ కి తీసుకెళ్ళగలుగుతామా no it is not possible bridges can it is possible no roads dams these all are possible no that's why the goods whatever produced and sold by the construction industries those are fixed to a specific place they are fixed to a particular place that is constructive industry and later service industry this is very most important industry for the development of the nation okay service sector play an important role in the development of the nation. What I am saying, that is only that the service sector is the most important thing for the development of the nation. The nation can be developed with the development of the service industries. So what are fall under the category of the service industry means hotel industry, restaurants, hotels, whatever it there, the providing the food facilities, and some of the hotels are there where you can stay. Yes, and you can also conduct meetings. Those industry is hotel industry. Okay. Banking industry, financial transactions, those also fall under the category of the service industry. And tourism, this is related with the tourist. For example, some person came from Goa నుంచి కొంతమంది వచ్చిండ్రు to Hyderabad. They came to Hyderabad to see the Charminar, Golconda, okay, this Salagium museum. They want to see, they want to visit it. So at the time the tourism department person, one person, tourist, see he will pick up the tourist, if there are celebrities, okay, if there are celebrities who are coming from the Goa, if there are celebrities, then one of the candidate from the tourism department or tourism industry will be sent along with the tourist as a guide, okay, tourist guide laga pampiyadam jarugutundi. So he will show the total Hyderabad city, what are the famous temples and what are the famous places of Hyderabad, okay. And afterwards entertainment industry, cinema halls, okay, entertainment industry means cinema halls and some of the entertainment related programs like magic shows, those are come under the entertainment industries. So this is very important for the development of the nation. It will increase the income of the nation. So these industry, the service industry is also very most important industry, construction industry and service industry. Now let us see about the classification of industry. What is the classification of industry? We will see in this class itself. So what are the, now let us see the classification of industries, how the industries are classified. See, this is only the topic what we have covered in part 2 and part 3. This is the classification of industries. The industries are broadly classified into how many categories? 6 categories. Yes, the industries are classified into 6 categories. One is the primary industry, second one genetic industry, and the third one is extractive industry, fourth manufacturing industry, fifth construction industry, and the sixth one is service industry. Let us see what is the primary industry. Nature oriented, it is completely related with the nature and less human effort. Human effort is very less, it is related with the nature. Whereas come to genetic industry, it is concerned with reproduction and multiplication of plants and animals. Reproduction and multiplication of plants and also animals. Extractive industry, extract the goods from the soil, air, water. It will extracting the goods from soil, air and water. After that, manufacturing industry, we have here transferring of raw material into finished good. The raw material is converting into the finished good with the help of man and machine. With the help of man and machine. Construction of building under the constructive industry, construction of building, bridges, dams, canals, etc. Those are fall under the category of the constructive industry. That is connected with the constructive industry. It is produced and sold in a particular area which is fixed. It can't be variable. Next, service industry, which is very important industry for the development of the nation. That is not engaged in production. It is not engaged in any kind of production of goods or anything, but it is engaged in the service to the nation, to the society. And for example, we can take it as the example of these hotel industries, banking sectors, entertainment industries, tourism industries will fall under the category of the service industries. Let us see the classification of manufacturing industry. The manufacturing industry is broadly classified into again 4 categories. The first category is analytical industry. The first one is analytical industry, analyzing. Synthetic industry, processing industry and assembling industry, means gathering all the things, that is assembling industries. So this is the classification of industries, which is very most important question for the first years in the chapter, that is business activities. Thank you, ma. Do your work as usual. Do your work hard, and also try to practice more writing, and also complete the topics what have been completed. Okay. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter is business activities and the part 4. So in the previous part 3 we have seen about the types of industries, and in the part 4 we are going to discuss about the commerce. Whereas industry is a production of goods and services, in the simple terms we can say commerce as a distribution of goods and services which are produced by the industry. The goods or services which is provided by the industry, those are distributed by the commerce. Those are distributed by the commerce. Let us see what is commerce. The sum total of those process. It is a sum. It is a sum. Means addition of those process which engage in removal of hindrance of person. See, it removes the hindrance of person, place and time in the exchange of commodities. Okay. It removes, what it means it will remove the person, place and time. It means that it removes the difficulties. It removes the difficulties for the customer to buy the product. Okay, it helps by distributing the goods and services to the appropriate customer. It will help the customer by the distribution of goods and services. So this is the definition of the commerce. It is removing the hindrances. What are the hindrances are there? Those are removed by the commerce. Next, importance of commerce. Commerce try to satisfy increasing human wants. As you know, in economics you will study that human wants are unlimited, but the resources are very limited. It means scarcity resources. You have to utilize it optimum. Yes, you have studied that in economics, right? The same thing is here. Commerce try to satisfy increasing human wants. Human wants are unlimited wants. Then the commerce try to satisfy those human wants. How it will try to satisfy? Commerce facilitate the people to satisfy their needs, means varala avasaralu, desires means korikalu, and wants avasaralu. Okay? Yes, by destination, by distribution, by distributing the goods, by distributing the services and exchange of goods and services. Distribution and also exchange of goods and services. Exchange means changing from one hand to another hand with the money. Okay, exchange means changing from one hand to another hand for the money. So commerce helps the people to satisfy their unlimited wants by distributing the goods and services and exchange of goods and services. Exchange means it is connected with the money. Okay, exchange means it is connected with the money. So commerce will try to satisfy all increasing wants of the human beings. Next, commerce helps to increase the standard of living. How it will increase the standard of living means, see, standard of living ante unde vidhanamlo standardness means chala developed way of living annattu. Yes, how the commerce will help and how it will increase, let us see. Commerce helps us to get what we want at the right time. So what we want, what the thing we want, we will get it at the right time with the distribution of the goods. Goods ni distribute చేయడం తోటి కరెక్ట్ టైంకి ఏ వస్తువు కావాలో అది వస్తుంది. అట్ ద రైట్ ప్లేస్, అట్ ద రైట్ ప్లేస్ అండ్ అట్ ద రైట్ ప్రైస్, కరెక్ట్ ప్రైస్కి. See, this is the starting of the winter season. Yes, so this is the time and there is a demand for the sweaters. Yes, so it is the time now. Who are the producers of the sweaters? They have to bring the sweaters into the market, means into particular place. Okay, after that it is a right time to introduce those sweaters into the market, right? And at the right price. The price should be reasonable. Those even middle class person, poor person can also afford that. Okay, according to the characterized, means స్టాండర్డ్ వాళ్ళ కోసం ఒకటి, మిడిల్ క్లాస్ వాళ్ళ కోసం ఒకటి, మినిమం పూర్ పర్సన్ కూడా కొనేటట్టు క్వాలిటీ క్వాంటిటీ అనేది మెయింటైన్ చేస్తూ అందరికీ అవైలబుల్ అయ్యేటట్టు సప్లై చేయాలి. వెన్ దట్ సప్లై విల్ బీ ఇన్ దట్ వే, దెన్ ఓన్లీ వీ కెన్ అచీవ్ ది స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్. అప్పుడే మనం స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ని అచీవ్ చేయగలుగుతాము. అదర్వైజ్ వీ కాంట్ అచీవ్ ద స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్. ఓకే, next, commerce links the producers and consumers. What the commerce will do? Commerce will link, it will link the producers and consumers. See, it is act as a mediator between the producer and consumer. Producer means in industries the goods are produced. Consumer means we are the consumers, right? So commerce make a link, it create a link between producer and consumer through retailers, wholesalers, and also through the aids to trade, and also through the aids to trade, means the manufacturing or the production of goods will be takes place in one place, but the consumers or the customers are spread all over the world or all over the state or all over the districts, right? So what the commerce will do, it will create a link, it will create a link between the producer and the consumer. It will act as a retailer and wholesaler. Commerce ఎలా యాక్ట్ చేస్తుంది? రిటైలర్స్ అండ్ హోల్సేలర్స్ లెక్క యాక్ట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఎవరి మధ్య? వీళ్ళ ఇద్దరి మధ్యలో, ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్ అండ్ కన్స్యూమర్స్ మధ్యలో కామర్స్ అనేది రిటైలర్స్ అండ్ హోల్సేలర్స్ ఎట్లా యాక్ట్ చేస్తారు? జస్ట్ లైక్ ఏ మీడియేటర్స్. అండ్ ఆల్సో ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్. ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ మీన్స్ రిమూవింగ్ ద డిఫికల్టీ ఆఫ్ ప్లేస్. మనం చదువుకున్నాం చూడండి ఇక్కడ, హిండ్రెన్సీస్. ఎస్, హిండ్రెన్సీస్ మీన్స్, హిండ్రెన్సీస్ మనం ఏమేమి చదువుకుంటామో నెక్స్ట్ పార్ట్లో చూస్తాం మనం. సో దోస్ హిండ్రెన్సీస్ కెన్ బి రిమూవ్డ్. Yes, aids to trade means we have some type of facilities like advertisement and communication, publicity, banking, insurance. Transport జరిగేటప్పుడు సడన్గా ఏమైనా గూడ్స్కి డ్యామేజ్ అయినా there will be insurance. Like this, some type of facilities, banking facilities for the transportation or for the distribution purpose, transport facilities, banking facilities అవన్నీ వచ్చేసి aids to trade అంటే ఆ ఫెసిలిటీస్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తుంది. ఏంటిది? కామర్స్. సో ఇట్ లింక్ ద ప్రొడ్యూసర్ అండ్ కన్స్యూమర్. నెక్స్ట్, కామర్స్ జనరేట్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ యాజ్ ద ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ ద నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్. ఇండస్ట్రీస్ ఎక్కువ అయిపోతే కామర్స్ కూడా పెరిగిపోతుంది, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ పెరిగిపోతుంది. వెన్ ద డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఇంక్రీజెస్, ద ట్రేడ్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఇంక్రీజెస్. ట్రేడ్ మీన్స్ వన్ ప్లేస్ నుంచి ఇంకో ప్లేస్కి ఇంపోర్ట్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేయడం మొదలవుతుంది. ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ పెరిగిపోతుంది. వెన్ ద న్యూ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ ఆర్ డెవలప్, అట్ ద టైమ్ దేర్ ఈస్ ఎ నెసెసిటీ ఫర్ న్యూ ఎంప్లాయీస్. కొత్త ఇండస్ట్రీ స్టార్ట్ అయింది, ఎంప్లాయీస్ కావాలి. డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ పెరిగిపోయింది, సప్లయర్స్ కావాలి. ట్రేడ్ జరుగుతుంది, ఇంపోర్ట్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ జరుగుతుంది, ఎంప్లాయీస్ కావాలి దాంట్లో అకౌంట్స్ రాయడానికి. సో ద గ్రోత్ ఆఫ్ ద కామర్స్ ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ ట్రేడ్ causes the growth of the agencies. Agencies అంటే distribution agencies కావచ్చు, industrial agencies కావచ్చు, trading agencies కావచ్చు. The number of agencies is required as there is a growth in the commerce, industry and trade, such as banking, transport, insurance, advertisement, etc. So for these purpose there will require different number of employees. Number of employees necessity అనేది పెరిగిపోతుంది. Commerce increase the national income and wealth. Commerce will increase the national income and wealth. It will increase the income, national income. Nation యొక్క income and wealth ని increase చేస్తుంది. ఎలా మేడం అంటే it also helps to end the foreign exchange. ఫారెన్ కంట్రీస్ నుంచి కూడా మనము గూడ్స్ని తీసుకురావచ్చు at the low price by way of exports and duties levied on the imports. ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ అంటే మన కంట్రీ నుంచి, మన హోమ్ కంట్రీ నుంచి వేరే కంట్రీ మీన్స్ హోస్ట్ కంట్రీకి వెళ్తుంటే దాన్ని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ అంటాం, రైట్? దట్ ఈస్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్. దెన్ వాట్ ఈస్ ఇంపోర్ట్ మీన్స్ హోమ్ కంట్రీ నుంచి హోస్ట్ కంట్రీ నుంచి మన కంట్రీకి వస్తే అది ఇంపోర్ట్. సో వెన్ వీఆర్ డూయింగ్ ద ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు మనము వీఆర్ లెవీడ్ అంటే ఛార్జ్. లెవీడ్ అంటే ఏంటి మీనింగ్? ఛార్జ్ డ్యూటీస్, హెవీ డ్యూటీస్ అనేవి ఛార్జ్ చేస్తాం. డ్యూటీస్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ ట్యాక్స్. ఓకే, హెవీ ట్యాక్స్ అనేది ఇంపోర్ట్స్ మీద ఛార్జ్ చేస్తాం. వేరే దేశాల నుంచి మన దేశంలోకి వస్తున్న గూడ్స్ మీద we charge high amount of tax, that is duties, and we sell our goods we sell our goods in the foreign countries at a more rate. మన goods ని ఫారెన్ కంట్రీలో మోర్ రేట్కి అమ్ముతాము. వేరే దేశాల నుంచి వస్తున్న గూడ్స్ని మనం కొంటాము, వాళ్ళ మీద ట్యాక్స్ అనేది ఎక్కువ వేస్తాము. ఓకే, వాళ్ళ మీద కూడా ట్యాక్స్ ఎక్కువ వేస్తాము, అలా మనకు లాభం జరుగుతుంది. వేరే కంట్రీ నుంచి మనకు గూడ్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఓకే, అమెరికా నుంచి ఇండియాకి గూడ్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. వాట్ ఎవర్ ద గూడ్స్ కమింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద అమెరికా, ఆన్ దోస్ గూడ్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు లెవీడ్ హెవీ ఇంపోర్ట్ డ్యూటీస్. ఓకే, మన దేశం నుంచి ట్యాక్స్ ఎక్కడ గూడ్స్ మీద వేస్తున్నాం, రైట్? మన దేశం నుంచి వేరే అమెరికాకి మనం గూడ్స్ పంపిస్తున్నాం, మన గూడ్స్ యొక్క విలువ అనేది ఎక్కువ పెట్టుకుంటాం. ఓకే, వాళ్ళు ఎంత ట్యాక్స్ వేసుకున్నా కానీ మనకే లాభం వచ్చేటట్టు ప్లాన్ చేసుకుంటాం. సో కామర్స్ ఇంక్రీజ్ ద నేషనల్ ఇన్కమ్ అండ్ వెల్త్. కామర్స్ హెల్ప్స్ ఇన్ ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ ఆఫ్ aids to trade. Aids to trade is nothing but banking facilities, communication facilities, advertisement, etc. These all come under the category of aids to trade. Expanded and modernized. Expanded అంటే విస్తరించడం, modernized అంటే న్యూ టెక్నాలజీకి అప్డేట్ అవ్వడం, న్యూ వే ఆఫ్. ఓకే, for the smooth conduct of the commerce. కామర్స్ ఈజీగా డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ జరగాలంటే ఏం కావాలి మనకు? మోడర్న్ వే ఆఫ్ టెక్నిక్స్ వి నీడెడ్. అమెజాన్, ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి చూడండి, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూటర్స్ ఎంత స్మూత్గా డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేసేసి వెళ్ళిపోతారు. వెరీ స్మూత్, జస్ట్ ఇట్లా వస్తారు, టైంకి ఇచ్చేస్తారు, వెళ్ళిపోతారు. ఏ హడావుడి ఉండదు, ఏముండదు. సో లైక్ దట్ మీన్స్ స్మూత్ కండక్ట్ ఆఫ్ కామర్స్, అడ్వాన్స్ టెక్నాలజీ అన్నట్టు. అమెజాన్, ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్, స్నాప్డీల్ ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి కదా, ఇవన్నీ కూడా కామర్సే. దెర్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ద డిస్ట్రిబ్యూటర్స్. వాళ్ళందరూ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ చేస్తున్నారు, దేన్ని? గూడ్స్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో దట్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఏ కామర్స్. సో సింప్లీ వీ కెన్ సే కామర్స్ ఈక్వల్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ ప్లస్ ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్. ట్రేడ్ మీన్స్ ఇంపోర్ట్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్, అండ్ ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ మీన్స్ ద సర్వీసెస్ లైక్ బ్యాంకింగ్ సర్వీసెస్ కానివ్వండి, కమ్యూనికేషన్, అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్, ఇవన్నీ ఏంటివి? ఎయిడ్స్ టు ట్రేడ్ కిందకి వస్తాయి. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద సమ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కామర్స్. ఇంకా 3 ఉన్నాయి, అవి పార్ట్ 5లో ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను. ఓకే, రైట్. గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ స్టూడెంట్స్, వెల్కమ్ టు ఆల్ఫా ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఫర్ ద first year's English medium. The chapter is business activities. In the part 4 we have discussed about the importance of the commerce. Generally, what is the commerce? Commerce means the distribution of goods and services. That is the commerce. Whereas come to industry, it is concerned with the production of goods and services. So the commerce is very important for the business, right? See, we have discussed about the 6 importance of the commerce in the part 4, and in the part 5 we are going to discuss about the remaining importance of the commerce. The first one, it means 7th one, commerce encourage international trade. Commerce will encourages the international trade. What is international trade? If you are doing the trade, within the country, okay, if you are doing the trade within the country, means within the nation, that is national trade. నేషనల్ ట్రేడ్ అంటే మన స్టేట్స్, మన 29 స్టేట్స్లోనే మనం ట్రేడ్ చేస్తున్నాం అనుకోండి, దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఏ నేషనల్ ట్రేడ్. If we do the trade with the other nation, just like with America, Russia, England, okay, Canada, if we do the trade with the other countries, that is known as international trade. Yes, what I have written here, let us see. With the help of the transport and communication, with the help of transport and the communication development, countries can exchange their surplus commodities. Yes, surplus commodities. Surplus commodities means the excess. ఎక్కువగా ఉండే వాటిని సర్ప్లస్ అంటాం. జనరల్గా ఉండే దానికన్నా ఎక్కువగా ఉంటే దాన్ని ఏమంటాం? సర్ప్లస్ అంటాం. సో సర్ప్లస్ కమోడిటీస్ అండ్ ఫారెన్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్. Foreign exchange means exchange can be done with the money. ఓకే మా, ఎక్స్చేంజ్ ఎట్లా చేస్తాం? మనము మనీతో ఎక్స్చేంజెస్ చేస్తాము, రైట్? సో వాట్ ఈస్ కామర్స్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ట్రేడ్ అంటే ఇక్కడ ద కంట్రీ విచ్ హ్యావ్ సర్ప్లస్, ఓకే, ద కంట్రీ విచ్ హ్యావ్ సర్ప్లస్ కమోడిటీస్. ఏ దేశంలో కమోడిటీస్ అనేవి ఎక్సెస్గా సర్ప్లస్గా ఉంటాయో, ఇన్ దోస్ కంట్రీస్ దేర్ కెన్ ట్రేడ్, they can export those goods to the other country where is it deficit. Deficit అంటే ఏంటిది మేడం? అంటే తక్కువ, లోటు. ఓకే, తెలుగులో చెప్పాలంటే లోటు. డెఫిసిట్ అంటే, సర్ప్లస్ అంటే ఎక్కువ. సో ఎక్కువ ఏ దేశంలో ఉంటుందో ఆ దేశం, ఎక్కడ తక్కువ ఉందో ఆ దేశానికి ఏం చేయవచ్చు? ట్రేడ్ చేయొచ్చు with the help of the commerce. So commerce is very important for the international trade. Let us focus on the 8th one, commerce benefit underdeveloped countries. Underdeveloped countries. India అనేది underdeveloped? No, India is not underdeveloped. It is developing country. అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న దేశం మనది. Yes, see, developed country. Developed country means America is a developed country, India is a developing country. Underdeveloped countries means some Arab countries, చాలా బ్యాక్వర్డ్గా ఉంటాయి. No education, nothing. Even women will not come outside, they can't do jobs, they can't come to the market. చాలా అక్కడ రెస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ అనేవి ఉంటాయి. మామూలుగా కొన్ని అరబ్ కంట్రీస్ని మనం చెప్పొచ్చు అండర్ డెవలప్డ్ కంట్రీస్ అని. సో ఆ కంట్రీస్కి మేడం మరి కామర్స్ ఎట్లా హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంది మేడం? మీన్స్ సి, అండర్ డెవలప్డ్ కంట్రీస్ కెన్ ఇంపోర్ట్. What they can do? They can import skilled laborers. They can import what? They can import the skilled laborers and technical know-how. Know-how means what? న్యూ టెక్నాలజీ, న్యూ అప్డేటెడ్ టెక్నాలజీ. మన ఫోన్లో కూడా సిస్టమ్ అప్డేట్స్ అని మంత్స్కి 1 టైం వస్తుంది కదా, అదేవిధంగా వీ కెన్ ఇంపోర్ట్ స్కిల్డ్ లేబర్ని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు? స్కిల్డ్ లేబర్ని ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇంపోర్ట్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా? వేరే దేశం నుంచి మన దేశానికి మనం తెచ్చుకుంటున్నాం. ఎస్, స్కిల్డ్ లేబర్ని, టెక్నాలజీని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు? వీ కెన్ బ్రింగ్ ఇట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద అదర్ కంట్రీ, మీన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఫారెన్ కంట్రీస్. ఓకే, ఫర్ from the developed countries, just like from America, we are bringing new type of technology. These all will make our country to develop. వేరే దేశం, పక్క దేశం నుంచి మనము స్కిల్డ్ లేబర్స్ అంటే నైపుణ్యత ఉన్న కార్మికులు, లేబర్స్, when we bring skilled laborers and technical know-how from the developed countries like America, like those countries, then our country or underdeveloped countries can also be developed. జనరల్గా చాలామంది ఫైనాన్స్ మినిస్టర్స్ ఏం చేస్తుంటారంటే ఎక్కువ పెట్టుబడి దేని మీద పెట్టాలనుకుంటారు, ఇండస్ట్రియల్ సెక్టార్ మీద పెట్టాలంటారు. ఎందుకు? బికాస్ వెన్ దెర్ ఈజ్ ఎ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఇట్ విల్ ప్రొవైడ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తుంది. వెన్ ఇట్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ ద ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఆపర్చునిటీ అల్టిమేట్లీ ఇట్ విల్ హెల్ప్ ఫర్ ద డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద కంట్రీ. సో వాట్ ఈస్ హియర్? Underdeveloped countries can import the skilled labor and technology from the developed countries. Okay. Next, commerce helps during the emergencies. Emergencies అంటే మామూలుగా చాలా అర్జెంట్ అన్నట్టు. ఎమర్జెన్సీ చాలా difficult, very hard situation of the country. ఓకే, డ్యూరింగ్ ద ఎమర్జెన్సీస్ లైక్ ఎమర్జెన్సీస్ ఎప్పుడు వస్తాయి, ఎమర్జెన్సీస్ ఎప్పుడు వచ్చే అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఎప్పుడు ఎమర్జెన్సీ అంటాం మనం ఎమర్జెన్సీ అని ఎప్పుడు అంటామంటే ఫ్లడ్స్, వరదలు వచ్చినప్పుడు మనం దాన్ని ఎమర్జెన్సీగా డిక్లేర్ చేస్తాము. ఎందుకు డిక్లేర్ చేస్తామండి? వరదలు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? మొత్తం కొట్టుకొని పోతుంది. హైదరాబాద్ చూసిర్రు కదా మన సిచ్యువేషన్, హైదరాబాద్ సిటీ సిచ్యువేషన్ ఎట్లా ఉంది? మొత్తం నియర్లీ 200 కాలనీస్ మొత్తం వాటర్లో మునిగిపోయి ఉన్నాయి. సో దట్ ఈస్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ టైమ్ ఫర్ దోస్. మనకు బాగానే ఉంటుంది, టీవీలో చూస్తుంటాం, బాబా సూపర్ వర్షం ఏం పడుతుంది బాబా అని అంటాం. కానీ పాపం హౌ దేర్ విల్ ఫీల్, మనం ఆ సిచ్యువేషన్లో ఉంటే మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఎర్త్క్వేక్స్, భూకంపాలు అండ్ వార్స్. మనకు 2 వార్లు జరిగినాయమ్మా, ఫస్ట్ వరల్డ్ వార్, సెకండ్ వరల్డ్ వార్. థర్డ్ వరల్డ్ వార్ అయితే ఇప్పుడు దాకా జరగలేదు. సో డ్యూరింగ్ ద వార్స్ టైమ్ కామర్స్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్, కామర్స్ ఏం చేస్తుంది? ఇట్ విల్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ ద ఫుడ్ స్టఫ్ అంటే ఫుడ్, వాట్ ఆర్ ద నీడ్స్. ఫుడ్ డిఫరెంట్, పిల్లలకి డిఫరెంట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ కావాల్సి ఉంటుంది, పెద్దవాళ్ళకి డిఫరెంట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్. ఓల్డ్ పర్సన్స్ విల్ ప్రిఫర్ డిఫరెంట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్స్. డ్యూరింగ్ దిస్ టైమ్ దే హ్యావ్, సమ్ ఆఫ్ ద పీపుల్ హ్యావ్ డయాబెటీస్, సమ్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ హ్యావ్ బ్లడ్ ప్రెషర్, ఇలాంటి డిసీజెస్ ఉంటాయి కదా. సో వాళ్ళకు సంబంధించిన డిఫరెంట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ కూడా ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తుంది. ఏంటిది? కామర్స్ విల్ హెల్ప్ ఫర్ ద డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ స్టఫ్. మెడిసిన్స్, వెన్ దెర్ ఈజ్ ఫ్లడ్స్ ఆర్ ఎర్త్క్వేక్స్ ఆర్ వార్, దేర్ విల్ బి ఇంజురీస్ ఉంటాయి. సో ఇన్ దోస్ ఇంజురీస్ దేర్ షుడ్ బి మెడిసిన్స్ అండ్ రిలీఫ్ మెజర్స్ టు ద ఏరియాస్. Those areas which are suffering from these emergencies, those areas will get the relief measures with the help of the commerce. Commerce is not only providing the goods or services to the person, it also helping during the emergencies. So commerce is very, very important for the national development, for the nation, for the country's development. Commerce is also play one step that by distributing the goods and services in the needs. Okay. Up to here we completed the topic importance of commerce. Let us go for the other topic, that is hindrance or involved in the commerce. Hindrance means some type of delay. Okay, some type of we can say that some type of problem, hindrance. Okay, how these hindrance involved in the commerce, let us see how it is happened. Person that can be removed by trade, hindrance of person that is removed by trade. So this is pronounced as hindrance. So hindrance ani pilustam dini. Why? Because e is silent here, just e is silent. Okay, so hindrance involved in commerce. How the hindrance involved in the commerce? Let us see. What is the meaning of hindrance, ma'am? Means it is just a dilemma. Okay, delay or any type of problem, hindrance means. So the hindrance person, so the person hindrance can be removed by trade. Okay, explain చేస్తే మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది. జస్ట్ ఫర్ టేబుల్ ఇక్కడ ఇది ప్లేస్, ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్, టైం, వేర్ హౌసింగ్, ఫైనాన్స్, బ్యాంకింగ్, రిస్క్, ఇన్సూరెన్స్, ప్రమోషన్, అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్, information, communication. So these are the important things. What is what we will discuss in the detailed explanation. Let us see the first hindrance of person. Okay, hindrance of person. In exchange of money, the seller sell the value of goods and services to the buyer. So in the exchange of money, by exchanging with the money, the seller will sell the goods to the buyer. Yes? Yes. So see, by doing the trade, the hindrance of person can be removed with the trade. Why, madam, you are saying that is trade is important? Why these problem can be solved? Problem of person is solved by the trade, madam. Enduku atla antunnaru meeru ante, see, manufacturing will be takes place in one place. Meeku telisina vishayame adi. But the consumers or the customers are spread all over the places, all over the regions. There are in backward regions, there are in metropolitan cities, there are in some high-tech cities, and there are in some villages, in urban areas, towns. Prati chota evaru unnaru, customers unnaru. Production manufacturing అనేది మాత్రం ఉత్పత్తి అనేది ఒక దగ్గరే జరుగుతుంది. బట్ ద నీడ్ ఫర్ దట్ ఈస్ needed for everyone. The need is need for everyone here. So the trade will help to remove that kind of hindrance, hindrance of place. Okay, hindrance of place can be removed with the help of the trade. The trade will make import and export and remove the difficulties. By that the persons can receive whatever the goods they want. Okay, that is the hindrance of person. Next, hindrance of place. Hindrance of place. So how we can remove the hindrance of place? See, the manufacturer is one place and the customers are in different places. So manufacture time is different and consumption time is different. There is a gap between these two. Manufacturing oka time lo jarugutundi and the manufacturing takes place in one place, but the distributors are in different places, right? Different places, and customers are also in different places. So for that, the hindrance of the place that can be removed with the help of the transportation. Transportation means it will transport one good to the number of places. It will transport one good to number of places. It removes the hindrance of the place. It removes the hindrance of the place. It implies convenience of goods. The goods can be conveniently, we can use it, and passengers from the place to place. So we have different types of passengers. So what is commerce actually? It is a distribution of goods and services. It is also distributing the goods and providing the service by transporting the passengers from one place to another. For example, one person want to go from Nalgonda to Chennai, then he can go by, he can come by, if you want to come to Chennai, then he can come by, he can go, if he want to go Chennai, at that time he can go with the train, or he can prefer the aeroplane. Whatever he want, he can prefer it. So that is about it will help the passenger to move from one place to another place. Afterward, hindrance of finance. Hindrance of finance means the banking sector. The banking sector and banking financial institutions will remove these type of difficulty. So business required the finance. Finance is the very important thing for the business, right? So we can remove the finance we can remove the difficulty of finance. We can remove the hindrance of finance by the bank or by the financial institutions which are ready to give finance to you. For long term finance is short term finance is so that is can be removed with the help of banking sector. Next one, hindrance of time and duration. Hindrance of time and duration means what? See, time means, what it means, manufacturing will take place in one time, conception will be takes place in one time. There is a gap between the manufacture and conception. There is a small gap, and those gap is filled. There is a gap, time gap between the production and conception. Between the production and conception, there is a time gap. The goods are produced in one time and they are sold in other time, right? They need to be stored for some time or until the use. For example, rainy season undi. Rainy season lo sweaters అమ్ముతే కొంటారా ఎవరైనా? ఎవరు కొనరు. అదే అంబ్రెల్లాస్, రెయిన్ కోట్స్ అమ్మితే తీసుకుంటారు, రైట్? ఇప్పుడు వింటర్ సీజన్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది. ఈ వింటర్ సీజన్లో అంబ్రెల్లాస్, రెయిన్ కోట్స్ అమ్మితే తీసుకుంటారా? తీసుకోరు. స్వెటర్స్, గ్లౌజెస్, మఫ్లర్స్ ఇలాంటివి అమ్మితే తీసుకుంటారు, రైట్? సో ద గూడ్స్ షుడ్ బి ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్ వెన్ దెర్ ఈజ్ ఎ డిమాండ్. గూడ్ని మార్కెట్లో ఎప్పుడు ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేయాలి? వెన్ దెర్ ఈజ్ ఎ డిమాండ్. వెన్ దెర్ ఈజ్ ఎ డిమాండ్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్, then only the goods should be introduced into the market. అప్పటి వరకు ఏం చేయాలి మేడం? మరి ఆ గూడ్ ఎప్పుడో మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేసాం కదా, ఏం చేయాలి అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు స్టోర్ ఇట్ ఇన్ ద వేర్ హౌసెస్లో స్టోర్ చేయండి. వేర్ హౌస్ అంటే ఏంటిది? ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ గోడౌన్. యూ హ్యావ్ టు స్టోర్ దోస్ థింగ్స్ ఇన్ ద వేర్ హౌసెస్ until and unless it is the time of that good. ఆ గూడ్ యొక్క నీడ్, ఆ గూడ్ యొక్క డిమాండ్ వచ్చే వరకు ప్రొడక్షన్ చేసిన వాటిని ఏం చేయాలి? స్టోర్ చేయాలి, వేర్ హౌస్లో స్టోర్ చేయాలి. సో ద హిండ్రెన్స్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్ అండ్ ప్లేస్ ఈజ్ రిడ్యూస్డ్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ద వేర్ హౌస్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ hindrance of risk. So hindrance of risk means we have different types of risk. Just as when we start the business, we don't know what kind of risk will come and hurts us. Yes, what kinds of risk వస్తుంది, ఏ విధమైన రిస్క్ వచ్చి బిజినెస్ని హర్ట్ చేసుకుంటుందో మనం చెప్పలేము. వై? బికాస్ రిస్క్ ఈజ్ జస్ట్ లైక్ బిజినెస్కి ఎట్లా ఉంటుందంటే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు మనకు కరోనా వైరస్ ఎట్లా చుట్టుముట్టి ఉందో అదే విధంగా రిస్క్ అనేది బిజినెస్కి 24/7, ఓకే, 24/7 మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్ చుట్టే తిరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఆ రిస్క్ని మనం బేర్ చేయాలంటే వీ హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ ద ఇన్సూరెన్స్. వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ? వీ హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ ద ఇన్సూరెన్స్. సో వీ హ్యావ్ డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్. ఓకే, ఫైర్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్. సడన్గా ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ షార్ట్ సర్క్యూట్ అయింది, మొత్తం ఫ్యాక్టరీ కాలిపోతుంది లేదా ఇండస్ట్రీ కాలిపోతుంది. మీరు ఒకవేళ ఫైర్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ చేయించుంటే యూ కెన్ క్లెయిమ్ దట్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ అమౌంట్. మెరైన్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్. మెరైన్ మీన్స్ వాట్? if you are transporting the goods by the sea ద్వారా గూడ్స్ని ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నావు. సీ ద్వారా నువ్వు గూడ్స్ని సముద్రం ద్వారా ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు సడన్గా సునామీ వచ్చేసింది లేదా సడన్గా తుఫాన్ వచ్చేసింది. అలాంటివి వచ్చినప్పుడు గూడ్స్ ఒకవేళ షిప్ మునిగిపోతే దెర్ ఈజ్ ఎ సెక్యూరిటీ ఇఫ్ యూ టేక్ ద మెరైన్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్. ఇఫ్ యువర్ గూడ్స్ హ్యావింగ్ ద మీ గూడ్స్ యొక్క కాస్ట్ వచ్చేసి 25,000 రూపీస్ గూడ్స్ దోస్ ఆర్, ఎస్, దెన్ యూ కెన్ క్లెయిమ్ బై డూయింగ్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ 23,000 క్లెయిమ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో ద టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫెసిలిటీ ఈజ్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ బై ద మెరైన్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ టు ద బిజినెస్. నెక్స్ట్ ఫ్యాక్టరీ ఇన్సూరెన్స్. ఓకే, ఫ్యాక్టరీకి కూడా ఇన్సూరెన్స్. సడన్గా ఫ్యాక్టరీలో ఏదైనా జరిగిపోతుంది, ఏదైనా ఇన్సిడెంట్ అయిపోతుంది, అప్పుడు ఫ్యాక్టరీకి కూడా ఇన్సూరెన్స్ అనేది చేపించడం జరుగుతుంది. తర్వాత ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఆన్ ద స్టాక్ అంటే మీకు తెలుసు గూడ్స్కి కూడా ఇన్సూరెన్స్ చేపియాలి. నౌవేడేస్ మొబైల్ ఫోన్స్, ఇఫ్ యూ టేక్ ద మొబైల్ ఫోన్ దట్ ఆల్సో హ్యావింగ్ ద ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ 1 year ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఏదో ఉంటుంది, రైట్? దట్ అండ్ అసెట్స్, ఆస్తులు తెలుసు మీకు, ప్లాంట్ అండ్ మిషనరీ ఉంటాయి, ఫర్నిచర్ అండ్ ఫిట్టింగ్స్ ఉంటాయి, అండ్ వీ హ్యావ్ ద క్యాష్. ఎస్, క్యాష్కి ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఏంటిది మేడం అంటే బ్యాంక్లో పెడితే సేఫ్, వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ ఫియర్ ఆఫ్ థెఫ్ట్. ఎస్, దొంగతనం అవుతుందన్న భయం అనేది మనకు ఉండదు. సో ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఆన్ స్టాక్ అండ్ అసెట్స్ ఎక్సెట్రా. సో hindrance of risk can be removed by using the insurance. Hindrance of risk can be reduced by using the insurance. Next, hindrance of knowledge and information. hindrance of knowledge and information. See, knowledge and information అంటే ఒక ప్రోడక్ట్ ఉంది నాన్న, ఒక వస్తువు ఉంది, ఇట్ ఈస్ న్యూలీ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్డ్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్. విత్ న్యూ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఆఫ్ దట్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇన్ టు ద మార్కెట్, there is a need for certain type of advertisement, certain type of knowledge regarding that product, okay, and certain type of awareness, information is needed, communication is needed regarding the product. For example, one famous company is doing some type of ad, some X person is not seeing ads, advertisement చూస్తలేడు ఎక్స్ అన్న పర్సన్. he just went to shop and he told that I want nice hair color, మంచి బ్లాక్ హెయిర్ కలర్ వచ్చేటట్టు నాకు ఒక క్రీమీ అని చెప్పిండు. ఓకే రైట్ అని ఆ షాప్ పర్సన్ సమ్ మెంటల్లీ ఆ టైంలో డిస్టర్బ్గా ఉన్నాడు. అతను ఏం చేసిండు, ఆ హెయిర్ కలర్ ఇచ్చే ప్లేస్లో ఫెయిర్ అండ్ లవ్లీ ఇచ్చేసిండు. ఏమి ఇచ్చిండు, ఫెయిర్ అండ్ లవ్లీ. ఫెయిర్ అండ్ లవ్లీ ఇచ్చేసరికి మనోడు తీసుకొచ్చి మంచిగా చేతులకు రుద్ది హెయిర్కి బాగా పెట్టుకుండు. పెట్టుకున్నాక ఏమవుతుంది, సూపర్ కలర్ అనేది వస్తుంది, వైట్ కలర్ వస్తుంది. సో హెయిర్ కలర్ మొత్తం వైట్ అయిపోయింది. సో వితౌట్ సీయింగ్ అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ అండ్ గోయింగ్ అండ్ పర్చేసింగ్ ద గూడ్స్, వితౌట్ హ్యావింగ్ ద కరెక్ట్ కమ్యూనికేషన్, advertisement, these will create these type of problems. For example, ఒక పర్సన్ అసలే అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ చూడడు, he went and buy one packet తీసుకొచ్చిండు, మంచిగా కలిపిండు, ఫేస్ ప్యాక్ అని ఫేస్కి వేసేసుకుండు. అది యాక్చువల్లీ నాట్ ఎ ఫేస్ ప్యాక్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ హెయిర్ కలర్. ఇవాళ రేపు వస్తున్నాయి కదా గార్నియర్ అది ఇది అని, గార్నియర్ రెడ్, గార్నియర్ బ్లాక్ అని. సో ఆయన బ్లాక్ కలర్ తెచ్చుకుండు, బాగా ఫేస్కి వేసుకుండు, కలర్ బాగా కరెక్ట్గా వచ్చింది. సో దట్ మీన్స్ హియర్ ఏంటంటే మనకు ఈ డిఫికల్టీ అనేది మనకు ఎలా ఓవర్కమ్ అవుతున్నామంటే విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ నాలెడ్జ్ అండ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. ఆ నాలెడ్జ్ అండ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుందంటే అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్స్, కమ్యూనికేషన్ ద్వారా. ఎస్, ప్రతి అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్లో ఒక మెసేజ్ ఉంటుంది, దేన్ని ఎట్లా వాడాలి అని ఉంటుంది, రైట్? సో దీస్ ఆల్ ఆర్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్స్. hindrance of person, hindrance of place, hindrance of finance, hindrance of time and duration, hindrance of risk, hindrance of knowledge and information. Okay, so these all hindrance can be removed with these type of instruments. So the hindrance of person, trade; hindrance of place, transportation; hindrance of time, warehousing; hindrance of finance, banking; hindrance of risk, insurance; hindrance of promotion, advertising; hindrance of information, communication. So these all are important, and this question is very much important question, ma'am. This is very most important question. Hindrances involved in the commerce. What are the hindrances involved in the commerce is the most important question. It may be asked for 5 marks, so don't slip it. Okay, you just once you go and read this question, try to by heart it, and also do writing practice. You have to write very speedily. Okay, right. We will come with new topic in part 6. Thank you, ma. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. First year commerce theory part for English medium, the chapter that we are dealing with business activities, and this is the part 6. In this we are going to discuss about the branches of the commerce. We know commerce, it is concerned with the distribution of goods and services. Commerce is the distribution of goods and services. So what are the branches of the commerce? Broadly, the commerce is classified into 2 branches, trade and aids to trade. Okay, trade and aids to trade. Now in this topic we are going to discuss what is trade and how it is classified, and how it is subclassified, and what is aids to trade, what will come under it. We will study in this topic, that is branches of commerce. Generally the commerce is classified into 2 branches. One is trade and another one is aids to trade. These are the 2 important branches of the commerce. Let us see what is what step by step. First one is trade. The first topic is about the trade. What is trade? It is concerned with, trade is concerned with buying and selling of goods and services. Trade is concerned with buying and selling of goods and services. We know what is trade means. Trade is the activity that involve buying and selling of goods and services. Whatever the goods and services are producing in the industry, those are being distributing with the help of the commerce. In the trade plays the role that buying and selling of goods and services. An individual who does the trade is called the trader. An individual, ఏ వ్యక్తి ట్రేడ్ చేస్తాడో అతన్ని మనం ఏమంటున్నామంటే ట్రేడర్స్. ఓకే, దట్ పర్సన్ ఈస్ కన్సిడర్డ్ యాజ్ ట్రేడర్ అండ్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ దట్ కేటగిరీ ఆఫ్ పర్సన్స్. ఒక వ్యక్తి అయితే ట్రేడర్, గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ కేటగిరీ, అదే కేటగిరీకి సంబంధించిన నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ట్రేడ్ చేసేటోళ్ళు ఉంటే వాళ్ళందరినీ కలిపి ట్రేడర్స్ అంటున్నాం. సో అన్ ఇండివిజువల్ హూ డూస్ ద ట్రేడ్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఏ traders. Trader transfer the good from producer to consumer. What his duty? His duty is to transfer the good from the producer to the final consumer. See, manufacturing of the product will be takes place in one place. Okay, manufacturing ekkada chestaru, one place lo, but the customers are available in different types of places. Yes, customers are available in different types of places. So in order to overcome with this problem, ee problem nunchi bayate padadaniki we required trade and traders that manufacture whatever producing in one particular place, that will be distributed to number of places by the traders. That is the duty of the traders. They're transferring the goods. Okay, they're transferring the goods from the producer to the consumer, from the producer to the final consumer. Let us see trade. See, the trade, this term is again classified into two categories: home trade and foreign trade. Home trade and foreign trade. Again, the home trade is classified into wholesale trade and retail trade. Wholesale trade and retail trade. And the foreign trade is again classified into export trade, import trade and interport trade. Let us see one by one what is what. Okay, first we will discuss about the home trade and its classifications, and later we discuss about the foreign trade and its classification, and also we have to discuss about the aids to trade also, right? Yes, let us see what is home trade. Home trade is also known as domestic or internal trade. It also known as domestic or internal trade. What is the meaning of internal trade? Domestic or internal trade, what it means? Trade within the country, the trade which is carried within the nation. For example, within the India, if you are doing the trade within the India, Bharata Deshamlone trade చేస్తున్నారు అనుకోండి, వితిన్ ద ఇండియాలో ఉన్న 29 స్టేట్స్లోనే మీరు ఏం చేస్తున్నారు? ట్రేడింగ్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఫ్రమ్ ఉత్తరప్రదేశ్ టు మహారాష్ట్ర, ఫ్రమ్ మహారాష్ట్ర టు Karnataka, from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu to Odisha to Andhra Pradesh to Bihar to Telangana. Ila, if you are doing the trade within the nation, within the domestic, within the internal ga cheste, that is considered as a home trade. Meek munde cheppanu, home ante mana unna country ni home antam, right? Yes, home trade carried within the boundaries of the nation. Within the boundaries, what are the boundaries of the India? We have 29 states, right? So within that boundaries, if you are doing the trade, then those trade is known as the home trade. If you are doing the trade within the country, within the nation, then it is known as the home trade. Domestic trade, okay, domestic trade or internal trade. Next, these home trade is again classified into wholesale trade and retail trade. Wholesale trade is means what means? This is also buying and selling of goods but in large quantity. Retail trade means buying and selling of goods in small quantity. What is what we will discuss now. Wholesale trade, buying and selling of goods in large quantities. If you purchase the goods in large quantity, then you are the wholesaler. మీరు ఒకవేళ ఏ వస్తువు అయినా చాలా హెవీ క్వాంటిటీలో కొని అదే హెవీ క్వాంటిటీలో అమ్ముతున్నారనుకోండి, అలా అమ్మితే ఏమంటామంటే హోల్సేలర్ అంటాం. ట్రేడర్ హూ ఇన్వాల్వ్డ్ ఇన్ ద హోల్సేల్ ట్రేడ్. ట్రేడర్ అంటే ఎవరు మరి? అండ్ ఇండివిజువల్ హూ డూ ద ట్రేడ్ చేసే వ్యక్తిని ట్రేడర్ అంటున్నాం. ఏ ట్రేడర్ హోల్సేల్ ట్రేడ్లో ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయి ఉంటాడో, ఏ ఇండివిజువల్ ట్రేడర్ will involved in the wholesale trade, that individual is known as wholesalers. What they are called as wholesalers. There will create a link between the producer and the retailer. ప్రొడ్యూసర్కి రిటైలర్కి మధ్యలో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు? హోల్సేలర్స్ మధ్యవర్తులు లెక్క ఉంటారు, మీడియేటర్స్ లెక్క ఉంటారు, మిడిల్ మెన్స్ లెక్క ఉంటారు. సీ ద డయాగ్రామ్. హియర్ ద ప్రొడ్యూసర్ and here the retailer. Between these two we have the wholesaler. Here we have the wholesaler. What the wholesaler will doing? He taking the goods from the producer and selling it to the retailer. So wholesaler will receive the goods in large quantity from the producer. ప్రొడ్యూసర్ దగ్గర నుంచి హోల్సేలర్ గూడ్స్ని లార్జ్ బల్క్ క్వాంటిటీలో తీసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది. దెన్ వాట్ ఈజ్ రిటైల్ ట్రేడ్? రిటైల్ ట్రేడ్ అంటే ఏంటిది మ్యామ్ అంటే బయింగ్ అండ్ సెల్లింగ్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ ఇన్ స్మాల్ క్వాంటిటీస్. అంటే అంత లార్జ్ క్వాంటిటీస్లో కాకుండా కొంచెం స్మాల్ క్వాంటిటీస్లో కొంటే వాళ్ళని రీటైల్ ట్రేడ్ అంటాం. ఆ ట్రేడ్ని ఏమంటాం? రీటైల్ ట్రేడ్. ఓకే, బయింగ్ అండ్ సెల్లింగ్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ ఇన్ స్మాల్ క్వాంటిటీ. స్మాల్ అంటే మరీ స్మాల్ కాదు, మీడియం క్వాంటిటీలో తీసుకుంటే దాన్ని ఏమంటున్నాం? రీటైల్ ట్రేడ్ అంటున్నాం. ట్రేడర్స్ ఇన్వాల్వ్డ్ ఇన్ ద రీటైల్ ట్రేడ్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ రిటైలర్స్. ట్రేడర్ హూ ఈజ్ ఇన్వాల్వ్డ్ అంటే ఎవరు ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయి ఉన్నారో దేంట్లో? రీటైల్ ట్రేడ్లో. దేంట్లో ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయి ఉండాలండి? రీటైల్ ట్రేడ్లో ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయి ఉండే వాళ్ళని ఏమంటున్నాం? రిటైలర్స్. వాట్ వీఆర్ కాల్డింగ్ దెమ్? రిటైలర్స్. It is the final stage of distribution. Retailer is the final stage. Retailer ఎవరు అసలుకి? మనం షాప్కి వెళ్ళి సామాన్లు సరుకులు తెచ్చుకుంటాం కదా. We went to market and we will receive the goods from the market. Yes, from the shops. There are the retailers. Whatever the shops you are seeing outside of your house, those all are retailers. ఓకే, దే విల్ పర్చేస్ ఫ్రమ్ సమ్ హోల్సేలర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి కొనుక్కొని వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు? మనకు అమ్ముతారు. సో హోల్సేలర్ విల్ బీ selling the goods to the retailer and retailer selling those goods to the consumer. So retailer will act as a mediator, madhyavarti. Okay, he act as a mediator between the wholesaler and the final consumer or customer. మధ్యలో ఎట్లా యాక్ట్ చేస్తాడు? జస్ట్ యాజ్ ఎ మీడియేటర్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ఫారెన్ ట్రేడ్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఫారెన్ ట్రేడ్? Home trade is completed ma. Home trade means we are doing the trade within our country, that is the home trade. It is classified into wholesale trade and retail trade. The person who do the wholesale trade, that person is known as wholesaler, and the person who do the retail trade, he is known as a retailer. Okay, wholesaler is a mediator between the producer and retailer, and retailer is a mediator between the wholesaler and the consumer. Now let us discuss what is the foreign trade. Okay, so if opposite to home trade ani cheppochu simple ga, if you are doing the trade with India is one country, this is our country, yes, this is our country, USA, United States of America, Russia, China, next Iraq. I taken some four countries తీసుకున్నా. మన దేశాన్ని వదిలేసి మిగతావి 4 కంట్రీస్ని తీసుకున్నా. It refers to, foreign trade means it refers to buying and selling of goods and services. Buying and selling ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్ బిట్వీన్, ఇక్కడ ఏం చేస్తున్నాం, బయింగ్ అండ్ సెల్లింగ్ ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్ బిట్వీన్, ఇది బిట్వీన్ నానా, ఓకే. ఎట్లా రాస్తున్నానంటే నేను జనరల్గా ఇట్లా రాస్తాను బిట్వీన్ అంటే, ఓకే. బిట్వీన్ 2 or more countries, బిట్వీన్ 2 or more countries అంటే ఇండియా ఒక చైనా రష్యా నుండి, లేకుంటే చైనా అమెరికా రష్యా ఇరాక్ ఇట్లా వేరే వేరే కంట్రీస్ తోటి ట్రేడ్ చేస్తే ఆ ట్రేడ్ని ఏమంటామంటే మనము ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ట్రేడ్ లేదా ఫారెన్ ట్రేడ్ అంటాము. సో ఈ ట్రేడ్ అనేది ఎట్లా చేస్తారు మేడం, ఏ విధంగా చేస్తారంటే త్రూ ద ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ అండ్ సీ పోర్ట్స్. ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ అంటే తెలుసు కదా, సీ పోర్ట్స్ అంటే సముద్ర మార్గం, ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ అంటే బై ఎయిర్వేస్ ఏరోప్లేన్స్ ద్వారా. ఎస్, సో బై త్రూ ద ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ and by the seaports we will do the foreign trade. Okay, how we will do the foreign trade? We will do the foreign trade with the help of international airports and seaports. Then what is the foreign trade ante entidamma ante, foreign trade ante buying and selling of goods and services between 2 or more countries. 2 or more countries, countries ante deshalu, రెండు లేదా అంతకన్నా మించిన దేశాలతోటి మనం వ్యాపారం చేస్తే దాన్ని ఫారెన్ ట్రేడ్ అంటాము. అండ్ దీస్ ఫారెన్ ట్రేడ్ ఈజ్ అగైన్ క్లాసిఫైడ్ ఇంటూ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్, ఇంపోర్ట్, ఇంట్రీపోర్ట్. ఇదంటే ఏంటో మనం డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం. ఓకే, సో దిస్ ఈజ్ ద క్లాసిఫికేషన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫారెన్ ట్రేడ్. ట్రేడ్ ఈజ్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఫర్ ద సక్సెస్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్. ఓకే, yes, now we are going to discuss about the foreign trade, export trade, import trade and intraport trade. Now we are going to discuss about this. Let us see what is this. Yes, we know foreign trade. Now we are focusing on the export trade. What is export trade? It means the sale of goods to the foreign country. Means when a country is selling the goods to other foreign country, that is known as export trade. We are exporting to other country. For example, India exporting the tea powder to America. India exporting means we are exporting tea powder. We are exporting tea powder to USA, America. It is an export. అంటే మన దేశం నుండి బయటికి వెళ్తుంది వేరే దేశానికి. సో దట్స్ వై దట్ ఈస్ నోన్ యాజ్ సచ్ ఎ ట్రేడ్ ఈజ్ నోన్ యాజ్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంపోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్. వెన్ వీ ఆర్ టేకింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద అదర్ కంట్రీ, వీ ఆర్ taking the goods from the other country, that is known as import trade. For example, India taking oil or petroleum from the Iran, then it is known as import. India loki petroleum ekkadi nunchi vastundi, Iran nunchi. See, it refers to the purchase of goods. Here the purchase of goods, we are purchasing the goods from the foreign country. If you see here, we are selling the goods to the foreign country. Now here we are purchasing the goods from the foreign country. That is the difference between the export and import. Let us see what is interport trade. Interport trade means importing, means buying. Import means what? Purchase is also known as buying. We are buying goods. What we are buying? We buying the goods from one country. We are buying goods from one country for the purpose of, what is the purpose means? For exporting, means for selling to another country. For example, we are taking petroleum from Iran. ఇరాన్ దగ్గర నుంచి ఇండియా పెట్రోలియం తీసుకొని అది అమెరికాకి అమ్మేసింది అనుకోండి, యూఎస్ఏ అమెరికాకి అమ్మితే దాన్ని ఏమంటామంటే ఇంట్రీపోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్ అంటాం, లేదా రీఎక్స్పోర్ట్ మళ్ళీ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం అన్నట్టు. ఎలా? ఇరాన్ నుంచి పెట్రోలియం ఇండియా తీసుకుంటుంది అంటే ఇరాన్ దగ్గర నుంచి మనం పర్చేస్ చేస్తున్నాం అంటే ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. మళ్ళీ ఇండియా ఏం చేస్తుంది? యుఎస్ఏకి ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది అంటే సేల్ చేస్తుంది పెట్రోలియం. అంటే ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఒక దేశం నుంచి ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకొని మళ్ళీ ఇంకో దేశానికి మనం ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం కదా, అలాంటి ట్రేడ్ని ఏమంటున్నామంటే ఎంట్రీ పోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్ ఆర్ రీ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్. వాట్ వి ఆర్ సేయింగ్ ఇట్ యాజ్ entry port trade or re-export trade. Okay, this is about the foreign trade, that is an international trade which is done with international airports and also from the seaports. So foreign trade ante export, import, entry port. Okay, ఎంట్రీ పోర్ట్లో మళ్ళీ మనకు ఏముంది? ఇంపోర్టింగ్, ఒక దేశం నుంచి ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకొని మళ్ళీ వేరే దేశానికి ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తే ఆ ట్రేడ్ని ఏమంటున్నాం? ఎంట్రీ పోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్ ఆర్ రీ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ట్రేడ్. ఇంపోర్ట్ అంటే వీఆర్ పర్చేసింగ్ గూడ్స్ ఫ్రమ్ అదర్ కంట్రీ, మనం కొనుక్కుంటున్నాం, వేరే దేశం నుంచి మనం కొనుక్కుంటున్నాం. ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ అంటే మన దేశం నుంచి వేరే దేశానికి అమ్ముతున్నాం. ఓకే, దిస్ ఈజ్ అబౌట్ ద ఫారెన్ ట్రేడ్. లెట్ us give one focus on the other branch of the commerce, that is aids to trade. Now let us see aids to trade means what. Aids to trade for the smooth exchange of goods and services. Aids to trade will be help. Trade means distribution of goods and services. While distributing the goods and services, there are number of difficulties. And those difficulties can be removed by aids to trade and make the trade as a smooth exchange. Okay, smooth exchange of goods and services, whether it is home trade or foreign trade, whatever it may be, the aids to trade will help for the smooth functioning of the trade, and it will make the commerce successful. Let us see what is those. These all are the things what we have previously studied in the part 5, that hindrance of business. Yes, so business, that is only we are going to study once again. See, transport will remove the hindrance of what? Hindrance of place. Yes, in the hindrance of place we have discussed about the transporting system. It will transport the goods and passengers from one place to another place. What I have written here, let us see. There will be a vast distance. There will be vast ante chala. Vast distance ante dooram. Vast distance between the center of production. Okay, there is a vast distance between the center of production and the center of consumption. There is a vast distance between the center of production and the center of consumption. Means production will be takes place in one place and the consumption will be takes place in other place. There is a lot of distance, and those distance is removed, those difficulty is removed by the transport system. Those difficulties removed by the transport system, and it creating the place utility. In the economics you have the utilities. Yes, means satisfying the wants. Yes, the good which has the capacity to satisfy the want, that is utility. Yes, now here what I am saying, that it removed the transport. Yes, the difficulty what is arising due to the difficulty of vast distance between the place of production and place of consumption, that is removed with the help of, that can be removed with the help of transport system. Next, communication. Before only I told you in the previous video that if the person don't have any knowledge, okay, if he don't have any awareness about that particular thing, then he will not purchase that good. Yes, transmitting or exchanging of information. Transmitting or exchanging. Transmitting means what? Transmit from one person to another, or exchanging means also a type of same thing. సో ఒకరి నుంచి ఒకరికి ఓరల్గా లేదా బై రిటర్న్ అంటే వోచర్స్ తెలుసు కదా, కాలేజెస్లో జాయిన్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు వోచర్స్ ఇస్తారు. అబౌట్ దర్ బ్యాక్ హిస్టరీ అండ్ ద రిజల్ట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కరెంట్ లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ రిజల్ట్స్ గురించి దాని గురించి వోచర్స్ ఇస్తారు. సో అలాంటి వోచర్స్ అవి ఇవ్వడంతో ఏమవుతుంది, వి గెట్ ద కమ్యూనికేషన్, వి గెట్ ద నాలెడ్జ్, వి గెట్ ద ఐడియా అబౌట్ దట్ విచ్ ఈస్ ద బెస్ట్ అనేది మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది. అండ్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్ ప్రైస్ ఎంత తెలుస్తుంది. ఎస్, అండ్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద డిస్కౌంట్స్ ఆర్ దే ఆర్ గివింగ్, వాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ డిస్కౌంట్. దీపావళి వస్తుంది, దీపావళికి డిస్కౌంట్ ధమాకా అని టీవీలో వస్తుంటుంది. 50% డిస్కౌంట్, ఇఫ్ యూ పర్చేస్ ఎనీథింగ్ 50% డిస్కౌంట్ ఆర్ బై వన్ గెట్ టూ, ఇలాంటి ఆఫర్స్ అనేవి ఉంటాయి. ఈ ఆఫర్స్ అనేవి మనకి ఎలా తెలుస్తాయి, బై ద కమ్యూనికేషన్, వెదర్ బై ద న్యూస్ పేపర్స్ ఆర్ వెదర్ బై ద రేడియోస్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు లేవులేండి, కానీ బై ద మొబైల్ మెసేజెస్, ఎస్ బై ద ఇంటర్నెట్ అండ్ బై ద సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్లో వోచర్స్ ఇవ్వడం వల్ల. సో దిస్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ పబ్లిసిటీ వల్ల మనకు ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ గూడ్స్ ప్రైజెస్ అనేవి తెలుస్తాయి అండ్ డిస్కౌంట్స్ గురించి తెలుస్తాయి. క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటీ, ఇఫ్ దే ఆర్ గివింగ్ క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటీ మనం దాన్ని కొనడానికి ముందుకెళ్తాం. జస్ట్ లైక్ ఇప్పుడు ఈఎంఐ మీద కొంటున్నారు, ఈఎంఐ, ఈ అంటే ఎవ్రీ, ఎం అంటే మంత్, ఐ అంటే ఇంట్రెస్ట్, ఎవ్రీ మంత్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆర్ ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్. ఓకే, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అయినా చెప్పుకోవచ్చు, ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ అయినా చెప్పొచ్చు. సో ఈఎంఐ, సో ఈఎంఐ మీద ఎవ్రీ మంత్ ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ ఉంటుంది, ఫిక్స్డ్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ ఉంటుంది. సో ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ మీద కూడా ఇవాళ రేపు అందరు కార్లు, they are buying the cars and refrigerators, air conditions, luxury అలవాటు అయిపోతున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే they are giving the credit facilities, right? So this is the communication is very very important thing. Next one, warehousing, already మనం డిస్కస్ చేసామ్మా. Time gap between the production and consumption, there is a time gap between the production and consumption. Those gap can be filled by storage. స్టోర్ చేసి ఆ గ్యాప్ని వేర్ హౌస్ గోడౌన్స్లో స్టోర్ చేసి వీ కెన్ ఫిల్ దోస్ గ్యాప్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఇఫ్ దేర్ ఈస్ ఎ రెయినీ సీజన్, ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ సెల్లింగ్ ద స్వెటర్స్, కొంటారా? డిమాండ్ ఉంటుందా మార్కెట్లో? ఉండదు. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ వింటర్ సీజన్ అండ్ యు ఆర్ సెల్లింగ్ అంబ్రుల్లాస్ అండ్ రెయిన్ కోట్స్, డిమాండ్ ఉంటుందా? ఉండదు. సో ఆ నీడ్, ఆ డిమాండ్ ప్రకారం మార్కెట్లో సప్లై అనేది చేయాలి. దెన్ ఓన్లీ యూ విల్ గెట్ ద ప్రాఫిట్. ఓకే, సో దట్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ వేర్ హౌసింగ్. నెక్స్ట్, ఇన్సూరెన్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ డిస్కస్డ్ ఫైర్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్, మెరైన్ ఇన్సూరెన్స్, ఫ్యాక్టరీ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఫర్ ద గూడ్స్ అండ్ అసెట్స్ అని చదువుకున్నాం హెండెన్స్లో. ఎస్, ఇక్కడ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఎందుకు మేడం అంటే, ఇన్సూరెన్స్ రిడ్యూస్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఆఫ్ రిస్క్ అనేది బిజినెస్కి చుట్టుకొని ఉంటుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ జస్ట్ లైక్ ఏ సర్కిల్. బిజినెస్ హ్యావ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ రిస్క్. థ్రెట్ అంటే భయం, డ్యూ టు ద చేంజెస్ ఆఫ్ ద సొసైటీ, డ్యూ టు ద చేంజెస్ ఆఫ్ ద కస్టమర్స్ టేస్ట్, ప్రిఫరెన్స్. బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ దేర్ ఈజ్ the problem of risk. The problem of risk can be solved by taking the insurance. By taking the insurance, we can solve the problem of risk. So the insurance companies act as a risk bearer. Risk bearer means they will take that risk. Risk bearer అంటే వాళ్ళు మీ రిస్క్ని వాళ్ళు తీసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది. అండ్ those covered the risk, మీరు రిస్క్ని మొత్తం కవర్ చేసేస్తారు. సో ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఈజ్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ బ్యాంక్ ప్రొవైడ్ లోన్స్. ఎస్, ఇట్ ప్రొవైడ్ షార్ట్ టర్మ్ లోన్స్ ఇస్తుంది, అంటే 1 year లోపల టైం డ్యూరేషన్ ఉంటుంది. అండ్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ లోన్స్ ఫర్ మోర్ దాన్ 1 year. 1 year కన్నా ఎక్కువ, మోర్ దాన్ 1 year లోన్స్. ఓకే, ఓవర్ డ్రాఫ్ట్ ఫెసిలిటీ ఆల్రెడీ అకౌంట్స్లో వచ్చేసే ఉంటుంది. ఓవర్ డ్రాఫ్ట్ అంటే ఉన్న బ్యాలెన్స్ కన్నా ఎక్కువ బ్యాలెన్స్ డ్రా చేసుకునే ఫెసిలిటీ. యూ కెన్ డ్రా మోర్ దాన్ ద బ్యాలెన్స్ వాట్ ఈజ్ అవైలబుల్ ఇన్ యువర్ అకౌంట్స్. క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్. ఎస్, క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ type of facility. This is just similar to overdraft but not totally similar. Okay, next, bill discounting the bill. When the bill went to bank, the bank will discount the bill. Maturity time కన్నా ముందు బిల్ బ్యాంక్కి వెళ్తే బ్యాంక్ ఏం చేస్తుంది, బిల్ని డిస్కౌంట్ చేసేసి, అంటే ఒకవేళ ఆ బిల్ 2500కి సంబంధించిన బిల్ ఉంది, ఆ బిల్ యాక్చువల్లీ ఏ రోజు పోవాలి, 20కి వెళ్ళాలి, కానీ మీరు ఆ బిల్ తీసుకుని 18th రోజే వెళ్ళిపోయారు. 18th డేట్కి వెళ్ళిండ్రు. వెళ్తే 2500లో నుంచి మీకు 2300 ఇచ్చేసి ద రిమైనింగ్ 200 అమౌంట్ ఈస్ డిస్కౌంటెడ్, బ్యాంక్ తీసుకుంటుంది. సో ద టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఆల్సో ప్రొవైడింగ్ బై ద బ్యాంకింగ్ సెక్టార్. నెక్స్ట్ advertisement. Advertisement is important to fill the knowledge gap, whatever the knowledge gap we have. ఒక ప్రోడక్ట్ గురించి మనకు అవగాహన లేనప్పుడు దట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ అవేర్నెస్, అవగాహన అంటే అవేర్నెస్, that awareness we can get from the advertisement. From which type of sources ఏంటి advertisement? What are the sources for the advertisement? Means radios, newspapers, magazines, TV, internet, friends, everyone are the source for the advertisement. So these all are helpful for the trade. These all will help for the trade, and when we combine the trade plus aids to trade, then it is called as a commerce. That it is called as a commerce. Commerce means not only the trade, not only aids to trade. Commerce means two things, trade and aids to trade. Trade means buying and selling goods. Okay. Aids to trade means it provides the additional facilities by removing the difficulties which are arising during the distribution of goods. Whatever the difficulties are arising, that can be solved, that can be overcome with the help of the aids to trade. So this is the topic about the branches of commerce. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education Commerce Theory part for the first years, and the chapter which we are dealing with, that is the business activities, and the part is 7th. So in this part 7 we are going to know about the differences, distinction between the industry, commerce and trade. What are the differences between these three? We have studied about the industry and the classification of the industry. We have studied about the trade and the importance of the trade, classification of the trade, it is classified. Yes, we have studied about the commerce. It is has two branches, and we have discussed about the importance of the commerce. Yes, we have studied those all the things, and this is the final topic of this chapter 2, that is business activities. So in this topic we are going to compare each and everything. What is commerce? We are comparing it with the industry. What is industry? We are comparing with the trade and commerce. So we are comparing three, and we are seeing what are the major differences between these three. Let us start the topic. The first is meaning. What's the meaning of the industry? As we know, meaning means industry is a production of goods and services. Industry means production of goods and services. Industry is a place where the production of goods and services takes place. It is a place of production of goods and services. It is a place we get goods and services produced by the producers. Okay. What is commerce? It is distribution of goods and services. Distribution of goods and services is the commerce. Then what is trade? Buying and selling of goods and services. Buying and selling of goods and services, that is trade. Industry means production of goods and services. Commerce means distribution of goods and services. Trade means buying and selling of goods and services. This is the meaning of the trade, commerce, industry. This is the most important question. It may be asked for 5 marks. Very, very important question. Okay. Next, creation of utility means what kind of utility this creates. Okay. So, creation of utility, the industry will create the farm utility. You know farm utility? In economics you have the farm utility. Farm utility means, for example, see, we have wood. Yes, we have wood. Wood ante chekka. Yes, we have wood. Wood is a raw material. Yes, it is a raw material. How we can utilize this wood? By making table, by making chair, or by making any kind of furniture that can be made with the wood. This furniture is in the form, అంటే ఒక రూపంలో ఉంది. చైర్ ఒక రూపం, కూర్చునే విధంగా ఉంది. వుడ్ మీద పోయి కూర్చుంటావా? కూర్చొని క్లాసెస్ వినగలుగుతామా? లేదు. ఎస్, టేబుల్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ ద ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్, ఇట్ ఈస్ కన్వీనియంట్ టు రైట్, చైర్ టు సిట్. సో there is some type of form. Everything should be in particular form. For example, if there is a rice, only rice, okay, cook cheyaleru, rice undi, curry undi, tinagalugutamma? No, it should be in the form of boiled. Adi boiled avali, rice boiled ayi adi koddiga mettaga soft ga aithe we will add curry and we will eat. It should be in particular form. So create the form utility. Industry with what it will do, it take the raw material and it convert those raw material into particular form. Yes, it will convert the raw material into particular form, means it will convert it into certain good. Yes, next, creates the person, place, time, utility, etc. What's the commerce is doing? It doing the person utility by what? By the trade. With the help of trade, it creating the person utility. Place, by the transportation. Time, by the storage, warehousing. So it is providing by the commerce. Commerce providing us different types of utilities. Financial problem, we have the banks. Awareness problem, or we have in order to know the knowledge, we have the communication system. Yes, for the promotion we have the advertisement. Yes, these all are providing by the commerce. Yes, next, trade creates only position utility. It creates position utility. It means that it will be available in certain position, means in certain place. What it means, trade means it will be available in certain place in the market. Yes, it creating a market utility. If you want to buy piece of bread, where you will go? You have to go to market. There the piece of bread is available. Or you have to bring the raw material what is required to prepare the bread. Yes, for that also you have to go to the market. Means what here? The trade is creating what utility? Position utility. It creating a position utility. Next, capital. In order to start the industry, we require huge amount of capital. In order to start the industry, we have to purchase the we have to purchase the machineries. We have to purchase the raw material. We have to hire some of the employees, some of the workers, some of the laborers. Yes, we have to take electricity. We need electricity facilities. We need transportation facilities. These all things that are required for the industry. That's why the capital of the industry is very huge. Very huge. Huge ante chala ekwa. Okay, huge capital we required. Later, commerce required less capital. Why? Because it is just a distribution of goods and services. Between that, there are some of the mediators like wholesalers, retailers. There what will they do? They will distribute. So no need of any kind of capital here. Whatever are producing in the industry, those are sent to the sent for distribution. So it does not require more capital. Less capital is sufficient compared to the industry. Okay, next, here also for the trade also there is no need of more capital. If you purchase one truck, or if you purchase one lorry, or if you purchase any kind of thing, any kind of ship like that, it's enough. There is no need to bring all the things like raw material, workers, employees. Is all not necessary. Yes, this is not necessary. So the capital is also very less in the trade. The capital is totally less for the trade. Next, risk. See, when the capital is more, then the risk will be more. Yes, This is interlink factor. When there is more capital, the risk will be more. So here we have the high risk as compared to the commerce and trade. Industry will have more risk. It is very risky because its investment is more, capital is huge. So here the risk is there in the industry. Whereas come to the commerce, we have less capital and we have less risk. The risk factor is also very low as compared to the industry. Okay, next trade, low risk than the industry. Here also low risk. Why? Because they are less capital, low risk. Less capital, low risk. Huge capital, more risk. Next, elements. What are the elements that are covered by these industry, commerce and trade? What they are covering? See, the industry will cover the genetic industry, extractive industry, manufacturing industry and construction industry. Yes, these are the things that is covered by the industry. We know what is genetic industry. Two types of different species we will join to bring a new species of plant or animal. Extractive industry, extraction of oil or any kind of minerals. Next, manufacturing industry. In the manufacturing industry, we have number of types of classification. Analytical industry, yes, synthetic industry. Now, these all are come under the manufacturing industry. What we have discussed. Construction. The construction industry means it is related with the construction of buildings, dams, canals, projects. Yes, those are fall under the category of construction industry. Let us move to the commerce. Commerce means trade and aids to trade. Trade means it is classified into home trade, foreign trade. Aids to trade means it is providing the services, it remove the difficulties. It remove the difficulties. Aids to trade means it remove the difficulties which are in trade. While doing the trade, whatever the difficulties are present, those difficulties can be removed by the aids to trade. It will help for the smooth functioning of the distribution of goods. Yes, so that is about aids to trade. Now, place of work, where these industries are located, the farms. Industries are in the form of farms, means companies, mines. Yes, next workshops, factories. These all considered as an industries. Yes, commerce, from one place to another place. It is duty is only to distribution. Distribution is the main theme of the commerce, right? Distribution is the most important thing for the commerce. So it moves from one place to the another place. And later we have the trade. Trade, where will we go for the trade? Trade will be done in the market. So we have to go for the market to purchase certain good or to get certain services. Okay. Next, work, ownership and control. Who control and who is the owner means by industrialist. Industrialist is the owner and he will control all the industrial activities. Whatever the production activities are going on in the industry, that is completely controlled by the industrialist. Whereas come to commerce, that are by the merchants. Merchant means mediators. Some of the mediators are present in the distribution time. Wholesalers, retailers, these all are the mediators. Those all called as merchants. Okay, wholesalers, retailers, these all called as merchants, mediators. These will control the total commerce. Okay, and afterwards we have traders. Who are the traders? An individual who do the trade. Yes, what is a trader? Who is a trader? An individual who do the trade. Ever trade chestado aa vyaktini trader antunam, right? So this is about the differences between the industry, commerce and trade. These are the differences. Let us move to the next topic, that is interrelationship. What is the interrelationship between the trade, industry, commerce and trade? Actually, business means Business equals to, this is the formula, just like how you have formulas in mathematics, in the same way there is a formulas for the commerce also. So what is it? Business equals to industry plus commerce. Business equals to industry plus commerce. Then commerce equals to trade plus aids to trade. Then commerce equals to trade plus aids to trade. Okay. What is business? Business means industry plus commerce. Commerce equals to trade plus aids to trade. Then commerce, what is this? Trade, foreign trade, aids to trade. Okay. Trade, foreign trade, aids to trade. So trade means exchange of goods and services. Yes, we have written here buying and selling of goods and services. Yes, buying and selling of goods and services. Home trade, foreign trade. Home trade means the trade which is taken place within our nation, that is home trade. Foreign trade, if the buying and selling of the trade activities which are done with other countries, that is foreign trade. And the home trade is classified into trade is classified into home trade and foreign trade. Yes. Now the foreign trade, yes, foreign trade is again classified into three categories. Yes, home trade is classified into foreign trade is classified into three categories. What are those three categories? Actually commerce means, wait a second, actually commerce means we have only two. One is trade and another one is aids to trade. In that we have home trade and foreign trade. For the foreign trade we have these all things. What are those things? Export trade, import trade and entry port trade or re-export trade Commerce is broadly classified into how many categories? Two categories. One is trade and another one is aids to trade. And trade is classified into home trade, foreign trade. Home trade means within the country. Foreign trade means with other country. And the foreign trade is again classified into export trade, import trade, entry port trade. That is clear, right? Next, aids to trade means the services, transportation, banking. Yes, transportation means we have airways, waterways, landways. Yes, we have different types of ways, railways. Those fall under the category of transportation. Banking means bank providers, short-term loans, long-term loans, okay, medium-term loans, overdraft facility, bill discounting. This is all providing by the bank. Advertisement means we know radios, televisions, internet, yes, newspapers. These all provide the advertisement regarding the particular products. Yes, communication, whether it is oral communication or written communication, it will bring certain type of awareness about the particular good. Yes, just like price of the good, discount allowed it for the good, okay, and some other things. What are the types of what we say, some type of offers which are offering by the companies, that can we know with the communication. Warehousing, storing of the goods, that comes under the category of warehousing. Insurance, we required insurance in order to overcome with the problem of risk. The business has a risk, that risk can be overcome, that risk can be bear by taking the insurance. The insurance company will bear the risk, whatever the risk that is there in the business. Yes, we have two types of insurances. One is life insurance, that is LIC, and general insurance, that is GIC. Okay, general life insurance and general insurance. So general insurance will be done for the assets and life insurance is done for the human beings. Okay, for the human beings, life related things. Okay, for which have the life, for that we will do life insurance, and which don't have the life, non-movable things, for that we will provide the general insurance. General insurance for factory, okay, for the assets of the factory, or those are any machineries, furniture, whatever it may be there, that will be fall under the category of general insurance. Insurance for the employees, insurance for the employees provident fund, whatever it may be, that will be related with the life insurance, insurance for the workers, laborers, those all come under the life insurance, and the remaining which don't have the life, that come under the general insurance. So this is about the interrelationship between the industry, commerce and trade. So business means industry plus commerce. Again the commerce means trade plus trade equals trade plus aids to trade. This is about the interrelationship. So by these we completed our second chapter, right? Let's meet in the third chapter, part 1. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education, first years English medium, commerce theory part, and the chapter we are dealing with, that is the third chapter, that is business organization. In that we have sole proprietors, joint stock companies, partnership, and also we have cooperative joint Hindu families. Okay, so these all are included in the business organization. So we will discuss each and everything in detail. And one more thing, according to the COVID-19, our syllabus, that is 30% has been reduced by the government of the Telangana. So according to the deleted syllabus, we have to follow the current syllabus. Okay, so 30% syllabus whatever deleted, we are not going to study in the academic year 2020-21, and the topics which are remain after deleting the 30% of the syllabus, those topics only we are going to discuss, and we are going to write the exam for only those topics only. For 70% of the syllabus is only coming in your exam, and that will only be teached. Okay, right. Let us enter into the topic without wasting the time. So, forms of business organization. Forms of business organization. We know business means it should be a regular activity, it should be continuous activity, which have the certain aim of profit as the main thing, main aim, main motive of the business should be the profit. And also business means some buying, some selling of goods or services. Those things are considered as the business. Economical activities, mainly all the economic activities which are concerned with the money are considered as a business. Yes, we have studied in the first chapter about the economical activities. Those activities are again divided into business, profession and employment. In that we are going to study today about the forms of business organizations. How many forms of business organizations are there? Means types of business organizations. So let us see what are they. Arrangement of the ownership and management of the business organizations is termed as forms of business organization. Ownership and management, both are different concepts. Ownership means they bring the capital. Management means they control the business. They control each and every activity, operations of the business. Operations ante ఆపరేషన్ థియేటర్లో తీసుకెళ్ళి బ్లేడ్లతో కోసేయడం, అది ఆపరేషన్ కాదు. ఇక్కడ ఆపరేషన్ అంటే మన కామర్స్లో యాక్టివిటీస్. ఓకే, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద డే టు డే యాక్టివిటీస్ వీ హ్యావ్ రిగార్డింగ్ ద బిజినెస్. సో దోస్ యాక్టివిటీస్ are done and those activities are controlled, managed by the management. Okay, ownership is different from the management. Yes, the management will be the board of directors, or there may be the employees, laborers, workers. There are the there are the management. Whereas come to ownership, equity shareholders, preference shareholders, debenture holders, these are the ownership. Means they have certain ownership in that. Okay, they have certain rights of fixed interest, of fixed dividend, or the equity shareholders are the real owners of the business, right? So there is a difference between the ownership and the management, which we will study in upcoming classes, in upcoming sessions. No need to worry. So the total form of business organization is broadly classified into 3 categories. 1, 2, 3. It is totally classified into 3 categories. The total business organizations. Okay, organizations, whatever the business organizations are there, those organizations are totally divided into three categories. One is private undertaking, next is public undertaking, and the next one is joint sector undertaking. Public undertaking, private undertaking, and joint sector undertaking. So what is private undertaking? First of all, we discuss what is private undertaking. See, private undertaking is nothing but whatever the private organizations, private limited companies, whatever the private companies or private organizations are there, those fall under the category of private. Okay, private companies, private institutions, private organizations, those are fall under the category of private. They don't have any connection with the government. They just follow certain rules and regulations of the government, but the government will not involved in the business of the private organizations. Okay, the government will not involve directly, but it indirectly participate in the private organizations, paying of taxes, some type of new rules and regulations. Companies are there, private companies are there, public companies mean government companies are there. Companies Act is new Companies Act, that is 2013 Company Act, that is applicable to both private company and public company. In this way, indirectly the government is involved in the private undertaking. But private undertaking means the total private sector is only having the right on each and everything. The private sector is only having the right on each and everything. Next, public undertaking. Here the government involvement is there. Total government involvement is there. Here the government is the main key player and role player of the these type of business organization. The private means private organization. Government means the total public undertaking means the government will involve totally. Whatever the decisions have to be taken. See, banks, Reserve Bank of India, State Bank of India, yes, those banks are considered as the public undertakings, means that are under the control of government. Joint sector undertaking, it is a combination of both public plus private. Public plus private means joint. It is a combination of both involvement of the government and also the public. Government involvement and also the private sector's involvement are there in the joint sector undertakings. So these are the three sectors of the business firm, and in these private undertakings what will become means sole proprietorship, partnership. Sole proprietorship means just one man show. Sole proprietorship is just a one man show. Only one person will do. Kiranam shops. Yes, in your near to your house, Kiranam shops. And tea stalls, tiffin centers. Those are sole proprietorship. Means one man show. Okay, yes. Partnership. Partnership means number of group of persons participate. Chala mandi kalsi ఒక బిజినెస్ వ్యాపారం అనేది మొదలు పెడతారు పార్ట్నర్షిప్లో. జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ. ఓకే, జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ, దట్ ఈస్ హియర్ వీ హ్యావ్ ద కర్త. he is the head of the family. He has the right to take every decisions regarding the business. This is also type of private business. Here the male person is act as the head of the family and he is only control total business organization. The woman should not have the right to participate. Cooperative societies. These societies generally work for the service. Okay, they provide the service to the society. There are also private sector, come under private sector. Joint stock companies. Those companies, MNC companies, multinational companies and all the companies fall under this general small scale industries and small scale companies, medium companies. Okay, those companies fall under the joint stock company. Later, public's undertaking, department organizations, departments, health department, education department, and also different types of departments are there we have. Yes, finance department, revenue department, all those departments are fall under here. Public corporations, public companies, Okay, public related companies, banks, these all are come under this. Government companies, public companies, government companies, public related companies and government related companies will fall under the public undertaking. Here the government is also involving, public is also involving. Public means we also involving. So that type of companies are known as public undertakings, and which are connected with the private are these five: sole proprietorship, partnership, joint stock company, cooperative society, joint joint stock company. Okay, joint Hindu family, cooperative society, joint stock company. Next, public undertaking, department organization, public corporation, government companies. Let us move on to the meaning of the sole proprietorship. Let us see what is sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship means one man show. Kiranam shops, tea stalls, hotels, tiffin centers untai kada, they all fall under the category of sole proprietorship. No one will come here, no one will control you, no one will do anything. Okay, you only have to do everything. If there is a profit in the business, you only take. If there is a loss in the business, you only have to bear. Everything you have to do, one man show. So what it is here written? Sole, meaning of the sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship is the oldest form of business. It is the oldest. పాత కాలం నుంచి ఉన్నది ఇది, ఇలా కొత్త బిజినెస్ ఏదో కాదు. ఓకే, ఇట్ ఈస్ ద ఓల్డెస్ట్ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్. టీ స్టాల్స్ దట్ ఆర్ రన్నింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ థౌజండ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇయర్స్. టిఫిన్ సెంటర్స్, బయట చిన్న చిన్న బండిల మీద టిఫిన్స్, ఇడ్లీలు, దోశలు అమ్ముతుంటారు కదా, దట్ ఈస్ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్షిప్. దట్ బిజినెస్ ఈజ్ నోన్ యాజ్ sole proprietorship. They don't have any control, or they will not managed by other persons. They will control their own things. Valle capital pettukuntaru. Okay, they only bring the capital, they only manage everything, they do everything. One man show, simply one man show, in which a single individual introduce his or her own capital. He only introduce his or her own capital. He will bring his own capital. Okay, in which own capital, skill and intelligence in the management of its affairs, and solely responsible for the result of the operations. Okay, he have certain skills, he needs certain skills, he have to bring his own capital, he need to have certain amount of skills, talent undali, intelligence undali, dantlo naipunyata undali aa panilo. Okay, he is responsible, he will bring the capital, and he will be only have to manage the things, he only have to manage whatever the activities are going on the business. No other one will come and help him. Okay, if he want to take the help, his family will help him, but no other will come and help him. So he is the person who is responsible for the profit and loss, whatever come in his business. Okay, he is also known as individual proprietorship. This type of sole proprietorship is also known as individual proprietorship or single entrepreneurship or single entrepreneurship. Single entrepreneurship. So means single means one, individual means one, sole means one man show. Only one man is responsible for bringing capital, managing the business, and whatever the profit or loss, whatever is there, he only have to bear it. No one will come and no one will help him. Okay, that is sole proprietor. That's the meaning of the sole proprietorship. Let us see the definition that is given by the James Stephenson. According to the James Stephenson, there is a definition for the sole proprietorship we will discuss. A sole trader is a person. Okay, a sole trader, he is a person who carries on business exclusively by and for himself. He carry on the business for home, he carry on business for himself, for his own purpose he will carry the business. He is not only the owner of the capital. Yes, he is not only the owner of the capital of the undertaking, but he is usually organizer and manager. Okay, he is the organizer and manager and take all the profits and responsible for the losses. And he is responsible for the losses also. He is not only bringing the capital okate testaledu. హీఈస్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్. కావాల్సిన వస్తువులన్నిటినీ, ఆ బిజినెస్ వ్యాపారం మొదలు పెట్టడానికి కావాల్సిన వస్తువులన్నిటినీ అతనే తెచ్చుకోవాలి. ఓకే, హీ ఓన్లీ హ్యావ్ టు బ్రింగ్ ఆల్ ద థింగ్స్. మేనేజ్ చేసుకోవాలి అన్నిటినీ అతనే మేనేజ్ చేసుకోవాలి. కిరాణం షాప్కి వెళ్తే చూడండి ఏం చేస్తాడు, క్యాపిటల్ అతనే తెచ్చుకుంటుండు. ఎస్, తర్వాత అన్నీ ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఏమేమి పెట్టుకోవాలో అతను ఆర్గనైజ్ చేసుకుంటాడు. ఒక వెయిట్ మిషన్, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ వెయిట్ మిషన్ అండ్ ఆల్సో వాట్ ఎవర్ ద అట్రాక్టివ్ గూడ్స్ ఆర్ దేర్ ఫర్ స్మాల్ చిల్డ్రన్స్ అండ్ ఫర్ ద యంగర్, ఎస్, and for the housewives, how there are attract, those all things he have to do. Discount pettadam and also giving something as free for the another thing, buy one get one offers, everything he has to manage. And whatever the profits he will get, for that he only responsible. For whatever the losses he get, he only the responsible. If he get profit, he only responsible. If he get loss, he only responsible. Whatever happening in his business, for each and every single thing, he only responsible. No one is other one is responsible. That's why this business is called as individual proprietorship or single entrepreneurship. That is the thing. So this definition is given by the famous person, that is James Stephenson. So we will discuss about the futures of the sole proprietorship in the next session. Okay, so do hard work and also maintain writing practice. Okay, so you have to write speed and neat. Good writing is also necessary. You can get good marks. Okay, right ma. Good morning ma. Welcome to all for online education. Commerce first year's English medium theory part and the chapter that we are dealing with the business organizations. We have sole trading, sole proprietorship and joint Hindu family, joint stock companies, cooperative societies, partnerships are there in this chapter. We are going to discuss each and everything. So in this session we are going to study about the futures of the sole proprietorship. Yes, what is the meaning of sole proprietorship? Means one man show. Just like kiranam shops and tea stalls, these all come under the sole proprietorship. Means the owner and the management both are equal. There is no both are only one person. Both are one person and there is no difference between the owner and the management. Whatever the management activities are there, that is carried out by the owner, and whatever the activities of the owner, that is also carried by the owner himself. That person is considered as a sole proprietor and those business is considered as sole proprietorship business. It is a one man show. Let us see one by one what are those and what are the futures of the sole proprietorship in this session. Individual initiatives means individual capacity. Initiatives means the capacity. He has the individual capacity to do everything. Okay, what is here? The sole proprietorship business is started by the single person. This business is started by the single person. Only one person is involved in the business. He has that capacity, he has that capability. Okay, he has that capacity, he has that capability to continue that business by a single person. Okay, he prepared the business plan and arranges various factors of production. So he not only prepared the business plan, but also he arranged the various factors of production. What are the factors of production are there? Whether land, okay, land, capital, yes, labor, whatever required for his business, he only arranged all those things, various factors of production. So he only become as a owner and he only become as a labor. He is only involved in the business. He is only the manager. He is only the owner. He is only the labor or employee or anything, whatever the business he started. If you observe the kiranam shops near to your house, you will see that he only purchase the goods from the supplier. He only invest the capital. He only sell those goods. If there is any damage in the goods, In that case, he only replace those goods and give to you, and he only maintain the account books. Okay, క్రెడిట్ మీద ఒకవేళ డెప్త్ మీద అప్పు మీద తీసుకొస్తే ఏం చేస్తుండు, ఒక బుక్ మెయింటైన్ చేస్తుండు. హీ విల్ గివ్ సమ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ డెప్త్ రిలేటెడ్ goods also. Yes, so he will maintain those type of things. Yes, so he will do those all things by only one man do these all the things because he has that capability. Next future, single ownership. It is the single ownership business, not more owners are involved here, only a single owner is involved. Okay, the sole proprietor business has a single ownership. It has only a single ownership, only a single owner will be participate here, who himself or herself, whether it may be male or female. We can not say only the male is participate in the sole proprietorship. Whether male can also participate and female can also participate as a sole proprietor. Start the business by bringing together all the resources, whatever the resources, he or she will bring all the resources, whatever the resources those are required for the business. They will bring all those resources. Okay, they will bring all those resources at the one place, and there will he or she will sell all the goods and services whatever required for the business. So he play a very important role in the business. Okay, so he gather all the resources. So he is a single ownership. Yes, single ownership, whether there is a profit or whether there is a loss, he have to bear both of the things. Profit వస్తే అతనే ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తాడు, లాస్ వస్తే అతనే బేర్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది, బికాస్ నో అదర్ పర్సన్ ఈజ్ ఇన్వాల్వ్డ్ ఇన్ ద బిజినెస్. సింగిల్ ఓనర్షిప్, ఓన్లీ వన్ ఓనర్. Less legal formalities. There is no more legal formalities. Legal formalities means type of registrations or any kind of rules and regulations should be followed. That all not required to him. Just he can do anything, no legal formalities. He know కిరాణం షాప్ పెట్టాలి, ఏమైనా లీగల్ ఫార్మాలిటీస్ ఉంటాయా? నో నీడ్ ఆఫ్ లీగల్ ఫార్మాలిటీస్, రైట్? The formation and operation of sole proprietorship involved less formalities, very less legal formalities are required. Tea stall, if you want to keep a tea stall, you have to just buy one stall, that's it. Yes, you have to pay certain rent to that owner, that's it. But there is no much legal formalities, very less legal formalities comparing to other kind of businesses. These have very limited legal formalities. And winding up means what? Maybe 2 marks ki question రావచ్చమ్మా. వైండింగ్ అప్ అంటే ఏంటిది? కంపెనీ క్లోజ్ చేసేదాన్ని వైండింగ్ అప్ అంటారు. సడన్లీ ద సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ ఈజ్ డై. ఓకే, సడన్లీ ద సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ ఈజ్ డై ఆర్ హీ బికమ్ ఇల్ అంటే ఏదో డిసీజ్ వచ్చి ఏమైండు, ఇల్ అయిందంటే అంటే హెల్త్ బాగాలేదు, అనారోగ్యంతో సఫర్ అవుతున్నాడు, హీ సఫరింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ సమ్ ఇల్నెస్. దెన్ how the business will be run? Then it will become very difficult. At that time there is a chances of winding up of the business. Winding up is nothing but closing of the business. The business may be closed. Okay, the business may be closed. So it is easy and simple to wind up. There is no formalities while winding up, and there is very less legal formalities while starting. Okay, while starting the business, very less formalities, and at the time of winding up there is no any kind of formalities or anything. Easily and quickly he can wind up the business. Okay, unlimited liability. Liability means, you know what is the liability? Liability means appu. Okay, appu. Unlimited means, limited means, for example I will give permission up to here, ikkada varaku maatrame meeku velle permission istunnan anukondi, this is the limit. ఇది ఒక లిమిట్ అన్నట్టు, మీరు ikkada varaku maatrame రావచ్చు. మరి అన్లిమిటెడ్ అంటే ఏంటిది మేడం అంటే, అన్లిమిటెడ్ అంటే దెర్ ఈజ్ నో లిమిట్ అట్ ఆల్. దెర్ ఈజ్ నో లిమిట్, లిమిట్ అనేదే ఉండదు, ఎంత అంటే అంత. ఓకే, So unlimited liabilities. The liability of the sole proprietor is unlimited. అంటే అతనికి ఒకవేళ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ బిజినెస్ చేయడం వల్ల ఇఫ్ హీ ఫేస్ ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ లాస్ ఇన్ ద బిజినెస్ దెన్ హిస్ పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఆ లాస్ని కవర్ చేయడానికి అతను పే చేసిన అమౌంట్ సరిపోలేదనుకోండి, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 25 lakhs రూపీస్ లాస్ వచ్చిందనుకోండి, 25 lakhs రూపీస్ లాస్ వచ్చింది. ఇతని దగ్గర ఉన్న డబ్బులతోటి ఇతను 20 lakhs వరకు ఆ లాస్ని డబ్బులు కట్టి క్లియర్ చేసుకున్నాడు. రిమైనింగ్ ఎంత ఉంది? ఇంకా 5 lakhs. He have to pay 5 lakhs. At that time his personal property can also be utilized. అతని పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీని కూడా తీసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది. His personal property is taken to pay the liability of the business, So the liability is very unlimited liability. Means if there is a loss, his personal property is also be taken. If the amount what he is doing settlement, that amount is not enough to settle the liability, at that time the personal property of the sole proprietor is also being taken to clear all the dues, whatever the dues are there in the sole proprietorship business. Okay, next one, ownership and management. Generally in every business owner is different and management is different. Owner means he will bring the capital. Management means they control the total business. They will participate in every day-to-day operations, means in day-to-day activities they will involve. But here there is no separate existence of the business with the owner and the management. The owner only manage the business. He only manage the business as per his skills and intelligence. He only manage the business. There is no need of any kind of other management. This is one man show. There is only one man. He only do the everything. He will become owner, he will become management, he will become labor, he will become investor, he will become everything. Okay, he does not allow anyone to join his business because it is a single man show. It is a single ownership business. Only one person is required. ఓన్లీ వన్ పర్సన్ విల్ బి దేర్. మీకు ఇప్పుడు డౌట్ రావచ్చు, మేడం కిరాణం షాప్లో కొన్నిసార్లు కొంతమంది పనిచేసే వాళ్ళు కూడా ఉంటారు కదా మేడం అంటే, అది అతను ఒకవేళ పెట్టుకోవాలనుకుంటే లేబర్స్ని వర్కర్స్ని పెట్టుకుంటాడు, అతని ఇష్టం మీద డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంటుంది. కానీ there are not the owners of the business. Those laborers or workers are not the owners of the business. That's why it is a single ownership business. If you take book stalls, okay, not only kiranam shops or tea stalls, if you take the book stalls also, there is only one owner at the counter and some of the workers are working in the book stall. They don't have any right to take the decision. They don't have any right to bring certain goods to the stall. Okay, everything whatever is going on in those type of businesses, in that case the total decision taking power is in the hands of the single person, that is the owner, sole proprietor. So here as per his skill and intelligence he will manage the business. Whatever the business activities are there, those business activities are managed by him only. That is about the ownership and management. Here ownership and management both are managed by a single person, that is sole proprietor. Let us see about the next one, motivation. No one will motivate him. He only motivate himself or she only motivate herself. No one will come and motivate him. No one give some type of counselings to him. He only motivated with his operations means with his day-to-day activities. If he generate more profit from the business, he will be motivated himself. He will start new kind of techniques in the business. He provides some type of offers, buy one get two. Okay, if you purchase up to 1 kg, 10% discount. These type of techniques he started using if he is motivated by the profit. Okay, let us see. He enjoy all the profits and bear all the losses if any. He enjoy all the profits, whatever the profits are there in the business, he enjoy all those profits, and if there is any loss in the business, he bear those loss. That's why he having unlimited liability. Okay, whatever the dues he have to pay from his personal property also. So unlimited liability. There is a direct relationship between the efforts and earning. How much he will do the effort, that much he will be earn. Okay, there is a direct relationship. If he wake up early in the morning at the 5 o'clock and he went to shop and he start his daily activities till night 10 o'clock, he will earn more. If he wake up at a sharp 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and if at the time he went to shop and evening at 4 o'clock only he come to home, at that time the earnings will be very less. So there is a direct relationship between his effort and his earnings. These motivate him or her to expand the business activities. No external motivation is required to him. His activities, his operations, whatever the profit he getting from the business, those only motivate him. No need of external type of any motivations. బయట నుంచి ఎవరు మోటివేట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. అతను ఎంత పని చేస్తాడో అంత ఎఫర్ట్ పెడతాడో అంత ఆదాయం వస్తుంది, ఇన్కమ్ ప్రాఫిట్ వస్తుంది. ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చిన దాంతో అతను మోటివేట్ అవుతాడు. ఒకవేళ అతను హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేయకపోతే లాసెస్ వస్తాయి. లాసెస్ వచ్చినప్పుడు అతన్ని ఎవరు మోటివేట్ చేయడానికి రారు. మళ్ళీ అతనే రియలైజ్ అయ్యి తన తప్పుని తెలుసుకొని మళ్ళీ అతనే మోటివేట్ అవ్వాలి. Secrecy. So in these type of sole trading proprietorship type of businesses, there is secrecy is very much important, because if everything is displayed to the public, then there is a danger and there is a threat. Threat ante pramadam. ఎవరితో మేడం అంటే కాంపిటేటర్స్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్. కాంపిటేటర్స్ వచ్చే అవకాశాలు ఉంటాయి. సో సీక్రెసీ ఈజ్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ in the sole proprietorship business. All important decisions is taken by the sole proprietor himself or herself. Yes, all important decisions, whatever the decisions are there, very important decisions regarding the business, all those decisions are taken by the sole proprietor himself or herself. For small businesses, this sole proprietorship is suitable for the small business. Okay, so for small businesses to grow and avoid the competition, to grow and avoid the competitors, to enter into the small business, secrecy is important. So secrecy is very important for the sole proprietorship business, in order to avoid the competitors. In order to avoid the competitors, the secrecy is very much important for the sole proprietor. He have to maintain everything secret. Otherwise what happened? Other competitors will be enter into the market and it will become big headache for the sole proprietor. Next, no separate entity. Accounting lo meeku vastadi business entity concepts. Accounting concepts lo meeku first concept em untadi? Business is different and owner is different ani vastadi. Business is separate and owner is separate ani vastundi. First concept ade untundi kada. కానీ ఇలాంటి వ్యాపారంలో మీన్స్ ఇన్ దీస్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ sole proprietorship business, the owner and the business both are the same. Okay, the owner and business both are the same. మరి మీకు డౌట్ రావచ్చు, మేడం మరి దాంట్లో అట్లా ఉంది కదా అకౌంటెన్సీలో, మరి ఇది కూడా బిజినెసే కదా మేడం, మరి దీనికి ఎందుకు అప్లికేబుల్ కావట్లేదంటే This is the business of a single ownership, only single ownership, and it is very small business, okay, very small business. That's why there is no separate entity here. Yes. Next, one man control. Yes, only one man will control all the activities of the business. The management and controlling power of the sole proprietorship business always remain with the owner, whether to manage or to control the business activities. If there is any important decision to take, he will only take those decisions. If any unnecessary wastage is going on, then he has the power to control those unnecessary wastages. So this total power is in the hands of the only one person, that is the owner, that is the sole proprietor. He is only the person who has the total rights to take any kind of decision at any time. After that, area of operations, his area, his circumstance is very limited circumstance, okay, it is a very small business, so he have very limited area. He does not do any kind of trade activities or any kind of exports or imports. He does not do anything, okay. He has a limited resources. The resources, whatever the resources are required for the business, whether it may be a capital, whether it may be a labor or land or any investments, those all things are very limited. And managerial abilities, limited resources and managerial abilities. See, every person does not have all the qualities, all the skills and talent అనేది ఒక మనిషిలోనే ఉండదు. అన్ని స్కిల్స్ అన్నిటి గురించి టాలెంట్ ఒక మనిషిలో ఉండదు. కాబట్టి he has very limited managerial ability. మేనేజ్ చేసే ఎబిలిటీస్ కూడా చాలా తక్కువ ఉంటాయి. So he has the limited area of operations and limited fund. So he do his operations in the very limited area, okay, and limited funds. The funds are also very limited. Funds means capital. Fund means capital. The capital is also very limited for supervision a small business. This is a small business, so it has very limited resources for this business. So this is about the futures of the sole proprietorship. So sole proprietorship means you have to keep in mind only few factors, that it is one man show, the liability is unlimited, owner is not separated from the business, and it is a single ownership business, and he will only take the decisions, he will control the business, he has very limited area of operations, no one will motivate him, he only has to motivate himself, okay. Whatever the profit he is getting, it is depend upon his activities. If there is a loss, he only have to bear. These are the few concepts you have to keep in your mind regarding the sole proprietorship. The futures of the sole proprietorship may be asked for, this question may be asked for 10 marks or it may be asked for 5 marks, okay. So please read this question, okay, please read this question and do the practice of each and every point, okay. Points, if you are forgetting, you should not have to forget the points and you should not have to reduce the point. 10 పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా, 8 పాయింట్స్ రాస్తానంటే కుదరదు. ఒకవేళ ఇదే క్వశ్చన్ 10 మార్క్స్కి వచ్చేసింది అనుకోండి, వాట్ డిఫైన్డ్ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్షిప్ అండ్ ద ఫ్యూచర్స్ ఆఫ్ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్షిప్ అంటే అప్పుడేం చేస్తారు? సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు లెర్న్ ద 10 పాయింట్స్. ఐ హ్యావ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ యూ నా, క్లియర్గా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశాను వాట్ ఈజ్ వాట్ అని. సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ ఆల్ ద 10 పాయింట్స్, ఏది వదిలిపెట్టకండి, ఓకేనా? Yes, let us we meet in other session with the new topic. Till then, stay at home and stay safe. Welcome to all for online education. Commerce theory part for the first years, and the chapter we are dealing with the business organization. And this session is the third session. In this session, we are going to discuss about the advantages of sole proprietorship. What are the advantages of sole proprietorship? We know what is sole proprietorship, what are the futures of the sole proprietorship. Now let us go to the advantages of the sole proprietorship in detail. The first one is, it is easy to form and wind up. It is easy to form. Why it is easy to form? generally does not have any legal formalities. Yes, it does not have more legal formalities, just like for a joint stock company. Okay, for a company it required a lot of legal formalities, but here the legal formalities are very less. Okay, and wind up. Wind up means you can close the business whenever you want. If there is a death of the sole proprietor, the business can be closed, the business can be wind up. If there is huge losses in the business, at the time also the business can be wind up by the sole proprietor. He has the right to take the decision regarding the business at any point of time. He is not under the control of anyone. He is only the person who control every activity of the business. So he can take any decision at any point of time. No one is involved in the business. So he has a complete right to take the decision. So it is easy to form and it is easy to wind up. Quick form and quick wind up. If the sole proprietor don't want to continue the business, he can easily wind up the business without delay at any point of time. So it required less legal formalities and less time, so it can be easy to form and wind up at any point of time. It can be easily wind up at any particular point of time. There is no restrictions on the winding up of the sole proprietorship business. Right. Next one, quick decisions and promote action. Quick decisions, only one man is there. He have to take the decision. He is acting as a owner, he is acting as a management, he is acting as a controller. When he is acting in all these ways, at the time he can take the decisions very quickly without any delay, because it depend upon, the decision will be depend upon him itself, him itself or her itself. That's why there is no much delay while taking the decisions. The decisions can be taken easily, quickly, and also those decisions, which decisions are taken, those decisions can be promoted, means those decisions can be converted into the actions. If there is suddenly change in the demand, the customer started preferring certain different types of goods. At the time, the sole proprietor can change his business according to that. Okay, so he can take quick decisions and promote those actions. So what is here? Decisions on the various issues relating to the business and accordingly promote action can be taken by the proprietor. No delay in the decision. There is no delay at all in the decision, because everything is in his own hand. So that's why there is no much delay. Everything will be taken place within a few seconds. So no one will ask him any question, no need to answer to anyone. So he can take any decision at any point of time. So there is no delay in the decision making. Next one, flexibility in the operations. Flexibility means changes. Okay, flexibility means dynamic, means changes cheyochu. Okay, flexible means entity. This chop piece is there. This is not a flexible. I can't change this chop piece into different shapes. Okay, different shapes lo cheyalenu. If I want to apply certain force, dini meeda force apply chesanu anukondi, ఇది విరిగిపోతుంది, 2 pieces లో అయిపోతుంది. బట్ ఇట్ కాంట్ బి ఫ్లెక్సిబుల్. ఫ్లెక్సిబుల్ అంటే డస్టర్ ఉంటుంది, స్పంచ్ డస్టర్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఫ్లెక్సిబుల్. ఐ కెన్ చేంజ్ ఇట్ ఇన్ ఎనీ డైరెక్షన్, రైట్? That type. Flexible ante we can change it in any direction. Whatever direction we want, we can change it in the direction or in particular shape. Okay, that is flexible. Best example is duster. What the duster I will use to rub the board, that duster is best example for the flexibility. Flexibility in operations. For example, the sole proprietor started a business and suddenly there is a change in the customer's taste. Okay, customers preference. Okay, customers purchasing power has been changed. At that time he have to take the necessary decision. At that time, whatever the important decision, whatever the important planning is required to attract the customers towards his business, now he have to implement those things. If there is a change in demand, then he have to prepare the plan, he have to prepare the strategy according to that only. Okay, and also if he want to expand the business, at that time also he have to prepare a certain strategy. Strategy means planning. Okay, strategy ante pranalika, plan chesukodam. So he have to make a certain plan regarding what to do and what not to do and where he have to do. So regarding these all things he have to take the decision, because he is the only person, only one mind is running in the sole proprietorship business, right? Number of minds means number of doubts, number of solutions, number of problems. Only one mind means very limited questions, very limited problems, very limited solutions. So there is a flexibility in the operations. Next, direct motivation. No one will come and motivate him here. Okay, no one will come from the outside and motivate him that, oh, your business is very nice, you are doing very well, you have to do it more and more. No one will do. If there is a profit in the business, he will enjoy those profit. If there is a loss in the business, he will bear that loss. He only have to motivate himself. Okay, so whatever there is a direct relationship between the effort and the earning. How much effort he will keep, how much effort he will do, how much hard work he will do, that much he will earn. Okay, how much effort or hard work he will do, that much only he will earn. He is not going to earn more than his effort. He is not going to earn more than his hard work, right? Even you also, how much hard work you will do, that much only your result. That's it. If you are not doing hard work, you are wasting the time, then your result will be negative result. You will be fail in the exam. If you are doing good hard work and if you are maintaining a good timetable, then you will get the good marks, you will be the topper, right? So in the same way, how you are a sole proprietor, you also sole proprietor of your education. Now present in this COVID-19 situation, you are the sole proprietor of your own education. You have to prepare your own study plans, you have to prepare all the things, and you have to listen all the videos, and you have to write the important notes from those videos. So this is all the things, this is total responsibility. Now you acting as a owner, controller and manager. You have to control your desires. Means if there is a nice new movie is coming in the TV and you want to see it, and at that time you have to read also according to your timetable. You have to read at the time. You have to just maintain your mind constant, and you have to read only. You should not have to disturb your timetable. So controlling is also important. So you are also a sole proprietor now. So direct motivation is required. No one is coming to motivate you. Okay, so business secrecy. So secrecy is very important. Secrets are very important for the small business. If they display each and everything regarding their business to the public or to the other businesses, then there is a threat of the competitors. Okay, there is a chance of entry of the competitors for their business. If they maintain the secret, then only their business can be grow, and also they can stand in the market. Otherwise they have to go to the house by doing wind up the business. Means business మూసేసి ఇంటికి వెళ్ళిపోవాల్సి వస్తుంది. So they have to maintain business secrecy. Personal contract with the customers. Yes, sole proprietor has a personal contract with the customer. Why, madam? Why? Because he is only the one person, right? He don't have any number of persons to manage or control, or number of owners he don't have. He is the only one person who will do everything in the business. So he make the direct contract with the customer. By that he can know what the customer want, what the desire of the customer, what the customer want to prefer. Okay, in the same way, if he is hiring some of the employees, means some of the employees under his for his help, at that time he can know the needs of those employees also. because very few employees, one employee or two employee, laborers or workers, one or two are there in this business. So there is no number of employees, so he can easily know what their needs, what they want to get, what they want from the sole proprietor. He can know each and everything from them because of the direct contract with the customer and the employees. So what I have written here, proprietors will handle everything related to business, so he can maintain good personal contract with the customer and the employees. So he can maintain a good contract. When he maintain a good contract with the customers, at the time ultimately his business will gain a good reputation in the society, a good reputation in the market. That good reputation in the commerce term, we say it as a goodwill. Okay, good reputation, good name, good frame in the society, that we called as a goodwill. Okay, easy to rise the finance. Now it is the time to rise the finance. More amount of finance is not required for this business. Very little sum of the finance is required, means very short term finance is required, very less finance is required, right? So with the help of the goodwill, whatever the goodwill he created in the market, by making a direct contract with the customer and providing good quality service to the customer, whatever the goodwill he gained from created in the society, with that goodwill he can get a loan, and he can also repay the loan within a short period of time, means within a very little period of time he can replace those loan amount. So it is very profitable. So quickly repayment is whatever the loan is taken, it can be easily replaced, and so he or she can take the loan and repay it quickly. Not only he, ante only male gender మాత్రమే sole trading sole proprietorship business చేయాలని ఏం లేదు, even female can also do this business. Okay, next పానీపూరి బిజినెస్. ఎస్, పానీపూరి అమ్ముతుంటారు కదా, ఆ బిజినెస్, మిరపకాయ బజ్జీలు ఇవన్నీ వేసే ఉంటాయి కదా. సో వాళ్ళందరూ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్సే, వాళ్ళందరినీ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్స్ అనే అంటాం, బికాస్ దేర్ ఆర్ ద ఓనర్స్ ఆఫ్ దేర్ బిజినెస్, రైట్? ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ socially desirable. The consumers will not depend upon big businesses. Consumers ఎవరు ఉంటారో, కన్జ్యూమ్ చేసేటోళ్ళు, they not depend upon the big businesses, means big type of businesses are not depend upon. The sole trading business is socially desirable, it is socially comfortable for the consumer, because if for example there is a big shopping mall, okay, there is a normal shop, normal means medium shop, so majority of the people will approach to that shop only, which has a middle class people are more in India than the rich people. Only few people, 2 or 3 people will go to that big showroom. Okay, big showroom, only few people will go, whereas come to here normal shops, normal what we say, normal type of shops, majority of the people will prefer. So it is socially, means in the society it is has a good type of opinion in the people, that even going to the big shopping malls, they will charge the AC charges and cleaning, whatever the nowadays they are providing sanitizers. Yes, electronic type of sanitizers. If you keep our hand down a electronic instrument, then ultimately it will give the sanitizer. These all types of facilities they will provide, AC, air conditions, and afterwards some type of different types of facilities they will provide. For those facilities they will charge something from us, but here in the normal shop there is no air conditions. Okay, AC, there is no AC, sanitizer you have to carry with yourself, so they will not charge that extra amount, but they will charge some extra also. So majority of the people start preferring to these small businesses. Self-employment, those who don't want to work under the control of other supervisor, okay, they can have the opportunity to start this sole proprietorship business. Evaru kuda for example evaraina vere valla kinda pani cheyadam ishtam leni vallu sole proprietor type of business they can start. So because he is the owner, he is the controller, he is the manager, so he is only the one person, that's why it is suitable for the self-employment. Inexpensive management, the proprietor is the owner, he is the owner, manager, controller of his business, there is no need to appoint a specialized employees for various functions of the business. There is no need to employ a special talented, special knowledge person in the business, because everything is done by the sole proprietor himself. He will act as a owner, he will act as a manager, he will act as a controller. So there is no need to appoint any other person. Specialized means special, he has a special talent on this particular management control చేయడంలో అయినా స్పెషల్ టాలెంట్ కానీ లేదా ఓనర్షిప్ రిలేటెడ్గా ఏమైనా స్పెషల్గా నాలెడ్జ్ ఇలా ఉన్న వాళ్ళ అవసరం ఏం లేదు ఇక్కడ. ఎందుకంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎక్స్పెన్సివ్గా ఏమి ఉండదు. సో ఇట్ వెరీ స్మాల్ బిజినెస్. So very limited funds and unlimited liabilities in this business. So that's why very few amount of people, only one person is enough. No need of huge number of employees or number of employees. Okay, one man is enough for this kind of business. If necessary, he will take the help of his family. That's it. Okay. Yes, this is our topic of the third session, that is the advantages of the sole proprietorship. Let us meet with the new topic in the next session with the disadvantages of the sole proprietorship. Okay. Good afternoon, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with the business organizations, and this session is about the fourth session about the sole proprietorship. So sole proprietorship means we know what is that. It is a one man show. There is no other person is involved in the business. The proprietor himself do all the business activities in the organization. So as we see the features of the sole proprietorship and advantages of the sole proprietorship, and now we are going to discuss about the disadvantages of the sole proprietorship. What are the main disadvantages are there in the sole proprietorship business? Limited resources. He has very limited resources because the scope of his business, the circumstance of his business is very limited circumstance. It is a small scale business, yes, it is a small business and its circumstance is very limited. It is limited to certain area only. Okay, so that's why the resources are very limited. He can't able to raise the fund. He can't able to raise the fund easily because he is only the one owner. He is only one owner in the business. So it is difficult for him to raise the fund from the markets, means from the stock markets or from the any other bank organizations. It is very difficult. So he will take the finance from the friends, relatives and banks. Okay, for the need of the financial needs, he will take the finance from the friends, relatives or from the banks. And it is very difficult for him to gather the total amount of capital, whatever the fund required to continue his business. In order to gather that, in order to arrange all the things, it is very difficult for him. So the proprietor will have limited resources because he is a single owner. He is only the one owner. No other owner is involved in the business. So that's why he is a single owner. So it is very difficult for him. It is not possible to arrange the sufficient fund. Whatever the fund required for the business, which is sufficient for the business, those funds he can't able to rise easily. He can't able to gather, arrange easily. Okay, it is very difficult for him. If he want to get a loan of 2 lakhs rupees, he will gather from the friends 1 lakh rupees. He will take from the loan from the bank, that is 50,000, and some from relatives, that is 50,000. It will become very difficult to him. He have to contract number of persons, okay, to gather the fund. Limited liability. The liability of the proprietor is very limited. If there is a loss in the business, at that time his personal property is also utilized means used to pay off the liabilities of the business. If there is any liability regarding the business, means at that time his personal property is also taken into consideration, means it is also taken into the business. Means the liability is unlimited. There is no limit for the liability. This is the limit. Up to here it is okay. After that it will be danger. So it is very risky business. The liability is very unlimited. It is expanded over its circumstance. So it is very difficult. Next, limited managerial abilities. See, this sole proprietor in the sole proprietor business organization is always suffered from the problem of lack of managerial expertise. Lack of means the problem, limited managerial experts. He is not an expert, though that sole proprietor is not an expert. He is not an at all expert. Expert means who? He has a specialized knowledge or specialized information regarding one particular thing, then he is called as an expert. But this sole proprietor is not expert, right? A single person may not be an expert in a field. A single person can't be an expert, okay? Every person is expert in only one subject or in one particular activity. See, I am teaching you commerce, means I am expert in commerce only. I can't teach maths, I can't teach civics, I can't teach economics. Yes, I can teach only the commerce, whether it is accounting part or whether it is theoretical part. I can deal only with the commerce part because I am an expert in that only. In the same way, the sole proprietor is not an expert in each and everything. He have to depend upon other, but he is not at all depending. So it will become a problem for the sole proprietorship business. Regarding the purchasing, how much to purchase, how much to purchase, and from which trader they have to purchase. See, while purchasing also we have credit purchases and cash purchases. Selling, cash selling, credit selling. Financing, long-term finance, short-term finance. So many things are there. That is regarding this total information is known by the expert in the field. Means expert of the purchase expert is there, selling expert is there, financing expert is there. These all experts are required. But the sole proprietor, what he is doing? He doing that he controlling all the activities of the business. He controlling all the activities of the business, which is very difficult for the business to continue in the future also. Next, lack of continuity. So that is only I am saying, due to these all things, it become difficult for the sole proprietor business to be continue. The continuity of the business is linked with the life of the proprietor. It is linked with the life of the proprietor. For example, there is suddenly ill. The proprietor is suddenly ill, or the proprietor is die, or there is insolvency. What is the concept of insolvency? Insolvency means, see, what is the meaning of insolvency? When the company having just business have assets and also liabilities. Yes, liabilities. So when the business having assets and liabilities, if assets are less and liabilities are more, then the business is insolvent business. Means it has more liabilities. So that's why you are saying that unlimited liability. అప్పులు ఎక్కువ ఉన్నాయి, ఆస్తులు తక్కువ ఉంటే ఆ బిజినెస్ వ్యాపారాన్ని ఏమంటామంటే ఇన్సాల్వెంట్ బిజినెస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్సాల్వెంట్. It does not have the chance of getting any profits. It is a chance of getting losses. So it is very difficult for the business to continue. So that's why there is an option for the sole proprietor to wind up the business, means close the business at any time he want. If there is a more and more insolvency in the business, how can he continue that business? He can't able to continue. That's why he can close that business. There is a chance for the sole proprietor. Not suitable for large scale operations. This type of business is not suitable for big organizations, because in big organizations the finance is in turnovers. Some tons of crores of rupees is there, and there is a continuous selling, purchasing. Okay, so number of suppliers required, number of management is required, and for everything there is one person is required to control and to coordinate and to see what is going on in that business. So it is not suitable for the large business organizations. Wrong decision. If a sole proprietor will take a wrong decision, that will affect the total his business. One wrong decision will make his business to close or to wind up. Okay, so wrong decision may be, maybe he can take the long decision which may bring a huge amount of losses, and also it may create winding up of the company. Winding up of the company due to the wrong decision. One wrong decision will change the total business of the sole proprietor. So these are the few very important disadvantages of the sole proprietorship. As there is advantages, for everything there is disadvantages. For everything, for every business there are certain advantages and certain disadvantages. So the topic what we have discussed about the futures in part 2, and about in the part 3 we have discussed about the advantages, and in the part 4 we have discussed about the disadvantages. These three important topics, these questions, advantages, explain about the advantages and disadvantages of sole proprietorship. It may ask for 10 marks. Okay, define sole proprietorship and explain about the advantages and disadvantages of sole proprietorship, asked for 10 marks. And in case if it is miss, okay, in other case it may be other question for 10 marks, that will be defined sole proprietorship, explain the futures of the sole proprietorship. So futures, advantages, disadvantages are very important questions, not only in the topic of sole proprietor, the upcoming topics regarding joint stock company, cooperative societies, whatever it may be, joint stock companies, cooperatives, so joint Hindu undivided families, and also partnership. So in everything you should not have to left futures, characteristics and the sole advantages and disadvantages. According to our syllabus, that the 30% of the syllabus is deleted. According to that only I am teaching you. So you have to prepare according to that only. Don't be tense, or don't be don't take any kind of tension. Okay, don't be hyper or don't be panic regarding the syllabus, what madam has not teach us this topic and that topic. Actually I just gone to the topics which has been deleted from our syllabus, and afterward only I started the teaching you. So no need to worry. Okay, so do hard work, and as much as possible try to maintain speed writing with a good handwriting. A good handwriting is the best, just like a best medicine for your hard work. Okay, so do hard work and be safe and stay at the home. Okay ma. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year English medium, and the topic today we are dealing with, that is the joint Hindu family. Okay, let us see the meaning of joint Hindu family, what it is. Okay, joint Hindu family, that is abbreviated with JHF, joint Hindu family, is unique form of business organization. Unique means a single type, it is different. Okay, how all human beings are unique, in the same way this business organization is also unique. Unique ante similar ga undadu, vere danikanna similar ga undadu. How all human beings are different from each other. నా ఫేస్ ఉన్నట్టు మీ ఫేస్ ఉండదు, మీ ఫేస్ ఉన్నట్టు మళ్ళీ మీ ఇంట్లో వాళ్ళ ఫేసెస్ ఉండవు. సో we all have the unique characters. In the same way, this business is also different from all other businesses. Okay, from all other businesses, this business is also a different business organization which is found in India only. This business organization is just found in India only. Why in India only means, let us see why it is only possible in India and it is not possible in other countries. Let us see. This form of organization is managed and controlled under the provision of Hindu Succession Act 1956. Okay, this business organization is managed and controlled. Okay, this business organization is managed and controlled under the provision, means under the act, under the law of Hindu Succession Act 1956. In this act, This organization has taken birth. Which organization? Joint Hindu family. Means all family members together start one business. Okay, they will not allow other person to enter into the business. Only the family members, the last 3 generations or 2 generations will start this business. Only the family will be there. The members of those family only participate in the business. There are only the members of the business. Okay, that's why we are saying it as a joint Hindu family. This business is done by Hindu families according to the provision, that is Hindu Succession Act 1956. According to this act, only the joint Hindu families, only the Hindu families jointly do this business. Okay, this is the meaning of this business. Let us see the definition of this business. What's the definition? The business which continues from one generation to another generation. From one generation to another generation. అంటే ఒక తరం నుండి ఇంకో తరం వరకు కంటిన్యూగా ఉండే వ్యాపారం. A business which continue from one generation to another generation means from your father to you, or from your grandfather to your father, and from your father to you. Okay, generations is known as joint Hindu family business. Grandfather to father, father to son, from son to son's son. Okay, in this way the business will be done in the joint Hindu family. The head of the family means, here the head of the family is grandfather. The head of the family is also the head of the business. Not only he is the head of the family, he is the head of the business also. The head of the family is the head of the business. He is known as Karta. He is known as Karta. He is the Karta. The head of the family, the head of the business is the Karta. And the members are known as the remaining family members, father, son and his son. These all are become as co-partners. They become as co-partners. Okay, they become as the co-partners. And the head of the family, head of the business is a Karta, and the members of those business are known as, the members means who will be the members? The members will be the family members. Okay, the members will be family members. Head of the family is Karta, and the remaining members of the family are become as the co-partners. Okay, there is no restrictions for the minor. There is no restrictions for minor to become the member. The minor can also become the member. There is no restrictions. Who is minor? Who has not completed the age of 18 years. Who is not completed the age of 18 years. He is the minor. So there is no restrictions on the minor. The minor can also become the member of the joint Hindu family because he is the member of that family. ఆ ఫ్యామిలీలో పుట్టిండు కాబట్టి he has the right. There is no restrictions on him. The liability of the Karta is unlimited. Liability. Yes, the liability. Karta liability is unlimited, and the liability of co-partners, that is limited liability. The liability is limited for the co-partners, and the liability of the Karta is unlimited. If there is a loss in the business, his personal property, the Karta's personal property is also taken to claim the losses of the business. But whatever the property of the co-partners, means that the members of the joint Hindu family, their property is not taken into consideration. Okay, up to certain limit only they will pay the due. After that, whatever the due amount is there, that have to pay by the Karta. After paying the Karta also, there is a there is certain amount is due at that time, that should be paid by the karta only. So the liability of the karta is unlimited, the liability of the co-partners is limited. So let us see the features of the joint Hindu family. We have 8 features. So first feature, formation. How this joint Hindu family is formed. Let us see. At least 2 members of the family having some ancestral property. Ancestral property ante పూర్వీకుల ఆస్తులు. ఓకే, పూర్వీకుల ఆస్తులు, వాళ్ళ తాతలు ముత్తాతలు సంపాదించి పెట్టిన ఆస్తి అనేది అట్లీస్ట్ 2 మెంబర్స్కైనా ఉండాలి. ఆ ఫ్యామిలీకి చెందిన వాళ్ళ దగ్గర అట్లీస్ట్ 2 మెంబర్స్ దగ్గర అలా సంపాదించి పెట్టిన ఆస్తి అనేది ఉండాలి. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ క్రియేటెడ్ బై అన్ అగ్రిమెంట్. దీస్ బిజినెస్ ఈజ్ నాట్ క్రియేటెడ్ బై ద అగ్రిమెంట్. ఓకే, దిస్ బిజినెస్ ఈజ్ క్రియేటెడ్ బై ద లా. దట్ లా ఈజ్ Hindu Succession Act 1956. According to that, this business is created. This business is not created by an agreement. Just like in companies, they make an agreement and they start the business. Joint Hindu family is not like that. It is started by the law, that is Hindu Succession Act 1956. Governed by the Hindu law. That is only. Yes, the management and the control of the joint Hindu family business is done according to the Hindu Succession Act 1956. The management, whatever the management activities are there, whatever the controlling activities are there, that is done according to the law, that is Hindu Succession Act 1956. This business is not started with the help of any kind of agreement. It is started with the law. That law is Hindu Succession Act 1956. The minor can also become the member. There is no restrictions at all. Okay. Next, membership. Who can become the member of this business? Let us see. The members of the family can be acquired only by the birth. Acquired means there can become the member of the JHF, Joint Hindu family. There can become the member of Joint Hindu family by the birth itself. Okay. If you take birth in that family, from the birth onwards, you are the member of that organization. You are the member of that business organization. Okay. Unlike the other businesses, outsiders are not allowed to become the co-partners in the joint Hindu family business. In this business, the outsiders like you, like me, we are not permitted to join this business. మనం ఈ బిజినెస్లో వెళ్ళలేం. ఎందుకంటే ఓన్లీ ఆ ఫ్యామిలీకి చెందిన వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే ఉండాలి, అదర్స్ ఉండొద్దు. ఓన్లీ ద మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ దట్ ఫ్యామిలీ ఓన్లీ హ్యావ్ టు పార్టిసిపేట్. దేర్ ఆర్ ఓన్లీ ద మెంబర్. The head of the family, he become as a karta. Okay, the head of the family become as a karta, and the members of that family will become as a co-partners. Okay, they become as a co-partners. Are not able to become the member, become the co-partner. Yes, in joint Hindu family business, they can't become co-partners in the joint Hindu family business. However, by the adoption, if these families adopting a child, okay, if this family is adopting a child, from the outside, if they are adopting a child, the child can become the member of the joint Hindu family. వారెవరైనా దత్తకి తీసుకున్నారనుకోండి, అతను దత్తకి తీసుకున్న వెంటనే అతను కూడా he can become as a member of. అడ్మిటెడ్ మీన్స్ అతన్ని కూడా ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేసుకుంటారు. దత్తకు తీసుకున్న పిల్లలు ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారనుకోండి, అతను ఏ వయసులో దత్తకు తీసుకుంటాడో ఆ రోజు నుంచి అతను ఆ జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీకి ఫ్యామిలీలో he become as the co-partner, he become the member of that family. Marriage with the male member also confers membership. If you are marrying with the male member, ఈ ఫ్యామిలీకి సంబంధించిన అబ్బాయిని ఇన్ కేస్ మీరు మ్యారేజ్ చేసుకున్నా, యూ కెన్ బికమ్ ద మెంబర్. మ్యారేజ్ విత్ ద మ్యారేజ్ ఆల్సో యూ కెన్ బికమ్ ద మెంబర్. ఓకే, యూ విల్ గెట్ ద మెంబర్షిప్ విత్ ద మ్యారేజ్ ఆల్సో. వన్ థింగ్ అవుట్ సైడర్స్ మెంబర్స్ అవ్వాలంటే 2 సోర్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటి బై అడాప్షన్, అడాప్ట్ చేసుకోవడం, అవుట్ సైడర్ని వాళ్ళు అడాప్ట్ చేసుకుంటే మెంబర్ కావచ్చు. రెండోది బై ద మ్యారేజ్, ఆ ఫ్యామిలీకి సంబంధించిన అబ్బాయిని పెళ్లి చేసుకున్న మీరు who want to become the member, they will become as the member. Marriage with the male member ni marriage చేసుకుంటే also confirms the member. In this way you can become the member. Okay, by birth, by adoption, by marriage you can become the member of the joint Hindu family. Okay, these are the 3 features of the joint Hindu family. The head of the family is the Karta and the other members are the co-partners. Fourth one is management. The joint Hindu family business is managed by the senior members of the family. So this business is managed by the senior member of the family, that is no other, that is the Karta. He is the senior member of the family. He will manage the business. Whatever the business activities, operations are there, that is totally managed by the senior member of the business or senior member of the family, that is Karta. He is a manager. He will manage each and everything regarding the business. Other members do not have the right to participate. Other members do not have the right to participate as the members. They can't participate as the members. They can participate as the members of the business. Okay, but they can't participate as the members of the management. They can't become the members of the management. Only one person will be managed, just like in sole trading business how we have the sole proprietor. Here also only one person will be managed, that is the Karta. He is the senior person. So have the right to participate the management. No one can question the Karta. No one can raise any kind of question against to the Karta, and the Karta only deal with the third parties. If any third party is there, the first party is the Karta, second party co-partners, third party means any external person or any external person or any individual with that party. The Karta only talk and he only make the agreements or whatever regarding with the third party. He will only consult with the third party. The co-partner will not consult with the third party. Next, profit sharing. So all the co-partners have the equal share in the profit. Whatever the profit of the business, all the co-partners have the equal share. All of them get the equal share. What is the share is there? In that share there will get whatever the profit. For example, there is a profit of 2 lakhs rupees. In those 2 lakhs rupees, all the co-partners will share equally. They share the profit. Okay, next, liability. We know the liability of the Karta is unlimited. The liability of the co-partners is limited. Okay, what do you mean by unlimited? Means the personal property can also be utilized to meet the business liability. వ్యాపారంలో ఉన్న అప్పులని డ్యూస్ని క్లియర్ చేయడానికి కర్త యొక్క పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో దాన్ని కూడా యూజ్ చేసేసుకుంటారు. ఒకవేళ అతను పే చేసిన అమౌంట్ సరిపోలేదనుకోండి, అతని పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీని కూడా మొత్తం యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో ద liability is unlimited liability. His personal property is also used in the business. Co-partners have limited liability. They don't have unlimited liability. Co-partners personal property ki elanti damage jaragadu. But Karta, he is the head of the business. He is the senior member of the business. He is the manager. He is everything for the business. So he have to bear the if there is a loss, then he has to bear that unlimited liability also. His personal property will be lost. If there is unlimited liability, there is a huge loss, then his personal property is also taken to meet the business liability, means to meet the business losses. Okay, to meet the business losses, his personal property is also taken. This is according to the what kind of law? Hindu Succession Act 1956. According to that. Next one, continuity. If there is a death of any co-partner or if there is a death of the karta, the business is not dissolved. Dissolved ante entidi? What is the meaning of dissolved? Dissolved ante business wind up cheyaru. Wind up ante entidi? Close cheyadam. The business is not going to wind up with the death of a co-partner or the death of the karta. If there is a death of the karta, at that time the elder co-partner, who is the elder co-partner, who is the elder member of that business, will become the karta. ఒకవేళ కర్త చనిపోతే ఎల్డెస్ట్ co-partner ఎవరు ఉంటారో he will become as the member as a karta and he will manage the business. If they want to dissolve the business, if they all want to dissolve joint Hindu family business, then they have to make a mutual agreement. అందరు అంగీకరించాలి, లేదా they have to partition suit in the court. They have to go to the court for the dissolving of the joint Hindu family business, because it is formed by the law, that is Hindu Succession Act 1956. So the dissolve is also be done with the court or with the mutual agreement between the members. Okay, if the karta die, then who will come in the place of karta? Eldest means elder one. Elder co-partner take the position of the karta. The elder co-partner will take the position of the karta. Next, accounts. The accounts are maintained by the karta. The karta will maintain the accounts. He not only managing the business, he is not only a manager, he will act as a accountant also. Karta is not accountable to any member, means he is no need to answer to any member or no need to show any records, any business accounting records. He no need to show any accounting records to anyone. There is no need for him to show any kind of accounting record to anyone, and no member is supported to ask what are the profit and losses of the business. No member is supported. No member has the right to ask the karta what is the profit, what is the loss of the business. No one has that right. If there is a profit, then you have to share that profit equally. All the co-partners have to share the profit equally. If there is a loss, he will bear that loss. He is ready to bear that loss by unlimited liability. The co-partners has very limited liability, right? Then why they have to think about the accounts? అవసరమా వాళ్ళకి? co-partnersకి అవసరం లేదు. If there is a loss, కర్త ఏమంటుండో, లాస్ వస్తే నేను బేర్ చేస్తాను, I will give my personal property. Okay, so no one has a right to question the karta regarding the accounts, regarding the profit or regarding the loss, and no one has a right to make any kind of agreement with the third party. The karta only deal with the third party. He is the senior member of the family and he is the manager. He is an accountant. He is the everything for the business. If the karta die, in that case, the eldest co-partner will come and join as a karta. He will manage the business in the same way. The remaining members will be the co-partner and the eldest co-partner will become the karta. These are the futures of the joint Hindu family. So, in the next session, we are going to learn about the advantages of the joint Hindu family. So, do practice, read the questions, don't waste the time. All for online education, commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. Today's topic is about the Advantages of JHF. JHF means Joint Hindu Family. Joint Hindu Family. It is formed with the special act of the Indian law, that is Hindu Succession Act 1956. So let us see what are the advantages of the joint Hindu family one by one. So first advantage, it is about the centralized and efficient management. Centralized means the total power of the business is only in one hand, that is Karta. In the total power of the business is in only one hand, and those hand is a Karta's hand. Karta's hand has a total power. Okay, centralized means the total power is in one hand. Okay, so the Karta has the total power and he is efficient to manage the total business. He is efficient, he has that capability, he has that ability to manage the total business by a single person, that is the Karta. He is the senior most person of the business and he is a senior member of the family. So he is the head of the family and he is the head of the business. So Karta is the Karta having that centralized power in his hand and he is efficient to manage the total business. So what is here written? The joint Hindu family is managed and controlled by the Karta. Karta take the decision, get implemented with the help of the co-partner. So whatever the decision regarding the business is taken by the Karta, that is get implemented with the help of co-partners. Those are the members of the joint Hindu family. Those are the members of the joint Hindu family. They will implement, okay, they will implement, amalloki teeskostaru. They will implement those decisions which are taken by the Karta, and he is the head of the business. He is the head of the joint Hindu family business. So his decisions are very important and those decisions are implemented by the co-partners. Next, continuity. Even if there is a death of the co-partner or if there is a death of the Karta, even though the business is not dissolved, the business is not at all dissolved, it is continued. The eldest co-partner, okay, the eldest member of the business, the eldest co-partner, he will become, okay, the eldest co-partner will become the member of the joint Hindu family as a Karta. He will become the Karta. The eldest one will become the Karta and he will continue the business. There is no dissolve of the business, okay, by the death of any one member or even the Karta also. Unlimited membership. The membership is unlimited by birth of every co-partner. By the birth itself, they are becoming the member of the joint Hindu family. They are becoming automatically, they are becoming the member of the joint Hindu family. Even the minor can also become the member of the joint Hindu family. There is no limit to the membership. Only their family members can become the members. Outsiders can't become the members, okay? Outsiders can't become the members. If the outsiders want to become the members, there is only two chances. One thing, they have to adopt one child or one person. Dattak teesukovali, adoka dari. And the another way is marriage with the male member of the joint Hindu family. By that girl can become the member of the joint Hindu family. By that, the girl can become the member of the joint Hindu family. So, in this way, only by two ways only the outsiders can enter into the business. There is no chance for the others to enter into the business like in other businesses, okay? Yes, better credit facility. It has a better credit facility because there are more credit facility are available to the joint Hindu family business, as Karta will maintain the personal relationships with the others and he or she has a unlimited liability. Here the karta means not only if anyone want to become karta, the head of the family will be the karta, right? Whether that may be a male or female, grandmother or grandfather, there can become as a karta. There is no objection or any restriction, only the male can become the karta. Okay, so he or she has unlimited liability. Who is that he or she? Karta. Karta has unlimited liability. Their personal property can also be used. Their ancestral property, Purvikula Astulu. Okay, ancestral property can also be utilized in the joint Hindu family business. And the karta maintain the personal relationships. He maintain good relationship with the others, means with the outsiders. So these all make the business to get a good capital, to rise a good capital. Okay, he have unlimited liability. This was one of the advantage for better credit facility for the joint Hindu family. Later, quick decisions. The karta is the manager and controller of the business activities of joint Hindu family. So he take the decisions quickly without any delay. So whatever the decisions are taken by the karta, those are implemented with the members of the joint Hindu family. So quick decisions that yield good seeds to the business. Whatever the decisions that are required for the business, that will bring good profit to the business. Okay, important decisions are there that should be taken on that particular point of time. If there are delay, it will bring certain losses to the business. As the karta is only acting in the business, that's why he has the right to take the decisions. With that right, he can take the quick, immediate decisions according to the changes in the situations, in the external changes. According to the external changes of the society, he will take the quick decisions, and those decisions are implemented with the help of the co-partners, means the members. Okay, next, secrecy. The karta will maintain a great secrecy of all the business accounts and regarding the management, regarding the business activities. He maintains the secrecy with its members because he want to make something. He don't want to display everything to the members. He don't want to show everything to the members, to their co-partners, because those are their family members. There is some emotional feelings. Yes, even though it is a business does not require any kind of emotions, but here there are certain emotions in the joint Hindu family. Those co-partners are the members of that family only. So karta don't want to show any kind of problem or any kind of threat to the members. He only face each and everything which is there in the business. So that is the important thing. That's why he maintain everything secret from its members of the business. Okay, these are the advantages of the, what are these? These are the advantages of the joint Hindu family. One is centralized and efficient management, continuity, unlimited membership, better credit facilities, quick decisions, and the last one is secrecy. Let us see the disadvantages of joint Hindu family. So what are the disadvantages? No direct reward for the efficiency, as karta is alone working. He doing all the work, he doing each and every work, even though he is not getting any kind of reward. There is no direct reward for him, and he is very efficiently working. He doing very hard work that will create the quality in the co-partner idleness, laziness, and stay at home. These qualities may be generated in the cultivated or generated among the co-partners, because the karta is only looking after all the things. They don't have any work in the joint Hindu family, because the karta is doing everything. So that's why they can develop the qualities like idleness, laziness, and stay at home. They will not come to business. Okay, they don't involve in anything. They just sit idle. This is the disadvantage, because in business every member should have to do whatever they have to do. Otherwise, what happened? It will be burden for one. One will face the total problems, burden will on one, but the result is sharing by all. How it will be? It is very big disadvantage. Next, limited managerial ability. Karta will manage and control the business. Totally he manage and control the business. Even though it is become very difficult for the Karta when there is it is a time to expand the business, or it is the time to grow the business. At that time it will become very difficult for the Karta to take to manage the each and everything, because he has very limited managerial abilities. He can manage up to certain circumstance. After that he required one person. According to that Hindu Succession Act 1956, only the Karta have to manage everything. So here the managerial liability is limited for the Karta. The managerial liability is limited. He has to manage management. What he want to control, he can control up to a certain limit. After that he can't able to control. So it will become difficult to manage during the growth and expansion of the business. Okay, during expansion or growth of the business, it will become difficult for him. Suspicious among the members, as the Karta is maintaining each and everything in the secret, it create in the minds of the members that is anything is going on wrong in the business, is anything the Karta is hiding from us, something is going on in the business. So these type of misunderstandings will create in the minds of the members of members of the joint Hindu family, and it may lead to great damage to the business also. Sometimes it will become to dissolve the business. This small type of misunderstanding and maintenance of suspicious means secrecy. He maintain everything secret now, so it will create some type of negative opinion on the Karta, and also the members who don't want to be in the business, they want to go out of the business because he maintaining everything secret. He's not sharing with anyone. These members can't deal with any third party. The Karta only deal with everyone. Yes, these will create some type of suspicion among the members themselves. They started some type of negative mindset against the Karta, and it will lead to the great damage to the business. Next, limited capital and financial resources. Comparing to the partnership business or a joint stock company, the capital is very limited. The Karta having unlimited liability, right? The Karta having unlimited liability. So the capital, whatever the capital brought by the Karta, he is a single person, so the liability is very limited. And financial resources, whether it may be a capital, fixed capital, or it is a working capital resources, whatever the resources required for the business, those resources are also very limited, because the Karta is only the one person. How much can one person can bring a capital? Sorry, it will become difficult for him to bring that much amount of capital at the time of business. Yes, so limited capital and financial resources is also one of the disadvantage or a drawback for the joint Hindu family. So these are the disadvantages of joint Hindu family. One thing you have to remember ma, అడ్వాంటేజెస్ డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ని ఇంకో విధంగా అడుగుతాడు. ఎట్లా అంటే అడ్వాంటేజెస్ ప్లేస్లో ఏమంటాడంటే మెరిట్స్ అంటాడు. ఏమంటాడు? మెరిట్స్. అడ్వాంటేజెస్ ప్లేస్లో ఏమని ఇస్తాడంటే మీకు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఎట్లా మెరిట్స్ అని ఇస్తాడు. అడ్వాంటేజెస్ని మెరిట్స్ అని ఇస్తాడు. కన్ఫ్యూజ్ కావద్దు. డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఉన్నాయనుకోండి డిమెరిట్స్ అని ఇస్తాడు. కన్ఫ్యూజ్ కావద్దు. మెరిట్స్ అంటే అడ్వాంటేజెస్, డిమెరిట్స్ అంటే డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్. డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ని మళ్ళీ ఇంకో రకంగా కూడా అడుగుతాడు. ఏంటంటే లిమిటేషన్స్ అంటాడు. లిమిటేషన్స్ అన్నా కన్ఫ్యూజ్ కావద్దు. ఓకేనా? అడ్వాంటేజెస్ అన్నా మెరిట్స్, అడ్వాంటేజెస్ అన్నా మెరిట్స్ అన్నా ఒకటే. ఓకే, తర్వాత డీమెరిట్స్ అన్నా లిమిటేషన్స్ అన్నా డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ అన్నా ఒకటే, కన్ఫ్యూజ్ కావద్దు. అడిగినప్పుడు జస్ట్ మెరిట్స్ అండ్ డిమెరిట్స్ ఆఫ్ జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ అంటే మేడం చెప్పలేదు అది అని అనొద్దు. ఎందుకంటే క్వశ్చన్ అనేది మీరు చదివిందే కానీ అడగడం వేరే రకంగా అడిగిండు. ఏమని అడుగుతుండు? మెరిట్స్ అండ్ డిమెరిట్స్ ఆఫ్ జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ అంటాడు. అప్పుడు మీరు ఏం రాయాలి? అడ్వాంటేజెస్ అండ్ డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ రాయాలి. సో ఫ్యూచర్స్ ఆఫ్ జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ, అడ్వాంటేజెస్ అండ్ డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఆఫ్ జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ ఆర్ బోత్ ఆర్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద టాపిక్ జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ నుంచి. ఈ 2 క్వశ్చన్స్ అనేవి చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్స్. సో డోంట్ వేస్ట్ ద టైం. వీడియో చూసిన వెంటనే ఆ 2 క్వశ్చన్స్ చదవండి, ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first years, English medium. The chapter we are dealing with the business organizations, that may be sole trade, sole proprietorship business or joint Hindu family business or cooperative societies. So in this session we are going to discuss about the cooperative societies. What are the cooperative societies? See, generally cooperative societies are formed with the Cooperative Societies Act 1912, and these cooperative societies main motto is to provide service to the society with certain economical benefits, means with limited profit. Their main intention is to provide service to the society, not to earn the profit. They earn the profit very limitedly. So let us see what is cooperative societies, its meaning. So the word co means with, the word co means with, and the operary means to work. Okay, operary, the word corporative, that is divided into 2 terms. One is co, means with, operary, that means to work. So totally the term corporation means work together. The total term corporation means what? Means to work together. The corporation term totally means that to work together. The motto of the cooperative society is, what's its motto? Each for all and all for each. Its motto, each for all, one each means one for all and all for one. Okay, each for all and all for one. That's the motto of the cooperative society. Who want to work together with some common economic objectives, means those who want to work with certain common economic objectives can form a society. There can form a society which is termed as cooperative society, means who have a common motto or common economical objective. Andarki common ga same economical objective undi. Okay, if all the people together they have certain common economic objective to work together to provide service to the society, those can form as one society, and those society is known as cooperative society, and those society is known as cooperative society. They will work for the society, they work together, not only single, they work together for the development of the society. Definition, let us see the definition. The Indian Cooperative Society Act 1912. What is the Cooperative Society Act? That is Indian Cooperative Society Act 1912. According to it, cooperative society means a society which has its objectives. It has certain objectives. Those objectives are common objectives. How many number of members are there? All those members have equal common objective. They have the common objective for the promotion of economic interest. Okay, they want to get certain type of economic interest, promotion of economic interest. Economic means money, some amount of little bit of profit they want to get of its members in accountancy with corporative principles. In accountancy with corporative principles, whatever the corporative principles are there, that all are followed by them, and they provide service to the society with little economical interest, that is the profit. They provide service more and they expect less profit, whereas other companies, వేరే కంపెనీస్ చూస్తే the main motto is profit, సర్వీస్ అనేది తక్కువ ఉంటుంది. బట్ వెరాస్ కమ్ టు కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్, సర్వీస్ ఈజ్ ద మెయిన్ మోటో అండ్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఈజ్ ఆప్షనల్ వన్, సెకండరీ. ఆప్షనల్ అంటే సెకండరీ, ప్రాఫిట్ అనేది సెకండరీ వాళ్ళకు, సర్వీస్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో ఆల్ ద కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్ ఇన్ ఇండియా ఆర్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ అండర్ ద Cooperative Society Act 1912 and Section 4. Okay, Section 4. Under this, all Indian cooperative societies are registered. Okay, now let us see the futures of the cooperative society. So what is the future? First one, voluntary association. So cooperative societies are started with the aim of service to its members. Who are the members of its association? To them they provide the service. Okay, they provide the service to the members, they provide the service to the society. Everyone is liberty to enter. Liberty means free. Okay, everyone is free to enter and leave the cooperative society as and when he or she likes. Whenever she likes to come or he likes to come into the cooperative society, they can come, and if they are not interested to continue, if they don't have interest to continue the cooperative society, they can easily left from the cooperative society. There is no legal obligations on entry and exit of the cooperative society members. Anyone, everyone, okay, anyone or everyone can become cooperative society member. There is no restrictions at all, voluntaries. So those who become the member of the cooperative society, those are the voluntaries. There are the voluntaries. These voluntaries can come anytime, they can go at any time. They don't have any restrictions. According to the Indian Cooperative Society Act 1912 Section 4, this is the definition, and that is the importance of the cooperative societies. And we have discussed the voluntary association. Let us discuss about some other features of cooperative societies. Yes, the second one is the open membership. The membership is open to everyone. As we have studied here, in the same way, the membership is open to everyone. Any person can be a member irrespective of his or her caste, religion, sex, education, color, whatever it may be. Anyone can become the member of the cooperative society. There is no restrictions at all. There is no any kind of regulations, rules or any restrictions for the entry or exit of any member of the society. Society means సమాజం నుంచి ఎవరైనా కానీ cooperative societies కి member గా voluntaries కావచ్చు, నచ్చకపోతే వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు. There is not at all any kind of restrictions. Next, number of members. How many members required to form a cooperative society? See, minimum, okay, minimum 10 ordinary persons are required. Ordinary means common person, common people required. How many common people required? 10 common people required to start one cooperative society. And these 10 common people should have one common objective. These 10 members should have one common objective. These all 10 members. Okay, so in case of multi-state of cooperative society, in case of multi-state of cooperative societies, multi-state means state means Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, these all are the states. So the states also maintain some cooperative societies. The state also provide maintain some cooperative societies, multi-state of cooperative societies. In case of multi-state, in case of state level, okay, in case of state level, the minimum number, this is no kadamma, idi number, idi short form lo rasa, number of members should be minimum ఎంత ఉండాలంటే 50. మినిమం ఎంత ఉండాలి 50. ఇక్కడైతే మినిమం 10 సరిపోతుంది. ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ నార్మల్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ, లోకల్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ, బట్ అట్ ద స్టేట్ లెవెల్ at least 50 members are required from each state. For each state minimum 50 members are required. So minimum number of members should be 50 each state. Okay, each state. Multi means number of states. Number of states. Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. These are multi means number of. Okay, so from each state, from Telangana 50, Andhra Pradesh 50, Tamil Nadu 50, Karnataka 50, like this, at least 50 members minimum required. Cooperative Society Act 1912 does not specify the maximum number of members for any cooperative society. Whether Tamil Nadu Cooperative Society or Telangana Cooperative Society does not levied any kind of restriction or any kind of rule for the maximum ఇంతే మంది ఉండాలని ఎక్కడ ఏ స్టేట్లో కూడా రూల్ లేదమ్మా. ఎంతమంది అయినా ఉండొచ్చు, కానీ మినిమం మాత్రం 50 ఉంటేనే ఆ స్టేట్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. కామన్ లోకల్ సొసైటీ అయితే 10 మెంబర్స్ ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది. వెదర్ మినిమం లోకల్కైనా కానివ్వండి, స్టేట్కైనా కానివ్వండి, గవర్నమెంట్ ఎలాంటి రెస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ పెట్టలేదు. దెర్ ఈజ్ నో రెస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ అండర్ ద కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ యాక్ట్ 1912. Okay, there is not at all any restrictions. Registration of the society should have to be registered. Okay, cooperative societies registered under the Cooperative Society Act 1912. Okay, there are registered under the Cooperative Society Act 1912 or the Cooperative Society State Cooperative Society Act. So the cooperative society should have to be registered under Cooperative Society Act 1912 or లేదా స్టేట్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ యాక్ట్లో రిజిస్టర్డ్ అయి ఉండాలి. అయితే కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ యాక్ట్ 1912లో రిజిస్టర్డ్ అవ్వాలి, లేదా స్టేట్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ యాక్ట్లో రిజిస్టర్డ్ అయి ఉండాలి ఫర్ లోకల్. ఓకే, the multi-state cooperative societies means number of states సంబంధించిన cooperative societies, they are registered under the Multi-State Cooperative Society Act 2002. What is that act? Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act 2002. According to that act, the society should have to be get registered. Telangana cooperative society with the members of 50 members unnaru, they have to get registered with these act 2002 act toti registered avali. Tamil Nadu's cooperative social responsibility minimum 50 members, they have to register with the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act 2020. So these states have to be registered with the multi means more than two means multi. So Multi-States Cooperative Society Act toti avi registered avvali. Normal single cooperative society anukondi, they have to be registered with 1912 Act or with the State Cooperative Societies Act. Okay, in case of multi, they have to register with the Multi-State Cooperative Society Act 2002. So after registration tarvata వీళ్ళకి వచ్చే రైట్స్ ఏంటంటే they enjoy never ending succession. Means once the cooperative society is formed with the minimum 10 members or with at the multi-state level with minimum 50 members, at that time it will be never end. ఎవరైనా రావచ్చు, ఎవరైనా పోవచ్చు, but it will never end. With anyone will go out, it will not end. If any voluntary of that association is going out, even though that organization is not going to end. Okay, they have own common seal. Okay, they have their own common కామన్ సీల్ అంటే రౌండ్ సీల్ ఉంటుంది చూసిండ్రు కదా, రౌండ్ సీల్ మీ లాంగ్ మెమోస్ మీద ఒక రౌండ్ సీల్ వేసి ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, మీ స్కూల్ రౌండ్ సీల్ వేసి ఇస్తారు సర్టిఫికెట్స్ మీద. సో అలానే వీళ్ళకు కూడా ఒక కామన్ ఓన్ రౌండ్ సీల్, ఓన్ వాళ్ళ సొసైటీకి సంబంధించిన ఒక ఓన్ కామన్ సీల్ అనేది వస్తుంది. ఇట్ కెన్ ఎంటర్ ఇన్ టు అండ్ అగ్రిమెంట్ విత్ అదర్స్. దీస్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్ ఆఫ్టర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ దేర్ కెన్ ఎంటర్ ఇన్ టు అగ్రిమెంట్ విత్ అదర్స్, మీన్స్ విత్ అదర్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్. There can make the agreements. Okay, it can own properties in its name. There can buy the properties in the name of their cooperative societies. Okay, there can buy any property in the name of properties in its name, means in its name means in its cooperative society's name. ఆ cooperative society name మీద వాళ్ళు ప్రాపర్టీస్ కూడా కొనొచ్చు. అండ్ ఇఫ్ దెర్ ఈస్ ఎనీ ఫ్రాడ్ ఆర్ ఎనీథింగ్ ఈస్ డన్, దెర్ కెన్ appeal to the court for the justice also. These are the rights that they got from the registration of the cooperative societies. Common cooperative societies are registered under Act 1912 and multi-state cooperative societies are registered under the Act 2002. The remaining features which we will discuss in the session, in the part 7 we are discussed about the meaning, definition and some of the features. 4 features we have discussed here. The remaining features we will discuss in the part 8. Okay, yes, welcome to Alpha Online Education Commerce Theory part for the first years English medium, and the topic we are dealing with, that is the business organizations. And in the part 7 we have discussed about the cooperative society's meaning, definition and some of the 4 features of the cooperative society. And the remaining features which are left, those features are we are going to discuss in this session, that is the part 8. So let us see what are the features of the cooperative society which we have left in the part 7. So first one is the state control. The state will control the cooperative societies. We know that the state will control the cooperative societies. Yes, every cooperative society come under the control and supervision of the government. Yes, because they are registered under the Government Act, that's why they are being controlled. Okay, they are being controlled and supervised by the government. They are being controlled and supervised by the government. The cooperative department, there is a cooperative government department, keep a watch on the functioning of the societies. That cooperative department, what it will do, how these cooperative societies are working, whether they are following the rules and regulations as per the government, or they are doing any harm to the society by keeping the name as a cooperative society and providing certain harm to the society. In order to overcome from that type of frauds or any kind of misuses, the government will keep one eye on the functioning of the society. The government will keep one eye on the functioning of the society. Later, every society has to get its account audited. Every cooperative society should have to make their accounts audited. Auditing means checking the accounts. Whatever the accounts are prepared by the cooperative society, those accounts are being checked by the auditor. What the auditor will do? Whatever the accounts, the total accounts prepared by the cooperative society, those accounts are being checked, audited by the auditor. So every society should have to get their accounts audited from the cooperative department of the government. So the cooperative department of government, from that government department, one member of the cooperative department will come and audit the accounts of these cooperative society, whether the cooperative society is working properly or not, accounts are clear or not, it doing any kind of illegal activities, or it doing some type of mistakes in the accounts. In order to see those all things, the accountant will come and do the audit of all the accounts. Auditant entity checking of the accounts which are prepared by the accountant. Next, capital. The capital contributed by the members is very limited. So all the cooperative society members will contribute whatever the capital they bring, that is very limited capital. So the limited capital, on that limited capital there will get the dividend, limited dividend on the limited capital. The capital they bring is very limited, so the dividend what they get is also limited. Okay, it often depend upon the loan from the government. So these cooperative societies mainly depend upon the loan. They depend upon the loan from the government. And apex cooperative societies, cooperative institutions. Apex cooperative institutions means some other cooperative institutions or on the grants and assistancy from the state and central government. Again they depend on the state government or central government for their capital, because the members will bring very limited capital. That's why it becomes necessary for them to depend upon the loan from the government or from other cooperative institutions or from the state government or the central government fund they are going to depend upon, because they are bringing very limited capital. Next, democratic management. Democratic means free. There is no restrictions on exit or on entry. There is no restrictions for the members of the cooperative society. Anyone come anytime, anyone can left anytime. There is not at all restrictions. Minimum there should be 10 members in the cooperative society. In multi-state cooperative society, minimum 50 members. There is no maximum limit. Maximum ki elanti limits levu, enta mandi aina undochu maximum. The society elect a managing committee. So this society will elect a managing committee member who will manage the total cooperative society. The particular cooperative society is managed by that particular person. For its effective management, why this managing committee is required? For the effective, for the good management of the society, for the good working of the cooperative society, for not doing any kind of illegal activities or fraud or any kind of any kind of malpractices. So for that purpose a managing committee is required, and this managing committee, the members of the managing committee elected on the basis of voting process. One man, one vote. Every person has one vote, and every one vote has only one value, irrespective of the number of shares held by them, irrespective of the shares, whatever the capital those members are bringing. We know that the capital which they bring is very limited capital. Even though they have the voting right, every man has one voting right, everyone can make an vote, everyone can make one vote. So there is no restrictions on the voting. It is not connected with the number of shares. Okay, if you are bringing more shares only you have to vote. Such kind of differences is not there in the cooperative societies, because this society management is a democratic management. There is no restrictions on the people. They can freely come, they can freely go. Who are the members of that association? Who are the voluntaries of those association? They can make a voting process also. By the voting process they can select their efficient management members, managing committee members. Okay, now 8th one, service motive. Mainly this cooperative society come to provide service to the society. The cooperative societies are formed with an intention to provide service to the society and to earn very little capital, very little profit, very little economical profit. That profit is required to meet their administrative expenses. అంటే వాళ్ళు అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ అంటే ఏంటిది? వాళ్ళకు ఉన్న ఖర్చులు, మామూలుగా వాళ్ళకు ఉంటాయి కదా ఖర్చులు, రిగార్డింగ్ పర్చేసింగ్ ఆఫ్ పెన్స్, పర్చేసింగ్ ఆఫ్ పేపర్స్ ఆర్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ ఎనీ సర్వీసెస్ టు ద సొసైటీ, దాని అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్కి సరిపోయే ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ అంతవరకే వీళ్ళు ప్రాఫిట్ని గెయిన్ చేయాలనుకుంటారు. ద మెయిన్ మోటో ఆఫ్ ద కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్ ఈజ్ టు ప్రొవైడ్ సర్వీస్ టు ద సొసైటీ, నాట్ ప్రాఫిట్. ఓకే, అదర్ బిజినెస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ చూసుకుంటే ప్రాఫిట్ ఈజ్ ద మెయిన్ థింగ్ ఫర్ ద బిజినెస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ లైఫ్ అండ్ బ్లడ్ ఫర్ ద business, but for the cooperative societies it is not a life, it is not a blood. The life and blood for the cooperative societies is the service only. So the service is the main important thing for them. And next, one man one vote. Okay, one man one vote. So all the members have the equal voice in the management of the society. There is no any kind of discriminations. Bedal em undavu. If you are bringing more number of shares only you have to vote, otherwise you can't able to vote. There is no that kind of any kind of discriminations. Every person has one voting right, one man one vote, one value. That is the principle of the cooperative society. By that they will select the members of the managing committee. Those managing committee members will manage the total cooperative society functions. Okay, they will see what is right, what is wrong, and whatever they managed is checked by the cooperative society of the government, cooperative department of the government, and those accounts which is prepared by the managing committee of cooperative societies, managing committee members prepare chesina accounts ni cooperative department of government em chestundante ఆ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆడిట్ చేస్తారు, అంటే చెక్ చేస్తారు ఈ మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ ప్రిపేర్ చేసిన అకౌంట్స్ అనేవి కరెక్టా కాదా, వీళ్ళు ఏమైనా మోసం చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారా. బికాజ్ దీస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఈజ్ నాట్ స్టార్టెడ్ విత్ అన్ ఇంటెన్షన్ టు ప్రొవైడ్ విత్ అన్ ఇంటెన్షన్ టు ఎర్న్ ద ప్రాఫిట్, రైట్. సర్వీస్ కాబట్టి సొసైటీతో రిలేటెడ్గా ఉంది కాబట్టి ద గవర్నమెంట్ కీప్ వన్ ఐ ఆన్ దెమ్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ సర్ప్లస్ ఎట్లా డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తారు, సర్ప్లస్ అంటే ప్రాఫిట్ని ఎట్లా డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తారని అడుగుతుండు. ఆఫ్టర్ గివింగ్ ఏ లిమిటెడ్ డివిడెండ్, ఫస్ట్ ఎవరు ఎంత క్యాపిటల్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేశారో వాళ్లకు అంత దానికి సమానంగా లిమిటెడ్ డివిడెంట్ అనేది ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. ఆఫ్టర్ ద ఎక్సెస్ అమౌంట్, ద సర్ప్లస్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ అనేవి బోనస్ రూపంలో ఇస్తారు. డిస్ట్రిబ్యూటెడ్ ఇన్ ద ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ బోనస్, those are distributed in the form of bonus, and they also keep aside certain percentage as a reserves. ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చింది, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి ఇది కూడా అదే, రిటర్న్ ఆన్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్, ఈ రెండు ఒకటే. ఏంటిది, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 రూపీస్ ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చింది, 100 రూపీస్ ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చింది. అందరికీ ఎంత ఇచ్చినాం, ఒక 4 మెంబర్స్ ఉన్నారు. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ జనరల్ అయితే మినిమం 10 మెంబర్స్ ఉండాలి. కానీ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనం ఎగ్జాంపుల్గా తీసుకుంటున్నాం, 10 మెంబర్స్ అని కాకుండా నేను జస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్కి 4 తీసుకుంటున్నా. ఒకరికి 5 రూపీస్ ఇచ్చినా, ఇంకొకరికి 5 రూపీస్ ఇచ్చినా, ఇంకొకరికి 5 రూపీస్ ఇచ్చినా, ఇంకొకరికి 5 రూపీస్ ఇచ్చిన, టోటల్ 20 రూపీస్ అయిపోయినాయి. ఈ 20 రూపీస్ ఏంటివి మేడం అంటే, ఇది టోటల్ ఏంటిదంటే లిమిటెడ్ డివిడెండ్. ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి లిమిటెడ్గా 5 అనేది లిమిటెడ్ డివిడెంట్ ఇచ్చిన. మరి 100 ప్రాఫిట్ కదా, 20 రూపీస్ పోయినాయి అంటే మిగిలింది ఎంత అండి, 80 రూపీస్ మిగిలింది. ఈ 80 రూపీస్లో ఏం చేస్తారంటే, ఈ 80 రూపీస్లో 30 రూపీస్ అనేది దాచిపెట్టడం అంటేనే రిజర్వ్, అంటే తీసి పక్కన పెట్టేస్తారు. మిగిలింది ఎంత అండి, 50 రూపీస్ మిగిలింది. ఈ 50 రూపీస్ ఈ 4 మెంబర్స్కి ఈక్వల్ రేషియోలో పంచేస్తారు. అది ఏంటిది, పంచేది ఏంటిది, ఇప్పుడు అది బోనస్. ఓకేనా, ఆ 50 రూపీస్ని వాళ్ళకి ఈక్వల్ రేషియోలో పంచేయడం జరుగుతుంది, దాన్ని బోనస్ అంటాము. సో ఫస్ట్ వాళ్ళకి ప్రాఫిట్ 100 రూపీస్ వస్తే ఫస్ట్ లిమిటెడ్ డివిడెంట్ ఇచ్చేస్తారు. దాని తర్వాత మిగిలింది సర్ప్లస్ నుంచి రిజర్వ్స్ని వాళ్ళు కొంచెం తీసి పక్కన పెడతారు. ఎందుకంటే ఫర్ ద వెల్ఫేర్ ఆఫ్ ద సొసైటీ, ఫర్ ద డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద సొసైటీ, they will keep these 30 rupees aside, and afterwards how much they have? 50 rupees, and again those 50 rupees are distributed to the members in the form of bonus రూపంలో మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళకి డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. రిటర్న్స్ ఆన్ ద ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్, సో ఫస్ట్ డివిడెంట్ లిమిటెడ్గా ఇచ్చేసి రిజర్వ్స్ పక్కన తీసేసినాక, సైడ్ చేసేసినాక రిజర్వ్స్ అమౌంట్, మిగిలిన అమౌంట్ని బోనస్ రూపంలో మెంబర్స్ ఎవరు ఉన్నారో కార్పొరేటివ్ సొసైటీ మెంబర్స్కి డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. క్యాష్ ట్రేడింగ్, so cooperative society, whatever the trading activities are going on in the cooperative society, all the activities are based on the cash, only on the cash. They don't provide any క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటీస్, అంటే అప్పు మీద డెప్త్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఎలాంటివి ప్రొవైడ్ చేయరు. దే ఓన్లీ ప్రొవైడ్ ద క్యాష్ ట్రేడింగ్ ఓన్లీ. దిస్ ఈజ్ ద బెస్ట్ ప్లస్ పాయింట్ ఫర్ ద కార్పొరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్, బికాస్ there is no need to wait for the depth. If there is depth, అప్పు ఉందనుకోండి వస్తుందో రాదో అన్న భయం, బ్యాడ్ డేట్స్ ఏర్పడతాయి. బ్యాడ్ డేట్స్ అంటే ఏంటిది? బ్యాడ్ డెప్ట్స్ అంటే ఏంటిది? రాని బాకీలు. బ్యాడ్ డేట్స్ అంటే రాని బాకీలు ఏర్పడతాయి. అండ్ కలెక్షన్ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్, if you want to collect those debts, you have to go to the person who taken those goods. ఓకే, ఎవరు కొన్నారో ఆ మనిషి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాలి, తిరగాలి, పెట్రోల్ ఛార్జెస్, ఇవన్నీ కలెక్షన్కి కావాల్సిన ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ కూడా వస్తుంటాయి. కాబట్టి బై డూయింగ్ ద క్యాష్ ట్రేడింగ్, ద కార్పొరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్ ఆర్ ఎలిమినేటింగ్ ద బ్యాడ్ డేట్స్ అండ్ collection expenses. Whatever the bad debts and collection expenses are there, those are eliminated by the cooperative societies by doing all the transactions, all the tradings with the cash only. They never do any transaction or any trading without the cash, because this is the organization. The aim is to provide service to the society. So it is not a business to gain the profit, right? So it is an organization to provide a service to the society. So that's why it focus on the service rather than the profit. Primary thing is the service and the secondary thing is the profit for them. And those profit is also required to meet their administrative expenses. Those profit is also required to meet their administrative expenses and not for their own purpose. Okay, if there is any surplus, there will distribute in the form of limited dividend, bonus, and a part of that surplus is keeping aside for the development of the society. These are the important features of the cooperative societies. In the next session, we are going to study about the advantages of the cooperative societies in detail. Okay? Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, chapter number 3, that is the business organization related with the sole proprietorship, joint in the family, and today we are going to discuss about the cooperative societies. In this session we are going to discuss about the cooperative societies. So part 9, cooperative societies. This is the part 9. So in these we are going to discuss about the advantages of the cooperative societies. So this is the part 9. Here we are going to study about the advantages of the cooperative societies. Okay, so in this part 9 we are going to study about the advantages of cooperative societies. So advantages, let us see what are the advantages of the cooperative societies one by one. The first advantage, simple formation. It is easily formed with the minimum 10 members are required. 10 common people are required for the formation of a cooperative society. How many members required? Minimum 10 members are required for the formation of a cooperative society. Can form a society. The procedure for registration is very easy. Okay, it is very simple procedure of the registration. They have to get registered with the Cooperative Society Act. Okay, that is very easy. No much legal formalities or restrictions or rules are required for the cooperative societies to get registered. They can easily register. When they're registered, they will enjoy certain types of benefits like own common seal, and they have continuity success of the society, and also they can appeal to the law if there is any injustice. So these all things we have discussed in the futures of the cooperative societies. So next one is democratic management. In the democratic management, every man has a voting right. Every member of the cooperative society has the voting right. They have the voting right. They can vote and select the candidate. One man, one vote, one value. So every member has a right to select the members of the managing committee members can be selected by the voting process. So those votes are given to select the managing committee members, and all the members of the cooperative society will attend all the meetings, whatever the meetings are going on in the cooperative society, all the members will be attend, and the voting should be done by the member of the society, but not his or her representative. His or her representative is not allowed to do voting on behalf of the member of the society. So who is the member of the cooperative society? He only has a right to vote. He can't send other person to vote on behalf of him. Okay, that is completely against the rules of the cooperative society. So that is not going to be allowed. Okay, so who is the member? He has a right to vote, and that vote has certain value to select the managing committee member. So irrespective, representative person is not allowed to vote in the cooperative society on behalf of any member. Okay, service motive. We know that cooperative societies are formed with an intention to provide the service to the society. They are formed to provide service to the society. Service is the main motive of the cooperative societies, and the secondary motive is the profit. That profit is also very limited, and those profit is required for the management expenses, in order to maintain their management administrative expenses. Okay, the members are provided with goods at the cheaper rates. Yes, who are the members of the cooperative societies? They can get the goods at the cheaper rate compared with the market price. Okay, these cooperative societies also providing the financial help to the members of the cooperative society at concessional rates, means at the low interest rate or at the low rate of charge. Okay, they are providing the financial help to the members of the cooperative societies. That is about the service motive. In this way also it providing service to its members. Yes. Next, low operating cost. The operating cost means for day-to-day activities, whatever the cost is required, that cost is very limited in case of cooperative societies, because the management of the cooperative society is in the hands of a elected person by the shareholders. The shareholders means no other one. These 10 members who bring very limited capital, those are the shareholders of those cooperative societies. They will select a member for the managing committee, and the total cooperative society is in the hands of that person. That person will manage each and everything systematically without doing any kind of unnecessary expenses or any kind of losses. So he will do everything systematically. So it required very low operating cost, means activities. Operating means activities. For the day-to-day activities, the amount is very low required. Okay, some peoples are employed to look day to day working of the society. So some persons are employed to see the day to day working, what is the style of working of the society, whether they are doing correctly or whether they are doing any kind of mistakes, whether they are following the society rules or not. Those things are seen by appointing certain persons as employees to the cooperative society to look after the day to day working activities of the society. Day to day ప్రతిరోజు జరిగే సొసైటీలో జరిగే యాక్టివిటీస్ ఏమేమి ఉంటాయో అవి కరెక్ట్గా జరుగుతున్నాయా జరగట్లేవా అని చూడడానికి దేర్ ఆర్ అపాయింటింగ్ సెటన్ పర్సన్స్ టు ద కార్పొరేటివ్ సొసైటీ. నెక్స్ట్ లిమిటెడ్ liability. Liability is limited. If we have discussed about the sole proprietor, there the liability is unlimited. If there is a లాస్ వస్తే అక్కడ సోల్ ట్రేడర్ ప్రాపర్టీని కూడా తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. మనం ప్రీవియస్ సెషన్లో డిస్కస్ చేసిన జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీలో కూడా చూసాం. కర్త యొక్క ప్రాపర్టీ అనేది అన్లిమిటెడ్. కర్త ఒకవేళ లాస్ వస్తే బిజినెస్లో, జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ బిజినెస్లో లాస్ వస్తే కర్త ప్రాపర్టీ ఈజ్ టోటల్లీ టేకెన్ యాజ్ పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఈజ్ టేకెన్ యాజ్ ద సోర్స్ ఫర్ ద క్లెయిమ్ ఆఫ్ ద డ్యూ. ఏమైనా డ్యూ ఉంటే దాన్ని క్లెయిమ్ చేయడానికి కర్త పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీని కూడా తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. బట్ దీస్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ నాట్ దేర్ హియర్. దిస్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ కంప్లీట్లీ ఆబ్సెంట్ హియర్. సో ఎవ్రీ మెంబర్ హ్యాస్ ఎ లిమిటెడ్ liability to the extent of their capital. What the capital they bring, up to that only they have the liability. They have very limited liability. వాళ్ళు తెచ్చిన క్యాపిటల్ కన్నా ఎక్సెస్ అనేది వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి తీసుకోరు. బికాస్ ఇట్ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ ద ఫ్యూచర్ దట్ లిమిటెడ్ liability. చాలా లిమిటెడ్గా liability అనేది ఉంటుంది. ఎన్ని లాసెస్ వచ్చినా కానీ వాళ్ళు తెచ్చిన క్యాపిటల్ వరకు మొత్తం కవర్ చేసేస్తారు. ఇంకా లాస్ ఉంటే మాత్రం దట్స్ గో టు ద హ్యాండ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద గవర్నమెంట్, బట్ నాట్ ఫర్ ద కార్పొరేటివ్ society members. Okay, so this is about the limited liability. The liability is very limited for the, limited of the members of the cooperative society. Let us see the stability and continuity. See ma, cooperative societies are not going to stop. There are continuous and there are stable. There are continuous and there are stable. They don't have any kind of stop, any kind of winding up or any kind of dissolve of business is not done in the cooperative society. If there is a death or insolvency or retirement of any member, that will not affect the continuity or stability of the business, because it is such type of business where any member can attend, any member can enter any time and any member can go out of the business at any time. Any member can sell his shares to anyone and anyone can purchase the shares of that member. So there is no restrictions on entry and exit. So it will be continue for a long period of time. Tax advantages. So the cooperative societies has the advantages of the tax. So there are exempted అంటే మినహాయింపు ఇవ్వడం. ట్యాక్స్ వాళ్ళ మీద ఛార్జ్ చెయ్యరు. ఎక్కడి వరకు చేయరు మేడం అంటే exempted from income tax and surcharge on its earning up to a certain limit వరకు వాళ్ళు ఎర్న్ చేసిన దాని మీద ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ కానీ సర్చార్జ్ కానీ వేయడం జరగదు. సర్చార్జ్ అంటే ఏంటిది? ట్యాక్స్ మీద ట్యాక్స్, దట్ ఈస్ సర్చార్జ్. ట్యాక్స్ ఆన్ ట్యాక్స్, దట్ ఈస్ సర్చార్జ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ట్యాక్స్ 5,000 ఉంది, సర్చార్జ్ ఎంత చేస్తాడు? 10,000 వేస్తాడు. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ టోటల్లీ బికమ్ ద 15,000. సో దీస్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ సర్చార్జెస్, చార్జ్ ఆన్ చార్జ్ మీద చార్జ్, that is the surcharge. So these type of things are exempted to the cooperative societies up to a certain limit. ఒక లిమిట్ వరకు మాత్రమే. దాని తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ పడుతుంది, సర్చార్జ్ కూడా పడుతుంది ఆ ట్యాక్స్ మీద. ఇట్ ఆల్సో exempted from the stamp duty. రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ టైంలో స్టాంప్ డ్యూటీ బ్యాంక్లో కట్టేది ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, అది ఎగ్జెంప్టెడ్ వాళ్ళకు. రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఫీ రిజిస్టర్ చేసేటప్పుడు రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఆఫీస్లో కొద్దిగా ఫీ కట్టేది ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, దట్ ఫీ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఎగ్జెంప్టెడ్. అది కూడా కట్టాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, మినహాయింపు ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. ఎగ్జెంప్టెడ్ అంటే మినహాయింపు ఇస్తున్నాము. స్టాంప్ డ్యూటీకి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఫీకి మినహాయింపు ఉంది. నో స్పెక్యులేషన్ ఇన్ ద షేర్స్. స్పెక్యులేషన్ మీన్స్ షేర్స్ అనేవి మెంబర్స్ ఈజ్ ఆల్వేస్ ఓపెన్. సో మెంబర్షిప్ ఈజ్ ఆల్వేస్ ఓపెన్ టు న్యూ మెంబర్స్. మెంబర్షిప్ అనేది ఎప్పుడు కూడా న్యూ మెంబర్స్కి ఓపెన్గా ఉంటుంది కార్పొరేటివ్ సొసైటీ. సో దెర్ ఈజ్ నో నీడ్ ఆఫ్ స్పెక్యులేటర్స్. స్పెక్యులేటర్స్ మీన్స్ మిడిల్ మెన్స్, బ్రోకర్స్. There is no need of brokers in the cooperative society, as it is open and open for everyone. New one can also join and existing one can also be left. There is not at all any restrictions on the entry and exit of the members of the cooperative society. Elimination of the middleman means brokers. The brokers are eliminated in the cooperative society. They purchase goods directly from the producer. So cooperative societies will purchase goods directly from the producer who is producing the goods. So from him they will purchase the goods directly and sell them to their members at the low rate or at the low price. Okay, and better quality goods. లో ప్రైస్ ఉందని సమ్ బ్యాడ్ క్వాలిటీ గూడ్స్ కూడా కావవి, మంచి క్వాలిటీ గూడ్స్ని సేల్ చేస్తారు అట్ ద లోవర్ రేట్స్ అండ్ అట్ ద బెటర్ ప్రైస్. దే ఆర్ గివింగ్ అట్ ద బెటర్ క్వాలిటీ. బెటర్ లోవర్ ప్రైస్ and better quality is providing by the cooperative society to its members by eliminating middlemen. By eliminating the middlemen. Middlemen means madhyavartulu. Okay, check on other businesses. As this cooperative society providing its members with very goods with very cheap rate, it will become difficult for the other businessman who want to sell the goods with a higher price so that he can get the profit. Other businessmen మార్కెట్లో ప్రాఫిట్కి ఎక్కువ రేట్కి అమ్మి ప్రాఫిట్ సంపాదించాలి అనుకుంటున్న వాళ్ళకి ఈ కార్పొరేటివ్ సొసైటీ ఇట్ కీప్ ఎ చెక్. ఓకే, by supplying those goods at the reasonable price or at a reasonable price with good quality, with a better quality. Aim of mutual prosperity. So the aim of the aim of the cooperative society is mutual prosperity. Mutual prosperity means mutual development, each for all and all for each. Not only one person development or not only 10 members development, is the development of the total society. It want the society to become developed society. State patronage. Patronage means sponsor. The state government will sponsor these type of cooperative societies. So why they are sponsoring, madam, means in order to bring socio-economical development in the backward areas or in the weaker sections of the society. In the rural areas, villages lo anta development anedi undadu. Alanti development leni backward unna regions, backward ప్రాంతాలు ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో వాటిని సోషల్గా, ఎకనామికల్గా, ఆర్థికంగా డెవలప్ చేయడానికి patronage means the sponsorship. The government will sponsor for the development of the economical, social by weaker sections of the society by providing the finance in the form of loans and grants. The government is providing loans. కార్పొరేటివ్ బ్యాంక్స్ ఉంటాయి. సో కార్పొరేటివ్ బ్యాంక్స్ ఏం చేస్తాయి, రూరల్ ఏరియాస్లో ఉన్న ఫార్మర్స్కి వాళ్ళకి దే ప్రొవైడ్ ద లోన్స్. So the government sponsoring in order to develop the weaker sections, the backward sections of the society and make those sections of the society as a develop. ఒక వ్యక్తి డెవలప్ అయితే దేశం అభివృద్ధి చెందదు కదండి. One person development is not considered as a development of the country. When all the sections of the society, weaker sections, middle class, rich, when these all are developed, when when these all are equal at the time only we can say the country is developed. And next thing, social desirability. We need the cooperative societies because these are concentrating on the backward areas. These are concentrating on the weaker sections which are not concentrated by the other business organizations, the other companies, MNC companies, multinational companies. They want just profit from the rich persons, but they don't concentrate on the middle class or backward sections of the society because they can't able to afford. వాళ్ళు కొనే అంత స్థితి వాళ్ళది ఉండదు కాబట్టి they don't concentrate on the weaker sections, but these cooperative society business will concentrate on the upliftment of economically weaker sections of the society who are economically weak. For them it will uplift those weaker sections. So this is needed for the society. So these are the advantages of the cooperative societies. So these all advantages are very very important. So 13 ఉన్నాయి కదా, జస్ట్ 10 చదువుతాను లేదా 8 చదువుతాను అంటే కాదు, చాలా ఈజీగా ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి total you have to study 13. It may be asked for 10 marks, so that's why you should not have to waste the time. Whatever the time you have to do the hard work. Let us meet in the other session with the new topic, that is the disadvantages of cooperative society. Welcome to all for online education. Commerce theory part for the English medium first years, and the chapter which we are dealing with, that is the business organization, and that is the part 10. Yes, here what we are going to discuss, that the disadvantages of the cooperative societies. We have seen the meaning, definition, futures, advantages, and now we are going to discuss about the disadvantages of the cooperative societies. So what are the disadvantages? Let us see one by one what are the disadvantages of the cooperative society in detail. Yes, let us see it. The first one, inefficient management. The management is inefficient because the society can't able to employ, the society can't able to afford the persons who have the skill, abilities, talent to manage the business of the cooperative society. So there is a lack of management support for this business. There is less management support to this business because the cooperative society can't able to afford the person with the necessary abilities, knowledge, experience, unlike the company form of organizations. How the companies are employing the expert person in their organization. In this way, these cooperative society can't able to afford the person, the employee with the specific skill, knowledge, talent. Okay, they can't able to afford them because they have very limited resources. Due to these very limited resources, because of these disadvantage, they can't able to afford the management who have the correct knowledge about the maintenance of the cooperative societies. Next one, limited financial resources. The cooperative society has very limited financial resources. Yes, see, restrictions on dividend and principles of one member, one vote discourage the rich people. It discouraging the rich people to participate in the cooperative societies because the dividend is limited dividend. Okay, the limited dividend, and also the rich people can't able to invest. They are not interested to invest in the cooperative societies because the limited dividend make them to discourage and to participate. These discouragement make them to participate into the not to participate into the cooperative societies from joining the society. Limited scope for the expansion and growth due to the limited resources, due to the limited financial resources. The growth and expansion of the cooperative society is also very very limited because the rich persons are not participating here. The persons who are participating here, they maybe belongs to some backward sections, means from weaker sections or economically or socially weaker sections of the people, or the common people are participating in this society. So the rich peoples are absent and the capital is very limited, so it become very difficult for the cooperative societies to expand their society or grow their society. So that's why they generally depend upon the loan from the government or other cooperative societies, and sometimes they depend upon the central or state government for the funds. Okay, these are the disadvantages. Next, lack of unity among the members. As we know, the members belongs to different sections of the society. The cooperative society members belongs to different sections of the society. So they don't have the similar mindset, they don't have the similar attitude, they don't have the similar character. So that's why there is a difference in them. That's why it will become very difficult to form as a unity. So that's why there is a lack of unity, means there is no unity among the members, as they are belonging to different sections of the society. So there is no unity. So in other organizations, whereas come to the joint stock companies, there is unity among the members, because they all are belongs to one particular section, but in here there are belong to different sections of the society. So that's why there is the absence of the unity among the people. Next, lack of incentives to work hard. So management committee, the managing committee members does not take any active part and interest in the management and affairs of the society. They does not take part in the management or the affairs of the society, because they are not given any pay, they are not paid at all. So that's why they are not interested to look after what is going on in the business. They are just nominated, they are just elected by the voting process, but they are not interested to look what is going on in the society. They are not interested, because the society is not going to pay any kind of incentives, means any kind of income to them. So that's why they are not at all interested to participate in these kind of business activities or in management activities of the cooperative societies. There will be there, this management will be there, but there will be idle. They will sit silent and see what is going on. They does not provide any kind of guidelines or advices to them, because they are not getting any kind of money here, they are not getting any kind of income here. That's why they are silent. Next, no transferability of the shares. The shares of the members of the cooperative society can't transfer their share to other person, but they can withdraw the capital, whatever the capital they brought when they enter into the cooperative society. Whatever the capital they brought, that capital can be withdrawn by them, but they can't able to take the shares or transfer the shares. They can't able to transfer the shares to other party, but they can withdraw the total amount of capital whatever they brought into the business. So these are the disadvantages. See how many disadvantages are there. Inefficient management, the management is not at all correct. Limited financial resources, the financial resources are very limited, because the rich persons are not participating here. They don't have the interest on the dividend which is given by the cooperative societies. Next, lack of unity among the members, as the members are belonging to the different sections of the society. They don't have the common sense, they don't have the equal similar common sense, they don't have the equal qualities. All are unique, all are different. So that's why it become very difficult for the unity among the members. Lack of incentive to the work hard. The management committee members are not interested to participate, because they are not getting any kind of thing. If they do work hard or if provide any kind of guidelines or anything, even though they are not paid, so they are not interested to participate in the affairs of the society. Non-transferability of the shares. They can't, the members of the cooperative society can't able to transfer the shares, but they can withdraw the total capital whatever they brought. Next, rigid state control. All the cooperative societies should follow the rules and regulations of the Cooperative Society Act 1912 and the government. So whatever the cooperative societies are there, these all cooperative societies should have to follow the rules, regulations which is levied by the Cooperative Society Act 1912 and the government. So it is very difficult for the society to function flexibly, means freely. In order to function freely or flexibly, it will be very difficult for the government, because they have to work under the control of the government. That's why the society can't able to take the decision independently. Lack of secrecy. There is no secrecy in the business, in the society. Why? Because the members who are elected as the committee members, they are changing from time to time. When they are changing from time to time, the information, whatever the secret information regarding the society, cooperative society, that is exposed to everyone. Every member know what is actually going on in that society. So there is no stability of the person. The person is changing from time to time. The elected person changing from time to time, and another person is coming in this place, and that person is also going, and some other person is coming. So these type of activities are continuously going on. So that's why there is no secrecy in the cooperative society. This is the biggest disadvantage of the cooperative society. Next, absence of the royalty. The royalty of the members of the cooperative society is also absent. The royalty of the members of the cooperative society may not be always assured and can't be afforded. So there is no 100% assurance of the royalty of the members of the cooperative society. It may be or may not be. We can't give any kind of assurance, or we can't afford for the royalty of the cooperative society members. And next one is the political interference. The political party which is in the ruling, that party try to send their own party member to the managing committee. As the elections are held to select the managing committee member, that committee member will be the current government which is presently the government which is running. That government member will be the member of the managing committee. That member will be the member of the managing committee. Present ఏ గవర్నమెంట్ ఫంక్షనింగ్లో ఉంటుందో ఆ గవర్నమెంట్కి సంబంధించిన వ్యక్తి మాత్రమే ఆ మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్గా ఎలక్ట్ అవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. సో ఇక్కడ పొలిటికల్ ఇంటర్ఫియరెన్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. బికాజ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంటర్ఫియర్ అవుతుందంటే పాలిటిక్స్ ఇంటర్ఫియరెన్స్ అన్నట్టే కదా. సో పొలిటికల్ ఇంటర్ఫియరెన్సెస్ అనేవి ఉంటాయి. దిస్ ద బిగ్గెస్ట్ డిసడ్వాంటేజ్ for the cooperative societies. Next, lack of competitive strength. These cooperative societies can't make competition with large business organizations, with large business organizations where the production is very large units of production. Okay, large units of production in these areas. So the production is very high in these areas. So that's why there is a lack of competitive strength. The competition is very difficult for the cooperative societies to participate in the competition with the other business organizations. So these are the disadvantages of the cooperative society. By completing the disadvantages of the cooperative society, we are successfully completed our third chapter, and in the upcoming session we are going to enter into the fourth chapter, that is the partnership form. Very shortly we will start that chapter. So don't waste the time. Whatever the topics we have discussed in the third chapter, totally that chapter is very important. You have to study about the sole proprietorship business, in that features or characteristics, advantages and disadvantages, and again in the joint Hindu family, its features, advantages, disadvantages. Here in cooperative societies, Features, advantages and disadvantages, along with the meaning and definitions of these three. These three topics are very much important for to score good marks in the exam. So don't waste the time. Do hard work and make the writing practice. Okay, good writing will bring good marks for you. So up to here, up to part 10, our chapter 3 is completed. In the 4th chapter, we will meet with a new concept. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the English medium first years, and this chapter we are dealing with that is the 4th chapter of our academic year, that is the partnership form. So this is the first session of the partnership form. In this session we are going to know what is partnership form and how we get it registered. The process we are going to study in detail in this session. So what is the partnership? Basically, partnership means when two or more persons join together, they join together with a common aim. When they join together with a common aim, and there will exist up to that common aim they achieve, that is simply known as partnership form or partnership business. Sometimes the partnership business may be continue for a long period of time. Sometimes it will complete or dissolved. Dissolved means what? End. It will end after their achieving that particular aim. So let us see what is partnership form with meaning definition. So meaning of the partnership form. Partnership is an association. What is it? It is an association of two or more persons. So it is an association of persons, ma. It is an association of two or more persons who pool their money. Pool means what? Who bring all their money. Pool means what? Not swimming pool. Okay. They bring all the money. Their finance and managerial resources. Okay, they pool all the financial and managerial resources. Managerial resources means managerial resources. Financial resources means capital resources. Okay, so they will bring all capital resources, and also they bring all the managerial resources, maintain chedam. Okay, and agree to carry on business. They are agreed to carry on the business. They are going to start the business. Okay, and share its profits or losses. So we know from first class I told you that the profit is the lifeblood of the business. I am right? Yes, in the first session only in this academic year we discussed that the profit is the lifeblood of the business. So here they started the business with the intention that in order to get more profit, or even if there is a loss, they are ready to share the loss or they are ready to share the profit. Okay, the person who form a partnership individually, who forming a partnership, and individually that person is known as partners. Individually those persons. Person is known as partner. Persons are known as partners. Okay, individually. And collectively known as, collectively means totally, completely. They are known as firm or partnership firm. Firm is nothing but it is a business. It is an organization. Okay, it is an organization. Firm ante inkedo kaadu. Firm means it is an organization. Vyaparam, business. Okay, next definition. The relationship between the persons who agree to share the profits of the business. It is a relationship. It is a relationship between the persons, you and me. We are the partners. Okay, if you are starting a business, then you and me, we both are partners of that business. We start that business and we share the profits. If loss, we will share it also. Okay, carried on by all. All the partners will carry on the business, or anyone acting for all. Means For example, 10 partners are there. In these 10 partners, only one partner will act on behalf of all other partners. అంటే 10 మంది ఉంటే 10 మంది పార్ట్నర్స్కి 10 మంది పని చేయకుండా అందరి తరపున ఒకరే పని చేయడం అన్నట్టు ఇది. ఎనీ వన్ యాక్టింగ్ ఫర్ ఆల్, ఎనీ వన్ యాక్టింగ్ ఫర్ ఆల్ ఆర్ లేదా క్యారీడ్ ఆన్ బై ఆల్ అంటే అందరు పార్టిసిపేట్ కావడం, ఇలాంటిది కూడా ఉంటుంది. సో వెన్ we are discussing about the types of the partnership forms or types of the partners, then you will get the complete idea. In the next sessions you will get the idea what is actual the types of partners are there, right? So these definitions is given according to the section 4 of Partnership Act 1932. You have to always remember the sections along with the partnership, along with the acts. Okay, section 4 of Partnership Act 1932. Okay, so next one, registration of partnership form. So this is very important definition. It may be asked for 2 marks. Then you have to write how you have to write. You have to write certain meaning. You have to write these meaning and afterwards you have to write the definition. Exam లో ఎప్పుడు డెఫినేషన్ అడిగినా డెఫినేషన్కి డెఫినేషన్ రాయకండి. ఏం చేయండి అంటే ఫస్ట్ కొద్దిగా మీనింగ్ లైట్గా కొంచెం మీనింగ్ రాసి ఇఫ్ యూ రైట్ ద డెఫినేషన్ హీ విల్ బి ఇంప్రెస్డ్. అండ్ ఆల్సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు కీప్ లైక్ దిస్ arrow mark and you have to write here according to. Actually in your textbook how they will give, according to section 4 of the Partnership Act 1932, the relationship between them, this is not attractive for the examiner. If you write like this and if you write these all things with the blue pen and if you use here black pen, then it will be very attractive for the examiner. Okay, next, registration of partnership form. Registration, how it get registered, let us see. The Indian Partnership Act 1932. What is the Partnership Act? Remember, always you have to remember the acts. Indian Partnership Act 1932 does not make it compulsory. Are you seeing here? What he is saying, it does not make compulsory. Partnership Act does not make it compulsory. The form to be registered. The form to be registered. It is not at all mandatory. It is not at all important. It is not at all necessary. But there are certain disabilities. What are those disabilities? Disabilities means what? Disabilities means some type of problems, okay, which attach to an unregistered form. Which are attached to unregistered form means illegal smugglings, drug smuggling, okay, smuggling of some other things. These make what? These will make the form to be unlawful. So if it got registered, then it is completely lawful in the eyes of the people. Yes, so that's why it become necessary for the partnership to get registered. Okay, these disabilities make it compulsory for a firm to be get registered. So these disabilities make the form it will make the form to get registered. It will make the form to get registered compulsory. Every form should have to be get registered. Registration can be takes place at any time. There is no time limit. In 15 days only you have to do the registration, or in 10 days you have to do the registration. There is not like that. You can make registration at any time. Next, let us see the procedure of this registration. Number 1 procedure, number 2, number 3. Finally you will get the certificate of registration. Here finally you will get the certificate of registration. Let us see what is what one by one. The firm will have to apply to the registrar of the firm of the state concerned in the prescribed form. So what here the form, the business partnership business form, the firm will have to apply to the registrar of the firm. There is a registrar. What the registrar will do? He registered the forms. So registrar of the firm, he will be what his duty? He will daily register the forms. Businesses untai kada, danni register chestuntadu. So the firm should have to apply to the registrar of the firm of the state concerned, in the particular state concerned in the prescribed form. There is a particular form, the procedure is there to get registered. If the register satisfied, then only you will get the certificate of registration. Otherwise you won't get the certificate of registration. Let us see what is that. The name of the firm. First you have to mention in the form Form means one paper will be there. That is a form. Generally you have admission form. Yes, TC is also form. Yes, transfer certificate form. Like that for the business registration also there is one form. Okay. The name of the form. Okay, first you have to mention the name. Location. First name. Next location of the form. Right. Next, name of the other places where the firm carry on the business. If the firm has any, okay, if the firm have branches, if your business firm have any branches, then you have to mention the names of those branches also where there are. The name in full and address of the partners. So, name in full and address of the partners, full name of the partners along with their address, The date on which various partners join the firm. So, one partner joined on one date and one partner joined on one date. So, whatever the dates are there regarding the joining of number of partners, that should be clearly mentioned in the registrar form. Okay. The duration of the firm, how much duration it will be taken to start and how much time it going to be continue and when it is going to be dissolved, that also have to be mentioned. Duration means time, Nana. Duration means time. Okay. The duly filled in form must be signed by all the partners. Okay. Whatever the information, these see A, B, C, D, these all are there. Whatever the information we are given, those information, that form should have to be signed by all the partners. How many members are there partners? Everyone should have to sign it. Okay. The filled in form along with prescribed registration fee. So, there is some prescribed registration fee also. They have to pay. Must be deposited in the office of register of firm. So, that have to be deposited in the register of the firm. So, in the office of, it is the office. Which office, in which office they have to deposit? Deposit ante entidi jama cheyadam. Okay. So, ekkada in the office of register of the firm, in the office of register of the firm, they have to deposit the amount. Which amount, Nana? Registration fee amount. They have to deposit the registration fee amount. The registrar will take the application. He will take the application. Which application? This form. That form is application. If he is satisfied by taking application, if he is satisfied that all formalities relating to the registration have been duly compiled with, he will put the name of the form into the register. If he is satisfied that everything is good, nothing is harmful for the society, whatever the information is given in a form is completely true, there is no any kind of mistakes or there is no any kind of fraud is done, then he will make, for example, the form name is XYZ form. XYZ is one type of partnership form. Then this name will be entered into the register. Register, you have the attendance register untundi kada, మీ పేరు దాంట్లో enroll చేస్తారు కదా. In the same way, the partners, the partnership business name, XYZ business name is also enrolled in the register of the, in which register? Registration of form register. Okay, registration of form register lo company register, they will write the name of that company. Okay, that they will write the name of that partnership form and issue the certificate of registration. After that, they will issue the certificate of registration. So, they will enter the name in the register of that particular partnership form and they will issue the certificate of registration to the partners. So, this is about the registration of partnership form. It is very simply they are doing. No much formalities, very simple formalities are there. This is about the meaning, definition and the registration of partnership form. Let us meet in other session with the new topic, that is about the futures of the partnership form. Okay? Right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the English medium first years and the chapter which we are dealing with that is the partnership form, and this is the second session of the partnership form. In the first session we have discussed about the meaning, definition and the registration of the partnership form, how it is necessary. In this session we are going to study about the features of the partnership form. Let us see what are those. First one is formation. It is not necessary for a partnership form to get registered as we know, but due to certain limitations in the partnership form it becomes necessary of registration. Formation, see, the partnership form governed by the provision of Indian Partnership Act 1932. So, the partnership form is started with the Partnership Act. What is that Partnership Act? 1932 Act. Based on that Act, the partnership business have been started in India. It is a relationship between the two, relationship among the partners. Okay, it is a relationship among the partners. It is a relationship among the partners. Share the profit or loss. So whatever the profit are there, even if there is a loss in the business, the partners will share the profit or loss, whatever it may be, because that is a mutual understanding related business. Yes, everyone will join with a common motive, that to earn the profit. Yes, if there is unexpected losses, even though they have to bear such losses. Okay, and the business must be lawful. Yes, it must be lawful. What is meant by lawful, madam? Means lawful means it should not not harm the society, then it is a lawful business. If it is harming the society, then it is unlawful business. Okay, and run with the profit motive. The main thing for the business, that is the lifeblood of the business, that is the profit. You have to remember this point every time in your mind. Okay, next, association of two or more persons. Yes, obviously partnership is an association, is a combination, right? It is a combination. Association means what, ma? It's a combination. It's a collection of two or more persons. Minimum 2 members are required to start a partnership firm. And maximum, this is no kaatali, ఇది ఏంటంటే నెంబర్. ఓకేనమ్మా, నో కాదది నెంబర్, NUMBER నెంబర్. Maximum number of members in banking business, that is 10. That should be 10. Maximum in case of banking business, it should be 10. That is a maximum. Okay, up to that only. After that, that is unlawful. Up to a law, maximum 10 members. And for other businesses, it not more than 20. More than 20. Not more than 20. It should not exceed the 20 members. Minor can't form a partnership firm. Okay, minor can't form the partnership firm, but we discussed about the joint Hindu family. There the minor can become the member, Kopasna of joint Hindu family. We have discussed that thing, yes. But here see, in the partnership, the minor can't start a partnership firm. Okay. Next, unlimited liability. The liability of these persons is unlimited. See, the personal assets may be used for repaying the debts in case of business assets are insufficient. If there is a certain debt and there is a huge loss in the business, in the partnership business, and whatever the business assets are there, just like plant and machinery, furniture, okay, land and building, whatever it may be, any stock, okay, if these assets are not sufficient, the business assets are, if those are not sufficient, those are insufficient to pay the debt at the time, the personal assets means personal property of the partners is also be taken in the partnership. Each partner is responsible, okay, for repayment of the debt of the business. Every partner is responsible. When they are sharing the profits, at the same time they have to share the losses also, right? So every partner is responsible here. No one is exempted. Yes. Next, implied authority means everyone can give suggestions. Implied means giving suggestions. Giving suggestions. So there is an implied authority that any partner can act on behalf of the firm. So anyone can give any kind of suggestion to the firm, means the partner. In the partnership form, anyone can give any kind of suggestions, because all the partners have the equal right. That's why they can have the right to participate in the management affairs and give certain important suggestions, but they can't take the decision. Are you understanding what I want to say? They can give suggestions, but they can't take the decision independently, because it is a partnership firm. Every partner should depend upon the other partner for taking the decision, right? Existence of unlawful business. What is unlawful? Any agreement, if there is any agreement among the partners, okay, regarding smuggling, black marketing, etc., can't be called as partnership business. This is not considered as partnership business in the eyes of the law. In the eyes of the law, that is not a partnership business. If anyone doing smuggling of drugs or smuggling of girls, okay, to some Dubai or some anywhere, that is not a business. That is unlawful. It is a criminal activity, okay. So existence of lawful business, the business should be lawful, it should not be unlawful. Next one, outmost good faith. See, each partner should act honestly and give proper information of accounts to other partner. So every partner should have to be honest with the other partner, then only it can be run. If one partner is not honest, then ultimately it will become the reason for the dissolution of the partnership firm. Dissolution means what? Dissolution means what? The closing of the business. If one partner do a single mistake, it will affect the total business, because it is interlinked with each other. It is a business of partners. That's why we are saying it as a partnership. Yes. Friendship means combination of certain friends. Partnership means a combination of certain partners. Okay. Next, principal and agent relationship. Every partner act as a principal and also as an agent. Okay. See, every partner is a principal as well as an agent of the firm. Every partner is a principal and he is a principal and as well as the agent of the firm. Every partner, not only single partner, every partner. When a partner deals with other parties, means with other outside parties, he or she act as an agent of other partners. Then he or she will act as an agent of other partners. Agent of other partners. One partner is doing some type of deal with the other party. Then the remaining partners are the agents of that partner. Okay. For that partner, there will be the agents. He will be the agent for that partners, right? For example, I am only the partner, I am dealing with you. Then for remaining purpose, for remaining members in my partnership, for them, I am the agent. I am the agent for you. I am dealing with you. So I will become the agent and there will become the principal agents to me. Okay. What happens here? At the same time, the other partners become the principal agents. Okay. I will become the agent. There will become the principal agent. When I will deal with you, then I am the agent and you are the other partner or other person, other party. You are the other party. I am the agent. Okay. There other members in my partnership, those partners are the principal agents. Those are the principal agents. They act as the other partners become the principal agents. Restrictions on transfer of shares. In partnership, shares can't be transferred. In partnerships, shares can't be sold without the consult of other partners. If one partner is not satisfied, if one partner is not willing to sell the shares or to transfer the share, then it is not possible to transfer. It is highly impossible in partnership. Okay, no partner can sell or transfer. No partner can sell or transfer. Okay, Nana. No partner can sell or transfer his or her share without the consult of the other partners. They can't sell their shares, or they can't transfer the shares without the consult of other partners. If they want to do at the time, they can give a notice of dissolution of partnership. Means I want to go out of the partnership, I want to left. Okay, so the type of notice you have to give if you want to come out from the partnership, but you can't sell the shares to other. Voluntary registration. See, voluntary registration means actually according to Indian Partnership Act 1932, in the session 1 we have discussed that it is not necessary to get registered, but due to certain complications, due to certain limitations which are arising in the partnership business, it becomes necessary for the partnership business to get registered. Yes, we have seen the procedure of the registration. Yes, that is only here. The registration of partnership form is not necessary. Actually, according to Indian Partnership Act, it is not necessary. But due to certain disabilities, make it compulsory for the form to get registered. Disabilities, limitations, certain problems in the partnership form that will make it necessary for the partnership to get registered. Common management means everyone can manage in the partnership business. Every partner has the right to take part in running of the business. Every person, what I am saying here, implied authority. Everyone can give suggestions, but everyone can't take decision independently. Everyone should have to take the decision collectively in a group. Okay, even if a partnership business is run by some partners, it is run by some partners, the consent of all other partners is necessary for taking important decisions. So one person can't take the decision. Okay, all partners are necessary while taking the decision. A single partner does not have the right in the partnership to take the decision. Every partner should have to be involved while taking the decision. You can give the suggestions ivochu, implied authority. You can give suggestions, but you can't take decisions independently. So this is about the futures of the partnership form. In the next session, we will discuss about the types of partners. Okay, right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with, that is the partnership form. This is the third session of the topic, and in this session we are going to study about the types of partners. How many types of partners are there and how they behave in the partnership form. Okay, let us know one by one what are the types of partners are there and how they behave. See, on the basis of extent to participation, based on the participation means based on the involvement. Okay, based on the participation, the partners are classified into two categories. One is active or working partner. You can say it as active partner or working partner. Next one is sleeping partner. Now see, what is the difference between these active or working partner and sleeping partner? See, the partner who actively participate, okay, the partner who is actually participate in day-to-day operations. Day-to-day operations means day-to-day activities. The partner who is participating in day-to-day activities, okay, of the business. Which business? In the partnership business, who is actually participating in day-to-day operations, in day-to-day activities, that partner is known as active partners or working partners. Means what kind of their activities they will perform, ma'am? Means they manage the business, they organize the requirement of the business such as capital, labor, workers, okay, and advisors, and also they control certain business related operations also, activities, business related activities. Next, sleeping partner. Sleeping, just sleep. The partner who does not participate, he is not participating, who does not participates in the day-to-day activities of the business. Not participating, just how we sleep, like that only he is sleeping. That partner is known as sleeping partner or dormant partner. Such partner contribute the capital, but he contribute the capital, share profit and losses, but does not participate in day-to-day activities. That partner is known as sleeping partner or dormant partner. The partner who participate in day-to-day activities known as active partner or working partner. In the next one, sleeping partner means the partner who does not participate in day-to-day activities of the business known as sleeping partner. He will contribute the capital and he will share the profit. He or she both can participate. Okay, he or she can gain the profit or loss and also contribute to the capital. This is about the existence of participation. Based on the participation, the partners are classified into two categories. Now, based on sharing of profit, again the partners are classified into two types. One is nominal partner, another one is partner in profit. The partner allow the firm to use his name. The partner is allowing the firm. Allowing the firm means giving permission to the firm to use his name as a partner. Okay, to use his name as a partner. For example, X is a person. Okay, and he is not actually a partner. For example, I am not the partner of any firm. Yes, I am just a lecturer. But I given permission to one firm, one partnership firm, take my name and use my name as a your partner. Na పేరు మీరు యూస్ చేసుకోండి. ఎలా నేను మీ బిజినెస్లో పార్ట్నర్ లెక్క మీరు చూపించుకోండి అని నేను పర్మిషన్ ఇస్తున్నా. దట్ ఈస్ ద నామినల్ పార్ట్నర్. ఓకే, he share neither he or she neither bring capital, participate in activities, not share profit and loss. Okay, they will not bring any capital, they will not participate in any activities, and they does not share any profit or loss. They just give their name to the firm to use it. They will use that partner name only. Okay, next, partner in profit. See, a person who share profits without being liable for losses. Okay, they are sharing the profits without being liable for losses. Being liable for losses means he is not going to bear any loss. He will share only and only profit. He is not going to be liable. అతను లాస్ వస్తే బేర్ చేసేటోడు కాదు. బేర్ మీన్స్ he is not going to pay for the losses. He only take the profit, known as a partner in profits. Thus, partner is known as partner in profits. This is applicable only to minor. Okay, this is applicable only to the minor. Actually, according to the partnership, the minor can't start the partnership firm, but according to the benefit of the partnership firm, the minor can be admitted, means the minor can be taken into partnership as a partner, and he is given profit regularly, and the liability is limited to their capital contributed. Whatever the capital the minor bring, up to that only the minor will pay to the loss. Okay, if he bringing 50,000 rupees, if there is a loss of 1 lakh rupees, then the minor will pay only 50,000 rupees, whatever the capital he brought. Okay, he is not going to pay from his personal property the remaining 50,000 debt. Okay, he does not use his personal property. So such type of partnership is, or such type of partner is known as partner in profit. Next, based on the liability, liability means we know debt. Based on the liability, Limited partner, limited means the liability of the partner is limited to their capital contribution. This is possible only to the minor. This facility is only given to the minor. So, the liability of the partner is limited to the capital contributed. The Limited Liability Partnership Act 2005. So, what is the act? That is Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Okay, 2008. Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008 was enacted in India. It was enacted means it is started in India, notified on 31st March 2009. From that it was started. Next, general partner having unlimited liability. Unlimited liability means if the debt is 1 lakh rupees, he brought only 50,000 capital, means he contributed only 50,000 capital. Then in case of general partner, 50,000 will be his, what is that? The capital which he brought, and the remaining 50,000 will be taken from his personal property, taken from his personal property, whatever his personal property is there now, from that he have to claim the remaining 50,000. So, that type of liability is unlimited liability. There is no limit at all, infinite, simply infinite liability, infinite. Okay, there is no limit at all. Next, based on the behavior and conduct exhibit. Okay, behavior, based on the behavior and the conduct, we are dividing the partners into two types. One is partner by estoppel and one is partner by holding out. What is C? A person who behave in the public, he act in the public, overaction. Simply we can say that he will do overacting in the public, that such a way and give an impression that he or she is a partner of the firm. You overaction or overacting in the public, that he is the partner of that firm. He show the type of actions, expressions. He behave like that in the public. Okay, but actually he or she don't share the profit of the firm. They don't share any kind of profit of the firm. They are not actually at all a partner. Okay, but he is fully liable. Liable means what? If there is any incident happened due to his overaction. Okay, if somebody suffer, okay, what I am saying here, if somebody is suffering because of his or her false representation, just like he is showing that if you use this cream, you will become just like Kajal Agarwal or Shruti Hassan, like that you will become very, fairness is very high and also you look very beautiful. Most of the girls are purchased it and they have kept. Suddenly they have become too much black like Negros. So, and then they are suffering from this false representation. What the representation he given in the public, that I am the partner of this firm. This is a most famous cream. If you use this, you know this cream is using by the most of the Bollywood and Hollywood heroines. So you also have to use it. You will also become like that. Yes. They will give that type of advertisement, and if the people purchase, they will suffer a lot. So by that he will be liable for the whatever the people suffer. Okay, next, partner by holding. Actually he is not a partner ma, he is doing overaction in the public, that's it. Partner by holding out. What is this? A partner declare particular a firm declare particular person is a partner of their firm and such a person does not disclaim it. For example, this is a duster. For example, this is duster is one partner. I am a firm, means I am a business partnership firm. So I declared for example, this duster name is X. I will declare this X as a partner, and this X is also ready to take the name as a partner of particular my company. Okay, So he is also ready to become the partner of my company, and he is also silent, yes, I am the partner. Then he or she is known as a partner by holding out. They are holding. They are not actually the partner, but the firm declared them as a particular person as a partner, and that person is also silent. Okay, whatever the firm doing, let them do. So that type of partner is known as holding out partner. Such partner not share profit but fully liable for the firm debt. Okay, that partner is not sharing the profit because he is not actually the partner, okay, but fully liable for the firm debt. If there is any debts in the firm, he will be liable. So this is about the types of partners. In the next session, we will meet with the new topic, that is advantages and disadvantages of partnership firm. Okay, right. Good morning and welcome to Alpha Online Education Commerce Theory part for the first year English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with that is the partnership form. This is the fourth session. In this session we are going to discuss about the advantages of partnership form, disadvantages, and also the partnership deed. We are going to cover 3 topics in this session. So without wasting the time, let us enter into the topic. Yes. Easy to form. According to 1932 Indian Partnership Act, it is easy to form a partnership with a combination of certain partners. It is not a mandatory or it is not a necessary to register the partnership form, but due to certain liabilities in the partnership form, it becomes necessary to get registered the partnership form. Yes? Yeah. Large resources, as the partnership firm has the number of partners. Yes. For other organizations, for the banking sector it will require 20, and for other businesses it will be for the banking sector it will be 10, and for other organizations it will be 20. I am right? So as the members are more, so that's why there can rise a huge amount of capital from the outsiders. And also one more point here, the liability is also unlimited in the partnership, right? So they have that chance also, so that's why they can raise huge capital from the banking sectors and from the outsider, just like from creditors and also from some types of shares, issuing shares. They can raise huge capital. It is very benefitable for the partnership. Okay, next, benefits of better decisions. Third one is better decisions. Yes, there are number of persons, number of minds. So every mind will think the same problem or same issue with in different angles, as we all are unique. Unique ante under different ga untam. Each and every human being mindset is different from other, right? So as there is number of partners in the partnership, it become easy for them to take the better decisions, because everyone has a right to speak out, to express their opinions in the partnership. So as everyone is speaking out, as everyone is showing their talent, intelligence towards taking decision, then it will be easy for them to take the better decision among them. Number of options, they can choose a better option, right? Next, benefit of specialization. What is the meaning of benefit of specialization? See, for example, there is a one partnership firm that is related with the legal aspects. Legal, okay, law related ka. So one partner is a specialized, means expert in criminal law, okay. One partner is expert in civil law. One partner is expert in some other law, okay, some other like customer related law, and some partner is special in some other type of law. So there are different types of laws are there. So if there are experts, all the experts are available in one place, at the time it will become convenient for us also to interact with the persons at a time. So it is benefits of specialization. So in the partnership form, there are number of persons, all are specialized. They have certain knowledge, certain technique regarding the specific things. Yes. Flexibility in operations. So operations means what? Activities. They can change their activities from time to time according to the changes in the external environment. External environment means it is related with the society. If there is any change in the society, they can make the changes in the activities of their business firm. They can change their business, or they can change their business form address, or anything they can do. It is flexible. It is not static, means it is not constant. It can be changed from time to time according to the change changes in the external environment. Next, sharing of risk. Yes, obviously there are sharing the risk in the equal ratios. Whatever the profit ratio, that will be their risk sharing ratio. Yes, they will share the risk. Certain partners have unlimited liability. If the depth is more, the business depth is more, at the time their personal property is taken to claim those debts. These all are the things what we have studied in the previous sessions that are given in the advantages also. Okay, keen interest. So what it means as the partners are close with the employees, they can easily interact with the employees in that partnership form. There are certain employees, they can easily interact with the employees and they can motivate the employees. They can give certain bonus to them, or they can give certain types of overtime charges. These are all what that make the work employees to work more. Yes, if there is any problem to the employees, they can know easily. So these all are the advantages for the partnership form. They can easily interact with the employees. There is no middleman between the partners and the employees, so they can easily interact with each other. They can share the problems, they can find the solutions, and they can take the better decisions. Protection of minority interest. So there is one issue. On that issue, majority of people saying that it is not right, and some of them are saying that it is right. At the time, if minority is not satisfied, minority means low, takva mandi. Majority means huge members. Minority members means less members. If these less members are not satisfied with this partnership form, they can easily dissolve. They can go out of the partnership form. They can dissolve the partnership. They did, and they can go out of the partnership form. That type of facility is also provided by the partnership form. Okay, if you are not satisfied here, then you can leave the partnership. Okay, you can leave the partnership and you can go out of the partnership. There is no particular type of force. If you are entered, then you should not have to go. You have to hear only. Or if there is any death or retirement or anything, even though you have to be here, the type of no pressure at all. Okay. Next is secrecy. So the partnership maintain the total accounts in secret. They never publish their accounts in magazines or in business newspapers. They keep everything secret from the public because they don't want to display everything to the public. Okay, it may become threat to them in the future, so that's why they want to make secrecy. Threat ela aitundi madam means due to competitors, any one competitor may beat them, so that's why they maintain everything in secret. Next, more credit worthiness. So the credit worthiness, the capital, whatever the capital brought by the partners is very more, because the partners are more. Maximum 20 members are there. Yes, so they are bringing the capital and they have unlimited liability, so that they can raise the capital from the outside market or from the financial markets. They can sell their shares. Yes, they can issue their shares. This all can be done in the partnership form. So it is more credit worthiness. They have the more credit. Let us see the disadvantages. When we having these many advantages, ultimately we have certain disadvantages. Let us see. So the first disadvantage is here, unlimited liability. Yes, when the personal property of the partner is going to claim the depth of the business, it is the biggest drawback of the partnership form. It should be limited. So how the partner will be survive after paying everything in the business, after paying every depth of the business? How the partner will live? How he can survive his life? So it is the biggest disadvantage of the partnership form. Next one, instability. There is no stability of partnership business. If any partner die, the partnership will be dissolved. Or if there is any insolvency, the partnership will be dissolved. If there is any controversies, the partnership will be dissolved. If there is a retirement of the partner, the partnership will be dissolved. So there is a number of chances of dissolving of the partnership form. So there is no stability. It will be stable for a period of time, right? Next, limited capital. So the capital is very limited because the maximum the member should not exceed the 20, right? So the capital is very limited and to their liability is unlimited, so it will become difficult for them to raise the capital from the outside. So whatever the capital they bring, that is only very limited capital. So it was very limited capital for them. They can't bring from the outside, because if they bring from the outside in the form of debt, if there is a loss, then they only have to bear that loss. So there is very difficulty for them. Next, burden of implied authority. As they are giving suggestions, see sometimes what happened when they are giving suggestions, some people don't like the suggestions of others, they will oppose it. At that time what they will do, always you are preferring that person's suggestions only. I don't want to continue in your partnership, I want to go out of your partnership, I don't want any kind of relationship with you, I don't want to continue at all, means he will dissolve and go out of the agreement of the partnership. So these type of things also generally takes place in the partnership, because majority of the peoples are there now, 20 members are there. So some type of controversies, some types of conflicts, disputes which generally arises. Yes, no share transfer, there is no chance of selling the share or transferring of share without informing all the partners. You have no right at all to share or to transfer or to sell your shares. Okay. Next, lack of public faith. The public don't have the faith, means namakam nana, they don't have the faith on them, because they maintain everything secret, they maintain total account secret. So the public don't want to invest in these type of partnership firms, because they are not showing their accounts, they are not publishing in magazines, they are not publishing in newspapers. So there is a lack of public faith, they think that something is going on wrong in this organization. Delay in decision making. As a number of members, number of opinions, if we don't ask any one person opinion, it will become big problem for them. Even there is a chances of closing of the partnership. Yes, so everyone decision have to be considered based on that, every person satisfied in that type of judgment should have to be taken. So it will be just very problematic for the problematic to take the decision. If we will take the decision in favor of this A group, then B group will be hurt. Every time you are giving preference to A group, okay fine, we are dissolving the partnership agreement, we are going from your partnership. Then if we give preference to B, they will think that A group will feel that always you are showing partiality, we don't want to continue, we want to go. So these type of problems will be arises. So there is always delay in taking decisions. Okay Nana. Next, partnership deed. It is nothing but just like how we see the registration of a partnership form. In that way only, this is an agreement. It is just a document. It is just a document ma. This document what it contains ma'am, means it only contains the terms and conditions of a partnership form on certain terms and conditions. Okay, terms and conditions that every partner should have to follow to continue the partnership successfully. It is an agreement in written signed by all the partners, duly stamped. So it is an agreement that is written, and that agreement is signed by all the partners, and and also they got this stamp according to the Indian Stamp Act 1899. They are stamped and registered, and also this partnership deed is registered. Okay Nana, each partner should have the copy of the deed, means Xerox copy is given of a partnership deed to every partner, means they have to follow the terms and conditions of the partnership deed. So that is stamped under the Indian Stamp Act 1899, and it is registered also. Okay, so whatever the things you have to do, you have to submit. See, name of the form. So what's the name of the form? Nature of the business. What's the nature of the business? Name and address of the partners. Location of the business, where the business is located. Duration of partnership if decided, 1 year duration or 2 year duration, 10 years duration if decided. If not decided, if not decided, then it is not a mandatory to show. Okay, if it is not decided, no need to show. If decided, then you have to show. Amount of capital to be contributed by each partner. How much amount of capital each partner has been brought. Profit and loss sharing ratio of all the partners. Okay, what the profit they are sharing, what the loss they are sharing. Okay, duties, partners duties, powers, obligations of the partners. Powers, obligations, those all contained in this partnership deed. Salaries, withdrawals of partners. Salary, what salary is giving to that, and how much withdrawals are making by the partners, that has been recorded in here. Preparation of accounts and their auditing. The account should have to be prepared and have to be audit. Audit అంటే ఏంటిది? చెక్ చేయడం. ఇప్పుడు ఇన్ కేస్ కాలేజ్ ఓపెన్ అయి ఉంటే మీరందరూ అకౌంట్స్ చేసేటోళ్ళు కదా, మీరందరూ అకౌంట్స్ చేసేటోళ్ళు. మీరు చేసిన అకౌంట్స్ని ఎవరు చెక్ చేసేటోళ్ళు? శంకర్ సార్ చెక్ చేసేటోళ్ళు కదా. సో చెకింగ్ అన్నట్టు సార్ చేస్తుంది చెకింగ్. అదేవిధంగా అకౌంట్స్ ప్రిపేర్ చేసిన అకౌంట్స్ని చెక్ చేసే దాన్ని ఏమంటామంటే ఆడిటింగ్ అంటాం. మీకు కొత్త వర్డ్ ఇది ఆడిటింగ్ అనేది. ఆడిట్ అంటే చెక్ చేయడం, అకౌంట్స్ అనేవి కరెక్ట్గా ఉన్నాయా లేవా అని చెక్ చేయడాన్ని ఆడిటింగ్ అంటాం. ప్రొసీజర్ ఫర్ డిజల్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫార్మ్. Procedure while dissolution means while dissolving the firm or while closing the firm, there is certain procedure in the partnership deed. Okay, next procedure for settlement of disputes. If there is a certain disputes between the people, as I have told you that A group B group, yes, so the type of disputes ante godvalu nana. Okay, కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్స్ అన్న గొడవలే, డిస్ప్యూట్స్ అన్న గొడవలే, కాంట్రవర్సీస్ అంటే ఒకరి గురించి ఒకరు తప్పుగా మాట్లాడుకుంటారు చూడండి, అలాంటి వాటిని కాంట్రవర్సీస్ అంటారు. సో దిస్ ఈస్ జనరల్లీ సీన్ ఇన్ ద పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫార్మ్. సో ద పార్ట్నర్షిప్ డీడ్ ఇట్ కంటైన్ టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్. ఈరోజు వాట్ ఎవర్ ద టాపిక్స్ యూ ఆర్ డిస్కసింగ్ టుడే, ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ టాపిక్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఇన్ ద ఎగ్జామ్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ. No topic can be left. Okay, it is very easy chapter comparing to other chapters. It is very dead easy chapter. This partnership deed, registration of partnership, advantages, disadvantages, futures, types of partners is very 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 important. Okay, so don't waste your time, please read at the home. Okay, right, let's meet in the next session with the new topic. Okay, yeah, welcome to Alpha online classes. So in this is the subject of commerce theory part for the English medium first years, and we are dealing with a session that is partnership form, and this is the 5th session. In this session we are going to discuss about the types of partnership. Okay, types of partnerships, and also we are going to study about the futures of limited liability partnership. Limited liability partnership, it means LLP. Okay, let us see what are these. So types of partnerships. Partnership on the basis of duration. On the basis of duration, it is classified into 2 categories. One is partnership at will. Okay ma, this partnership will continue till the time partners want it. Okay, it will continue till the time the partners want it to be continue. Okay, and will come to an end if they decided to dissolve it. Okay, it will come to an end if the partners want to dissolve that partnership. Okay, it will be completely depend upon the partners. If they want to continue, they will continue, otherwise they will end the partnership form. Next, particular partnership. So when a partnership started for a particular work, okay, when they started with the purpose of particular work, okay, when the work is completed, it come to an end. Okay, when the work is completed, at that time it will come to an end. If you see here the partnership will be started and ended with the will, with the interest of the partners. Here the second, the partnership is started with a particular purpose, with particular work. After the completion of that work, there will be dissolve their partnership, they will end their partnership. Okay, so that is about basis of duration. Now let us see partnership on the basis of liability. Basis on liability. Okay, liability means we know general partnership. In the general partnerships, the partner's liability is unlimited. their private property is also used to cover the debts of the business. Okay, all members participate in management. All the partners' personal property used in case of debt settlement of the firm. Okay, the private property of the partners are used in case the debts of the business is more comparing to the share capital what they have been brought at the time. Their personal property is being used. Such partners are known, such type of partnership is known as general partnership. Limited partnership means the partners with limited liability, they have only limited liability, known as special partners. The partners who have limited liability, we have discussed about the minor. The minor has a limited liability as per whatever the share contributed by him or her in the partnership firm. So the partner with limited liability known as special partner. While those with unlimited liability, the partners with unlimited liability are known as general or active partners. Okay ma? Limited partnership in this, the partner who has limited liability, that partner is known as special partner, and the partner whose liability is unlimited, that partner is known as general or active partner. Unlimited means the private property is also be used to pay the debts of the firm. Okay, limited liability partnership, that means LLP. Okay, Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008 Section 4. According to that, the definition is given that an LLP is a body corporate formed and incorporate under the Act. It is a body corporate and incorporate under the Act. What it means it is a legal entity separating the partners from the partnership firm. It separate the, how we study the business concepts. First concept, business entity concept means business is different and the owner is different. Yes, accounting concepts ఉంటాయి కదా. సో అకౌంటింగ్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్లో ఏమేమి ఉంటాయి మనకు? బిజినెస్ ఎంటిటీ కాన్సెప్ట్, గోయింగ్ కన్సర్న్ కాన్సెప్ట్, మనీ మెజర్మెంట్ కాన్సెప్ట్, అకౌంటింగ్ పీరియడ్ కాన్సెప్ట్, ఇట్లా we have number of concept. Yes, so in that first concept, business entity concept, what it says, business is different and owner is different. In the same way these also says, this LLP, okay now, this LLP will say the same thing. Okay, limited liability partnership, these also says the same thing. See, futures, limited liability, the liability of the partners is limited to the extent of their shares only. Up to the extent of their shares only their liability will be. If there is a debt in the business, up to the share capital what they brought, up to that only there will be taken and settled. The private properties are not taken here. Yes, next, separate legal entity, partners and firm both are separate, they are not same at all according to the Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008 Section 4. Number of members, there is no limit for the maximum, no limit on maximum, but minimum at least 2 persons are required to form the business. Okay, at least 2 persons are required, minimum 2 persons. At any point of time, at least one designated partner should be a resident of India. If 2 persons started the business, among those 2 persons, at least 1 person should have to be the resident of India, designated resident of India. Means he should not be NRI. NRI ఉండొద్దు. ఇద్దరిలో ఒకరు ఖచ్చితంగా ఇండియన్ అయి ఉండాలి, ఇంకొకరు ఎన్ఆర్ఐ ఉన్నా నడుస్తుంది. ఎన్ఆర్ఐ మీన్స్ వాట్? నాన్ రెసిడెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా. NRIs. NRIs means not non-resident of India. So among these 2 partners, 1 partner should be, must and should be an Indian. Okay, next, perpetual succession. See, limited liability partnership is not going to dissolve by the death or retirement or insolvency of any partner, just okay, it will continue. Even if any partner will die, even also it continue. If any partner retired, it will be continued, just like how the companies are continuing. In the same way, these also continue. Perpetual succession, it will success for a long period of time. Yes, going concern concept in accounting law, going concern concept untundi. Yes, business will continue for a long period of time, right? Mutual rights and duties. See, mutual rights and duties of the partners with the LLP are grounded by the agreement between the partners. So, their rights and their duties that are based on the agreement between the partners or between the partners and LLP. Okay, limited liability partnership, based on that agreements, their rights and duties are decided. So, mutual rights and duties are decided based on these two, based on the agreement between the partners or between the partners and limited liability partnership. So, not liable for unauthorized act if one partner has done any mistake in the partnership. Okay, it will be not applicable to all. Okay, before manam chusnam limit maamuluga partnership lo em chustunam, if one person will do, if one partner will do the mistake, then it will be applicable to all the partners, all the remaining partners ki applicable aitundi. But here in the limited liability partnership law, in LLP, if one partner do the mistake, it will not applicable to all the partners. That particular partner only be punished. Okay, this is about the futures of LLP, that is limited liability partnership. So, up to here we have completed majority portion of the chapter, right? So, in the next session we will meet with the duties and rights of the partnership. So, till then you have to do hard work, you have to read, you don't waste the time, you just listen the videos and go ahead. Okay, right, bye. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. We are dealing with the chapter that is the partnership form. So, this is the 6th session of our topic, partnership form. So, in this session, we are going to discuss about the rights of the partners and the duties of the partners. Let us see whatever the rights the partners have and what are the duties that the partner should have to do. Okay. Duties means what they have to do. Rights means they can utilize it. Okay, how they can utilize it for their personal purpose, for their development purpose as they're continuing in the partnership. Let us see. Right to participate in the conduct and management. Every partner, okay, every partner has a right. Okay, every partner has a right to participate. Okay, right to participate in conduct and management. Okay, in the conduct and management. Conduct means what? In the while bringing of the capital at the time, whatever the contribution of the capital, whatever the contribution of the capital each and every partner will bring, that is the right of the partner to bring certain amount of capital into the business, and at the same time they have to involve in the management affairs. They have to involve in the management related affairs. Means what, madam? Management means managing, controlling the business form. Okay, giving suggestions. Okay, that all come under the management. Right to express personal opinion on firm matters related with the partnership form. If there is any problem related with the partnership, so at that time every partner has a right to express their personal opinion on that issue. So what, in their point of view, what it is, in your point of view, what it is. So when all opinions are considered, after that the best opinion will be implemented as a decision. So every partner has a right to express their opinion. Right to inspect and copy any books of accounts and records. So every partner has a right to inspect, copy any books of accounts and records, because they want to know what is going on in their business. Yes, they want to know what is going on in their firm. Because they all are partners, they all have contributed certain capital to the business, right? So they have the right to see what the accounts are going on. If they want, they can take one copy also. Copy means same. What's the account is there regarding that, they will take one Xerox copy of that. Okay, so these they can maintain. Yes, and also they can have, after seeing these all things, accounts and records, they will get some type of trust on the partners. Every partner can trust each other. Without seeing that, no partner can trust anyone. So it is a right to see, inspect. Inspect means check. Right to have equal share in the profit and loss. If there is a profit, they have to share equally. If there is a loss, they have to share equally according to the agreement. Whatever the agreement is written at the time of entry of the partner, based on that agreement, every partner should have to share the profit and loss according to their agreement. Next, right to receive interest on loans and advances. So they have the right to receive the interest on loans and advances. If any partner given loan to the partnership firm, oka partnership atanunna business run avvadaniki loan gaani emana amount advance lo iste, he has the right to receive the interest on it. Okay, he has the right to receive interest on it, and also to receive the principal amount of loan and also the principal amount of the advance along with the interest. Next, right to compensate. Compensate means if any loss is happened unfortunately due to negligence or with intention or without intention, whatever it may be, if any the mistake is happened and it bring losses to the partnership firm, okay, to the partners, it will bringing losses, or the certain partner has done number of expenses, unnecessary expenses, and or he incurred some type of losses to the firm with intention or without intentionally, or anyway negligence, or anyway if he done anything loss to the business firm, partnership firm, then they have to compensate for that expenses what they have incurred and the losses what they have made due to their negligence or with their intention to do like that. Okay, so they have the right to compensate also. Right to use personal property of the partner. So when there is a emergency, when the debt is more, okay, when the debt is more comparing to the capital contributed by the partners, in order to cover the business debt at that time, the personal property of the partner is also be taken into consideration. It is based on the agreement, ma. Okay, it is based on the agreement. In case of minor, there is no such type of taking of personal property of the minor, as we have discussed in the previous sessions, right? So every partner has a power. Every partner has a power to take necessary steps during the emergency to protect the firm. If there is an emergency and the firm is going to bear big loss, the firm is going to face the big loss at that time, every partner has a right to take the necessary step during that emergency time and to protect the firm. They have to protect the firm also. That the right they have. So every partner has this right. Okay. When there is emergency, the situation is going out of their control, at the time they has a right to take the appropriate correct step for the development of the firm. Right to prevent the entry of new partner. New partner can't be enter into partnership firm without the consult of other partners. Without consulting other partners, the new partner can't be admitted. Right to act as an agent of the partnership firm in the ordinary course of business. In the normal situations, the partner, every partner will act as an agent of the partnership. Okay, agent of the partnership form. In the ordinary course of action or in ordinary course of business, every partner will act as an agent of that partnership firm. Okay, so these are the rights of the partners. Okay, these are the rights of the partners. So what are these? See, participate in the conduct and management, express their opinion, check the books of accounts and records, share in the profit and loss, receive interest if provided any loans and advances, expenses, losses, they have to give compensation, personal property is taken if necessary or if there in the agreement. Partner has a power, emergency to protect the firm, he has that power, prevent the entry of new partner without consulting the other partners. In the normal course of business, the partner will be act as an agent of partnership. Let us see the duties of the partnership. He should do hard work and honest towards the firm. First thing is the duty that he should do work hard and honest to the firm. Honest means nijaitiga. Honest, he should be honest towards the firm. He should not cheat the firm. He should not do any kind of fraud, manipulations. Okay. Next, he should act in just and faithful towards the partner. He should act just and faith means he should be faithful, nijaitiga. Okay, faithful towards other partners. He should not manipulate. Okay, he should not do any kind of fraud with the other partners. He should be honest with the other partners. He should bound to share losses of the firm equally. He have to share the losses. If there is a loss, then they have to share the loss equally according to their agreement or according to the situation. He should give compensation to his negligence. Yes, here only we have discussed that. Where here, if he do any kind of mistake at that time, whatever the loss occurred due to the firm, for that he have to pay the compensation because that is his own mistake, right? Certain mistakes are done with intention, certain mistakes are done without intention. Without intention means negligence. With intention means with intention means what? We have done it with our own interest. We want to do like that, only we are doing like that. Yes, that is the thing. He must maintain true and correct accounts. Yes, he has to maintain. The partners should have to maintain. Who is maintaining the accounts? That partner should have to maintain true and correct accounts. No partner should make secret profit by way of commission. So no partner should have to gain any kind of income in the way of commission or from the firm business. Means for example 10,000 profit వచ్చింది అనుకోండి, దాంట్లో నుంచి 9,000 వచ్చిందని మిగతా పార్ట్నర్స్కి చూపించేసి 1,000 జేబులో వేసుకోవడం అలాంటివి చేయొద్దు. Right? True and correct account shown to co-partners. Co-partners means the remaining partners. Okay, co-partners means remaining partners. If 10 partners are there, among that one partner, for example 10 partners are there, I am that one partner. First partner is I am. So the remaining partners for me, those are co-partners. Okay, I am the partner, you are my co-partners. If you and me, we both are doing business, then I am partner means you will be the co-partner. If you is a partner, then for you I am is co-partner. Okay, ఒకవేళ నేను పార్ట్నర్ అయితే మీరు నాకు co-partners అవుతారు అందరూ. ఒకవేళ మీరు పార్ట్నర్ అయితే నేను ఇంకా మీ ఫ్రెండ్స్ మిగిలిపోయిన వాళ్ళందరూ ఏమవుతాం, మీకు కోపార్ట్నర్స్ అవుతాం. ఓకే, కోపార్ట్నర్స్ మనకు ఇన్ ద జాయింట్ హిందూ ఫ్యామిలీ వీ హ్యావ్ కోపార్ట్నర్స్ కాదు ఇక్కడ, కోపార్ట్నర్స్ కన్ఫ్యూజ్ కావద్దు. కోపార్ట్నర్స్కి no transfer of share or interest or right to outsider without the consult of the partners. So you can't transfer anything without consulting the other partners. Co-partners means other partners simply. No partner is given any remuneration. Profit only they have to share. Remuneration Okay, any additional income is not given to any partner except this is given to working partner because he will participate in day-to-day activities. He do very work hard. So sometimes according to the agreement, according to the mutual understanding of partners, sometimes the remuneration is given to this working partner. Working partner is also known as active partner. A partner must not carry on any business which is similar to or likely to compete with the business of his current partnership firm. What it means if you are doing the business of cloths, okay, partners అందరు కలిసి ఒక 5 maximum 10 కదా, so 9 members కలిసి ఒక బిజినెస్ చేస్తున్నారు. వాట్ బిజినెస్ ఆర్ డూయింగ్? దే డూయింగ్ ద బిజినెస్ ఆఫ్ సెల్లింగ్ క్లాత్స్. వన్ పార్ట్నర్ కేమ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్ and personally he kept another business and in that he again selling the cloths. So the type of business they should not have to do, they should not have to do similar or likely type of business which become a competition for the current partnership form. These all are the duties of the partners, these all are the rights of the partners. So in the next session we are going to discuss about the differences between the sole proprietor, joint Hindu family, cooperative society and partnership form. 4 topics we are going to cover in the next session. Okay ma? Right. Good morning ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education Commerce Theory part for the first year English medium, and the chapter we are dealing with, that is the partnership form. So in this chapter they are given the last session. In this session we have to compare all the businesses at a time. Okay, so whatever the businesses are there, we have studied about the sole proprietorship and partnership and also joint Hindu family and cooperative societies. Now we are comparing each and every business with the other business. This is most important thing. Okay, you have to study for the exam. This is most important thing. He may be asked for like this: write the difference between sole proprietorship and partnership, or write the difference between partnership and joint Hindu family, or write the difference between sole proprietorship and joint Hindu family, or write the difference between sole proprietorship and cooperative societies, or partnership and cooperative society, or joint Hindu family or cooperative society. In any way he can ask. So you have to prepare for that. This is a simple way to keep in your mind. This is just a mind map for you. Okay, while you are reading, you have to read with your textbook, but this is, you have to follow while reading the textbook also. You have to follow this chart. This is the mind map to remember. Okay, see, so basics of comparison we are comparing now. Governance, see how these are formed, how these businesses are formed. First one is, see, there is no specific law for the formation of formation of sole proprietorship business. For that there is no specific law. It is just started by a single person, that is the sole proprietor or sole trader. It is started with the law, that is Indian Partnership Act 1932. It is started with the Indian Partnership Act 1932. Next, joint Hindu family is started with the Hindu law, that is started with the Hindu law, and 2 schools, famous schools, that are Mitakshara and Dayabhaga. What are those? Mitakshara and Dayabhaga. Those are the famous 2 Hindu schools. Next, cooperative societies. These are formed by the Indian Cooperative Society Act 1912. Okay, with the Indian Cooperative Society Act 1912, the cooperative societies have been established, have been started. Okay, next, formation. How they are formed? Formation. This is only one man show, only one person, that is sole proprietor or sole trader. Next, in partnership, between the mutual agreement between the partners. Okay Nana, mutual agreement between the partners, with that they started the partnership form. Next, no need for contractual relationship means by birth only in the joint Hindu family the child will become, the male child will become, okay, male means boy, the boy child will become the member of the joint Hindu family. No need to make any contract with the family members, okay. That is only saying no need for contractual relationship. Contractual means contract related relationships are not needed in the joint Hindu family, okay. Next, cooperative societies, no statutory obligation for entry. So there is no statutory obligation means any kind of restrictions are not there in cooperative societies. Any person can enter, any person can go out of the cooperative society at any time. There is no restrictions at all, okay. Next, legal status. What's the legal status? See, sole trader and business are one, okay. Here the legal status in the sole proprietorship, sole trader, okay, he is the owner of the business and he is only the business, okay, kiranam shops, kiranam shops, book-stalls. So business and the owner both are same, but in partnership business and partners are different according to LLP, okay, limited liability partners. So joint Hindu family, it is not separate, it is one. Karta is the head of the family, head of the business. So the business totally depend upon Karta. So Karta is the business here. So there is no separate. Business is not separate and owner is not separate in the joint Hindu family. Separate legal existence. See, cooperative society is a separate legal existence. It is a separate, okay. Members of the cooperative society is separate and the executives of cooperative society is separate. Next, members. How many members are there in each business? Here only one man show it is. In the partnership minimum 2 members are required. Maximum in case of other businesses 20. And in case of banking, then 10 members are enough. In case of banking, 10 members are enough. Next, minimum 1 karta is needed. No maximum limit. Maximum limit anedi ఏముండదు ఎంతమంది అయినా ఉండొచ్చు. So minimum 10 members, no maximum. There is no maximum limit, but minimum there should be 10 members. Okay. Next, admission can't be admitted. Sole proprietor never admit anyone because it is a one-man show, right? Next, admitted with the consult of partners. Anyone can be admitted, but with the consult of other partners. By birth become the member. Yes, in joint Hindu family, the child who take the birth in the joint Hindu family, that male child will become the member of the joint Hindu family by birth. Membership open to all. Yes, there is no limit for the maximum members. You can become the member, I can become the member, right? So there is no limit. Next, minors entry can't be enter. In the sole trading business, the minor can't be enter. No, can't be enter. Can be enter. Here minor can be admitted for the benefit of the partners. Okay, in the partnership, the minor can be admitted for the benefit of the partners. Next, by birth of male child, he will the member of the joint Hindu family. Can't enter. Minor can't be enter in the cooperative societies. So minor can't be enter in the cooperative societies and sole proprietorship. But minor can enter in the partnership form for the benefit of the partners. Next, management. The total management is done by the sole proprietor. Here the total management is done by every partner, means all partners. Here the karta will only manage each and everything. Here executive body and members are there. Okay, executive body and members are there. They will manage the total cooperative society. Next, secrecy. Yes, here the secrecy is maintained in the sole proprietorship. In the sole proprietorship, secrecy is maintained. Here not maintained. The secrecy can't be maintained in the partnership form. Okay. Joint Hindu family, yes. Secrecy is maintained, utmost secrecy. They maintain the secrecy. Yes. So not maintained. In cooperative societies, no secrecy is being maintained. Preparing accounts. Okay, preparing accounts, no obligation to prepare the accounts, no need to prepare accounts in the sole proprietorship, it is not necessary. Okay, here it is necessary, important. In partnership, the account should have to be prepared. Okay, here no obligation, no need to prepare the accounts, no one will has a right to ask the karta about the accounts. Yes, next here not maintained. Here also accounts are not maintained. It is not necessary because it is a service related organization. Next, preparing accounts completed. Finance. So capital, who will bring the capital here? So in the sole proprietorship, the sole proprietor will bring the capital. In the partnership, partners will bring the capital. In the joint Hindu family, karta will bring the capital. Who will bring the capital? Karta will bring the capital. In the cooperative societies, who will bring the see listen ma, in the cooperative societies, members of the society will maintain the wait a second, finance karta, yes, members of the society will what they do, they will bring the capital. What they do, they will bring the capital. Yes. So expansion scope, expansion, this is narrow scope, this is wider scope. Wider means there is a more chance of expansion, narrow, no chance of expansion. Wider scope means there is a more chance of expansion. Next, liability. Unlimited liability of the sole proprietor. Unlimited liability to the partners according to the agreement. It is based on the agreement. Karta, liability is unlimited, but the liability of the remaining members, co-partners, their liability is limited. The members limited liability. The members of the cooperative society has limited liability. Executive estimate and secrecy, compulsory maintain. So in the cooperative societies, the scope is wider. The scope is wider, and also they are maintaining compulsory. They have to maintain the secrecy. Okay, they have to maintain the secrecy. That's why they have the chance of the expansion. Okay, ma. Next, liability completed. Next, limited liability. Liability is completed. So members has a limited liability. Next, profit sharing. So profit sharing, sole trader only share the profit, partners will share the profit, karta and co-partners will share the profit. Here, as per the rules and regulations, all the members will share the profit. Next, decision making. Here only one man, so decisions are taken easily and quickly. Here decisions are taken with some delay because number of partners are there. All has their right to express their opinions. So among that, they will take the decision. It will be somewhat delay. Karta take the decision. So these decisions are easily taken. Decisions are not easy task in the cooperative society. It is very complicated task. Okay, very complicated task. Terms of members. Sole trader, he is the owner. Members of the firm, there are the partners. Members of joint Hindu family, co-partners. Members of the society, there are the members of cooperative society. Okay ma. Next, dissolution means end of the business. Continuity is uncertain. Uncertain means we don't know when the business is going to be stopped. It is based on the life of the sole proprietorship. Okay, if the sole proprietor die, if the owner will die, then business will be closed. Here, continuity is uncertain. If any partner want to dissolve the business, then the business will be ended. Here, in the joint Hindu family, if the karta die or if any co-partner die or anything happened, there is no chance of closing the business. It is fixedly continued. Okay, here also same. It will be continued. There is no chance of closing the business in case of death, retirement or any other thing happened in the cooperative societies. So this is about the differences between the sole proprietorship, partnership, joint Hindu family and cooperative societies. Now we have completed totally 4 chapters. So in these 4 chapters I have told you which are the important questions. So you have to read the questions. Don't waste the time. You have exams very soon. So don't keep in mind that you are going to be promoted to the second year. Okay, there is no any chance of promoting you to the second year. There will be 100% the exams will be conducted. Okay, so mentally get prepared for the exams and also prepare for the portion what is there in your exam. Okay, so all the best. Don't waste the time. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter today we are dealing with that is the joint stock company. The chapter that we are dealing is joint stock company part 1, first session of the joint stock company. So what is joint stock company means? Normal companies are known as joint stock companies, because in the joint stock companies the first thing you have to remember that in the accountancy you have one concept, first accounting concept, what it says, this separate business entity concept. Business entity concept means what? It means it separate the business and the owner. What it says? It says that business is different and owner is different. Both are not similar. That is said by which concept? Business entity concept or separate entity concept. That concept will says that business is different and owner is different. According to that accounting concept, here also the joint stock company, in this company the owner is different and the company is different. Both are separate, both are not similar. Okay, and owner and management is also different. Owner means who bring the capital. Okay na, who bring the capital by purchasing the shares. Okay, owner will purchase the shares and contribute the capital to the company. Owner bring the capital. Owner మూలధనాన్ని తీసుకొస్తాడు, క్యాపిటల్ని తీసుకొస్తాడు. Management means who control, coordinate the business and take necessary decisions according to the present situations of the environment, external environment. Okay, those management is known as directors. Those management is known as directors or board of directors. Number of directors are known as board of directors. Owner means he will bring the capital. Board of directors means they will manage the business. Okay, let us see now what is joint stock company. Definition: joint stock company is a voluntary association or organization of many persons who contribute money or money's worth. Means it is a voluntary association, means it is an association that has been started with a common aim. Common aim, what is that common aim? That is nothing but a profit. In order to earn the profit, in order to earn the profit, they started the business, they started the company. Okay, they are contributing the money or money's worth. Money's worth means what? They purchase the shares of the company. Common stock, stock ante emo kadamma, shares. Okay, they purchase a common stock and employ it in the trade. Employ it in the trade ante entidandi? Employ it in the trade ante stock market. What is this stock market madam antaru? Endukante first years kabatti. Stock market anedi how we have vegetables market to purchase vegetables, in the same way we have stock market to purchase the shares. ఓకే, సింపుల్గా చెప్పాలంటే హౌ వీ హ్యావ్ వెజిటేబుల్ మార్కెట్ టు పర్చేస్ వెజిటేబుల్స్. ఫర్ బిజినెస్ there is a stock market in Bombay. Okay, in Mumbai there is a stock market, Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange. Okay, these stock markets are there where they sell the shares and they buy the shares, selling and buying of shares in the stock exchange. So they will take that shares and who share the profit and loss arising from them. సో ఫస్ట్ దే విల్ పర్చేస్ ద షేర్స్. వాటాలు, షేర్ అంటే ఏంటిది అసలుకి? షేర్ అంటే ఏంటిది అంటే సింపుల్గా చెప్పాలంటే అమ్మా 1,00,000 రూపీస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఓకే, ఈ 1,00,000 రూపీస్ని నేనేమంటున్నా? క్యాపిటల్ అంటున్నా, మూలధనం అంటున్నా. మరి షేర్, వాటాలు అంటే ఏంటిది మేడం అంటే వెన్ దీస్ క్యాపిటల్ ఈజ్ డివైడెడ్ ఇంటూ స్మాల్ యూనిట్స్. ఈ క్యాపిటల్ని నేను స్మాల్ యూనిట్స్లో డివైడ్ చేసేస్తున్నానండి. ఎంత మేడం స్మాల్ యూనిట్స్ అంటే 100 రూపీస్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ 500 రూపీస్, 1000 రూపీస్, ఇట్లా స్మాల్ యూనిట్స్లో డివైడ్ చేసేస్తున్నాను చూడండి. ఈ స్మాల్ యూనిట్స్ని ఏమంటామంటే షేర్స్ అంటాం. ఓకే, those are called as shares, small units. Okay, when the capital is divided into small units, those small units are known as shares. ఇప్పుడు అర్థమైంది కదా షేర్స్ అంటే? yes. So this definition is given by Lord Justice Lindley. So according to him, what he is saying, a company is an organization which started with contributing money or money's worth. Money's worth means contributing shares, purchasing the shares and sharing profit or loss. Whether the company gaining profit or whether it gaining the losses, they will share it according to their agreement. Okay, next, futures of joint stock company. Let us see the futures. Okay na? An artificial person created by the law. Artificial person, accountingsలో చదువుకుంటారు, అకౌంటెన్సీలో మీకు వస్తుంది. పర్సనల్ అకౌంట్లో 2 types ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్స్ ఉంటాయి, న్యాచురల్ పర్సన్, ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ పర్సన్. సో కంపెనీ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ పర్సన్. కంపెనీ ఈజ్ ఏ artificial person. Okay, that is created by the law. What is that law? Indian Companies Act 2013. What is that act ma? What is that? Indian Companies Act 2013. With this it was created as an artificial person. Okay, it is intangible, we can't see it. Invisible, we can't see it, we can't touch it. Legal person having no body or soul. These legal person, this company has no body. It does not have hands, it does not have eyes, it does not have nose, it does not have anything, and it does not have soul. Soul ante atma. Okay, it does not have even soul also. It is an artificial person. It was created for the benefit of the people. Okay, next, separate legal entity. First one is artificial person. Okay, next, separate legal entity. What the business says? Business is different and owner is different, both are separate. Okay, sole trading concern చదివినప్పుడు what we have discussed, owner and the sole proprietor both are same. Okay, when we are studying joint Hindu family, we said Karta and joint Hindu family both are same. But here you see that the company and the owner is not same. Okay, it can make the contract. Which can make the contract? The company can make the contract, purchase and sell the goods, employ the people, conduct any lawful business in its name with the name of the company. For example, just take example, our college name Alpha Institute. So Alpha Institute, for example, we will change it into company. Okay, Alpha company, Alpha multinational company, for example. So now in the name of that Alpha multinational company, we are going to make the contracts with the outsiders. వేరే వాళ్ళతో కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ చేస్తాం. We purchase and sell the goods. Okay, and also we will employ the people. Yes, I am also employing this institution. Next, conduct any lawful business in it, means any lawful business that will help the society. Next, formation. So in order to start the company, it should have to be registered or incorporated under the Indian Companies Act 2013. So any company that want to start their business, they have to first register or incorporated. What is the meaning of incorporated? Legally valid, legally getting a validity in the eyes of law. Okay, legally valid under the Indian Companies Act 2013. Next, formation is easy. Next, common seal as a substitute for the signature. Substitute means, you know, in economics you have substitute goods, right? So common seal as a substitute for signature. See, company is an artificial person. It can't sign because it don't have any body or soul. So it can't do sign. That's why a common seal is prepared. A common seal, round seal or stamp is there. Okay, common seal, round seal will be there. There will keep that seal on the legal documents. Okay, documents means what? Papers. As a substitute for signature, I am human being, so I will do my signature like this. Okay, I will do my signature like this. For example, I am the company. For example, I am a company, or Alpha multinational company. How Alpha multinational company will do the signature now? It is not a person. It is an artificial person. How it will do the signature now? For that purpose, it will use the common seal. Means common seal means stamp. Any document having common seal, signature of the officer is binding on company. So it is a valid on the company. So common seal and the signature of the officer is required. Okay. When you take టీసీ, మీరు టీసీ తెచ్చినప్పుడు మీకు తెలిసే ఉంటుంది. టీసీలో ఏం చేస్తారు? మీ స్కూల్ టీసీ ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు, టీసీ కాదు, స్టడీ కండక్ట్ ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు మీ స్టడీ కండక్ట్ మీద స్కూల్ స్టాంప్ వేస్తారు. తర్వాత మీ ప్రిన్సిపాల్ ఎవరున్నారో వాళ్ళ సిగ్నేచర్ కూడా దాని మీద ఉంటుంది కదా. సో సేమ్ వే schools, colleges, these all are organizations. These all are artificial bodies. They don't have any hands or legs. Okay, so that's why we use the common seal as a substitute for signature. Perpetual existency, it has a long life. Okay, the business, the company has a long life. It will not going to complete end in one day or 2 days. It will continue for a long period of time, maybe 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, sometimes 100, 200 years also. Limited liability of members. Yes, this is a very most important thing. So the liability is very limited. If there is a loss in the business, then the private property of the members is not considered. Okay, up to what there is a limit to the amount of share they hold, whatever the share, whatever the capital they brought, up to that only they will use that amount. After that, their personal property is not touched in order to cover the losses of the business. It has the limited liability. Next, transferability of shares. So in case of public company, the shares can be easily transferred from one person to another person, or can easily sell the shares. Shares means small units. Small units ni easy ga shares ni ante share anedi oka paper untundamma, dani meeda దాని విలువ అనేది రాసి ఉంటుంది. విలువ ఏంటిది మేడం అంటే ఇట్లానే 100 రూపీస్ షేర్ ఉంటాయి, 500 రూపీస్ షేర్, 10,000 రూపీస్, 1000 రూపీస్, 1500 రూపీస్ షేర్ అని మార్కెట్లో ఎస్బీఐ బ్యాంక్స్ ఉన్నాయి చూడండి. ఎస్బీఐ బ్యాంక్స్, సెంట్రల్ లెవెల్ బ్యాంక్స్లో షేర్ మార్కెట్ కూడా ఉంటుంది. షేర్స్, కంపెనీ షేర్స్ అనేవి కొంటాం. దీని గురించి మనకు ఇన్ డీటెయిల్గా సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు మీకు షేర్ అంటే the capital when it is divided into small units, that is known as a share అనుకోండి. Okay, transferability of shares in public company, the shares can be easily transferred to others. I can sell my shares to you. In private companies there are certain restrictions on the transfer of shares, means certain type of limits. While transferring the shares there are certain legal formalities. Next one, democratic management. So company day-to-day affairs are managed by elected representatives called directors. So owners are in different places. Okay, owners are in different places. So that's why the management, for the management of the company, the members will select representatives. Representatives means there will vote for the persons. Okay, కొంతమందికి ఓటింగ్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళకే. అకార్డింగ్ టు ద ఓటింగ్, హూ గెట్ ద మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ఓట్స్, దేర్ ఆర్ సెలెక్టెడ్ యాజ్ అ డైరెక్టర్. ఓకే, yes. Next, statutory regulations. Company should submit ఇది నెంబర్ number of returns to the government, and also accounts have to be audited by CA, means chartered accountant. CA means chartered accountant. The company, whether it is a private company or whether it is a government company, it have to submit necessary documents to the government, and also the accounts which they are prepared, those accounts have to get audited. Okay, they have to get audited with the chartered accountant. Yes. Next, women directors. From the latest 2013 companies, Indian Companies Act 2013, it become mandatory, means necessary for every public company to have one woman director. At least one woman director should be have in every public limited in public companies. Okay, public companies లో at least one woman director అనేది ఉండాలి, because women are also coming forward towards business. Yes, so that's why it become necessary. Now let us see the differences between the private company and public company. It is very easy and it is very important question in your exam. It may be asked for 10 marks or it may be asked for 5 marks, but it may be 100% it will be asked. Okay, let us see differences. Minimum number of members. Minimum number of members. Minimum how many members are required in the private company? 2 members required in the private company to start. Public company, 7 members are required to start. Public company means government will play the important role. Private companies means government can't control them. Okay, maximum number of members. Maximum, last ఎంతమంది ఉండాలి? can't exceed 50 కన్నా ఎక్కువ ఉండొద్దు. ఓకే, unlimited members, how many members they want to join, they can join. There is no limit at all, unlimited. Minimum paid up capital. What is this paid up capital means? When they're selling the shares, at the time whatever the capital the companies will get from the sale of shares, that is paid up capital. By selling the shares in the stock market, whatever the capital the companies will get, that capital is paid up capital. For private company that will be 1 lakh rupees, and for the public company it will be 5 lakhs rupees. Next, shares transfer, as we have discussed earlier here. Yes, it can't, private company can't transfer freely, but public company can transfer freely. Shares can be transferred. Loan, directors can borrow from private company. So directors can borrow loan from the private companies, but here directors can't borrow the loan from public company because it is under the control of government. Identification, at the must suffix private limited. Private limited means private companies should have their name at the end. private limited and also public companies కి పబ్లిక్ లిమిటెడ్ అని ఇట్లా ఉండాలి. మామూలుగా మీరు బయట చూసే ఉంటారు పీవీటీ అని ఇట్లా ఉంటుంది, ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్. ఓకే, పీవీటీ ఇట్లా సంథింగ్ లైక్ దిస్, అంటే ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా అది కాదు, బట్ దే హ్యావ్ సంథింగ్ పీవీఎల్టీ సంథింగ్ లైక్ దిస్. ఓకే, ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్, పబ్లిక్ లిమిటెడ్ అని దెర్ ఇస్ సెటన్ లిమిటెడ్స్ అని ఉంటాయి. ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్ ఫర్ అస్ in order to identify whether that is a private company or public company, they have to write like this: private limited and public limited. Commencement means starting of the business. Immediately after registration the private companies can start, but in case of public company it has to obtain the certificate of starting. It have to get the certificate of starting. Okay, after that only it can start. Appointment and retirement of directors. Okay, single resolution means in single meeting a person can be appointed and a person can be retired from the company, but there is a separate resolution. Number of meetings should have been done for the appointment of the person or during the retirement of the person. Okay, secure capital. It can't secure capital from public. So private companies can't secure capital from public దగ్గర నుంచి కంపెనీస్ తీసుకురాలేవు. ప్రైవేట్ కంపెనీస్ can't bring their capital from public, but here these public company can bring capital from public. Legal control, government can't control them, less control. It has very strict control because it is public company. Government play main role. Quorum means meetings. So in one meeting at least minimum 2 members should have to be attend in the meeting. Okay, here minimum 5 members should have to attend to the meeting. Okay, next, board of directors. Minimum 2 directors are required, maximum no limit. ఎంత మంది అయినా ఉండొచ్చు. Minimum 3 directors are required and maximum 20 directors are required. Maximum 20 directors. So we have 13th point and 14th point also that we will discuss in the next session. Along with that we will going to discuss about the advantages and disadvantages of joint stock company. Okay ma. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education Commerce Theory part for the English medium first years, and the chapter that we are dealing with, that is the joint stock company. So in the joint stock company, this is the second session. In the previous session we have discussed about the differences between the private company and the public company. There we left 2 differences. Here we are covering those. Managerial remuneration, no restrictions in private company. So sometimes the management means the directors and employees will given remuneration, means salary. Okay, for that in private company there is no restrictions, but in the public company there are certain restrictions on the remuneration that is given to the directors and the directors and the employees. Next, eligibility shares. So here the directors need not, they should not have to hold the eligibility shares. Okay, in the private company the directors should not hold the eligibility shares, but in the public company they can hold, they have to hold, it is mandatory to hold the eligibility shares, right? Now let us discuss about the advantages of the joint stock company. So the first advantage of joint stock company, limited liability. The first advantage is limited liability. So the liability is very limited up to the capital what they have contributed or up to the shares what they are hold. Okay, up to that only they have the limited liability, and the risk is also limited. Okay, risk is limited and the limited to the shares held by them. So whatever the shares they hold, up to that only they have to pay. If there is any loss in the business, there is no need to pay more than the shares or more than the capital what they contributed. Next, large financial resources. Yes, Due to the limited liability, majority of the investors are attracted towards the company, and also they try to invest in those companies because see, it collect the fund in the form of shares. So company collect the funds, capital, in the form of shares. As I have told you that capital means bulk of amount, shares means small units of amount. Okay, so they will collect those amounts in the form of shares from the public in a small denominations, that is 1,000, 2,000, 500, like these small denominations, so that the people with small means can also buy them. Means we can also buy the shares. If the value of the share is 1,000, we can easily buy the share. Yes, so in this way they will gather the large finance, okay, large amount of finance for the company. Continuity of existency, it is continue, perpetual existency, means it is continue for a long period of time. It is not going to stop in 1 month or 1 year or 2 years or 10 years. We don't know when it will be stopped or when it will be dissolved. It will continue for a long period of time. Benefits of large scale operations. So it has the benefit of large scale operations. What it means, madam, means see, it can make its operations in a large scale, means as it gathering large finance from the public దగ్గర నుంచి చాలా వరకు finance gather చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి they can increase their companies, they can start their companies in new areas, in backward areas, in rural areas. Yes, so companies provide capital in a large scale operation that results in large scale production and reduction in the cost of operation. So there is a large scale of production will be in a large scale, and there is a reduction in the cost of operation means not that operation means activities. In the company activities, the cost is very less due to the large scale of production. There is a more amount of production. Okay, so and also they can gather more capital. They can gather more capital from the public in a small denomination, so it become very easy for them to do large scale operations, means large scale activities. Liquidity means the thing or the asset which can be easily converted into the cash, into the liquid means cash. Simply, liquidity means the asset which can be easily converted into cash. Okay, those assets are known as liquid assets. See, liquid assets, liquidity. The investors can invest and convert the shares into cash whenever they need money. Means the investors can purchase the shares and they can sell the shares whenever they need. In the stock market, they can purchase the shares when they have money, when they are in need of money, at that time also they can sell the shares. There is no at all any restrictions. Professional management, skill and talent persons. So in the company, all the persons are professionals. For the accounting purpose, there is a chartered accountant. For managing purpose, there is a management department. And for the controlling purpose, there is some of the employees who control them. And for the labor activities, laborers will be there. So in this way, every professional person is present there. Okay, it has good professionals. So the management is very good in the companies. All persons have the skill and talent in their profession. For example, I am a professional in what? In commerce. Means I can teach commerce, I can teach accounts. So I can only go with the commerce subject. Research and development. This is very much important for the company to stand in the market. So due to research and development, R&D. Okay, due to research and development, they can improve the process of production. new technology. With that they can produce more. Designing and innovating new products. Designing means changing the shape of the product, and also innovating means discovery of new products, new type of products. Okay, improving quality of products, improving the quality, whatever the quality is there, that quality is improved. Training the staff, giving training to the staff according to the changes in the technology. This is also very important for the company to stand in the environment, in the external environment. Okay, next, tax benefit. As these companies have very high amount of capital, even though the government will give certain tax exemptions. What is this tax exemptions? Ante tax ante pannu. Okay, so exemptions means minhayimpulu, exemptions. So the government will give certain types of exemptions so that the companies can easily they can start their business. They can easily start their business in backward areas or in rural areas where their people don't know what is the technology, what is that. So by starting these companies in those areas, the people can also be developed, the standard of living will be increased. Okay, yes. So employment opportunities. So these companies, when a new company is started, when a company, existing company expand its business, when existing company expand its business and start a new branch in some other place, it will create number of employment opportunities for the educated people and also for the laborers. Okay, next, balanced regional development. So starting companies in the backward areas and underdeveloped areas, means in the rural areas, it means in villages, it will be helpful for the people to know about certain goods and also to know what is this company will selling. Yes, there will have certain type of awareness regarding that, and it will help for the development of the country, and it will help for the development of the standard of the living of the people. Okay, so these all are the advantages of joint stock company. Let us see certain disadvantages which are connected with the joint stock company. So the disadvantages, the first one is too many legal formalities. While at the time of formation of the company, at the time of formation of the company, they have to submit number of legal documents and they have to submit number of files to the government, because they have to get registered under the Indian Company Act 2013. So there is more legal formalities behind that. See what I have written here. Formation of company is time consuming. It takes more time and expensive. Many legal documents have to be prepared and filed. So it is very expensive and also it is time consuming. So it is very difficult for the formation of the company. Lack of motivation. There is no at all motivation among the workers, among the employees, because see, separation between the owner and the control. Owner means who bring the capital. Control means management, board of directors. There is no link between them. There is no link between the owner and the management. So whatever the effort they are doing, management, whatever the effort they are doing, effort ante kastabadam, they are not getting the reward. Reward means some type of bonus or some type of appreciation is they are not getting. So it creates a lack of personal interest and incentives, means salary. So they will feel that what is this job in this company, we don't want to work here, there is no any kind of increments, and there is no any increments means increase in the salary, and there is no any kind of rewards. So this is nothing is there here. This type of lack of motivation. Lack of means less motivation is not there, because the owner is not concentrating on the management. The management is not connected with the owners. So this created a problem little bit. Next, delay in decisions. As we know, so bureaucratic problems do not permit quick decisions. Bureaucratic means administration. Administration related problems, for that the decisions can't be taken immediately. For that they have to conduct some board meetings, and they have to come to a conclusion, and they have to take necessary steps. If that plan fail, they have to execute plan B. If plan B also fail, they have to execute plan C. In this way, they have to take so much time to take the decision. Economic oligarchy. What is this means? Sometimes directors, what they do, they want to stand as a director for a long period of time. For that, they will manipulate the people. Manipulate means they will use some type of in order to become the director again, ఆ కంపెనీకి మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళే డైరెక్టర్ అవ్వడానికి దే విల్ మ్యానిపులేట్ ద పీపుల్. అంటే ఎలా అంటే వాళ్ళకు ఎంప్లాయీస్కి కొంచెం ఫేవర్ చేయడము, ఎక్సెస్ మనీ ఇవ్వడం, పర్సనల్గా వాళ్ళకు మనీ ఇవ్వడము, పర్సనల్గా వాళ్ళకు బయట నుంచి ఫుడ్ తెప్పించి ఇవ్వడం మధ్యాహ్నం, ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ టైం, లంచ్ టైంలో, అండ్ ఆల్సో గివింగ్ certain types of rewards to them. These all things, these are not in the policy of the company. This is not there in the company rules, but they are doing that. Why? Because they want to become the director for the next voting election. In the next election, what is going on in the company, for that also they only want to become the director. Okay, directors try to mislead the members and manipulate the voting power to maintain and continue their control. In order to continue there will do some type of manipulations with the peoples. Okay, corruption management. Some companies will create the fake companies. There is no company like that, and they will issue some shares in the market, and the people go and buy that shares, but actually there is no market there. Sometimes they manipulate the accounts. If there is a utter flap, the company is utterly flap, okay, the company is completely in losses, at that time there will show that there is a huge profits in the company running with the huge profits, and they will issue certain shares in the market. The people will come and they purchase those shares. Okay, by purchasing those shares, the company will get the capital, but actually that company running in the losses. So this what happened, this is a type of corruption in the company. Yes, in this way they will get the money from the public, and they will do corruption to the corruption. Yes, more government control. Sorry, the government control is more, because in every stage in the company there are legal rules and regulations. That in legal rules and regulations the company should have to follow, otherwise that company will not get registered under Indian Company Act. So they have to follow, and for that purpose always showing accounts to the government, always showing certain documents to the government, always filing certain records to the government. These all will create a lack of secrecy. Means there is no secrets of the business, everything is public. So this is also biggest problem here. Conflict of interest. There is a certain types of disputes, godvalu untai between owners and the board of directors, between the board of directors and employees, and between the employees and owners. There are certain types of disputes always. Lack of secrecy. There is no secrecy at all, as everything is showing to the government. The company have to publish their accounts in the newspapers or in the business magazines, okay, to give information to the necessary concerns. Unhealthy speculation. Sometimes what the directors will do, that company directors only, they will think that the price of the shares will, their company షేర్స్ ప్రైస్, ఆ కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన షేర్స్ ప్రైస్ అనేది పెరుగుతుందని వాళ్ళకు ముందే తెలుస్తుంది డైరెక్టర్స్కి. బికాస్ దే ఆర్ ద డైరెక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ, దే ఆర్ మేనేజింగ్ పర్సన్స్, సో దేర్ విల్ పర్చేజ్ majority of the shares of that company, and they will keep silent. When the share value increase, at the time they sell that shares into the market. So these type of unhealthy things means cheating, manipulation, fraud, these all things is done by the director. So how much there are good, that much there are dangerous for the business. Okay, so these are the advantages, disadvantages of the joint stock company. So let us meet in other session with other new topic. Till then you have to study the advantages, disadvantages of joint stock company, and you have to study the differences between private company and public company. And also we have discussed about the futures, advantages, disadvantages, differences, characteristics, you should not have to left it at all. In any chapter it may be, you have to read it compulsory. We don't know exactly what they are going to ask, so we have to study. This is totally corona time now, you have more time to read now, so don't waste the time at the home, do hard work. Okay, right. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the joint stock companies. Yes, in the joint stock company, we are in this session, this is the third session of this chapter. In this session, we are going to know the classification of the companies. How many types of companies are there? I have written here nearly 7 types of companies, and one more type of company is also there. That will be, I will explain you in the next session along with the role of the shareholders. Okay. So in the next session, we are going to study one more company, type of company that we have left in this video. So first, classification on the basis of company in this, on the basis of formation, on the basis of formation. Formation means on the basis of starting, how the companies are classified, how the companies are divided. Let us see. Chartered companies. Generally, these chartered companies are not in India, in England and in some European countries. Simply we can say these types of companies are in Europe continent. Okay. So the companies which are established by the royal chartered or special sanction of the royal head. Royal head means the king or queen. Okay. Of the state means of that particular state. For example, England. Of that England, particular queen will issue some type of guidelines for the formation of the company in England. So such type of companies which are under the control of the royal heads of the state are called chartered companies. Such companies do not exist in India at all. Okay, these types of companies are not existing in India because India is a democratic country. Here we have election process and we select our representatives. So we don't have these type of government in India. So everything should have to be done according to the acts, right? So that's why we don't have these type of company in India. Example, Bank of England, East India Company. These are some of the chartered companies. Okay, that is headed by whom? That is controlled by the royal heads of the state. Next, statutory company. Next one is statutory company. These companies are formed by the enactment of special act. Enactment means due to the special act. Due to the special act, these companies are started due to the special act by the parliament or by the state assembly. By the parliament or by the state assembly, these special types of companies are formed. Okay, parliament means central government, state assembly means state government. So Reserve Bank of India, State Bank of India, Life Insurance Corporation of India, LIC, so etc. These are the examples of statutory company. These are the statutory companies which are formed with a special act. Okay. Next, registered companies. Registered companies are those companies which are registered under Indian Companies Act 2013. Okay ma, which are registered under Indians Company Act 2013. Those companies are considered as registered companies as per the Indian rules. Such companies come into existence when they receive the certificate of incorporation is guaranteed by registrar. When the registrar will grant a certificate of incorporation. In the previous session I told you what is incorporation means. It got the legal approval, the registrar is satisfied, whatever the documents is submitted by the company, those all documents are very clear in the eyes of the law. That's why the registrar will issue the certificate of incorporation to start a company. Yes, These are the classification of formation. 3 types of classifications. Now, on the basis of ownership, again it is classified into 2 categories. One is government company, the company in which not less than 51% of paid up capital held by the government. Not less than 51% means more than half. Okay, if we take 100% as full, then 51% means more than half, right? Yes, they are taking paid up capital. In the previous session, I told you about the paid up capital mean what? Okay, paid up capital means the amount which is received by the company by selling its shares into the stock exchange. Okay, now? So, those type of capital, whatever the capital that is gathered by issuing of shares. Shares means what? Small units of money or small denominations. Yes. So, when the government will hold majority means not less than 51% of the paid up capital of the company, then that company is considered as a government company. This company work according to the rules and regulations of the government. It will work according to the rules and regulations of the government. Next, non-government company. Non-government company means all other companies other than the government companies. Are you getting what I want to say? See, all companies other than the government companies means private companies. In private companies, the private companies will hold 51, not less than 51% of the capital, paid up capital. So, all other companies except the government companies are called non-government companies, means private companies. Those companies can't be controlled by the government. The decisions are taken by that company directors. Okay. Next, in the in the previous session we have discussed about the private company and the public company, right? So, that is only here. So, that is private, this is government means public companies. So, on the basis of liability means we know on the basis of debt. See, company limited by shares means the company, the members, their liability is very limited. The liability of the members is very limited. In this company, the liability of members is limited. If there is a debt in the business, even though their personal property is not touched, the personal property is not considered. Up to the whatever the capital contributed by them, up to that only they utilize that capital if there is a loss in the business. Okay. Such type of companies are known as companies limited by shares. Next, companies limited by guarantee. These companies are not only limited up to the share held by them, means these companies are not only limited but also extended to the amount guaranteed by them. So, this is very secured company. Your paid up capital, up to your paid up capital only they will consider they will take the amount of your capital which you are holding. Okay, the capital which you are holding, up to that only they will take for the repayment of the debt. Okay, they will not going to touch any your personal property. And also, if you kept anything in the guaranteed, means if you kept anything in the mortgage, even though they are not going to touch it also. Okay. Unlimited companies means your personal property, your whatever the share you brought, whatever the capital you brought, the total we taken for the settlement of the debt of the company. Next, on the basis of control, holding company, statutory company. What is this holding company statutory company means? It is very easy. You can understand here. Holding company means controlling company. Statutory company, subsidiary company means controlled company. What is this, madam? Controlling, controlled means, see, if, for example, company A, okay, if company A hold more than 51% of paid up capital, paid up share capital of company B, means if company A is holding 51% of paid up capital, paid up share capital of company B, company A ki sambandhinchina shares 51% share capital, కంపెనీ బికి సంబంధించిన 51% ఆఫ్ షేర్ క్యాపిటల్ని కంపెనీ ఏ ఒకవేళ హోల్డ్ చేస్తుంది. హోల్డ్ చేయడం అంటే ఏంటంటే దాన్ని వాళ్ళ కంట్రోల్లోకి తీసుకుంటే, దట్స్ వై వీ రిటన్ హియర్ కంట్రోల్. ఇఫ్ ఏ కంపెనీ ఈస్ కంట్రోలింగ్ బి కంపెనీ, దెన్ ఏ కంపెనీ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీ, B company is called as subsidiary company. Are you got what I want to say? I think you got my intention. What I want to explain you that A company is holding company because it holding 51% of paid up share capital of B company. Okay, now while A company is a holding company, then B company will be what? It is a subsidiary company. It will not control its own company. This company is controlling by whom? Company A. B company is controlled by company A. That is about the control. On the basis of nationality. So Indian company means the company which is registered under the Indian Company Act, the company which is doing business operations within Indian boundaries. That companies are known as Indian companies. Foreign company, the company which is registered in the foreign country but has business operations in India, but it is doing its business operations in India also. Those companies are known as foreign companies. On the basis of area, national company, similar to Indian company. The company which do business within the boundaries of India, within the boundaries of the nation, those companies known as national company. Okay, multinational company, the company which do business with more than one nation, Here the national company will doing business with only one nation within its own country boundaries. Okay, for example, India. In India, one company is there. It is doing business within the boundaries of India only. That is a national company. If multinational company means that company which is doing business with a number of nations. India, China, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Russia, France, Italy, Holland, next Netherlands, like this. If we doing business with number of countries, then that type of company is known as multinational company. Next, on the basis of commencement, let us see what it means. Dormant companies. These companies are very rare companies, ma. It is a company which did not carry accounting transaction for 2 years. It was not doing accounts for 2 years continuously. At least they have not recorded a single transaction, a single entry also they have not recorded. Such company can apply for the register of the company for declaring it as a dormant company, to declare them as a dormant company. It is not preparing its accounts at least once, at least one entry also they have not recorded in the 2 years. That company is known as dormant company. Defunct company, a company which has no assets, no liabilities and failed to commence the business within 1 year. You don't have any assets, you don't have any liabilities. Generally in accounts you have the formula assets equals to what? Assets equals to liabilities. Assets equal to liabilities. What it means? Assets equals to Assets equals to capital plus liabilities, right? Capital plus liabilities. Yes, assets equal to capital plus liabilities. Now what happening here? The company who has no assets, no liabilities, and it is failed to continue the business, such type of company is known as defunct company, and these companies failed within 1 year. Such company is known as defunct company. So in the next session we are going to discuss about classification on the basis of public interest. There is nothing new, ma. What we have studied in the first session and in the second session, differences between private company and public company, what we have discussed, the same thing is going to discuss in the next session, in the fourth session, okay, along with the role of the shareholders we are going to discuss it, okay, right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with, that the joint stock company. This is the fourth session of this chapter. So in the third session we have left one of the topic of classification of companies. In this session we are going to cover those topic, and afterwards we are going to study who are the shareholders, how they become the shareholders, and what is the role of the shareholders in the company. Yes, let us first focus on the classification of companies, the last one which we have left in the last previous session. On the basis of public interest, on the basis of public interest, okay, on the basis of public interest, private company and public company. In the first session we have discussed about the differences between the private company and public company in detailed. Yes, in detailed we have we have discussed with the variation. Yes, so that's why I have not again explaining it. I just want to explain you that the private company is again classified into two types of companies, small company and one person company, that is also abbreviated as OPC. Okay, those who have not listened the part session 1 and session 2, they just listen session 1, session 2 to know about the public company and also about the private company. There is a detailed explanation I have given on it. So small company means it has a share capital. It has a share capital that does not exceed, it should not exceed 50 lakhs. The capital should not exceed the 50 lakhs, and its turnover does not exceed 2 crores. So the turnover, whatever the profit, whatever the things, whatever the operations, activities are going on in the business, the turnover should not exceed 2 crores, and their capital should not exceed, share capital should not exceed 50 lakhs. One person company, this is just one man show. Okay, one person company means a company which has only one person as a member, only one person as a member. This is a company where one man hold the total capital. Whatever the capital amount, it was held by totally one person. Dummy members as a nominees of the principal shareholder. So the one man is called as a principal shareholder, and the dummy members means in case this principal shareholder will die, in that case the amount will be transferred to these nominees. Those members are dummy members. Okay, then it will be transferred to the nominee. The nominees are the dummy members. So this is about the classification of companies. We have completed that. Now we are going to discuss about the other topic, that is definition of shareholders. Who are the shareholders? Who are holding the shares, right? Who are holding the shares are known as the shareholders. So what are the shares, madam? What are the shares? What is called as a share means the capital which is divided into number of small denominations, okay, the huge amount that is divided into small denominations or small units. That units are known as shares. Okay, for example, this is a one share. On that the price will be written as 500 rupees, means the value of this share is 500 rupees. If you are holding these type of 500 rupees shares, 10 shares, if you are holding 10 shares of these 500 rupees, then how many shares you are holding? You are holding 10 shares. Okay, Nana, you are holding 10 shares and the value of each share is 500 rupees. So totally how much value of shares you are holding? 5,000 rupees shares you are holding. You are holding 5,000 rupees shares. Okay, are you understanding? Yes, again one more example I will take to better understand. So another share. The value of the share is 2,000 rupees. If you are holding 20 shares, if you are holding 20 shares, each share value 2,000 rupees, then how many shares will you get? Means you have the total shares of value, that is 40,000 rupees shares you are holding in your hand. 20 shares మీరు కొన్నారు, ఆ ప్రతి ఒక్క షేర్ విలువ ఎంత ఉంది? 2000 రూపీస్ ఉంది. అంటే మీ 20 షేర్స్ మీరు హోల్డ్ చేస్తున్నారంటే టోటల్లీ మీరు 40,000 షేర్స్ హోల్డ్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో దట్స్ వై ద క్యాపిటల్ ఈస్ టోటల్లీ స్ప్లిటెడ్ ఇన్ దిస్ వే. సో ఈవెన్ ఎ కామన్ పర్సన్ కెన్ ఆల్సో పర్చేస్ ద షేర్స్. ఓకే, నౌ సీ ద డెఫినేషన్. The shareholder can be, who is the shareholder? Who is holding the share. Okay, shareholder evaru? Who is holding the shares is defined as the person, company, organization that hold the shares in a given company. Who will hold the shares of the company? That person is known as shareholder, means he holding the share. The shareholder is the member of the company. Yes, actually he is the owner. Equity shareholders are there. They are the real owners of the company and they will receive the returns. What is receive the returns in the form of dividend. Now you will get one doubt. Madam, what is dividend? What is dividend, madam? What is dividend? See, simple. It is very simple, ma. Dividend is very simple. Just you have to understand. See, in the bank, if you deposit the amount, for example, rupees 1 lakh rupees, you will get the interest. You will get the interest on it. For example, at every month, interest rate is rupees 500 per month. So while doing deposit of 1 lakh rupees, you are getting per month interest, that is 500 rupees. In the same way, when you are holding the shares of the company, you will get dividend. You will get dividend. Okay, how you getting interest here? In the same way, if you hold the shares, you will get the dividend. Here you are making deposit in the bank, that's why you getting the interest. Here you are purchasing the shares, means you are holding the shares of that company, so you will get the regular dividend. Next, how to become the shareholder? Let us see. According to the Indian Companies Act 2013 and Section 4, these are the 3 ways by which one person can become the shareholder. First way, by subscribing to the Memorandum of Association. We are going to study about these Memorandum of Association in the upcoming sessions. We have one chapter regarding the Memorandum of Association. It also abbreviated as MOA. Memorandum of Association. By subscribing the Memorandum of Association means by enrolling in the Memorandum of Association or by agreeing in writing to become a member of the company and whose name entered in the members register. Okay, members of the company register. When the members are registering in the company, at that time registering the name of the member. By that also you can become the shareholder. Next, by holding the shares of the company. okay, and whose name are recorded as the beneficial owner of the register of the member. So beneficial owner means who want to get the benefit, means that benefit is in the form of the benefit means profit, that profit will be in the form of dividend mark. Simply we can say that if the shareholder want to get the profit, he can get the profit simply in the form of dividend. Okay, how we getting profit in the bank? By depositing 1 lakh rupees in the form of interest. If you are holding the shares of the company, then we are getting the dividend is in the form of profit. Role of the shareholders. Let us go on to the role of the shareholders. What is the role of the shareholders? Actually, they are the owners of the company. They have more rights. Deciding the powers, the shareholder can bestow upon the company directors. So, deciding the powers of the shareholder will apply certain rules and regulations, certain conditions on the directors to do, what not to do. So, there are the real owners. If something is happened, who will government will ask to whom? The government will ask to these shareholders. First, these are the owners, right? Next, appointment and removal of directors from the office. Appointment and removal of directors means board of directors appointment and removal, that is completely in the hands of shareholders. Determining the extent of remuneration. Remuneration means salary to the directors. So what salary should have to give to the director, that is decided by the shareholder. Shareholder is the owner of the company. Directors are the management of the company. Both are different. Proposing changes in company constitution. Shareholder can change the company constitution as per Indian Company Act 2013. He can change the company constitution. Okay, he can change the company constitution and he can bring new type of rules and regulations. Constitution means what? New type of rules and regulations. So changing the company's constitution means bringing new types of rules and regulations. Checking and approval of financial statements of the company. Checking and approval. Okay, the shareholder will check and give the approval. Okay, approval of financial statements. Financial statements means the statements what we are prepared, trading and profit and loss account, balance sheet, these are the financial statements which you will prepare in your upcoming accounting classes. Exercise voting right in the meetings. The shareholder has the voting right. Okay, one man, one vote. Okay, nominate progeny. Progeny means in case the shareholder can't attend the meeting today, so he will send some other person in his place, and that person has a right to vote on behalf of that particular shareholder. Approving the dividend declared by the board of directors. So the dividend for the shareholder is declared. The dividend for the shareholder is declared by the board of directors. Who will declare the dividend for the shareholders? The board of directors will declare the dividend for the shareholders. Okay, and that is approved by the shareholder. He will say, okay, that's the situation of the company. Okay, I am satisfied with the dividend. Claim a proportionate allocation of the proceeds if the company liquidates its assets. Liquidates means, in the previous session I told you, liquidate means easily converted into cash. If there is a chance of closing the company and the directors are selling each and every assets of the company, means plant and machinery, buildings, land, or any kind of furniture or anything, stock or whatever, at the time they have the right, the shareholders have the right to claim the amount what they have invested on it. Okay, they have the right to claim the amount what they have invested. So these are the role of the shareholders. Okay, so important question is for 10 marks is classification of companies. Classification of companies is very important question for 10 marks. So don't waste the time. As usual, do hard work. Almost we have completing today. I mean, in this session we have completed nearly means in another session we will going to complete nearly 5 chapters. Okay, so don't waste the time, just you read and practice also. Okay, yeah. To Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the English medium first years. The chapter we are dealing with, that the joint stock company, and this is the last session of this chapter, that is the fifth session. By comparing the joint stock company with the partnership, we will going to complete this chapter today. So what is the difference between the partnership and joint stock company? Let us see by comparison. The Acts, Indian Partnership Act 1932, the Indian Partnership Act 1932. The partnership form has started with the regulation of Indian Partnership Act 1932, whereas come to joint stock company, that has been started with the Indian Companies Act 2013. Both are legal bodies and artificial bodies too. Okay. Next, registration. Registration of partnership form is not necessary, but if they register, they will enjoy certain privileges, means certain advantages they will enjoy, and also certain type of security is there. So registration is not compulsory, but if they want to enjoy certain advantages, they have to get registered. But here the registration is compulsory. There is no any kind of option of non-registration. Here the registration is compulsory. It means it is a mandatory. The company should have to be registered under Indian Company Act 2013. Next, commencement of the business. When this business can be start? So the partnership business can be start by the business after entering into an agreement. After entering into an agreement, a partnership business can be started. But whereas come to joint stock company, we have two types of company, private company and public company. So private company can start their business after getting certificate of incorporation from the registrar. Certificate of incorporation they have to get. Who? Private company. The private company should have to get the certificate of incorporation from the registrar. Whereas come to the public company, they have to get two certificates. What are those? Both certificates. Certificate of incorporation and commencement of business. Commencement of business means starting the business. Business starting. Okay. That type of certificate also needed for the public company. Okay. Right. Number of members. Here the minimum members in the partnership is 2. Okay. Maximum members are 10 in case of banking. In case of banking, 10 are required, and 20 in case of non-banking. In case of non-banking, 20 members are required. In case of banking, 10, and in case of non-banking, 20 members are limited in partnership. Whereas come to here, again we have two types of companies, private company and public company. So in the private company, minimum 2 members are required, maximum 50 members are required. In public company, minimum 7 members are required, maximum unlimited members. Okay, there is no limit at all for the maximum, right? Next, legal status. It has no separate entity. So in the eyes of the law, partnership, partners and the firm, means partnership firm, both are same. Okay, but in the eyes of law, it has a separate entity. Owner is different and company is different according to the accounting concept. What is that? Business entity concept. What it says? Owner is different and business is different. Yes, according to that concept, it has a separate entity and it does not have any separate entity. Liability. In the partnership, the partners have unlimited liability. Their private property is used to claim the debts of the business, but in case of joint stock company, the liability of the members is very limited to the shares held by them. It is very limited up to the shares held by them, means the capital whatever they are contributed. Transfer of shares. Here the shares can't be transferred in the partnership form, because if a partner want to transfer the share, then he have to get permission from all the partners. He have to consult to all the partners if he want to transfer the share. Whereas here, in case of joint stock company, there is no need to take any kind of permission with other parties. Okay, why? Because they can easily transfer the shares. That's why there is no need to ask for any other shareholder or any other board of director. They can easily transfer to the other person. Next, management. Management and control by the partners. The partners only control and manage the partnership firm. Whereas here the management is totally in the hands of board of directors. The board of directors will control the management. They will take the necessary decisions. They will participate in day-to-day activities of the business. Okay, everything is done by the board of directors here, but here everything is managed and controlled by partners. Next, existency. In the accounting concepts only, we have another concept, going concern concept. Okay, in that concept already you have studied, I think. What you have studied? The business will have a long life and it continue for a long period of time according to that concept. Same thing is here, existency. The existency of the partnership is uncertain, means it can be closed at any time. If a partner is die, or if a partner is retire, or if a partner is dissolving the partnership, at that time the total partnership will be closed. But in case of company, that will be not happened. If a partner die, even it will be continue. If a partner retire, even it will be continue. If a partner, new partner is new shareholder is entered, even though it is continued. If an employee is retired, even though it is continued. If an employee is die, at that time also it will be continued. So it is not affected by any kind of human damage to the company. Next, winding up. No legal formalities. If the partners are mutually agree to wind up, they can easily wind up. Wind up means what, ma? Closing the company. Okay, if they are mutually agree to close the company, so at the time there is no need to go for legal formalities, no need to go for court, or no need to go for the registrar, or no need to go for anywhere. So, but in case of joint stock company, during the time of winding up, they have to go to the court for the winding up of the company, means closing up of the company, or they have to go for the legal, and also they have to go for the legal formalities. Okay, they have to go for the legal formalities also. They have to go to the register, they have to cancel their company name, they have to do so many legal formalities. Okay, they have to settle the capital, whatever the capital brought by the shareholders. So much formalities are there that should be done in the joint stock company, and those things are absent in the partnership form. Let us see the 11th one. Statutory regulations. No rules and regulations to maintain the books of accounts. In the partnership form, there is no any kind of rule. There is no any kind of regulation to prepare the books of accounts or to prepare the records of the accounts. So, there is no need. It is not a mandatory. If the partners want to do, they can do. If they are not interested, there is no need to prepare. But in the joint stock company, it is a mandatory. It is according to the Indian Company Act 2013. Every company should have to prepare their accounts. Along with the preparation of their accounts, they have to maintain the complete record of those accounts. Why they have to maintain that record? In order to get audit those accounts. Audit means checking the accounts. Some of the officers, chartered accountants, chartered accountants and the audit department employees will come and they will check the accounts of the companies. Position. Partner in the firm act as an agent and the owner. So partner him itself act as a agent and also as a owner. But in the joint stock company, only the shareholder will act as the owner. Only the shareholder will act as the owner. accounts need not audited by the auditor. So partnership firms no need to get audit their accounts, okay. But in case of joint stock company, they have to get their accounts audited with the auditor. They have to get their accounts audited with the auditor. It is a mandatory, it is necessary, it is in the law. As per the Indian Companies Act 2013, it is a completely mandatory to get their accounts audited with the auditor. It may be a chartered accountant. Next, creditors. The creditor of the firm are also considered as a creditor of the partners individually. Okay, the creditor. Creditor means who is the creditor? Creditor ante evarni creditor antam. So, who will give credit to the company, who will give credit to the firm, means who will give money to the company or money to the firm, and the company is have to pay for them. Those are known as the creditors, okay. For whom the company will have to pay. Company evariki baki untundo, evariki pay cheyalsindi untundo vallani creditors antam, okay. So the creditors of the firm are also considered as the creditors of the partners individually. In case of partnership, if there is a creditor, he is not only creditor to the firm, he is a creditor to the partners also individually, because this combination of partners is only the firm. Yes, the combination of partners is only the firm. Here the creditor of the company or creditor of the company, but not the shareholder, because the shareholders are different and the creditors are the different. So there is no connection between the shareholder and the creditor. But in the partnership firm, there is a link between the creditor and the partners, because it is formed due to the formation of group of partners. So that's why there is a link. But whereas come to joint stock company, it is started with the aim of profit, and also it is registered under Indian Partnership Act. It has private company and public company. The limited number of members in case of private company we have discussed, that is 2, maximum 50, and public company, that is minimum 7 and maximum unlimited. So it is a separate legal entity, okay. So this question is very important question for 10 marks. Whether 10 marks or 5 marks, we don't know exactly, but this question is 100% they will ask, okay. Don't left this question, the difference between partnership. So in every chapter you have to keep in mind, again I am saying you that in every chapter you have to keep in mind if there is any difference, or if there is any classification, or if there is any types of partners or types of businesses, anything, and advantages, disadvantages, futures, characteristics. So these things you should not have to left in any chapter. You have to read these things in every chapter, because these are the main things they will ask regularly, okay. The other things they will not ask that much, but these you have to focus more on this. If you have completed these, then when the time is left, then you can move for that. I think you have plenty of time now. This is the corona time, so you have plenty of time, so don't waste the time. You have to write the exam, so get mentally prepared. You have to write the exams in upcoming months, so get ready for that, okay. How you have passed 10th, that is over, that is the past is past, but your present is your intermediate first year. So do hard work, see all the videos, tell your friends to see the videos, and write down the notes. This all things what I have written, that is the short notes, means like a mind map. If you keep these type of things in your mind, it will be make you reading easy. So don't waste the time, do hard work as much as you can do, and also you have to stay at the home, okay. Right, all the best for your preparation, don't waste the time. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium. And today's chapter we are dealing with that the formation of a company part 1. This is the first session of this chapter. In this chapter we are going to study how a company will take the formation, how the company, whether the private company or the government company, how it will start its business with with receiving the certificates of incorporation or the certificates of commencement. We will going to discuss it in detail in this chapter. So the first thing is the formation of the company, how the companies are formed. See, every company has to be formed according to the Indian Companies Act 2013. So every company should have to be get registered and it has to fulfill the documents according to the Act 2013 of the Indian Companies. So the company is brought into existence by the process of incorporation. What's the meaning of incorporation? Incorporation means getting legally approved in the eyes of the law, getting legal approval. Okay, getting legal approval in the eyes of the law, that is considered as incorporation, legal approval. Okay, there are many legal steps. There are many legal steps to complete it. So there are many legal steps to be completed to get the certificate of incorporation from the registrar. Okay, it is not a game of children. Okay, it is very serious thing that is connected with the law, so it is very legal, so it required much time and it is very expensive. This process is known as formation of a company. So what's the process? Number of steps are there in the formation of the company. So those steps we are going to discuss now in detail. We are going to discuss. Yes. So the formation of a company means the company should have to get the certificate of incorporation and it has to fulfill the documents and the records whatever necessary during the time of registration. It have to submit it to the registrar. If the registrar satisfy those things, then he will issue the certificate of incorporation for the private company and for the government company. As we have discussed in our previous sessions, for the public company, two certificates are required. One is certificate of incorporation and another one is commencement of business certificate. Commencement of business certificate is needed for the public company. So let us see the steps in the formation of the company. Whatever the steps are involved in the formation of a company. See, steps in the formation of a company. We have 4 steps and these 4 steps we are going to study in detail. Each and every step we are going to study in detail. What is what? Okay. So first step is formation. First step is promotion. First step is promotion. Next one, incorporation or registration. Incorporation or registration, both are same. If you write incorporation, it is also correct. If you write registration, it is also correct, because these two are legally valid in the eyes of the law. So that's why these two are valid. If you write incorporation of the company, you will get full marks. If you write the registration of the company, then also you will get the full marks. No marks cutting will be here. Capital subscription. Capital subscription means how they will get the capital, how they will rise the finance. Okay, what are the sources they used? We will study that also. Next, commencement of business. Commencement of business, it is one type of certificate that is needed for the public companies. Along with the certificate of incorporation, they also need the commencement of business certificate also in case of public companies, especially for public companies. So promotion, incorporation or registration, capital subscription and the commencement of business. This question may be asked for 5 marks. Okay, it may be asked for 5 marks. So don't waste the time as usual. So promotion, the first step is promotion. What it means? Let us see what the promotion means. It involves dreaming of a business opportunity. It is dreaming. Dreaming means seeing the dream, how the business should be. Whatever the opportunities are there for the business in the external environment. See, for every business there is certain opportunities and certain threats. Okay, threats means bayalu. So for every business, certain things will become as a strength and certain things will become as a weaknesses. Yes, so this will be generally happen for every business. So when we start a business, we have to focus on 3 things. We have to know our strength, we have to know our weaknesses, we have to know our opportunities, and we have to know threats also. Okay, SWOT means strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Every business have these four. Okay, the business should have to, first only they have to know what is their strength, what is their weakness, how many opportunities are there for them, and what is the threat for their business. They have to consider in the first stage of promotion. So they have to consider one idea of the business, okay, and take necessary steps to form a company. And necessary steps for the formation of company, whatever the steps are required, that necessary steps should have to be taken for the formation of the company, so that the practical shape can be given in exploring the identified business opportunity. By taking the appropriate steps for the formation of the company, we can give the particular shape to the company. Okay, particular shape to the company. So, particular form to the company. So, first stage, promotion means first we have to know what is the business we want to do, how many whatever the weaknesses we have, what is our most strength thing, and also afterwards who is the competitors, how many competitors are there in the market, so how we can stand, or our business will be totally collapse within a few days. We have to consider these all things in the stage of promotion. Then afterwards, is everything is okay and everything is going on well, then we can proceed for the second step, that is incorporation, registration of the company. Okay, the incorporation refers to the formation of a legal and authorized corporation or company. Legally getting approval. Okay, now in the stage of incorporation, it will get the legal approval from the registrar that this business is correct. If you are doing smuggling of drugs, smuggling of small children, this is not the legal business. The registrar will not give any kind of certificate of incorporation. He will call 100 and send to the place where they deserve. So, based on the business formation, if it is legal, then only they will get a certificate of incorporation. The incorporation company is legally registered. Okay, the company which is getting certificate of incorporation, that is legally registered as per the Indian Company Act 2013. It means that that company has submitted all the documents. Okay, the company has filled all the forms which are necessary for the formation of a company. An incorporation company get corporate identity number. So the company which is registered, that company will get CIN number, means corporate identification number. How we have the PIN number for the ATM card, in the same way these companies which get the certificate of incorporation, they will get one identify number. That number is known as corporate identify number, code number they will get. Okay, next, from the register of the company, from where they will get that number? From the registrars of the company. Registrar who will do the registration of the companies every day, from him they will receive the corporate identify number, CIN. PIN means personal identification number, that is for ATM card. This is corporate identity number. This is for company issued by the registrar. Okay, next, capital subscription. Capital subscription means how to raise the capital, how to pool the capital, how to bring the capital. A public company is allotted to raise fund from the public. Yes, the public company will raise the fund from the public by issuing shares or debentures. Shares means, you know, small units of capital, small denominations. The capital is divided into small denominations. And debentures means it is also a type of security, which we will study in our upcoming sessions in detail. Okay, but before that, it has to issue prospectus for the public. Prospectus means what? Prospectus Prospectus means what? Means the complete details of the company, name of the company, certificate of incorporation, commencement of business, all the certificates whatever necessary, name of the directors, number of members, minimum members, maximum members, address of the company, address of the branches, everything will be there in the prospectus. We will study about the prospectus, memorandum of association, article of association, everything in the upcoming chapters. Okay, in detail we will go for the discussion in the upcoming chapters. To subscribe the capital, to get the capital, they have to give complete information about their company to the public. Then only the public come forward and they will start purchasing the shares and debentures of that particular company. Next, commencement of the business. This is only for the public company, not for the private company. A public company can commence the business. Commence means what, ma? Simply we can say it as a start. Okay. A public company can start business only after obtaining certificate of commencement of business. What? Certificate of commencement of business. After receiving these only, the company, the public company can start a business, but the private company can start the business after receiving incorporation, means certificate of incorporation. But the private company required two certificates. One is certificate of incorporation, another one is certificate of commencement of business. These two are required for the public company. Okay, don't get confused. Okay, ma? So this is about the steps in the formation of the company. In the next session we are going to discuss about the promotion. What are the steps in the promotion, types of the promoters, who is called as a promoter. We are going to study each and everything in detail. Okay, in the next session we will meet with the topic of the promoter. Okay, yeah. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. And the chapter which we are dealing with, that is the chapter that is companies. What companies? Formation of the company. Yes. So this is the second session of the formation of the company. In the first session we have seen the steps for the formation of the company. Now in this session we are going, from here onwards, we are going to study about each and every step of the formation of the company in detail. So in the first stage we have the promotion of a company. Promotion of a company. So the definition of the promotion of the company is, promotion is the process of organizing and planning the finance of a business enterprise under the corporate form. So what is the promoters will do? What is the promotion? Definition says that promotion is the process of organizing and planning. It is the process of organizing everything. Like finance, board of directors, machines, men, material, everything, selecting the suppliers, okay, purchasing of machineries, purchasing of buildings, those all things should be done by the promoter. He will organize each and everything, and also planning how they have to do, whether the business is perfectly bring profits or it has certain type of threat. So how to overcome it, how many competitors are there, how we have to reach the customers, how we have to attract the customers, how we have to raise the capital. So these all the planning should have to be done by the promoter. Okay, promoter. So this is the definition of the promotion of the company. In the promotion stage, the promoter role is to organize and should have to do the planning of the complete business, because the starting of the business is completely in the hands of the first stage of the starting of the business is in the hands of the promoter. Okay, so a business enterprise under the corporate form. So how it have to be raise the finance, whether from the bank or whether from the any other borrowers or from any other financial institutions or from any other source, how they have to borrow the finance. They have to think about each and everything in this stage. So this definition is generally given by the L.H. Henry. Okay, so next, the stages of the promotion. These are the stages of the promotion. So first stage, what is the discovery of an idea? The idea, they have to discover the idea, what type of business they want to start. Detailed investigation, whether that business will bring profit or it will bring loss. Whether we have the strength or we have number of weaknesses, we have to study here. Detailed checking. Assembling the requirements. After coming to a conclusion, yes, this business is good for us, then you have to assemble all the things. You means not you, the promoter. The promoter means, who is the promoter? Promotion, who will play the role of the first stage of the formation of the company. That person is known as a promoter. Okay, so assemble the requirements. Whatever the requirements are required for the starting of the business, all those things have to be assembled. Means assembling means gather. Financing propositions, how to raise the finance, from where they have to borrow, from the money lender or by issuing shares or by issuing debentures or from the bank or any financial institutions. There are number of sources for raising the finance. So they have to come to one conclusion from where they have to raise the capital, Mooladhanam, right? Next, discovery of an idea, the first stage of the promotion, that is discovery of idea. How to discover the idea? See, the success of the business depends upon the selection of the business line. Where the success depends upon? It's depend upon the selection of the business line. Which business line you will select. Based on that, the success of the business will be depends upon. The success of the business is going to depend upon what? It's going to depend upon the selection of the business line. Next thing is, the promoter should all analyze the strength and weaknesses. Strength and weaknesses of the proposed idea. They have to know the strength. How many strengths we have? Okay, how many weaknesses we have? They have to analyze. Means they have to investigate. They have to study and develop the idea with the help of the technical experts. With the help of the technical experts who have the complete knowledge about that. Okay, with their help, they have to convert those idea into developed idea. Okay, developed idea, dream idea into developed idea. They have to convert it into dream idea into developed idea in the first stage. And in the next stage, detailed investigation. Next stage is detailed investigation, assembling the requirements, finance position. Yes. So detailed investigation. So now it is the time for the investigation, detailed investigation. At this stage, the promoter should study the idea from the practical point of view. He has to see from the practical point of view. See, seeing the dream, assuming the idea, that is different from the practical point of view, because when the practical we will do, we have to face number of difficulties. Dream ideas that are different. I also dream like I will become collector. Okay, I will become collector. That the dream is easy. Dreaming is very easy. But practically, when you face the problems while becoming a collector, you know what it is. Yes. So dreaming of the business is easy and practical point of view is very difficult. So the promoter should have to see with his eyes what's the actual practical position. Okay, after the practical, the promoter should estimate the total demand for the product. Whatever the product they want to introduce into the market, they have to estimate what will be the demand for that product, whether it has more demand or less demand. And then think of arranging finance. After that, he has to think about the finance. Finance is required now. Without finance, these all things are not possible, right? He also takes consideration of the availability of the labor, machinery, raw material, cost and structure of the product. Cost structure of the product. He have to consider these all things. How much labor is required? How many machines are required? Next, how many units of raw material is needed? Cost structure, what will be the cost of that product? How much profit we have to add to it? Okay, so everything they have to study in detail. After that, assembling the requirements, whatever the requirements are needed for the business, those things they have to assemble, means gather. after making the sure that the proposition is practical and profitable. The idea what you think that is completely practically profitable, it is good to start. The promoter proceed to assemble the requirements. Now the promoter he is very busy in assembling the requirements. What are those requirements? Means appointing the directors, okay, appointing the directors. Next, selecting the place for the company where they want to start the company place, contract with the suppliers of raw material, okay, making contract with the raw material suppliers, purchasing of the machinery, etc. These things he have to make these all things assemble, means he have to gather all the things, okay. This is the third stage, that is the assembling the requirements. Now let us see the fourth stage of the promotion. Financing proposition. Financing proposition. He determined how much share capital will be issued. You have to think now how much, okay, how much share capital should have to be issued, by type of shares or debentures, in which form they have to issued, in the form of shares or in the form of debentures to be issued, and the nature of loan to be borrowed, long term loan, short term loan or medium term loan. So in which nature of the loan they want to borrow now, and from financial institutions for a long period how they have to borrow, whether from the bank means from which bank, from SBI, from Canara Bank, or from any syndicate bank, or from any other bank, Punjab National Bank or any other bank, from which financial institution they have to raise that finance for a long period of time. They have to consider those things here. After that, this is totally about the stages of promotion. Now let us come to the definition of the promoter definition. What's definition? Promoter. Who is a promoter? Promoter is a person. He is a person. Promoter is a person. Promoter is a person who he will assemble money, material into going concern. Promoters are those who take the various steps in starting up a business organization. So there are the persons who will take number of steps for the starting of the business. They will assemble number of things. They will think about the finance, think about the labor, think about the machinery purchase. They make the contract with the suppliers. These all things is done by whom? By the promoter. So the stages of the promotion stages are these, and in these stages the main important role is played by the promoter. So in the next session, what we are going to discuss in this session, we will discuss in detail about the functions of the promoters and the types of the promoters in the third session. Okay? Yes. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium. And the chapter that we are dealing with the formation of a company, and this is the third session of the chapter. So in this session we are going to study about the functions of the promoters, type of the promoters and position of the promoters. Okay, we are going to complete the total about the promoters. Okay, so let us see what are the functions of the promoters. See, a promoter conceives an idea for the setting up of a business. So he will prepare the idea, he will see the dream, he will prepare the idea, he will plan the idea, and he will organize the things which are necessary for the success of the business or for the formation of the business. He was the first step for the formation of a company, right? For the formation of the company, the promoter was the first person. Yes. So he will start the setting up of a business. Next, promoter will do investigations. Next one is, he will do the investigation and ensure that the future prospects of the business. He will do the investigation not only regarding the present, okay, He is not only doing the investigation regarding the present, he will do investigation regarding the future also. What will be the situation of the business in the future? What are the strengths of the business during in the future, and whatever the weaknesses will be in the future. So he will study each and everything. He will go for deeper investigation. He will consult some of the technical experts. He will take guidelines from them, and afterwards he will do investigation in his own point of view, how the business will be in practical view, how it will be. So he will do those type of activities. He prepare various documents. Okay, he will prepare various documents and get the company incorporated. So after that he will prepare number of documents that we will study in the next session. What are those documents he will prepare, and whatever the things he will submit. Okay, how they get the incorporation of certificate of incorporation of company certificate. We will discuss those things in the next session. So various documents he will prepare, and finally he will get the certificate of incorporation. Promoters bring together various individuals who agree to associate with him and share the business responsibilities. Means members of the business. He bring together various individuals, okay, to share the business responsibilities. To manage the business, he will bring some of the professionals like accountants and the management department, controlling department, production department. He will bring this type of some of the individuals who will help him for the continuity of the business, and also their responsibility. They will share the responsibility of the business along with the promoter. Along with the promoter, those individuals will share the responsibilities of the business. Whether there is a profit, they will share the responsibility of getting the profit. If there is a loss, they will share the responsibility of getting the loss. Okay. Promoters raise the required finance and get the company going. So you have the concept in the accounting, going concern concept. Every businessman will think that the business will continue for a long period of time. With that point of view only, he will start the business, and he will expect that at every stage of the business he will gain, or he will have the profit. Okay, so here they will consider that the business will be going, and they will raise the finance from the financial institutions. Okay, whatever the required finance is there, that will be raised from the financial institutions by the promoter. After that, types of promoters. How many types of promoters? We have 5 types of promoters. First is professional promoters. They are the professionals. I am also a professional. I am a professional in what? I am a professional in commerce. I can teach accounts, I can teach theory part. So I am a professional in commerce. Yes, in the same way, there are certain professional promoters are there. The professional promoters specialized in the promotion. They total specialized experts in the promotion. Means which business have to be start, how the business should have to be start, how from where they have to gather the capital, which suppliers are better for the supply of raw material, which machineries are necessary, how many workers are needed, how many employees are needed, how many directors are sufficient for the business. Means they have the complete knowledge regarding that. It is their whole time occupation. That is their occupation. Okay, if everyone don't know anything about the business and they want to start the business, they can meet these type of professional promoters. These professional promoters give deep information and clarities regarding the doubts, whatever the doubts having to the person who don't know anything about the business. Accidental promoters, they are not specialist. They are not the specialist, means they are not have any special knowledge. Accidentally they become the promoters. Okay, in company formation, but promote their own firm as an enterprise. Means they will start their own business. They are not actually the experts or specialists of promotion. They are the promoters who will start their own entrepreneur. Entrepreneur means business. Okay, they will start their own small business or big business, whatever it may be. They start with their own knowledge. They will not going to consult anyone. Suddenly they will become as an promoter. They will only prepare the plan. They will only organize everything. They don't consult any expert. They don't consult any professional. professional. Okay, these types of promoters are known as accidental promoters. Next, financial promoters. Financial promoters are those promoters who float new enterprise during favorable conditions in securities market, means stock market. When there is a favorable for them, when there is a favorable condition in the stock market, at that time securities market or stock market anna okate namma, confuse kaakandi. Okay, so when there is a favorable condition for the favorable condition in the securities market, at that time what they will do, they suddenly become as a promoter and they will start a new enterprise. Okay, they will start a new enterprise, means they will start new business. Okay, due to the favorable conditions. Means favorable conditions means what? In probability, in the 10th standard, in probability you have the favorable conditions and unfavorable conditions, right? Like that only, conditions which are in their favor. When the stock market in their favor, at the time they suddenly become as a promoters and they will start the new enterprise. Next, technical promoters. These technical promoters having some technical knowledge, and there are special knowledge and training in the field of promotion. Okay, they have the special knowledge and training in technical fields and promote new enterprises. They will start their own businesses. Okay, they are not going to help any other, they only start the new businesses. They have they taken special techniques, trainings, and they have the special knowledge regarding the promotion, how to start the business. Okay, they have that all the things, so they don't consult anyone, they only start the business. Institutional promoters. This is an institution where they will teach how to become a promoter. Okay, these are the promoters who provide technical, managerial, financial assistance for the promotion of the company. So these are the promoters. Institutional promoters are those promoters who provide technical, managerial, financial assistance for the promotion of the company. Means they provide the guidelines. What guidelines they will provide? About the technical guidelines, managerial means managing guidelines, financial guidelines. Okay, they will assist, they provide the guidelines for the promotion of a company. That is an institute. Okay, it is an institute. How there are the professionals, in the same way there is one institute that will give information regarding how to start a new company, what are the ideas should they have to consider. So these are in the institutional promoters. So next, position of the promoters. The promoter act on behalf of other person. So the promoter may not be the owner sometimes. Okay, so he will act on behalf of the other person. Actually his position is fiduciary in nature. Fiduciary in nature means he will act on behalf of other person or organization. There are neither agents nor the trustees of the company. They are not the agents, they are not at all the trustees of the company, but they provide certain guidelines for the formation of the company. Their formation of the company, for the incorporation of the company, they will provide certain guidelines from where we have to collect the finance and from which supplier we have to collect the raw materials. These all things they provide the guidelines. They will provide just a support to us as a promoter. Okay, he must not make any secret profit out of the transactions he makes on behalf of the company. So on behalf of the company, whatever the profits are arises, okay, whatever the profits are arises on behalf of the company, from that profits he should not create any secret profit. Okay, if you want to take any kind of profit, he can take the profit by informing the directors and shareholders, but he should not create any secret profits for him. Okay, he has an obligation to disclose. He has to disclose fully the material facts relating to the formation of the company. So whatever the information needed for the formation of the company, that he should disclose it completely without hiding anything or without manipulating anything or without keeping anything as a secret. Okay, he has to disclose each and everything during the formation of the company. Any act of negligency, if he act any way in negligency, then he will be punished and penalty under the provision of Company Act. Under the Indian Company Act 2013, he will be punished and penalty is imposed for the negligency what he shown towards his work. So he has to be very honest, because the first stage of the formation of the company start with the promoter. That's why he has to be very alert towards his work, and he has to discharge his duty very effectively without doing any kind of harm to the business, or without consulting any kind of without consulting any other illegal persons, illegal type of business. He should not have to start. He should have to start the business that will help the society and also help the members of the business who are connected with the company. They can get the profits, and also they can get a good name in the society, that is goodwill. So these are the functions of the promoters and types of promoters and the position of the promoters. In the next session we are going to study about the incorporation of a company or registration of a company. Okay, right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that the formation of a company, and this is the fourth session of our chapter. So in the previous session we have discussed about the promoters and also the stages of the promotion, and also about the types of promoters, what are the roles of the promoters. We have discussed each and everything in detail, right? Yes. In this session now we are going to discuss about the incorporation or registration of a company. Incorporation or registration, both the terms are similar meaning, gives the same meaning, that it is legally valid in the eyes of the law. Okay, let us start. What is the incorporation procedure? Obtaining DIN and digital signature. DIN stand for Directors Identification Number. DIN stand for Directors Identification Number, and digital signature means that is connected with the internet. Yes, see what is this? The promoter is to obtain director's identification number and their digital signature. The promoter, what he has to do? He has to get the director's identification number and their digital signature. Firstly, after registration and verification of the director's identification number and digital signature, the director have to sign e-form. The director has to sign e-form, and application is to be filled with the registrar of the companies in the form number INC2 for one-person company. This is for one-person company, and for other companies form INC7 is applicable. So what you are saying means, see, the first the promoter, what he has to do? He has to get the digital identification number, director's identification number and the digital signature of the directors. Okay, after that what he has to do? If this number is registered and verified, okay, this director's identification number and digital signature of the directors is registered, and that signature and that number is verified. After that what they have to do means, the director should have to sign. The director should have to sign e-form, means electronic form. Okay, they have to sign in online form, and application is to filled with the registrar of the companies. So that application e-form should be filled with the registrar of the companies. They have to fill the application is to filled with registrars of the company. For example, if the company is one-person company, only one person is there in the company, then he has to fill the form number INC2 with the registrar of the company, or other companies, more members are there in the companies, then they have to fill the form number INC 7. INC 7. They have to fill that form. Okay, so this is the first step, that is getting a director's identification number and the digital signature of the directors. After the registration and verification of the both the signature and the number, they have to fill the e-forms, electronic forms with the register. Okay, if the company is one person company, then they have to fill the form number INC2. If it is the company of number of members, then they have to fill the form number INC7. Okay, right. Let us move to the next one. Application for approval of the name. The name of the company, for that also they have to get the approval. Okay. For the registration of a company, application is to be submitted for the register of the company of the state. A company may adopt any name which is not prohibited. The company can adopt any name, but the name which is not prohibited means which is not banned. Prohibited means banned. Under the emblems, okay, under the emblems and Names Act 1950, according to the Prohibition Act, okay, Names Act 1915, according to that, and also under the not prohibition, they have to select the name. Okay, if they keep any particular party name or any particular country symbol, emblems, yes, so emblem symbol or emblem name, then that is completely against the Names Act 1950. They should not have to keep the type of names to the company. The name should be not prohibited, means it should not be any kind of name that should harm any other person feelings or emotions in the society. Okay, the registrar is expected to approve the name within 14 days. The registrar will approve the name within the 14 days of the receipt of the application. When you apply for the name, okay, that name should not be prohibited, okay, it should not be banned name, and also it should be valid according to the Names Act 1950. According to emblem signed Names Act 1950, it should be a valid name. Okay, and the registrar will accept and give the approval for that name within the 14 days of the application. Okay, the proposed name must be registered within, okay, whatever the approval you got from the registrar within the 14 days, that name you have to get registered within 3 months of the approved date. Means within 14 days the registrar will approve the name. Okay, the registrar will approve the name within the 14 days. After the approval, you have to get registered the name of the company within 3 months of the approval date nundi 3 months lopala. Within the 3 months, you have to get registered your company name. Let us move on to the next topic, that is next one. Third one, preparation of memorandum of association. In the next chapter, we are going to study about these memorandum of association in detail. Okay, here they are given little bit. Let us see what they have given. It is the constitution of the company. It is the constitution of the company. How India have the constitution, in the same ways the companies also, the joint stock companies also have the constitution. Okay, they also have the constitution, and those constitution is written in memorandum of association. That is written in memorandum of association. That constitution is written in memorandum of association, right? Yes, that is written in the memorandum of association. It is registered under the constitution is written under the memorandum of association. So, which is describe the objective, scope and the relationship with outside world. It describes the what it is describing. It describing the scope. Scope means how much is the circumstance, okay, and after the relationship with the outsiders, what kind of relation they have to maintain with the outsiders, and also the objectives of the business that are mentioned in the memorandum of association. These documents must be carefully drafted, okay, these documents should be carefully drafted and stamped that is carefully drafted, stamped and signed by 7 members in public company and 2 members in private company. So the memorandum of association should have to be signed by 7 members in case of public company and 2 members in case of private company. So according to the new amendments, amendment ante changes, according to the as per the new amendments of the act, means as per the new changes in the act, 1 member is enough in case of private company. 1 member is enough. Okay, according to the new amendments, 1 member is enough. In case of private company, no need of 2 persons. Only 1 person is enough to sign the memorandum of, sign the document. Memorandum of association is a document. Okay, to sign the document, 1 member is enough in case of private company, and in case of public company, at least 7 members are required. Next, preparation of article of association. We will study about the article of association also in the next chapter in detail. Okay, it is a document which contains rules, regulations relating to the internal management. It is related with the rules and regulations related to the internal management and also the capital structure of the business. Okay, what the article of association contains means, the article of association contains the rules and regulations relating to the internal management. Internal management means within the management, within the business organization, what rules have to be followed by the directors, what rules have to be followed by the employees, what rules have to be followed by the workers. So that is clearly mentioned in the article of association. And also the capital structure, whether that is fixed capital or that is working capital, whatever it may be, that is clearly explained in the article of association. So we will study about the fixed capital, working capital also in the next upcoming chapters. Don't worry. A public company may adopt model classes prescribed in table 4 schedule I of the act. Okay, the private company should have to follow while preparing a document, that is the article of association, table 4 schedule I of the act, and the private company is required to submit its articles and duly signed by the signators, means by the directors. So the public company should have to submit may adopt the model clauses. Clauses means rules and regulations. Okay, the public company can adopt the rules and regulations as per table 4 schedule 1 of the act, but the private company required to submit the articles. They have to prepare their own articles. There is no articles for them that are already written and there are duly signed by the signators. Means everyone should have to sign those articles. Okay. Why you will get the doubt, why madam for the public company there is already written and for the private company that is not written? Means see ma, public company means 51% of the shares are under the, means paid up capital is under the control of the government. So the government only written the article clauses they will write. Based on that clauses, the public company should have to follow. But whereas come to the private company, that is not under the control of the government, so that's why they have to prepare their own clauses and signed by all the directors. Next, preparation of other documents. What are those? Consult of the first director. Consult of the first director. The directors should give written consult form number DIR2. DIR2. They have to submit these. Directors should have to submit the form number DIR. DIN, not DIN. DIN means Directors Identification Number. That is not. Here the different number. See, form number DIR, Directors Related number, that is DIR2 to the register of the company. They have to submit the form. That form name is DIR form number 2 that have to be registered to the that have to be submitted to the register of the company. The powers of attorney. So the powers of attorney, the promoter should execute the power of attorney in the favor of one of the promoters or an advocate who is carry out formalities required for the registration. So who carrying the formalities of the registration in their favor, the power of attorney should have to be execute. Okay, in those favor the power of attorney should have to be execute. If the promoter, one promoter is starting the business and another promoter is helping, then this promoter can execute the power of attorney on the name of that promoter, or any advocate is involved. Advocate means lawyer. Okay, any advocate is involved in carrying out the formalities of the registration. At that time, the power of attorney can be given to the advocate. Okay, it can be executed towards the advocate. So this is about the preparation of other documents. We have more remaining 2 documents are there here, and we have so many topics regarding the incorporation of the company, which we will continue in the next session, that is in the 5th session. There is a continuation of this topic in the 5th session. Okay, yes. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with, that is the formation of a company. And this is the 5th session, which is the continuation of the 4th session. And here we have to complete the topic, that is the incorporation or registration of the company. Yes, notice of registered office. Notice of registered office. What is this? When the location of the registered office is finalized. Prior to the incorporation. Prior to the incorporation means before the incorporation, before the registration. If the registration office of the company is finalized, then the notice of it is to be filled. Then that notice have to be filled. If not, within 30 days of its registration, it is to be submitted. After the registration, within 30 days of the registration, it has to be submitted. Means if it is available before the registration, then they have to submit. If it is not available during the registration, then after the registration they have to submit the location of their registered office. Okay. Next, particulars of directors. Particulars have to be filled within 30 days along with the memorandum of association and article of association of the company. So particulars of directors should have to be filled within the 13 days along with the memorandum of memorandum of association and article of association of the company. They have to fill the particulars of the directors, how many directors are going to be in the business. Okay. Next, statutory declaration. A declaration that all the requirements under the Company Act have been compiled with in form number INC. Yeah, it is to be filled with the register. So they have to fill these with the register. They have to fill the form number INC8. That all the above information is clear according to the Indian Company Act. The information we have submitted all the informations, and you have to fill the form. That's the form number INC8 that has to be filled with the register. Next, filling application form. So after completing all the above formalities, okay, after completing all the above formalities, the promoter have to fill in the prescribed form for its submission to the register of the company. So there is a prescribed form for the registration of the company. Those form has to be filled by the promoter, and along with the filling of that form, they have to submit the necessary documents like memorandum of association, article of association, notice of the register office, okay, next particulars of director, statutory declaration, and also the previous things what we have discussed. Yes, those all things they have to submit. Along those documents have to be submit, okay, and they have to fill the form of the registration also. Next, payment of registration fee. In addition to filling with the document, the prescribed fee has to be paid towards the registration of the company. For the registration of the company, they have to fill the prescribed registration fee. Whatever the prescribed registration fee is there, that fee have to be paid according to the Indian Companies Act, 2013. According to that, they have to pay that fee and they have to get their company registered. Next, incorporation certificate. Incorporation certificate. Finally, you are getting the certificate of incorporation. If the registrar is satisfied, with all these, with all the statutory requirements stated above or compiled under the Act, issue a certificate called Certificate of Incorporation. If the registrar is satisfied with all these documents and also the forms which have been filled, okay, if he is satisfied with these all things, then he will issue a certificate that is known as Certificate of Incorporation. From then onwards, the private company can start their business. But for the public company, one more certificate is required. That is the Certificate of Commencement of the business is required in case of public company. But in case of private company, they can start the business immediately after getting the Certificate of Incorporation. But the public company can't start, as public company has to get two certificates. One is Certificate of Incorporation and another one is Certificate of Commencement of a business. So up to here, commencement, incorporation or registration of the company topic is completed. And the next topic, capital subscription. Capital subscription means the public company should have to raise the paid up capital from the public. Okay, the public company should have to raise the capital from the public in the form of issuing the shares and debentures. Okay, so a public company can't commence the business, means a public company can't start the business. Commenced business means can't start, can't commence the business. It means the business, it can't start the business unless the minimum subscription as stated in the prospectus. Okay, we will study about the prospectors and the types of the prospectors in the next chapter. Okay, as stated in the prospectus is subscribed. So whatever they show in the prospectus, how much amount they should be subscribed, how many shares they have to be subscribed, that should have to be minimum, that should have to be subscribed. Okay, minimum subscription as stated in the prospectus. ప్రాస్పెక్టర్లో చూపించిన మినిమం సబ్స్క్రిప్షన్ అనేది ఖచ్చితంగా సబ్స్క్రైబ్ చేయాలి. ఇఫ్ ఇన్ కేస్ if a company does not receive 90% of the issue amount from the public, okay, if a public company is not receiving 90% of issues, means issue of shares, debentures or other securities from the public as a subscription within 120 days, within a time limit of 120 days, what they have to do? It have to refund the amount to the applicants. Refund means giving back the amount to the applicants who are subscribed. Okay, for them it has to give back as per the guidelines of Security and Exchange Board of India Act. This is SEBI Act. Within the 10 days they have to give back. Within 120 days, if they are not getting the 90% of the subscription from the public, then they have to give that amount to the applicants according to the SEBI guidelines. They have to give it within the 10 days. Okay. So 90% of the issue amount from the public as subscription within 120 days, they have to gather that amount of subscription. Subscription means what? They have to gather the capital within 120 days by issuing the shares and debentures. 90% of the capital they have to gather. Okay, if they have failed to gather that 90% within 120 days, then they have to give back the amount to the applicants who have been subscribed according to the guidelines of the SEBI. Within the 10 days they have to give back the amount to the applicants. That is the rule of the SEBI. So this is about the capital subscription. Now we have completed 6 chapters. According to our syllabus, we have 12 chapters. We have completed 6 chapters. It means that 50% of our syllabus is totally completed. Now it is your turn now to read and practice at the home. Don't waste the time. The time is very valuable. The second which you lost now will never come back in your life. So don't waste the time. You are the first year, so that's why you have to do more hard work, right? So please read the topics which have been completed. All topics are important topics. So don't waste the time. Read the topics, write, try to make a writing practice. You have to write speedily in exam, because in English medium what happened, the question will be, we have to write very lengthy, then only we can get good marks. Okay, we can't explain the sentence in one line. We have to write at least 2 lines for the explanation. So you have to maintain good writing along with the speed. Okay, let us meet in the new session with the new chapter. Okay, we will meet with the new chapter. This is the 7th chapter in the new session. Till then, you have to be read at the home, do practice, and also be safe. Yeah. Yes, very good morning, ma. Welcome to All for Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. And the chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 7th chapter, commencement of business. So what's the meaning of commencement of business? See, commencement of business means in order to start the business. Okay, in order to start the business, what are the legal formalities required and what are the legal formalities should have to be fulfilled by the management in order to get their business registered with Indian Registration, Companies Registration Act 2013. So for that they should have to prepare some of the documents, and they have to submit those documents to the register of the company. So in everyday sessions from today onwards, we are going to discuss about everything what is necessary to start a business. There will be 3 things are very important in order to start the business. The registrar will ask that. One is memorandum of association, next is article of association, and the last one is prospectus. So in this session we are going to study about what is memorandum of association. Okay, so memorandum of association can also be abbreviated as MOA. Memorandum of Association. So it is a constitution and character of the company. It is a constitution. Okay, how we have constitution for our country, in the same way it is the constitution and character of the company. Okay, it provides the foundation on which the company structure is built. It is the foundation. Okay, it is just like a basement. Okay, when we want to build the house, the foundation should be the strong. We use the pillars. Yes, so for these in business we can't stand the pillars. Pillars ni lepi chupiyalem kada register mundala. So that's why we use the clauses. Clauses are the pillars. Okay, based on these clauses the foundation of the business will be stand. Okay, it acts as an indicator or guidelines for the investors who are interested and are planning to invest in the company. The investors who are ready to invest in the particular company, for them it just help like a guidance, and it also helps as an indicator. It indicates what that company and what is that company status and what the foundation for that company, whether that company investing in that company bring profits or it will bring the losses. So there will be clear guidelines for the investors. It defines the scope of the company. Means scope means the circumstance. Okay, it defines the circumstance, paridhi. Okay, up to what the business can do its activities. It shows the circumstance. Okay, company's activities as well as relations with the outside world. It will show the circumstance of the company, how it has relationship, how much freedom it has to make the relationship with the outsiders, how much freedom the company has to expand the business in some other countries. That completely defined in the memorandum of association. So that's why it is a scope of the company, and it is the foundation of the company, and it is the character of the company. So it is the most important thing. Okay, it is the most important thing in the business. It is the most important thing in the business. So in order to start the business, this thing is just like a foundation. How the building required the foundation, in the same way these also required the foundation. Company also required the foundation. Okay, next, this is the definition. Okay, this is the definition of a memorandum of association. Memorandum of association is one of the document. Okay, it is one of the documents which have to be filed. Okay, these document has to be filed with the register of the companies. Okay, these document has to be submitted. Okay, filed means submitting to register of the company at the time of incorporation, means while the time of starting the business, while the time of starting the company, while the time of incorporation of the company, means at the time of starting of the company, at the time of starting of the company, at that time it will be necessary to submit the document to the register of the company. Yes, they have to fill the clauses, whatever the clauses are there, they have to fill the clauses with the register of the companies. So this is definition is according to the Indian Companies Act 2013, section 2, subsection 56. Once again, section 2, subsection 56. Okay, according to this definition is given. Next, let us move on to the clauses of memorandum of association. Totally we have 6 clauses. In that the first clause is name clause, section 4, subsection 1a. Okay, section 4, subsection 1a. So a company being a separate legal entity, a company is a separate legal entity. What it is the meaning? that the company is a separate legal entity? It means that the company is different and the owner is different. According to in your accounting, in the accounting concepts, you have the first concept, that only business entity concept. It states that owner is different and business is different. So here also the first clause, the name clause, states that company being a separate legal entity must have a name. It should have a name. Okay, it is not a owner. Company means it is also a type of artificial person. So it also requires some name. A company may select any name. It can select any name it wants. But the name should not be objectionable under the provision of Emblems and Names Act 1950. So it should not have any objection under the provision of Emblems and Names Act 1915. Under that there should not be any objection. If you are keeping the name like some names like a king, queen, or the name of the some government MLAs, MPs, like this, you should not keep the name of the company. Your name of the company should be it should not be objectionable. Okay, it should not have any objection under the provision of Emblems and Names Act 1950. Okay, the word limited must be used. The word limited must be used at the end of the name of public company. If your company is a public company, then at the end of the company name you have to write limited. For example, your company name is XYZ company. Then you have to give the name that XYZ Limited Company. It indicates that it is a public company. Okay. Next, private company, private limited. In case of private company, you have to end the name of the company with private limited. So XYZ Private Limited Company. Okay. In case of public company, you have to write like this, XYZ Limited. In case of private company, XYZ Private Limited. So these should be at the end of the name of the company. So this is about the name class. Let us see the registered office or situation class. Okay, registered office or situation class, section 4, subsection 1b. Subsection 1b. These class state the place, address of the registered office of the company. So these class, what it indicates? It indicates the place. Okay, address of the registered office. Okay, the registered office of the company, where it is located, in which state, in which district, in which mandal it is located, that should be mentioned in this class. Okay, ఆ పేరు అడ్రస్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో దాన్ని ప్లేస్ అండ్ అడ్రస్ అనేది ఈ క్లాస్లో మెన్షన్ చేయాలి. కంపెనీ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఆఫీస్ ఎక్కడుందో దాని డీటెయిల్స్ అనేవి ఈ క్లాస్లో సబ్మిట్ చేయాలి. This helps to have correspondency with the company if the place is not decided. If the place is not decided at the time of incorporation. Okay, while starting the company, if you have not decided the place of your registered office at that time, it can be intimated to the registrar. Okay, you can inform to the registrar. Intimated means you inform. You can inform to the registrar within 30 days. Within 30 days from the date of incorporation or commencement of business. Okay, within 30 days. Okay, within 30 days you can, within the 13 days from the date of incorporation or commencement. Incorporation or commencement both indicates the starting of the business. Okay, from within the 30 days from the date of incorporation or commencement, you have to submit, whichever is earlier, you have to submit that information regarding the place and address of your registered office to the registered office of the company to the registrar. Okay, you have to submit it. It is according to the Indian Company Act 2013. It is mandatory according to the act. Next, objective clause section 4 subsection 1c. Okay, objectives clause. These clause contains two types of objectives. Okay, objectives objects class section 4 subsection 1c. So these class contain two main objects. One is main objects, other objects. So these class contains some of the objects, means objectives. These class offers, okay, so these class is the very important class among the other classes. As we know the business will be started with certain objectives, right? So let us see. This clause offers protection to the shareholders and creditors by ensuring that the fund are not going to be risked. So these clause provide a protection to the shareholders and the creditors by telling that whatever you are going to invest, that is not in a risk. These clause will show a type of protection to the shareholders and the creditors. Who are the creditors? Company evariki baki untundo vallu creditors. Okay, shareholders ante vaatadarulu. Okay, shares ni hold chesetollu. Next class, liability class section 4 subsection 1d. Liability class. Okay, it states that the liability of the members is limited. Limited liability means if there is a loss in the company, the property of the members of the company will not be touched. Okay, personal property will not be touched. They will claim up to the capital what they have contributed. వాళ్ళు తెచ్చిన క్యాపిటల్ వరకు మాత్రమే లాస్ వస్తే క్లెయిమ్ చేసుకుంటారు, అంతేగాని దే నెవర్ గోయింగ్ టు టచ్ ద పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఆఫ్ ద మెంబర్స్ to the value of the shares held by them. Okay, it means that the members are liable to pay only the unpaid balance of the shares. So the members have to pay only the unpaid balance of the share. For example, the share value is 10,000 rupees. Okay, if the value of the share is 10,000 rupees, if they have paid only 8,000 rupees, then the member has to pay the remaining 2,000 rupees only. Up to that only they are liable. Their personal property is not going to touch in order to recover the loss, or in order to recover the 2,000 rupees. His watch is not going to be taken, or his chain is not going to be taken, or his cell phone is not going to be taken by the company. Okay, so they will claim up to the loss whatever it have without touching the personal property. Capital class section 4 subsection 1e. So the division of the capital into the total capital will be divided into equity preference shares and number. NO means number of shares in each category. So in case of equity shares, how many number of shares are there in equity share category? In case of preference share category, how many shares are there? And the value should be given, and the value of the each share should be given. Okay, the value of each share should be given. Association class or subscription class section 13 subsection 4c. Okay, according to the association clause or subscription clause. So these clause contains the name of the signators. Okay, signators means who do the signature of memorandum of association, who signed the memorandum of association, their full address and occupation of subscribers and witness are also given. So while signing the memorandum of association by the members of the company, their signatures their signatures, who are doing the signature, they will become the subscribers. And the witness, some of them have to give the witness sign is also necessary. The subscribers declared that they agree to incorporate the company and agree to take the shares against their names. So, by signing the memorandum of association, these subscribers are very clear. They will clearly state that we are now the members of this company and we are ready to we are ready to receive the shares against our names. Against means in our names, on behalf of our names, we are going to purchase the shares of this company in order to start the company, for the incorporation of the company, for the need of the capital. We are agree and we are going to hold the shares of the company. So that is the 6th class, association clause or subscription clause, section 13, subsection 4C. Okay, these are the most important clauses of memorandum of association. All these clauses are filled with the register of the company by the company members. So this is very important question. So don't leave it, read it, practice it. Okay, this is very important question. Let us meet in the other session with other topic, that is article of association. Okay, yeah. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 7th chapter, commencement of business, and this is the second session of the chapter. So in this session we are going to discuss about the article of association. Okay, article of association, it can also be abbreviated as AOA, article of association. So what is this? Let us see. The rules and regulations framed for the internal management of the company, which are set out in the document, is named as article of association. So the rules and regulations which are required for the internal management of the company, for the internal purpose of the company, for the internal purpose of the company, which are set out in a document, which are written in a document, and that document is named as article of association. So in the article of association, the rules and regulations of internal management of the company are clearly defined. What should the company have to be do and what the company should not have to be do. That is clearly stated in article of association. It also helps in achieving the objectives of specified in memorandum of association. So it will be help in achieving the objectives which are specified in memorandum of association. Whatever the objectives, whatever the clauses we have defined in the memorandum of association, in order to achieve that, the internal rules and regulations of the management is very important to achieve the objectives of memorandum of association. Let us move on to the definition of article of association. Article of association of a company as originally framed or as altered from time to time in pursuance of any previous company law, or these act including so far as they are applied to the company, the regulations contained as the cause may be in table A to schedule I of the act. So what they have given here, memorandum of association of a company as originally framed. If it is originally framed, the document, the internal rules and regulations of the company that are originally framed, are there can be change. Okay, there can be change from time to time according to the changes in the external environment. According to the changes in the external environment, the document article of association can be changed from time to time, okay, of any previous company's law, according to any previous company's law, okay. Previously we have Indian Companies Act 1956. Now it is changed to 2013. So in 1956 there are certain different rules, and in 2013 there are certain rules. At that time it is necessary to change the or to alter the document of article of association. So that's why he is saying that alter from time to time in presence of any previous company law, means in the presence of any previous company law or these act, including so far as applied to the company. So in 1956 some other rules are applied to the company, but in 2013 some other rules are applied to the company. So they have to be continually changed. The regulations contained as the cause may be in table A to schedule 1 of the act. So this is according to the act, according to the Indian Company Act 2013, section 2 subsection 5, section 2 subsection 5. According to that there is certain schedules and table A to schedule I of the act. In that there will be certain types of regulations that have to be contained in the document of memorandum of association. Let us see some of the contents of article of association. What the article of association contains? Actually what it contains? It contains the 14 things. ఓకే, ఎగ్జామ్లో 14 ఉన్నాయని తగ్గించి రాయకండి. 14కి 14 రాయాల్సిందే, మ్యాండేటరీ. ఇంకొకటి, మెమొరండమ్ ఆఫ్ అసోసియేషన్లో క్లాసెస్ 6 ఉన్నాయి, నేను 5 రాస్తానంటే కుదరదు. 6కి 6 చదవాల్సిందే, ఇక్కడ 14కి 14 చదవాల్సిందే. ఓకే, యూ కాంట్ క్విట్ ఎనీథింగ్. See, the amount of share capital issued, okay, the amount of share capital issued, type of shares, number of shares, calls on shares, rights and privileges of different categories of shareholders must be mentioned in memorandum of association. So what he is saying, the amount of share capital, okay, for example the amount of share capital, for example the amount of share capital, that is rupees 10 lakhs rupees. The amount of share capital is 10 lakhs rupees, that is required. Okay, types of shares. So here we have 2 types of shares. One is equity share and another one is preference shares. Okay, equity shares and preference shares. Shares are classified in 2 categories. Number of shares, how many equity shares you are issuing, number of equity shares and number of preference shares, how many preference shares you are issuing. Okay, call on shares, how much amount. Call on shares means, it means that how much amount you are receiving from that shares, how much amount receiving from the shares, amount receiving from the shares. Okay, and privileges of different categories of shareholders must be mentioned in article of association. So different types of shareholders are there. Who are holding the equity shares? They are called as equity shareholders. They are called as equity shareholders. They are called as equity shareholders. And who are holding the preference shares? They are called as preference shareholders. Preference shareholders. Again, these preference shareholders are classified into 2 categories: convertible preference shares, non-convertible preference shares. Okay, convertible preference shares and non-convertible preference shares. Non-convertible preference shares. So This I will explain you in the next chapter. We have the different types of shares. There I will explain you in detail. Okay? Yes. Procedure for transfer or forfeiture of shares. So procedure for the transferring of shares and forfeitures means losing the share without any compensation. Okay? You are losing something without getting any compensation. That is known as forfeiture. Okay, so procedures, what are the procedures for transferring the shares and for forfeiting the shares? What are the procedures are there? That also mentioned in the article of association. Procedure for the issue of debentures and stocks. Okay, not only the company will issue the shares, the company will issue debentures also. In order to raise the capital, the company will issue debentures and stock also. Okay, debentures and stock also it will issue in order to raise the capital. In order to raise the capital from the stock market, it will issue debentures and stock. Powers to alter as well as reduce the share capital and its procedure for alternation. So alter means change. Okay, in order to make changes as well as reduce the share capital. The procedure for the reducing of the share capital, whatever the powers are there to reduce the share capital, and procedure for alternation. While making certain alternations in the rules, regulations, or in any changes in the capital, there will be certain type of procedure. Then what will be that procedure? That have to be clearly mentioned in the article of association. The appointment of the directors, their power, duties and remuneration. Remuneration means salary. Okay, remuneration means salary to the directors. Okay, the appointment of the directors, how many directors we are appointing. Okay, whatever the powers the directors will be have and what the duties they have to perform and what is the salary given to those directors. The appointment of the managing directors, how many managing directors are appointing. Provisions regarding conducting the general meetings, how many general meetings should be conducted in a year. In 1 year, how many general meetings have to be conducted. Okay, and afterwards special meetings. Special meetings means for special purpose, for taking certain types of decisions. For that purpose, they will conduct some special meetings. Voting proxies means in case any one member is not able to present for the voting. ఓకే, ఒకవేళ ఒక వ్యక్తి ఓటింగ్ జరిగే టైంకి రాలేకపోతే ప్రాక్సీస్ అంటే అతని రీప్రజెంటేటివ్, అతను కాకుండా అతని ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్ కావచ్చు లేదా అతని అడ్వకేట్ కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళు వచ్చి వాళ్ళు ఓట్ వేసే రైట్ అవన్నీ దేంట్లో ఉంటాయంటే ఆర్టికల్ ఆఫ్ అసోసియేషన్, రిజల్యూషన్, ద closing of the business, that are completely resolutions that are completely mentioned in the article of association. Provisions related to the dividends and reserves. Reserves means if the company get the profit. Okay, if the wait a second, see, equity shareholders, preference shareholders, these both two shareholders receive the returns. షేర్స్ కొన్నందుకు వీళ్ళకు వచ్చే రిటర్న్స్ని ఏమంటామంటే, వీళ్ళకు మంత్లీ ఇచ్చే రిటర్న్స్ని ఏమంటామంటే డివిడెంట్ అంటాం. ఏమంటాం? డివిడెంట్ అంటాం. ఓకే, మంత్లీ వీళ్ళకి ఇచ్చే అమౌంట్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో దాన్ని డివిడెంట్స్ అంటాం. మరి రిజర్వ్స్ అంటే ఏంటిది మేడం అంటే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ యూ గాట్ ద ప్రాఫిట్ ఆఫ్ 90,000 రూపీస్ ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చింది. సో దీంట్లో నుంచి డివిడెంట్స్ ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్, ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్కి ఫస్ట్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్కి డివిడెంట్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ సెకండ్ ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ విల్ టేక్ ద డివిడెంట్. If if we are giving dividend of 45,000 rupees, then how much amount will be remain? More 45,000 rupees will be remain. In that, the company what they will do means they will take 20,000 as a reserve, means they will take this 20,000 as a savings. Okay, they use it as a saving. When the time is arises, when the need is arises, at that time they use these savings. Okay, At that time they will use these savings for the purpose of the development of the business. Okay, rules for preliminary contracts. Preliminary contracts means in order to making contract with the other parties, whatever the rules are required, that should be clearly mentioned. Provision regarding the common seal. Common seal means a round stamp will be there. A company is not a natural person. Yes, it is an artificial person. So it can't make the sign. Adi sign cheyaledu kabatti there is a common seal that is applied on the papers. Okay, whatever the company related documents are there, on that common seal will be placed. Preparation of accounts. The accounts have to be prepared and audit has to be done for those accounts. Audit means checking of accounts. And methods of appropriation of profit. And they have to whatever the methods they are going to use in order to appropriation means increase or maximization. Okay, in order to increase the profit, whatever the methods they are going to use, that also clearly mentioned. Next, maintenance of bank account. The company should have to maintain the bank account, and in which bank they have the account, the passbook details that should also be mentioned according to article of association. Procedure for the winding up of the company. While closing the company, winding up means closing or ending the company, what will be the legal procedure while winding the company. Other rules and regulations of the company are completely mentioned in the article of association. So this is about the article of association. So with the article of association, we can achieve the objectives of memorandum of association. Whereas memorandum is the character or foundation of the company, here the article of association, it indicates the rules and regulations of internal management of the company. Both are different. Okay, so in the next session we will go for the differences between article of association and memorandum of association. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, the first chapter, commencement of the business. This is the third session of the chapter. So in the previous session we have discussed about what is memorandum of association and what is article of association. So here we are going to discuss about the differences between the memorandum of association and article of association. Let us see first the scope. It is a constitution of the company. Yes, memorandum of association is a constitution of the company. Means within its framework, within its circumstance only, the company has to perform its performance. Okay. So the company work in the framework given in the memorandum. So the company can carry out its work within the framework what is mentioned in the memorandum. So it can't go beyond the memorandum of association. So what is article of association means? The article contains by laws for the day-to-day working of the company as set out in the memorandum of association. So it is an for internal management purpose we required article of association. The article of association contains those things which are required for the day-to-day activities of the company. So it also includes the things which are in memorandum of association. Those things are implemented in the article of association. So article of association is set out in the memorandum of association. What are contained in the memorandum of association? Those things which have to be doing day-to-day activities that can be done with the help of article of association. Next, need. Memorandum of association must be prepared by all the companies and filed with the registrar. Okay, so memorandum of association is a necessary that every company should have to prepare, and it should have to file that with the registrar of the company. Okay, next, article of association. The public company may not have their own articles. So for the private company they can keep their own articles, but the public company can't keep their own articles. So that's why they have to adopt the articles according to table A, schedule 1 as its articles. So whatever the articles are there in table A and schedule 1, those articles should have to be adopted by the article of association. So relationship, the next one is relationship. It defines the relationship between the company and the outside world. So memorandum of association indicates the relationship between the two parties, that is, one is company and another one is outside world. Whereas come to the article of association, it defines the relationship between company and members among themselves. So it is within the company, but memorandum of association is within the company and with the outside of the company. But the article of association is only within the company. It maintains the relationship with the company and the members among themselves, means members of the company. So it maintains relationship between these two. So next one is alternation. So alternation means the chances of changing. Okay, it can't be changed easily. Memorandum of association can't be changed easily. If we want to change the memorandum of association, again it has so much legal formalities. So article of association can be altered easily, means it can be changed easily, but the memorandum of association can't be changed easily, but article of association can be changed easily. Next, provision. It is a subordinate only to the act. So memorandum of association is a subordinate. Subordinate means it is follow the rules and regulations of the act. Which act? Companies Act. Okay, the company work with the legal provisions of memorandum of association. So the company will be run according to the legal provisions. Whatever the legal provisions are there in the memorandum of association, according to that the company will be run. It is subordinate to memorandum and the Companies Act. Okay, the article of association is subordinate to the memorandum of association and it also subordinate to the Company Act 2013. Legal effect. Any act of the company beyond the scope of memorandum will be void. So if anything is done against or beyond the scope, over the scope of the memorandum, it will become illegal in the eyes of the law, and also it is a void, means it is completely wrong according to the Companies Act. It will be completely wrong if anything done in the company that is not mentioned in the memorandum, then it will become very difficult for the company to face the legal things which arises due to doing these kind of things. Okay, next, anything is done beyond the scope of article is not be void. So if anything is done, okay, if anything is done beyond the scope of article, it is not a wrong thing, because it can be rectified by passing a special resolution, by giving a special reason why we have changed the internal structure of the company. By giving a special reason or special resolution, we can change the internal structure of the company. So the article of association can perform its function beyond the scope of beyond the scope. Okay, so if it perform beyond the scope, then it will not be wrong. But if the memorandum of association, if the company is performing beyond the scope of the memorandum of association, then it will be completely treated as a wrong. So this is the major differences between memorandum of association and article of association. Let us meet in some other session with the new topic. Till then, you have to do the hard work and you have to maintain a speed writing with a good handwriting. Okay, yeah. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 7th chapter, commencement of the business. So this is the 4th session of the chapter. So in the first session we have discussed about the memorandum of association, MOA, and in the second session we have discussed about the article of association. Yes, so in this session we are going to discuss about the and in the third session we have seen the differences between the article of association, memorandum of association, and these in this session we are going to discuss about the prospectus. So prospectus means what? First let us know the meaning of prospectus. Okay, a public company can invite the people to purchase the shares. Okay, a public company can invite the people to purchase that company shares. Okay, to purchase that company shares and debentures. Okay, so the public company can invite general public, common public, in order to purchase that public company shares and debentures through an advertisement. They will call the public to purchase the shares of their company. Okay, such an advertisement or notice containing detailed information about the company. Okay, whether that is an advertisement, okay, or it is a notice, whatever it may be, that contain the detailed information about the company. It contains detailed information about the company, and that detailed information that is known as prospectus. It is known as prospectus. So a private company can't issue. So a private company can't able to issue the prospectus to secure its capital. So it can't able to issue prospectus in order to raise the capital from the general public. But the public company can company can invite the people to purchase or to subscribe the shares and debentures of that particular company through an advertisement or through a notice. Next, the definition. The definition of a prospectus. Any document describes, okay, it may be a document that described or issued, okay, issued a prospectus and includes a red herring prospectus. Red herring prospectus. Red herring prospectus means it is a type of a prospectus. That is the initial stage of the prospectus, means that is the preliminary stage, means the first stage of the prospectus. Okay, referred to in section 32. So red herring prospectus are in section 32, or shelf prospectus. Okay, shelf prospectus means they know certain information about the prospector. It is a type of issuing the prospectus. Okay, so referred to in section 31. It is in section 31. Or any notice, circular, advertisement or other document inviting offer from the public. Okay, it was inviting offer from the public. It is an invitation to the public for subscription of any securities. Subscription means in order to purchase any kind of securities, whether the shares or debentures. In the shares we have again two: equity shares, preference shares. Okay, whatever they want to purchase, they can purchase those securities. Okay, so this definition is given by Companies Act 2013, section 2, subsection 17. So this definition is given by Companies Act 2013, section 2, subsection 17. So this is about the definition. Simply we can say that prospectus means just a document or notice or circular, whatever it may be. It contains information about the particular company, that is known as prospectus. So let us see, prospectus must include what? What it must include. So one thing you have to remember, first years చూడండి, ఇక్కడ 17 ఉన్నాయి. మీరు 17 మాకు గుర్తుకుండవు మేడం, మేము రాయలేము 17 అంటే అట్లా నడవదమ్మా. 17కి 17 రాయాల్సిందే. ఓకే, యూ కాంట్ ఏబుల్ టు రిడ్యూస్ to 12 or 10. You can't reduce. If you reduce in that way, your marks will also be reduced, because this is completely 17. You have to write. This is a mandatory. At any cost you have to write it. Okay, so let us see first of all what the prospectus must includes. Okay, name and full address of the company. So it contains the name and full address where the company is, in which country, in which state, okay, in which district, okay, in which mandal, where the company. So name and full address of the company, first thing. Next, the particulars of the signatures of the memorandum of association. Okay, the particulars of the signators. So who signed the memorandum of association, their particulars and the number of shares taken up by them. So who signed that memorandum of association, those members, how many shares, number of shares, okay, how many number of shares each of them is taken, that is also clearly it should be defined in the prospectus. Name, address and occupation of the members, okay. So name, address and occupation of members of board of directors, secretary, auditor, legal advisor, banker. So their name, address and occupation should have to be clearly defined above to the board of members, secretary, auditor, legal advisor, banker, etc. So the particulars should have to be clearly described. The minimum subscription amount fixed by the promoters. So minimum subscription. So what will be the minimum value of the share? What will be the minimum value of the debenture? What is their minimum amount? That should be clearly mentioned. So that value is fixed by the promoters. Okay. Yes, the value of that subscription is decided by the promoters. Promoters means who? In the previous sessions we have discussed about the promoters. Promoter means that person who has the idea to start the business, was at the first stage of the business, okay. So that he will describe the minimum subscription amount. The details of the property acquired, if any additional property they are maintaining, then details of that additional property should have to be mentioned in the prospectus, okay. Because why these all have to be we have to disclose means these all information is going to be seen by the public, and by seeing these they will going to purchase the shares of that company or debentures of that company. So that's why everything should have to be disclosed to the public. The details of the property, okay, the time of opening and closing of subscription list. So from what time the subscription, the securities will be open to purchase, and at what time it will be going to close, that should be clearly defined, okay. Next, the capital structure of the company and particulars of issue. Capital structure, how much will be the capital, okay, how many crores will be the capital, and in that how much will be the fixed capital, okay. Fixed capital means it is used to purchase plant and machinery, furniture, building, land, okay, equipments, tools. These are for these we require fixed capital. So there is another capital that is working capital, okay. Working capital, what is working capital, madam? Means for day to day activities, for giving salaries, for giving wages, for paying electricity bill, for paying any other expenses, for stationery, for postage, okay. For those things we require working capital, means day to day, every day we require certain amount to run the business, to run the company. So that capital is known as working capital. Fixed capital means purchase of machinery, purchase of building, purchase of furniture, purchase of equipments, purchase of tools. These all are called as a fixed capital, okay. That particular should have to be due, okay, of the company, and particulars of issue. How many equity shares you are going to be issue, how many preference shares you are going to be issue, and how many debentures you are going to be issued. That should be completely disclosed here. The amount payable on application, allotment and calls. So what is the amount you are paying on applications, okay, what you are paying on the applications, whatever the applications you are receiving, for that what you are paying, and for the allotment of the shares what you are paying, and for the calls means for receiving, not phone call, for receiving of shares, what amount you are receiving. So that should be clearly, you have to be, the company should have to be clearly mentioned. Next, basis for the issue price. So basis on what the price of the shares are issued, or the price of the shares have been fixed, that should also be have to be mentioned. The particulars of preferential treatment given to the person for subscribing shares or debentures. So preferential means some different type of treatment, some type of treatment. That treatment means not medical treatment. Treatment means there is certain variations between while we are issuing equity shares and while we are issuing preference shares and while we are issuing debentures, there will be certain variations. Okay. If you are issuing equity shares means there are the real owners, so they will take the dividend after giving to the preference shareholders. So preference shareholders will get the dividend, which is very fixed dividend. Okay, so in this way there will be certain type of preferential treatment is there. Different type of treatment is there for different type of shareholders, that we will going to be studying in the upcoming sessions. Okay, in detail we are going to study what is equity shareholder, what is preference shareholder, what is debenture. We are going to study in detail. Okay, don't worry about that. The address of the underwriters. Underwriters means who means, see, when we are issuing the shares into the market lo shares issue chestam. చేసినప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనము 100 షేర్స్ మార్కెట్లో ఇష్యూ చేస్తున్నాం అనుకోండి. సో ఇన్ దట్ 100 షేర్స్ మనము ఏం చేస్తామంటే ఆ షేర్స్ సేల్ అవుతాయో లేవో మనకు తెలియవు, పర్చేస్ అవుతాయో లేవో తెలియవు. సో we will approach to one broker. That broker is known as underwriter. So what this underwriter will do means, he will take the promise, he will give the promise that he will sell at least 70 or 50, whatever it may be, he wish. అతని ఇష్టం ఎంత అయినా అతను చెప్తాడు. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 70 షేర్స్ నేను అమ్మి పెడతాను మీ తరపున అని చెప్తాడు. అలా చెప్పి బ్రోకర్ ఏం చేస్తాడు, అండర్ రైటర్ అంటే బ్రోకర్, అతను ఏం చేస్తాడు, అమ్మడానికి ప్రయత్నిస్తాడు. ఒకవేళ అతను అమ్మడంలో ఫెయిల్ అయిపోయినాడు అనుకోండి, అలాంటప్పుడు అతనే కొనుక్కోవాలి ఆ 70 షేర్స్. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ ద రిస్క్ హియర్. సో అండర్ రైటర్ అంటే అతను ఒకవేళ అమ్మగలిగితే అమ్ముతాడు, అమ్మలేని పరిస్థితుల్లో అతనే కొనుక్కోవాల్సి వస్తుంది. Particulars about the reserves and surplus. Reserve means the amount. For example, the company got 10,000 rupees profit. In that, after giving after all the expenses, it getting a profit of 2,000 rupees. In that, they have to keep 1,000 rupees as reserves. అంటే ఒక సైడ్కి ఒక మూలకు పెట్టేస్తారు. ఫర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ యూజ్డ్ ఫర్ ద ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్ ఆర్ ఫర్ ద గ్రోత్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్. ఓకే, సర్ప్లస్ మీన్స్ excess profit. Okay, so the amount of preliminary expenses means any other expenses. Okay, other expenses is called as preliminary expenses. The name and address of the auditor means who will check the accounts. Okay, his name and his address should have to be mentioned. Particulars regarding the voting rights at the meetings of the company. So which shareholder will have the voting right, okay, and about the meetings of the company, that also should have to be mentioned in the prospectus. Next, management perception of risk factor. So whatever the risk is there in the business, that should also be clearly they have to mention. Okay, what is the management expecting the risk from the business and how they are issued that risk by taking the insurance, that have to clearly mention. Disclosure of investors grievancy and redressal system. Grievancy means anything that have been done wrong. Redressal means giving compensation for that wrong. Okay, they have to mention that if anything done wrong with the investor, okay, if anything happened wrong to the investor, means the public who are ready to invest in the shares of the company, if anything wrong happened to them, any fraud happened to them in the company, at the time the company is ready to give compensation for the loss what the investor has suffered. So these information they have to be mentioned in the document. Along with this, they have to fulfill some legal requirements which we are going to discuss in our next session. In the next session we are going to discuss about the legal requirement and also what are the types of the prospectus are there. We are going to discuss in detail about that in the fifth session. Okay, right. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. Chapter that we are dealing with is commencement of business, and this is the fifth session of our chapter. So in the previous session we have seen about what are the information should have to be included in the document of prospectus we have discussed, and in this section we are going to discuss about the legal requirements of prospectus. Okay, so let us focus on it. Prospectus must be dated. So when the document you are issuing to the public, at the time it should have the specific date. Okay, so it should not be like that some another year prospectus you are issuing in this year. That should, the type of misrepresentations or malpractices should not be done. So they should be clearly dated. Okay, it must be signed by every person. Okay, it must be signed by every person who named as a director, who is named as a director. That each and every director should have to sign the prospectus. Okay, it must be issued within 90 days of its registration. So it should have to be issued after or within 90 days of its registration. Okay, so that it can gather money from the public by issuing such a prospectus. It can be issued either by newspaper advertisement or other social media or any other medias, magazines, or anyway we can issue the information to the public to purchase the shares or debentures of the particular public company. It must not be issued unless a copy thereof has been filled with the registrar. So it should not be issued unless a copy, means one extra copy of prospectus that has been filled with the registrar on or before the date of its publication. Before the publication in newspaper or in advertisement, in whatever, it should have to be filed with the registrar. Then after, the same copy which has been registered with which have been filed with the registrar, that copy have to be published in the newspaper or in other media. Okay, a prospectus must be in writing. It should be in written. It should not be in oral. Okay, an oral invitation to the subscription of shares and debentures of the company. So it must be written, an oral invitation to subscribe for shares and debentures of the company. So if it is in written only, there can give an oral invitation. Okay, so there should be in written and the invitation should be in oral. So in a newspaper or by any type of announcements, okay, circulars, okay, by any way they can issue it. All relevant facts should be accurate. Whatever the information, relevant means real. Whatever the facts, accurate means real things. Okay, all relevant facts means all the information which has been given, that should be correct, stated, and irrelevant information, incorrect information should be omitted. Omitted means we have to leave that. Incorrect information should have to be leave, and the correct information, relevant means correct. So correct information should have to be stated in the prospectus. So if any misrepresentation or malpractices have been done, in that case there are two liabilities. One is civil liability. In case of civil liability, the persons responsible for mistakes and untrue statement, the person who is responsible for mistakes in the prospectus or giving a statement of untrue things, in that case that person is liable to pay compensation to the person. So paying compensation to the investor. Okay, so the person who is responsible for that mistake, they have to pay compensation to other person who has been suffered. Okay, next, civil liability. here the person who is responsible for misrepresentation, misstatement, okay, malpractices, he is liable to pay fine which shall not be less than 50,000 and but which may extend it to 3 lakhs rupees. So if any wrong information is given in the prospectus to the investors, in that case, in the civil liability, in that case they should be they have to pay the compensation from 50,000 to 3 lakhs rupees. Between that they have to pay the compensation or imprisonment up to 3 years, means they have to go to the jail also. Sometimes there will be both giving compensation and have to be go to the jail. There sometimes there will be two type of punishments at a time to that person. So prospectus is a very important thing. While preparing it, the management should have to be very careful. It should not have to show any kind of negligence. Any kind of negligence will cause a huge loss to the company image, and also the company can't able to get the subscribed capital what it want to gather from the public. Okay, right, let us move on to the types of the prospector. I have just explained here only one prospector type, that is red herring prospectus. The remaining prospectors, what are the types are there, that is I am going to explain you in the next session, that is in the 6th session. Okay, so let us see what is red herring prospectus, means this is the first stage. Okay, the definition, this is given according to the Companies Act 2013 section 32. According to that, these 4 things have been given. What is that? See, a company processing to make an offer of securities may issue a red herring prospectus prior to the issue of the prospectus. So the company which want to issue securities, okay, which want to offer securities by issuing of prospectus. So first prospectus is red herring prospectus prior to the issue of prospectus, means full prospector. Before issuing the full prospector, the first stage, the first primary prospector, that is red herring prospector. Okay, first there will issue a red herring prospector that contain prospectus that contain only very little information comparing to the detailed prospectus. Okay, a company processing to issue a red herring prospectus under subsection 1 shall file it with the registrar at least 3 days prior to the opening of the subscription and the offer. So when you are going to give offer to the public, or when you are going to start the subscription of the capital, before that 3 days you have to file it with the registrar. See, the registrar will find the mistake, so that's why before that you have to file it with the registrar. For example, 21, 22, 23, 24, December 21st, December 22nd, December 23rd, December 24th. These are the 4 days. Now, if I want to issue the red herring prospector on 24th December, at that time I have to submit these to the I have to file these prospector with the register on December 20. Okay, on December 20 I have to file it with the register. So at least 3 days period, means before to the opening of the subscription. So 3 days before, 1, 2, 3. So 3 days before. So on the 4th day we are going to issue. So 3 days before we have to file it with the register. Next, a red herring prospector shall carry the same obligation as are applicable to the prospectus, and any variation between the red herring prospectus or a prospectus shall be highlighted as a variation in the prospectus. Okay, so these prospector, red herring prospector is the first stage of prospectus, first stage of issuing the prospector. If they find any kind of variation between the red herring prospectus and the original final prospector, if there is any variation, at that time in the final prospector it should be highlighted like this. Sometimes you have seen in the newspapers, while the news reporters are reading, they will use some sketch pen. Sorry, that sketch pen is just like in duster color. Okay, what that color I don't know exactly, but that will be some like this. There will be some different color. So there will, what they will do means they will change. For example, this is the matter which is different, that has a variation. At the time they will do like this, highlight that matter with a light color. This is dark color, but they will highlight the matter like this with the light sketches. Okay, so that indicates that there is certain variation or that is certain important thing. Okay, so that is highlighted if there is any variation between red herring prospector and the final prospector which has been going to be issued. The closing price of the securities of any other any other details are not included. So the closing price of the securities, okay, and any other related with the closing is not included in the red herring prospectus. Okay, shall be filed with the registrar and the SEBI. SEBI means Security Exchange and Board of India. Security and Exchange Board of India. So they should have to file these red herring prospector with the registrar or Security and Exchange Board of India. So this is about the first prospector, that is red herring prospectus. So red herring prospector means it is the first stage of the prospector. It is a first stage. So in that there will be no closing price of the security. There is the first initial stage of the prospector. Okay. So if there is any variation, that will be highlighted in this way with light sketches. They will highlight that. So it indicates that there is a variation between the red herring prospectus and that. Okay, so that is about that. And these red herring prospectus should have to be registered within the period 3 days period to the opening of the subscription. 3 days period means 3 days before. Okay, 3 days before. Here we are issuing. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So maybe on 21st or 20, whatever it may be, but at least 3 days before they have to be due. At least they have to be due 3 days before. So at least 3 days before they are saying. So from 21 or 20, whatever it may be, they can do. Okay, right? So in the remaining types of prospectus we will discuss in the next session, that is in the 6th session. Okay, right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 7th chapter, commencement of the business, and this is the last session of this chapter, 6th session. So whatever the types we have remained in the section previous session, in the 5th session, that we will cover in this session. So the next is shelf prospectus. So Section 31 Companies Act 2013 defined that prospectus that have been issued by any public financial institution, company or bank for one or more issue of securities or classes of securities as mentioned in the prospectus. When a shelf prospectus is issued, then the issuer does not need to issue a separate prospectus for each offering. He can offer or sell securities without issuing any further prospectus. So according to it, if a public company or financial institution or bank, anything that is public, okay, that is that want to raise the capital, for that if it will be issue the shelf prospectus, at that time it can issue one or more issue of securities. It can issue more securities, one or more securities or classes of securities, means like equity shares, preference shares, debentures, like this type of different securities it can be issued as mentioned in the prospectus. As mentioned in the prospectus, how it is mentioned in the prospectus, according to that it can able to issue. Okay, when a self prospectus is issued, then the issuer does not need to issue a separate prospectus. If you are issuing a shelf prospectus, at that time there is no need to issue again another prospectus. Okay, prospectus is not needed again issuing. Okay, for each offering he can offer or sell the securities. So when he want to sell the security, simply that it is the final. So whatever the things that have been we want to get from by issuing the securities, we can issue it, and after issuing the shelf prospectus, there is no need to issue again and again other prospectus. Okay. So arbitraged prospectus means, arbitrage means shorting the prospectus according to section 3 according to section 33 subsection 1. So what is he saying means, when any form for the purchase of security of the company is issued. Okay, if any form is issued in order to purchase the securities of one particular company, it must be accompanied by an arbitraged prospectus. Okay, when a form is issuing for the purchase of security, then the prospectus will be shortened. Okay, it will be reduced, it will be short. So it contains all the useful and materialistic information. It only contains whatever the information needed, what is important, only that information is contained in the arbitraged prospectus. The unnecessary information is not contained in it. It is shortened by removing all unnecessary information, so that the investor can take a rational decision, and it also reduces the cost of public issue of the public issue of capital, as it is a short form of prospectus. So by issuing these type of arbitraged prospectus, the decision maker, the investor, can take the decision quickly, and it reduces the cost of public issue. Okay, issue of the prospectus, because it is very short, so it can be easily understood by the investors. They can take the decision, unnecessary information is deducted. So that is why this is very good type of prospectus. Among the different types of prospectus, arbitraged prospectus is better. Short and sweet it is. Deemed prospectus. Okay, next one is deemed prospectus. So according to section 25 subsection 1, according to section 25 subsection 1, any document by which an offer for sale of any security in terms thereof, then such document shall for all purposes be deemed to a prospectus. So for the sale of any securities, okay, for the sale of any securities in terms of then such document shall for all process. So if there is any offer for the sale of the security, at that time deemed prospectus will be issued. So it will be used for the sale of the securities. If there is any offer for the sale of the security, at that time these type of document will be issued. So this is about the types of the prospectus. So let us concentrate on the other topic, that is minimum subscription. So what is the minimum subscription? Means whatever the amount the public company has to be gathered from the public, that is the minimum subscription. If the public company fail to gather that amount from the public, at that time they have to give back that amount to the public. Let us see. The minimum amount of the capital to be collected out of the total issue. So minimum amount of the capital they have to be collected from the total issue. Whatever their total they are issuing, from that they have to get minimum amount, okay, by a public company before the allotment of shares. Before allotting the shares, the company should have to get the minimum amount of subscription. Okay, nowadays it will be 90% of issued capital. If the company fail to get the subscription amount, minimum amount, at that time it has to return back the amount what it has taken from the investors. Okay, so generally this subscription amount is fixed on the basis of the amount required for the purchase of property. Okay, with the issue of these securities only the company can purchase the property. Amount needed for the payment of preliminary expenses, means any other expenses for the payment of those expenses. Amount required for working capital for day-to-day activities. Yes, the amount required for any other expenditure for the formation of the company. Okay, on the basis of this, the minimum subscription amount is decided, or it is fixed, and it is very important. So the minimum subscription amount at present, that is 90% of the issued capital that the company should have to get. If it failed to get that amount, it has to give back the investors whatever the amount it has collected. Okay, that is about the minimum subscription. Next is certificate of commencement of business. Certificate of commencement of business means for private companies there is only one certificate is enough, that is certificate of incorporation. Already we have discussed this topic in the previous sessions. Okay, for private companies only one thing is enough, that is certificate of incorporation. But for the public companies two types of certificates are required. One is certificate of incorporation and next one is certificate of commencement of business. These two certificates are required for the public company in order to start its business. Okay, so it is very mandatory. Yes, for that it has to issue the prospectus, it has to file, it has to get filed memorandum of association and article of association with the registrar and also the prospectus, and it has to raise the minimum subscription. Then only afterwards at the end it can get the certificate of commencement of business. After doing this all the things, the final stage is that it will get the certificate of commencement of business and also it get the certificate of incorporation. With both two certificates only it can run its business. Let us focus on the last topic of this chapter, statement in lieu. So in case a public company raises its capital through some other means, there is no need to issue prospectus. For example, the public company is raising its capital by issuing some other document, other statement other than the prospectus, then there is no need to issue again the prospectus. If the company is issuing this statement in lieu of the prospectus, at the time there is no need to again issue. Okay, lieu. So if it issuing the statement in lieu of prospectus, then there is no need to issue separate document of the prospectus. Okay, so this statement is signed by the directors and drafted according to part 1 of schedule 3 of the act. So this document should have to be signed by all the directors and also it is drafted, means it is prepared according to the part 1 of schedule 3 of the act. According to the act, that particular act, these statement in lieu is prepared. Okay, so this is about the types of prospectus. Minimum subscription, that will be 90%, they have to be raised. If they fail, they have to give back the amount what they have subscribed from the public. That is about the minimum subscription. And certificate of commencement of business means in order to continue the business by the public companies or public institutions, whatever it may be, they have to get two certificates, certificate of incorporation and certificate of commencement of business, and this is statement in lieu. Okay, so this is about this chapter. So this is most important chapter. Please don't quit anything in this chapter. Okay, let us meet in some other session with some other topic. Yes, good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 8th chapter, that is business finance, and this is the first session of this chapter. So I did not told you the 7th chapter చెప్పలేదు నేను, కన్ఫ్యూజ్ కాకండి. 6th chapter తర్వాత 8th chapter చెప్తున్నాను. Okay, I tell you 7th chapter later. Okay, so business finance, what is the meaning of business finance means? The finance means what? Money, income. Okay, what is finance means? Money or revenue. Revenue means income. Okay, so whatever the money that is required for the continuous running of the business, that type of finance is known as business finance. The finance which is required to continue the business. Okay, that finance is known as business finance. Now let us see the definition of the business finance. Finance is that business activity. Finance is that it is a business activity. Finance is a business activity. It is a business activity which is concerned with the acquisition. Acquisition means gathering. Okay, bringing together. Acquisition and conservation. Acquisition means bringing together. Okay, conservation means using. Conservation means using. Acquisition means bringing or gathering. Conservation means using of capital, mooladhanam. Capital means huge amount of fund or huge amount of money. Okay, so fund, capital fund in meeting the financial needs. Okay, financial needs and overall objectives of business enterprises. Overall objectives, all the objectives of the business enterprise. Business enterprise, whatever the objectives are there and whatever the finance is required for it, all those are considered. Simply we can say the definition of business finance is that it is a business activity. Finance is a business activity. In that activity, acquisition and conservation of capital fund is needed. Acquisition means bringing of finance. Conservation means using of finance in order to meet the objectives of the business and also needs of the business. Needs and overall objectives of the business. For that, the capital is needed. Okay, the capital funds are needed. It has to be bring and it has to be used. Okay, that is the definition of business finance, and this definition is given by B.O. Wheeler. He has given the definition that finance is a business activity in which it covers the acquisition and conservation of capital fund in order to meet the needs and overall objectives of business finance. This definition is given by B.O. Wheeler. Now, let us see the needs and significance in the business finance. Needs and significance in the business finance. First years, all of you purchase VGS series as a study material for the commerce theory part. For the commerce theory part, you purchase VGS series material, study material. Okay, కామర్స్ చదవడానికి VGS సిరీస్ స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియం మెటీరియల్ కొనుక్కొని చదవడం మొదలు పెట్టండి. హాఫ్ ఆఫ్ 50% సిలబస్ అయిపోయింది. ఓకే, సో డోంట్ వేస్ట్ ద టైం. Need and significance in the business finance. What is the need? Let us see. And significance means importance. Okay, significance ante importance. For fixed capital requirement of the business. Why the finance is required? The finance is required to meet the fixed capital requirements. Okay, to meet the fixed capital. What is the meaning of fixed capital? Means the capital which is used for purchasing of machinery, plant, land, building, stock. For these type of things, whatever the huge amount we used, huge means very large amount we used for the purchase of any asset. Those assets, for the purchasing of those assets, we required fixed capital. Okay, we required fixed capital. In the business, fixed capital plays the very important role. In business, the fixed capital is very important thing. In order to start the business finance, required to purchase fixed assets. So, what are fixed assets? Land, building, machinery. Okay, land, building, machinery, furniture, fittings, plant. These all are fixed assets. Once we will purchase, we will use it for a long period of time. Here also see need of finance, fixed capital, working capital. What is fixed capital? Both are similar. Okay. So fixed capital means such a capital that is required for the business. Okay, the capital that is required for the business to continue. Okay, when a business is needed to start At the time, it required a machinery, it required land or building, it required furniture, okay, it required some type of tools, it required some type of equipments. For all these things, what it required? Fixed capital, means very huge amount of capital, very large amount of capital is required to run the business. So that capital is known as, very large amount of capital is known as fixed capital. Okay, large amount of capital is known as fixed capital, that is used at the starting of the business. Okay, it is required at the starting the business. At the time we required this capital. Next, working capital requirement of business. Yes, what is working capital? Working capital means the capital which we used in our day-to-day activities, the capital which we used in our day-to-day activities, in everyday activities, such as in the business we use day-to-day activities are also involved. For that we use these working capital. What are those activities, madam? Means paying wages to the labor, paying rent to the some type of things which we have hired ante తీసుకొస్తాం కదా హైర్ బేసిస్ మీద, దానికి పేయింగ్ ఆఫ్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ చార్జెస్, పేయింగ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ చార్జెస్, దీస్ ఆల్ ఆర్ డైలీ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్. పర్చేస్ ఆఫ్ రా మెటీరియల్, okay, purchase of some stock, these all things, for these all things, for day to day activities we required working capital. For the purchase of stationery items, pens, pencils, erasers, sharpeners and also scales, for these all things whatever the business required, ink bottles, pens, for these all things, for day to day requirements, whatever the things we will purchase, for that what the capital we required is working capital. The duration of the working capital is, it is used for day to day activities, whereas fixed capital is not used for day to day activities. It will be purchased only once. Okay, it will be purchased only once. Best example ఏంటంటే మీ కాలేజ్ బిల్డింగ్ అయితే ఉంటుందో, ఆల్ఫా ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ బిల్డింగ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో, ఆల్ఫా జూనియర్ కాలేజ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ బిల్డింగ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో అది ఫిక్స్డ్ అసెట్. ఇక్కడ ఉన్న బెంచెస్, బోర్డు, తర్వాత బెంచెస్, బోర్డ్స్, ఇవి ఫిక్స్డ్ అసెట్స్. ఓకే, మరి వర్కింగ్ క్యాపిటల్ అంటే ఏంటిది మేడం? అంటే కరెంట్ అసెట్స్. వర్కింగ్ క్యాపిటల్లో ఉండే అసెట్స్ ఏంటివి? కరెంట్ అసెట్స్. కరెంట్ అంటే ప్రెజెంట్ ఉండేవి, మళ్ళీ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ కొనుక్కునేవి డే టు డే యాక్టివిటీస్లో. అవి ఏంటివంటే డస్టర్, ఓకే, chalk pieces, white chalk pieces, color chalk pieces, tube lights, okay, ఫ్యాన్స్ మనం ఒక్కసారి కొంటాం, సో అవి కూడా ఫిక్స్డ్ అసెట్స్. ఫ్యాన్స్ అనేవి ఫిక్స్డ్. ఓకే, వర్కింగ్ క్యాపిటల్లో ట్యూబ్ లైట్స్ మనం మామూలుగా ఒక మంత్ కన్నా ఎక్కువ నడవవు. ఎస్, 24 మామూలుగా కాలేజ్ అవర్స్లో కంటిన్యూగా ట్యూబ్ లైట్స్ యూస్ చేస్తే దే విల్ నాట్ వర్క్ ఫర్ 1 month, more than 1 month. Yes, that is working capital. So if anyone come new as a labor for sweeping the total college, for them we are paying the wages, that is working capital. Okay, now you got the variation between what is fixed capital and what is working capital, right? Yes. So your college building, your college furniture, your college whatever furniture and equipments, whatever their computers, these all are fixed assets. Current assets means chalk pieces, white chalk pieces and color chalk pieces, dusters. Okay, these all are working current assets. Okay, in working capital we have current assets, in fixed capital we have fixed assets. Okay na? Yes, working capital is utilized for holding the current assets. Current assets means, current means present, everyday assets. What are those? Payment of wages, transport charges, etc. So these are working capital. So in working capital we have current assets and in the fixed capital we have fixed assets. Okay, in the fixed capital we have fixed assets. Next, for expansion and growth of the business, yes, finance is required for the expansion, required to increase the production, to install more machineries, set up by research and development centers. Okay, R&D means research and development centers. Okay, for expansion and growth of the business, finance is required for the expansion and growth of the business. Without the finance, the business can't be expand, the business can't be increase their growth, production can't be increased. Yes, for the expansion and for the growth of the business, for both things, the finance is required for installing more machineries in order to do work very fast, or in order to increase the production. For both the things, for increasing the production means we have to purchase excess of factors of production. You know factors of production, what are those? Land, labor, capital, organization, technology. So these factors have to be increased for increasing the production. In economics, you have the chapter theory of production. Yes, there you discussed. To set up research and development centers. Okay, for diversification, business finance is needed to start new activities in business. In order to start the new activities in the business, okay, we need the excess amount of finance. We need finance for starting new business activities. Entering into new business and new lines of activities is known as diversification. New business, starting new business or new lines. New lines means new product or new method of selling. For anything, what we required? We required the finance. Without the finance, we can't do anything, because finance is like a life and blood to the business. How the profit is life and blood to the business, in the same way finance is also life and blood to the business. Next one we have for survivor. Survivor means in order to continue the business also we required the finance. Without the finance we can't continue the business. Yes, we required capital. Finance means we require two types of capitals. One is fixed capital, next is working capital. Without these capitals, how we can continue our business? How can we survive our organization? So, in order to survive the business organization, we required this capital. This capital means we required the finance. So, without the required finance, organization can't be survived for a long. It can't be survived for a long period of time. Next, for liabilities. Liabilities means for the debts. To meet the liabilities of the business, be it long term or short. Okay, long term liabilities are there, short term liabilities are there. Long term liabilities means which we have to pay, it will take more period of time, more than 1 year. Short term liability means within 1 year we can be repaid. Okay, a business required sufficient finance. Example, for payment of loan, installments, creditors, etc. For these we required what? We required the finance for paying to the creditors. Creditors means the company has to pay to the person. Okay, the company have to pay to a particular person. If I am company and you are some person, I am company. Yes, I am purchased some raw material from you. Then you will be the creditor and I am will be the debtor. How means I have to pay for you. I need to pay for you. So you will become creditor for me. నేను మీకు పే చేయాలి. ఎస్, నేను మీకు పే చేయాలి. కాబట్టి నేను బిజినెస్ కాబట్టి నాకు మీరేమవుతారు? క్రెడిటార్స్ అవుతారు. నేను మీకు ఏమవుతాను? డెటార్ అవుతాను. కంపెనీ క్రెడిటార్కి ఏమవుతుంది? డెబిటార్ అవుతుంది. క్రెడిటార్ కంపెనీకి పర్సన్ క్రెడిటార్ అవుతాడు. సో ఫర్ ద పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ పేమెంట్, ఎస్ బిజినెస్ ఫైనాన్స్ ఈజ్ నీడెడ్ ఫర్ ద పేయింగ్ సాలరీస్, వేజెస్, రెంట్స్, ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ చార్జెస్, అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్, postage, stationery, okay, any type of taxes, for all expenses, okay, all expenses we required the thing that is the finance. Okay, this is about the need of finance and significance in the business finance, importance of finance. Need of finance means we need two types of finance. One is fixed capital, in that we will purchase the fixed assets, and working capital, in that we will purchase the current assets. Current assets are needed for day to day activities of the business. For example, for the fixed capital is the capital. Fixed capital means it is used for a long period of time. Your college building, your college furniture, your college equipments, these all things are fixed capital. Okay, only once you will be purchased, daily you are not going to purchase it. Working capital means current assets, chalk piece, dusters, okay, these all are considered as current assets, daily we have to purchase. Next, classification of source of funds. Source of funds, the funds are generally classified into three categories. Okay, the funds are generally classified into three categories, but here I explained you only one category based on the period only. I have explained you. In the next session we will explain, I will explain you remaining two categories. Okay, whatever the two types of classifications are there, I will explain you that in the next session. So on the basis of the period means time duration. So on the basis of time duration, those are classified into three categories: long term finance, medium term finance, short term source of finance. Long term finance means it fulfill the financial requirement for an enterprise. Okay, it will fulfill the financial requirement for an enterprise for a period exceeding means more than 5 years, and includes the sources such as, so long term finance will provide the finance to the business for a period of more than 5 years, period exceeding 5 years, and means more than 5 years. What are those? Shares, debentures, long term borrowings from banks or from financial institutions or from private organizations. Okay, loans from financial institutions, these all are considered as a long term finance that is required by the business. Generally long term finance is required to meet the fixed capital. Okay, generally long term finance is required to meet the fixed capital of the business. Yes, next, medium term finance. The funds are required for a period of more than 1 year but less than 5 years. So the period is more than 1 year but less than 5 years, that is medium finance. Period should not exceed 5 years, but it can exceed 1 year. Okay, more than 1 year but less than 5 years. What is that? Borrowing from commercial banks. Okay, borrowing from commercial banks, public deposits. Okay, public deposits in the bank. Lease financing means they will take the property for a lease for a certain period of time. That type of finance, lease finance. Loans from financial institutions. So these are the some of the medium term finances. Okay, these are the some of the medium term finances. Next, short term source of finance. It required for a duration, that is short duration. The required for a short duration, period not exceeding 1 year. It should not exceed the period of 1 year. It should not exceed. Okay, loan from the commercial banks. Indigenous banks means from the private bankers. Indigenous bankers means from the private bankers. Installment credits. Installment means if they purchase one thing every month, they will have to pay certain amount of installment, EMIs, every month installment, that. Okay, installment credit. Advances, okay, any kind of advances that is given by the bank. Okay, bank overdraft. Withdrawing more than the balance available. Okay, withdrawing more than the balance available in the account, that is overdraft, OD facility, OD, bank OD. Next, cash credit, etc. So certain times the goods are given on credit basis, so that is known as cash credit. They purchase that good but on the credit basis, that is cash credit, etc. These are known as short term source of finance. So in the next session we are going to discuss about the classification of source of finance. I have explained only one thing on the basis of period. Now in the next session I will explain you on the basis of ownership and on the basis of generations. Okay, on the basis of generations and on the basis of ownership we will discuss in the next session, in the session 2. Okay, right. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education, commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and the topic which we are dealing with, that is the business finance. This is the second session of the business finance. In the first session we have discussed about the classification of financial classification of funds. So on the basis of period we have completed. Now we are discussing on the basis of ownership. Okay, on the basis of ownership the source can be classified into owner's fund and borrowed fund. Okay, on the basis of ownership the fund is classified into owner's fund and borrowed fund. Owner's fund means the fund which are provided by the owner himself. He is not going to borrow from any outside. Okay, so the owner fund means provided by the owners, which include issue of equity shares, retained earnings. Retained earnings means whatever the profit the business will earn, from that profit they keep a portion of profit as a returned, means they will save a portion of profit. Okay, they will save a portion of profit from their profit. Okay, if they got 100 rupees profit, in that 70 rupees they will distribute to the distributor in the form of a dividend and in the form of loans, and remaining 30 rupees they will save. Okay, for future use, for future expansion or future diversification or for future survival. Okay, those fund is known as owner's fund, means he will bring that fund. So issue of equity shares, when the shares are issued, that is purchased by the owners. The equity shareholders are the real owners of the business. Okay, equity shareholders evaraithe untaro, they are the real owners of the business. They will also bring the capital, and retained earnings are also a source of finance. Okay, next, borrowed funds refers to the funds raised through loans or borrowing. So borrowing fund means that is borrowed in the form of loan or borrowed from any money lenders. Okay, loans from commercial banks, loan from financial institutions, public deposits, etc. These are borrowed funds. Okay, borrowing from some lenders, borrowing from banks, borrowing from commercial banks, borrowing from private banks, borrowing from financial institutions. These all are considered as the borrowings. Okay, so on the basis of ownership the funds are classified into two categories. One is owner's fund and one is borrowed fund. Next, on the basis of generation. Source of finance can be generated from internal and external source. Internal source of finance are those that are generated within the business. Okay, this is generated within the business. What is that? Retained earnings. Okay, whatever the profit that they got, from that profit they save certain portion of the profit. That profit is called as retained earnings. And collection of receivables. If there is any bills, receivables are there, those receivables are also considered as internal source of finance. And issue of shares, these all are considered as internal source of finance. Okay, so these all are what? Retained earnings, collection of receivables, recovery of the debt. These all are considered as internal source of finance. Next, external source of funds are those which are borrowed from the outside. Okay, that is generated from outside. What are those? By issuing the shares, by issuing debentures, public deposits. These are considered as external source of funds. External source of funds. Let us move on to the factors determining the choice of source of finance. So based on certain factors, the businessman will choose which source of finance is better for him based on certain factors. First one is cost. So the fact of the cost is two types. Okay, the cost is of two types. Cost of procurement of fund. Procurement means the cost of gathering the fund, and the cost of utilizing the funds. The cost of procurement of fund and the cost of utilizing the funds. So procurement means gathering cost and utilizing means using cost. So the cost factor deciding about the source of fund will be utilized by an organization. So the cost factor deciding about the source of fund will be utilized by an organization. So how much fund the organization will be utilized, that is considered. Okay, cost for the procurement of fund, while procuring the fund, while gathering the fund, how much amount of cost they have been used, and cost utilization of fund. So the cost when utilizing the fund, what will be the cost? So these two things are considered. Okay, based on those two things, the businessman come to the final conclusion of choosing the factor, which factor is better. Okay, financial strength and stability of operation. Financial strength. So what are the financial strengths for the business, and what is the stability of its operations? Stability means capacity of the operations. Operations means activities. In the course of in the choice of source of funds for the business should be in a sound financial position. So the business should be, the fund for business should be in a sound position, means they are able to pay the amount what they have borrowed along with the principal amount and the interest also, so as to repay the principal and the interest amount whatever they have been borrowed from the outsiders. Based on that, they should have the capacity to pay the actual amount, that means the principal amount, and the interest for that borrowing. That will be the financial strength and stability of the operation. Based on that, they have to decide which type of sources. These all are sources on the basis of ownership, on the basis of generation, on the basis of predate. Okay, classification of sources of fund we have discussed. Yes, these sources can be decided based on these factors. Okay, forms of organization and legal status. So see, generally in a partnership form, a business can't, the karta can't able to borrow money in the form of issuing the shares. they can't issue the shares, equity shares they can't issue in the partnership firm. But in the joint stock company, they can raise the fund by issuing the shares. So here, form of organization, whether it is a partnership, sole proprietorship, cooperative society or joint stock company or whatever it may be, based on that, and legal status, whatever the legal formalities are there, okay, while gathering the fund, while gathering the source of fund, whatever the legal formalities and which type of organization, in which type of organization you are gathering the fund, you have to be considered, okay, because for partnership it can't able to rise from the outside, but joint stock companies can rise from the outside, right? Next, fourth one, purpose and time period. For what purpose you want to rise the finance, okay, for what period of time, whether for a long period of time or medium time period or for short time period, you have to decide. And the purpose of finance, for what purpose you want that fund, okay. So business should plan according to the time period for which the funds are required. For what period you require the fund, you have to get a clear idea regarding that, and for what period and for what purpose you want that fund. Risk profile, business should evaluate each of the source of finance in terms of risk involved. So those are the sources of funds. So internal owners fund, borrowed fund on the basis of generation, internal source, external source on the basis of period, long-term fund, long-term finance, short-term finance, medium-term finance we have. So based on that, the borrower should have to decide whatever the risk involved in that. Okay, based on the risk involved in that, what are the terms, conditions are there, he has to consider all those things, and based on that final conclusion he have to choose one of the source of fund, okay. Control, equity shareholders enjoy voting rights. So if we are raising the fund by issuing shares, then equity shareholders or the owners, they will enjoy the voting rights, they have the control on the business. If we are going to financial institutions without issuing equity shares, we are going to financial institutions, they may take control of the asset or impose conditions as the part of the loan agreement. What they will do, they will control the assets. What are the assets are there in your business, they will control those assets, or they impose certain conditions, they impose certain conditions on the loan agreement. Whatever the loan you are taking, on that they will impose certain type of conditions, and you have to disclose certain documents to them for their satisfaction. So there is much formalities are there, they will control the business. You can't use the assets in the way what you want to use. If for everything you have to consider them, you have to ask them. So these all type of control, అంటే వాళ్ళ మీద ఒక కమాండింగ్ మోడ్ అనేది వచ్చేస్తుంది, వ్యాపారం మీద వీళ్ళది ఒక కమాండింగ్ మోడ్ అనేది వచ్చేస్తుంది. కాబట్టి they have to select the source of fund based on these factors. So based on the comfortable factors, based on the comfortable source, only the businessman should have to select the fund, okay. Next, effect of credit worthiness, issue of secured debentures. If you are issuing secured debentures, it may affect the interest of the creditors, okay. It will affect the interest of the creditors. They may not willing to extend further loans to the company, then the creditors will not come forward, okay. The creditors will not come forward to provide any loans in the future. Further, they will not going to give any kind of loan to the company, because the company has issued the debentures. Those are secured debentures, unsecured not. Those are secured debentures. So that's why the creditors will not willing to give any further loan to the company. They are completely upset. Flexibility and easy. Certain loans are flexible and very easy to get. Okay, certain things are involved very large amount of formalities. Certain involved large amount of formalities and certain required less formalities. Based on the flexibility, you have to choose the source of fund. Next, tax benefit. So, if you are giving a dividend to the preference shareholder, then the tax is not exempted. Ante tax minhaimpu em undadu. If you are paying the interest to the debentures and the loan, if you are paying the interest on debentures and loans, tax deductible and may there be preferred by organizations seeking tax advantage. If you are giving dividend to the preference shareholder, then there is no tax deduction for you. If you are paying interest on the loan or debentures, then there is a tax deductible. So majority of the businessmen want to issue these debentures and they want to borrow the loans in order to deduct the tax. Okay, so it is also a type of advantage for them. So based on these factors, we have to select which source of fund is suitable for our business organization. Okay, so the class in the next session, in the third session, we are going to discuss about the classification of source of funds chart and also what is working capital and fixed capital is somewhat in detail. Okay, yes. Yes, good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with, that is the business finance. So this is a classification of source of funds. From these types of funds we can select any kind of fund that we want. Okay, so this is a classification of funds. Let us see what are those. So on the basis of periods, we already discussed long term loans, medium term loans, short term loans. So long term loans are equity shares, retained earnings, preference shares, loan from banks, loan from financial institutions. Medium terms, loan from bank, public deposits. Public deposits means we deposit in the bank, that is given to these medium terms to the businessmen by the bank as medium term loans. Okay, loan from financial institutions. Next, short term. Trade credit means why we purchase the goods on credit basis. We not give cash, we will give cash later within 1 year. Without exceeding 1 year, we will repay that amount. But currently we are not having the cash. That's why we are trading, means we are purchasing the goods on credit. Next, banks. Next, commercial papers. Commercial papers means promissory notes. These are commercial papers. CPS means commercial papers. Okay, commercial papers means the person will promise to pay on particular date. Okay, he will promise to pay on the particular date. We will accept it, and on that date we will receive that amount. Okay, this is an agreement. Next, on the basis of ownership, owners fund, borrowed fund. Owners fund means equity shares, retained earnings. Retained earnings means you know. Borrowed funds, debentures, loan from bank, loan from financial institutions, lease financing, commercial papers. Okay, lease financing means they will hire for a certain period of time. Lease మీద తీసుకుంటారంట చూడండి అది. So that is lease financing, means borrowing on lease. Okay, we have to repay it, మళ్ళీ తిరిగి ఇచ్చేయాలి. Commercial papers. Commercial papers means an agreement, written agreement that the person is not ready to pay now, he will pay sometime in the future. Okay, this period is very short period. Okay, 192 days or 180 days, that is the time duration. Next, owners fund. This is on the basis of source of generation. We have two, owners fund and borrowed fund. So owners fund means equity and preference shares and retained earnings, and borrowed fund means debentures, loan from banks, loans from financial institutions, Trade credit. Trade credit means already I have explained you. Now that person don't have money, he will ready to pay us on specific date. Okay, he will purchase the goods on credit. Credit మీద goods అనేవి కొనుక్కుంటాడు, తర్వాత పేమెంట్ అనేది చేస్తుండు. Public deposits. The bank will give public deposits to us for a short period. Now fixed capital, working capital. In the fixed capital is generally used to purchase the fixed assets. Fixed capital is generally used to purchase the fixed assets, and working capital is used to purchase the current assets. So what are current assets? Means the assets which can be converted into cash. Okay, these assets can be converted into cash easily. Converted into cash easily. But fixed assets can't be converted into cash easily. For example, current assets means a check. Check is a current asset. If we go to bank, the bank will convert the check into cash. Yes, cash in hand means the cash what we have in our hand, that is also a current asset. Okay, bills receivable, that is current asset. Okay, so these are the current assets that can be easily converted into cash within a period of a short time. Fixed assets can't be converted into cash easily. If you want to sell a building, it will take more time. You have to search for a broker, and you have to search for the you have to get the amount of that building should be satisfied amount. So several legal formalities, legal documents, registration, everything is there. So it can't be converted easily into cash. But the current assets can be easily convertible into the cash within a short period of time. And the working capital means the current assets. See how means the current assets means cash, cash and also stock, bills receivable. These all are current assets that are required for day-to-day activity. Okay, for day-to-day activity that is required. So working capital means for our day-to-day activities we will require those capital. Fixed capital is used to purchase the fixed assets. We daily not purchase the fixed assets, right? We will purchase the fixed assets only once and we used it. When we are using those assets, the value of the asset will be decreases, that will be depreciation. Okay, the value of the asset will be decreases, that is known as depreciation. Means the decreasing in the value of the asset. Here in case of current assets there is no depreciation because there can be easily converted into cash. Gold is a current asset also. Why? Because we can go to gold shop, we can easily convert it into cash. If we take a machinery, we can't convert it into cash easily because it will take more time to convert it into cash. Yes, if we take land, it will take more time to convert it into cash. So generally fixed assets are those assets which take long time to convert into cash. Current assets are those assets which can be easily converted into the cash. So fixed capital is required to purchase fixed assets. Working capital is required to purchase current assets. Okay. So this is about the fixed capital and working capital. It is very important, fixed capital and working capital, and this is also source of funds. So everything what we have discussed in the 3 sessions, that is completely important topics. So don't quit any one of the topic. You just read majority, 50% of the syllabus is completed. This chapter is also completed here itself. Okay. So in the next session we will meet with the new chapter. So up to that you have to purchase VGO series study material for the commerce theory part. Okay. According to that you have to study, and if you have any doubts you can classify by studying with the textbook also and by listening the videos. This will help you for your preparation. Okay, from today onwards you just start your preparation. The time is going on, so you have to write the exam. There is an exam 100%. The government is going to conduct the exam, so don't think that you are going to be promoted how you have been promoted in your 10th. Yes, so get ready for the exam. All the best for your preparation. Do hard work. Okay, right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 9th chapter, source of business finance. So what are the sources are there for a business to rise the finance? Okay, that the things we are going to study in detail in this chapter. So this is the first session of this chapter. So how the business will rise the finance. Okay, so there are different ways of rising the finance. So what are those ways how the business will rise the finance, we will discuss in detail in this chapter. So first, the classification of non-institutional source of finance. So non-institutional means we are not approaching to banks, we are not approaching to any government agencies or institutions. Okay, in these without approaching to the non-institutions, okay, without approaching to any institution, how we can rise the finance, those things we are going to discuss in this session. Okay, so the source of finance is generally classified into 3 categories. The first source is long-term source, that is above 5 years is the time duration of that source, and the medium term source, that is above 1 year and below 5 years, above 1 year and below 5 years. Short term source, that is below 1 year. So these are the sources by which we can rise the capital. We can rise the capital, which is very important for the business in order to incorporate. Okay, so in that first long term source of finance, in the long term source of finance we have different things. Shares, in the shares that are classified into 2 categories: equity shares, preference shares. Next, retained earnings, debentures. Those all things are there which we are going to discuss one by one in every section. Okay, in every session we are going to discuss each and every topic in detail. So in this session we are going to discuss about the equity shares. So before that, the introduction to the long term source of finance. The capital obtained by issue of shares is known as share capital. Okay, whatever the capital you are obtaining, the capital, whatever the capital you are obtaining by issuing of shares. Okay, by issuing of shares in the stock market. Okay, వెజిటేబుల్ మార్కెట్ ఎలా ఉంటుందో షేర్స్కి కూడా షేర్ మార్కెట్ ఉంటుంది. మరి మన ఇండియాలో షేర్ మార్కెట్ ఎక్కడుంది మేడం అంటే 2 బిజినెస్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజెస్ ఉన్నాయి మన దగ్గర. 2 పెద్దవి, 2 యాక్చువల్లీ 3 ఉన్నాయి. ఏంటివి అంటే బాంబాయి స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ BSE, బాంబాయి స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్, నేషనల్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్, కలకత్తా స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్. సో ఈ 3 స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజెస్ అనేవి ఇండియాలో టాప్ మోస్ట్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్. వీటిలో ద మోస్ట్ నెంబర్ 1 స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ వచ్చేసి నేషనల్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్. ఎక్కడుంది మేడం ఇది అంటే బాంబాయి స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్, నేషనల్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ 2 ముంబైలో ఉన్నాయి. నెక్స్ట్ కలకత్తా స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ కలకత్తాలో ఉంది. ఓకే, సో capital obtained by issue of shares, when we are gathering the capital ante mooladhanam. Okay, in order to start the business we required a capital. So if we are issuing the shares in order to get the capital, that capital is known as a share capital. The capital of the company is divided into small units. Okay, the total capital of the company is divided into small units. The small units are known as shares. Okay, those small units are known as shares. For example, a company can issue 1 lakh shares. A company can issue 1 lakh shares. షేర్ అంటే పేపర్ ఉంటుందమ్మా. షేర్ అనేది పేపర్, ఒక డాక్యుమెంట్, పేపర్ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఉంటుంది. సో 1 lakh పేపర్స్ ఇష్యూ చేస్తున్నాం ఆఫ్ ₹10. ఒక పేపర్ కాస్ట్ ఎంత అంట 10 రూపీస్ అంట. Okay, each for the total value of rupees 10 lakhs. Rupees 10 lakhs. సో ఇక్కడ చూడండి కంపెనీ షేర్స్ ఎన్ని ఇష్యూ చేస్తుంది, 1 lakh షేర్స్ ఇష్యూ చేస్తుంది. ప్రతి షేర్ విలువ ఎంత, రూపీస్ 10 రూపీస్. రూపీస్ ఈజ్ 10 రూపీస్. ఇప్పుడు మీరు టోటల్ వాల్యూ కనుక్కోవాలనుకుంటే, ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు నో ద టోటల్ వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ ద క్యాపిటల్, then you have to multiply number of shares into price per share. Okay, number of shares into price per share, then you will get the total value of the amount, total value of the capital, that is 10 lakhs rupees. Okay, the person holding the share, when we are holding the share, holding means పట్టుకున్నాం. Okay, when we are holding the share, when any person holding the share, that person is known as shareholders. Okay, if a person is holding the share, that person is known as a shareholder. We have two types of shares. One is equity share, another one is preference shares. Okay, one is equity share and another one is preference shares. ఇప్పుడు in this session we are going to discuss about the equity shares with merits and its demerits or limitations, అంటే advantages and disadvantages of equity shares. Okay, so equity shares are also known as ordinary shares. సో ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్ని ఏమని అంటాము, ఆర్డినరీ షేర్స్. ఓకే, వై వి ఆర్ కాల్డింగ్ ఇట్ యాజ్ అన్ ఆర్డినరీ షేర్స్ మీన్స్ it represents the ownership of the company. So who are holding the equity shares, those are the owners of the company. Okay, who are holding the equity shares, they are the real owners of the company. Yes, and thus the capital raised by issuing the shares is known as ownership capital. If you are issuing equity shares and some of the investor has purchased that shares, then that investors will become the owners of the company, and whatever the capital they bring by purchasing the equity shares, that capital is known as ownership capital or owner's fund. Okay, whatever the capital that is brought by equity shareholders by purchasing the equity shares, they will become the owners of the company, and the capital that they brought, that is known as ownership capital or owner's fund. Okay, so equity shareholders dividend is not fixed. డివిడెంట్ అంటే ఏంటిది మేడం అంటే, ఇప్పుడు బ్యాంక్స్ ఉన్నాయి, బ్యాంక్లో మనం డిపాజిట్ చేస్తే మనకి ఏమొస్తుంది, ఎవ్రీ మంత్ ఫిక్స్డ్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనేది వస్తుంది. ఏమొస్తుంది, ఫిక్స్డ్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనేది వస్తుంది. అదేవిధంగా ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్ని ఎవరు హోల్డ్ చేస్తారో, ద పర్సన్ హూ హోల్డ్ ద ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్, that person will get the dividend. ఓకే, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఎట్లా ఉంటుందో డివిడెంట్ అనేది షేర్స్ మీద ఇస్తాము. ఓకే, బట్ ద డివిడెంట్ ఈజ్ నాట్ ఫిక్స్డ్ ఇన్ ద ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్. ఓకే, ద ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ డివిడెంట్ ఈజ్ నాట్ ఫిక్స్డ్ because they are the owners, they have to bear the losses, they have to take the excess profits, so their dividend is not at all fixed. Means whatever the income that they have to get from the equity shares, that is not at all a fixed income. So merits ante advantages, merits means advantages. So equity shares do not create any obligation to pay a fixed dividend. So equity shares does not create any kind of obligation. Obligation means must and should. Okay, responsibility. So there is no need to pay fixed dividend to the equity shareholders because they are the real owners of the company. So after giving all people, they will receive the dividend finally. So the dividend is not fixed. equity shares can be issued without creating any charge over the assets of the company. So these can be issued without creating any charge, over the assets of the company. What are the assets of the company? Plant and machinery, furniture, building, equipment, tools. So there is no need to create charges over the assets of the company. So while issuing, there is no need to create such charges that over the assets. Yes, so that is also advantage. It is a permanent source of capital. Okay, it is a permanent source of capital and company need not repay it. The company will not repay it. Whatever the capital that brought by the equity shareholders, that is not paid by the company. That is permanent source of capital for the company. Permanent mooladhanam adi. Okay, company lone untundi. So no need to pay back to the equity shareholders. But when the company in the situation of liquidation means when the company is closing, okay, when all assets are converting into the cash, okay, when all assets are converting into the cash, liquidation ante when all assets are converting into the cash, then only whatever the capital brought by the equity shareholders is given to the equity shareholders. Then only the share capital of the equity shareholders is repaid. Equity shareholders are the real owners of the company who have the voting rights. Yes, equity shareholders are the real owners of the company. They have the voting rights. By the voting rights, they will select the board of directors, general managers, and other directors. They only select by giving vote to the board of directors. In case of profits, equity shareholders are the real gainers. Okay, if there is more profit, then they will take more amount of profit as a dividend by way of increased dividend. By the way of increased dividends and appreciation in the value of the shares. Appreciation means increase. They will increase the value of the share also. So in this way they will gain. When the profit is increased, at that time the dividend will be increased. If they are getting the dividend of every month, they are getting dividend of 2,000, 2,500 another month, some months 1,500. If like this, they have the fluctuation in their dividend. Okay, if there is more profit at that time, they will take something like this dividend, 25,000 rupees as a dividend. And also, if their share value is rupees, one share, for example, the share value is rupees 2,000 rupees, then they will increase the value of the share to 20,000 rupees also. So that's why when there is a profit, there are the real gainers. Equity shareholders are the real gainers. So limitations means the disadvantages of having equity shareholders. Okay, investors who want a steady income. Steady income means fixed income. The investors who want fixed incomes may not prefer equity shares. They should not have to prefer equity shares because the returns are always fluctuating. See, the returns are always fluctuating. Who want the steady income means fixed income, they should not have to prefer the equity shares. Okay, the cost of equity shares is generally more. Okay, the cost of equity shares is generally more as compared to the cost of rising fund through other securities, other sources. Other sources means from banks or from financial institutions. That is very easy but as compared to the cost of equity shares, the equity shares cost is very more, generally it is more as compared to raising fund from the other source, means from the banks, from the financial institutions or from the creditors. That is easy than raising from the equity shares. Issue of additional equity shares dilutes, means it reduces, means it will not give any double voting power. Okay, it will not give any double voting power or earning of equity shares. Okay, if they have additional equity shares, okay, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఎక్స్ అన్న పర్సన్ ఉన్నాడు, అతని దగ్గర ఫస్ట్ 20 ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్ ఉండే, ఇప్పుడు 25 ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. 20 ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్ ఉన్నప్పుడు అతనికి 1 ఓటింగ్ రైట్ ఉండే, 25 వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా 1 ఓటింగ్ రైటే ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ ఎర్నింగ్స్ అనేవి ఫ్లక్చువేట్ అయినాయి. 20 ఉన్నప్పుడు, 25 ఉన్నప్పుడు కూడా ఎర్నింగ్స్ అనేవి ఫ్లక్చువేట్ అవుతూనే ఉంటాయి. సో దెర్ ఈజ్ నో ఎనీ వాట్ వి సే ఎనీ ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ డైల్యూట్స్, మీన్స్ దెర్ ఈజ్ నో డబుల్. సో 20 షేర్స్ నుంచి 25కి వచ్చిండు కాబట్టి 2 ఓటింగ్ పవర్స్ ఇలాంటివి ఉండవు. సో 1 ఓట్ ఓన్లీ ఈజ్ దేర్. Next, more legal formalities and procedural delay are involved. So more legal formalities are there and the procedure of issuing the equity share is also take much time while raising fund through the issue of equity shares. So when we want to raise the fund by issuing the equity share, there will be more legal formalities and also it will take the much time in order to raise the capital from the equity share. So these are the main few limitations of the equity share. Okay, these are the merits, means advantages, and these will be the disadvantages of equity shares. So this is about the equity share. Let us meet in other session with other topic, that is preference shares. How many types of preference shares are there, what are the merits of the preference shares, and what are the demerits or limitations or disadvantages of preference shares, that we will discuss in the next session. Okay. Good morning ma, welcome to all for online education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing is the ninth chapter, that is the source of business finance. Okay, in this chapter we are dealing with the section, that is the second session of this chapter. So in the previous session we have discussed about the equity shares, and in this session we are going to discuss about the preference shares. So let us see what are the preference shares. The capital raised by the issue of preference shares is called preference share capital. Okay, whatever the capital that has been raised by the issue of preference shares, when we are raising the capital by issuing the preference shares, then that capital is known as preference share capital. Preference shareholders have fixed rate of dividend. Here the rate of dividend for the preference shareholders is generally fixed. Okay, whereas in the equity shareholders they don't have the fixed dividend, but the preference shareholders will have the fixed rate of dividend out of the net profit of the company. Okay, if the company gets a net profit, from that profit the dividend is given to the fixed rate of dividend, 10%, 15%, 30%, whatever that percentage, that fixed rate of dividend is given to the preference shareholder who are holding the preference shares. For them we are giving the dividend, that is the fixed dividend, before any dividend declared to equity shareholder. So first the dividend is declared to the preference shareholder, then after the dividend whatever left, whatever the profit is left, whatever the net profit is left, that is given to the equity shareholders. So first the preference shareholders will get the fixed rate of dividend. Receiving their capital after the claims of the company, creditors have been settled. So when the preference shareholders will receive the dividend, means ఫస్ట్ ద క్రెడిటార్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ. క్రెడిటార్స్ మీన్స్ కంపెనీ ఎవరికైతే బాకీ ఉందో వాళ్ళు కంపెనీకి ఏమవుతారంటే క్రెడిటార్స్ అవుతారు. ఏబీసీ కంపెనీ ఇఫ్ ఎక్స్ అనే పర్సన్కి బాకీ ఉంది, ఏబీసీ కంపెనీ ఎక్స్ అన్న పర్సన్కి బాకీగా ఉంటే ఎక్స్ ఏమవుతాడంటే ఏబీసీ కంపెనీకి క్రెడిటార్ అవుతాడు. సో ఫస్ట్ క్రెడిటార్స్కి పే చేసినాక తర్వాత ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్కి ఫిక్స్డ్ డివిడెండ్ పే చేసేస్తారు. దెన్ ఆఫ్టర్వర్డ్స్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద ప్రాఫిట్, నెట్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఈజ్ దేర్, in that net profit the amount is distributed to the dividend is distributed to the equity shareholders. So types of preference shares. What are the types of preference shares are there? Let us see. Cumulative preference shares. So the dividend is collected if it is not paid during the year. If in the year 2020 if the dividend is not given to the preference shareholder of this type, cumulative type, so they will collect the dividend in the next year. Okay, there will not left the dividend. Okay, they will receive the dividend, they will collect the dividend from the company in the next year, in the 2021. Okay, so the type of preference shares are known as cumulative preference shares. Next, non-cumulative preference shares. Under non-cumulative preference shares, the dividend does not accumulated. Accumulated means collected. Okay, what's the meaning of accumulation means? Collected. The dividend is not collected here. Okay, the dividend does not collected under non-cumulative preference shares. The dividend is collected under cumulative preference shares. If they are not paid in 2020, they have to paid in the future in 2021. The company has to pay the dividend to the preference shareholder if there are cumulative. If there are non-cumulative, there is no need to pay. Participating preference shares. So participating means those preference shares which have a right to participate in the company's surplus. Surplus means excess profit. Excess profit, ఎక్కువ ప్రాఫిట్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఆ అమౌంట్ని ఏమంటామంటే సర్ప్లస్ అమౌంట్ అంటాం. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ we expected the profit of 20 crores but we got the profit of 49 crores. Then that amount, whatever the amount is there, 29 crores excess amount, that amount is considered as a surplus amount. Excess amount ni surplus antam. Okay, so participating preference shares, those preference shares which have a right to participate in the company's surplus after paying dividend to equity shareholders and preference shareholders. Okay, first the company will pay the dividend to the creditors, after that it will pay to the preference shareholders, then after it will pay to the equity shareholders. If there is any surplus amount remain, then that amount is taken by the participating preference shareholders who are holding these type of preference shares. Means which type of participating type of preference shares who are holding, they will get this type of dividend. Non-participating preference shares, they does not enjoy the right to participate in the profit of the company. They will not participate in collecting any excess amount, means any surplus amount of the company. Convertible preference shares means these shares can be converted into equity shares within a specified time period. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever it may be the time duration. After that, that preference shares will be converted into equity shares. Means the person who holding convertible preference shares ఎవరైతే హోల్డ్ చేస్తారో, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ వాళ్ళ టైం డ్యూరేషన్ 2 years ఉందనుకోండి, 2 years తర్వాత వాళ్ళు ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ అయిపోతారు, అంటే వాళ్ళు ఓనర్స్ అయిపోతారు. ఎస్, ఈక్విటీ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళతో పాటు వీళ్ళు కూడా ఓనర్స్ అవుతారు ఆ కంపెనీకి. సో దోస్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ షేర్స్ ఆర్ నోన్ యాజ్ కన్వర్టబుల్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్స్. Non-convertible preference shares means they are not converted into equity shares. Redeemable preference shares, those shares the investment on which are to be paid back to the respective holder after the completion of certain period of time. So whatever the investment that is done by the preference shareholder, they will get the investment amount. Okay, they will get the investment amount after a certain time period, after the completion of certain time period. The holder will get the total investment amount. If he invested 10 lakhs rupees, he will get the 10 lakhs rupees immediately after the completion of a certain time period. Next, irredeemable preference shares. Irredeemable preference shares. The shares does not carry any fixed period of repayment. So there is no need of repaying anything in case of irredeemable. Remedial preference shares, irremedial preference shares. So in case of irremedial preference shares, there is no need to repay the amount. There is no need to repay the amount in case of irremedial preference shares. Next one, merits. So fixed rate of dividend and safety of investment. So what is the merit advantage means? There is a fixed rate of dividend and safety of investment. Whatever you are investing, you will get back after a completion of a certain period of time. Next, useful for those investors who want to get fixed rate of return with a comparatively low risk, who don't want to take risk and they want to get a fixed rate of dividend. For them it was very comfortable. So those investors will prefer the preference shares. Okay, it is a superior security over equity shares. It is a superior security. It is more secure because it will have a fixed rate of dividend regularly. So it is more superior security than the equity shares. Payment of the fixed rate of dividend to preference shares may enable a company to declare high rate of returns, high rate of dividend for the equity shareholders in good times. First, the company will pay the amount to the creditors. After that, it will be pay the fixed dividend to the preference shareholders. So after paying to the preference shareholders in the good time, if the company got the more profit, at that time the equity shareholders will get the good returns due to first only receiving the amount by the preference shareholders. Next one, preference capital does not create any type of charge against the assets of the company. So preference capital does not create any charges, okay, against the assets of the company, because they are not the owners of the company. So they are not going to charge against the assets of the company. So these are the advantages of the preference shares. Now let us see the disadvantages. Those are the limitations of the preference shares. Not suitable for those who are willing to take risk and are interested in higher returns. Means who want to take risk and want to get a higher returns, for them it is not useful, because for them equity shares are good, because they are taking the risk and they are they are interested to get the high returns. But in the preference shares, the returns are not high and the risk is also very less. Preference capital dilutes the claims of the equity shareholders over the assets of the company. So what these preference shareholders will do, preference capital will do means, it will not double, it will not the preference capital double, it will double the claim of the equity shareholder over the assets of the company. So preference shareholders also bring the capital. So when the preference capital is brought, the company will purchase more assets so that the equity shareholders can claim more amount over the assets of the company. Means when they are selling the some assets which are very old assets, then the equity shareholders will get the more amount from that assets. The rate of dividend on preference shares is higher than the rate of interest on debentures. So the rate of dividend, the dividend rate is very more to preference shares as compared to the rate of dividend on preference share is higher very high than the rate of interest on debentures. So debentures also a type of way to raise the capital. So on the debentures we are going to pay the interest. How we are paying dividend to the preference shareholder? For the debenture holder we will pay the interest. So when we compare the debenture holder and preference shareholder, the preference shareholder only getting the high rate of returns, as the dividend on the shares is to be paid only when the company earns the profit. So the preference shareholders will get the dividend only when the company earns the profit. If the company is not earning any profit, there is no any kind of fixed dividend to the preference shareholders. Okay, there is no assured return for the investor, thus their share may not be very attractive to the investor. So this is not such much attractive for the investor, because if the company get the profit, then only there will get the dividend. If there is no profit, then there is no dividend. And one more thing, that the preference capital does not create any charges against the assets of the company. So if the company purchase any assets, for that also they are not getting anything. Okay, if the company purchased asset and it has sold for some profit, even though at the time also the preference shareholders are not getting any kind of dividend. So the preference shareholders will get the dividend fixed when the company earns the profit, then only they will get the fixed rate of dividend. So this is about the disadvantages of preference shares. Let us meet in the other session with the differences between the equity shares and the preference shares. Okay, right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium chapter that we are dealing with. That is the 9th chapter, Source of Business Finance. This is the 3rd session of the chapter. So in this session we are going to know the differences between the equity shares and the preference shares. So let us see the differences. Choice of issue. So issue of equity shares is compulsory, but the issue of preference shares is not at all a compulsory. Okay, the issue of equity shares is compulsory. Next, payment of dividend. Dividend is paid after paying the dividend to the on preference shareholders. The equity shareholders will receive the dividend after preference shareholders have been received. Okay, here the dividend is paid before paying dividend to the equity shareholders. Yes, first the equity shareholders will receive the dividend, after that equity shareholders will receive the dividend. Rate of dividend. The rate of dividend is not fixed. The rate of dividend is not fixed in case of equity shareholders, and the equity shareholders dividend is decided by the board of directors of the company. But whereas come to preference shares, that is prefixed, means mundugane fix chesi pedtaru. So rate of dividend for the preference shareholders is prefixed and pre-communicated. Next, voting rights. Equity shareholders don't have have the voting right. Preference shareholders have no voting right. Next, risk profile. It is highly risky and it is less risky. Next one is speculation. Speculation means investing in certain asset with an intention or with knowing that there is a risk while investing in certain assets. So there is a scope for speculation in equity shares, but there is no any kind of scope for speculation because the preference shareholders does not want to take the risk, but the equity shareholders want to take the risk and profit. So there is a scope for speculation. Next one, bonus shares. So bonus shares means additional shares. So equity shareholders will receive the bonus shares, but the preference shareholders will not receive the bonus shares. Next, return of capital. So in case of winding up, the capital is refunded after the payment of preference share capital. After giving the preference share capital, whatever the preference share capital brought by the preference shareholders, after making the settlement of that preference share capital, After that only the equity shareholders will get their preference share capital during the winding up of the company. Winding up means during the closing of the company. So in case of winding up of the capital, capital is repaid before the equity shares. So before the equity shareholders receiving the capital, the equity before the equity shareholder receiving the capital, the preference shareholders will receive the capital. So this is the differences between equity shares and preference shares. Let us meet with the other topic in the other session. Yes. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with is the 9th chapter, Sources of Business Finance. So this is the 4th session of our chapter. So here we are discussing about the retained earning. So retained earnings means, if for example, if a company got a profit of 10 rupees, in that 10 rupees it will give 5 rupees to the shareholders, both equity shareholder and preference shareholder, and 2 rupees to the creditors, and 3 rupees are left with the company. In these 3 rupees are kept as retained earnings, means they will save that 3 rupees for the development of the business or further survival of the business organization. Okay, let us I will explain you, by that you can understand what it is. A company generally do not distribute all its earnings among the shareholders as a dividend. If a company getting 10 rupees, for example 10 rupees earnings means 10 rupees profit, then it will not going to distribute the total 10 rupees profit to the shareholders. Okay, it will share half percentage or 75% of the profit, and it will keep 25% as reserves. Okay, 25% దాచిపెట్టుకుంటారు వాళ్ళు. Okay, for the development of the business కావచ్చు, for the expansion of the business దానికోసమైనా కావచ్చు. మొత్తానికి మొత్తం వాళ్ళకు డివిడెంట్ రూపంలో ఇవ్వరు. దే విల్ సేవ్ certain amount for the future use. Okay, a proportion of the net earning may be retained in the business for the use in the future. So whatever the portion that has been saved for the future purpose, it is used for the future. This is known as retained earning. Simply we can say that among the total profit is not distributed among the shareholders. Okay, in the form of dividend, the total amount is not distributed. A certain portion of that profit is kept aside, and that is used for the future development. That is known as retained earnings. It is a source of internal financing. Means internal financing means the organization or the business itself create that kind of financing. Okay, it is not going to borrow from any other money lenders. It is not going to borrow from the shareholders or anything. It is just created by itself. The business itself, it is created that internal financing or self-financing. Means the business itself created such a financing or plugging back of profits. Plugging back means when the dog dig the have you seen the dog digging the శాండ్ని డాగ్ డిగ్ చేసినప్పుడు చూసిండ్రా, ఆ కాళ్ళతో ఏం చేస్తుంటాడు, వెనుకకి నూకేస్తుంటాడు. ఆ శాండ్ని మొత్తము కుక్క ఏం చేస్తుంది, కాళ్ళతోటి వెనుకకి నూకేస్తుంది. సో అదేవిధంగా ప్లగ్గింగ్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాఫిట్ అంటే whatever the profit is there, for example 10% is 100% is a profit, in that 75% is distributed to the equity shareholders, preference shareholders and debentures, and the remaining 25% is plugged back, just like how the dog dig the sand. In the same way the company will dig that profit and it saves something, save that amount for the future use. So what are the merits of these retained earnings? Let us see. So retained earning is a permanent source of funds. Retained earning is a permanent source of fund available to an organization. So it is a permanent source of fund. Okay, because it is self financing now, so that is a permanent source of fund, permanent source of fund that is available to the organization. It does not involve any explicit cost. Explicit means external, బయట నుంచి వచ్చిన కాస్ట్ కాదు ఇది. In the form of interest, dividend or floating cost. We no need to pay any interest, we no need to pay any dividend, we no need to pay any floating cost. Means floating cost means the cost which is continuously changes, the interest rate which will be continuously changes, that is known as flotation. Okay, so here we no need to do these type of activities because this finance is an internal finance and self finance which is created by the company itself. As the funds are generated internally, there is a greater degree of operational freedom and flexibility. As this fund is generated within the organization, so there is a more freedom and flexibility in the degree of operations. Operation means activity. The business can perform their activities very freely and very flexibly. Means it can change its activities or it can change the nature of its business because it having more amount of reserves, so that it can make certain changes or it can introduce a new product. So those things can be done by with the help of these retained earnings. It enhances the capacity of the business firm to absorb unexpected losses. If there is a sudden loss, okay, if there is unexpected loss, in that case also it will help the business to absorb that unexpected loss. Okay, whatever the loss is caused, that loss is also can be claimed. The loss amount can be paid by the business with the help of the amount which is reserved. Okay, which is reserved, that is retained earnings. The retained earnings are used to pay the losses which are unexpected losses. For that purpose also it will be helpful. It may lead to increase in the market price of the equity shares of the company. So by maintaining more retained earnings, it will increase the equity shares price. Okay, the shares price will be increases. The company which maintain more retained earnings, that company shares, equity shares price in the market, in the share market, those company shares price will be increases. So these are the advantages of the retained earning. Let us focus on the disadvantages of the retained earning. Those are the limitations. Okay, excessive plugging back may cause dissatisfaction among the shareholders as there would get lower dividend. More plugging back, if you plug more and more amount back, if there is a profit of 10 rupees, in that 10 rupees profit, if you are maintaining more return earnings by giving less dividend to the equity shareholders or preference shareholders, they will dissatisfied with the dividend and it will create a problem for the business organization. Okay, it is an uncertain source of fund as the profit of the business is fluctuating. ఇది కంటిన్యూషువల్గా రిటర్న్ ఎండింగ్స్ అనేవి వీళ్ళు సేవ్ చేసుకొని పెట్టుకోగలుగుతారని చెప్పలేం. బికాస్ ఎప్పుడు ప్రాఫిట్ వస్తుందో అప్పుడు మాత్రమే వీళ్ళు సర్టెన్ అమౌంట్ని తీసి పక్కన పెట్టుకోగలుగుతారు. అదే లాస్ వస్తే ఆ లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ ప్రీవియస్ ఇయర్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో ఈ ఇయర్కి వాడుకోవాల్సి వస్తుంది. సో దెర్ ఈజ్ నో కాన్స్టాంట్ స్టెబిలిటీ అనేది దీంట్లో ఉండదు. ద ఆపర్చునిటీ కాస్ట్ అసోసియేటెడ్ విత్ దీస్ ఫండ్స్ ఈజ్ నాట్ రికగ్నైజ్డ్ బై మెనీ ఫర్మ్స్. So whatever the opportunity cost is there, okay, there is a certain opportunity cost which is associated with these kinds of funds that is not considered by many of the business firms. These may lead to suboptimal use. So the retained earning can't be used fully because it will create some type of disturbance in the business organization, so that the shareholders get less amount of dividend and they are dissatisfied, and also the profits are not always, the business can't get the profits all over the years. Okay, so in the year 2020 we have COVID-19. Now new virus is also coming. Yes, for the 2021 new virus is also entering into the world. So at that time the business can't earn the profits, it will face more amount of losses. At the time there will be no return earnings. So that's why he is saying that there is a fluctuations in the return earnings. One time it will be more, one time it will be less, sometimes it will be zero. Okay, next there is the opportunity cost, opportunity of expanding the business, and opportunity of introducing a new product. That type of things most of the firms do not give preference to that kind of things, because sometimes it may be successful and sometimes it may be failure. So they will not give such more importance to this, and this may leads to suboptimal use. Suboptimal use means the return earnings what we are saved. Okay, the returned earnings what we are saved, that is not completely used. Okay, that are not completely used, that is not completely used. And also one more thing, that suboptimal use means not fully used. This is about the demerits of the limitations or demerits of the returned earnings. Let us focus on the debentures. Okay, the debentures are an important instrument for raising long term debt capital. So with the debentures we can raise it is an instrument by that we can raise long term debt capital. Debt means appu nana, debt ante appu. So long term debt capital, appu మీద capital ని తీసుకురావచ్చు, చాలా long time వరకు ఉంటుంది ఇది. Okay, the money, the company can raise fund through the issue of debentures. So the company can raise the fund by issuing of debentures. The company will also issue the debentures, just like how it will issue the shares, in the same way it will issue the debentures also. It bear a fixed rate of interest. So the preference shareholders will get the fixed rate of dividend, the debenture holders will get the fixed rate of interest. ఇది గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి, preference shareholders will get the fixed rate of dividend, ఈ debenture holders will get the fixed rate of interest. The debentures issued by the company is an acknowledgement that the company has borrowed a certain amount of money. So if a company is issuing debentures, if a company is issuing debentures, it means that it acknowledgement means it will indicate that the company has borrowed a certain sum of money which is promised to pay on the future date. Okay, which is promised to pay on the future date. For example, it has brought on 24th 12th 2020 and it is promised to pay the total amount, that is rupees 50,000 rupees on 24th 1st 2021. It is a promise to pay on that day. Up to that it will get the interest on that amount. Okay, it will get the interest on that amount. The interest plus principal amount is also given. The interest plus principal amount is also given on the future date. Debenture holders are therefore termed as the creditors of the company. So debenture holders ni ఏమంటామంటే creditors of the company అంటాం. ఎందుకంటాం మేడం అంటే debenture holders కి కంపెనీ బాకీ ఉంది కాబట్టి డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్ కంపెనీకి ఏమవుతారంటే క్రెడిటార్స్ అవుతారు. ఇది బాగా కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవుతారు కాబట్టి తెలుగు లాంగ్వేజ్లో చెప్తున్నా, అర్థం చేసుకోండి. డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉంటారో వాళ్ళకి కంపెనీ బాకీ ఉంది. ఓకే, కంపెనీ బాకీ ఉంది, వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి అమౌంట్ రైజ్ చేసింది. సో కంపెనీ వాళ్ళకు పే చేయాల్సి ఉంది కాబట్టి డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్ని ఏమంటామంటే క్రెడిటార్స్ అంటాం. కంపెనీ బాకీ ఉంది కాబట్టి డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్ని క్రెడిటార్స్ అంటాం. మరి కంపెనీకి డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్ క్రెడిటార్స్ అయినప్పుడు మరి డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్కి కంపెనీ ఏమవుతుందంటే డెబిటార్ అవుతుంది. ఏమవుతుందంటే డెబిటార్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, సి కంపెనీ ఏమో డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్కి ఏమవుతుందంటే కంపెనీకి డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఏమో క్రెడిటార్స్ అవుతారమ్మా. డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్స్కి కంపెనీ ఏమవుతుందంటే డెబిటార్ అవుతుందా డెప్టార్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, డెబిటార్ అంటారు, కొంతమంది డెప్టార్ అంటారు. ఓకే, సో అది అవుతుంది. దీనికి రెండిటికి కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవుతారు, అందుకనే చెప్పిన. సో సీ హియర్ మెరిట్స్. Debentures are preferred by investors who want fixed income at a lesser risk. So debentures are preferred by those who want a fixed income and with a low amount of risk. There will be no risk at all in the debentures. Okay, so the debentures are fixed charge funds and do not participate in the profit of the company. So they do not participate in the profit of the company. Whatever the profit of the company, whatever the loss of the company, whatever it may be, there will get a fixed rate of interest every month. The issue of debentures is suitable when sales and earnings are relatively stable. So when we have to issue the debentures means when our sales and earnings means income is stable, means it is a constant. When sales are very good, we are getting good profits, then we have to issue the debentures. Okay, as the debentures do not carry voting right, they do not carry any voting right. How the equity shareholders got the voting right? The debenture holders do not carry any voting right. Financially, through the debentures do not dilute the control of equity shareholders on the management. So they will not participate in the management. They will just take a fixed rate of interest and they will go aside. Okay, they don't have any voting right, so there is no problem for the equity shareholders right. Okay, whatever the equity shareholders rights are there, that are constant only. Okay, because these debenture holders and preference shareholders don't have the voting right because they are not the owners of the company. Okay, financing through debentures is less costly as compared to the cost of preference and or equity capital. So getting income from the debenture, rising capital or income or money, rising finance or capital from the debentures is less costly, means it is less expensive as we compare with the equity shareholders and preference shareholders. That is very expensive. The equity preference capital and equity capital is very expensive as compared to the debentures, because debentures will charge very fixed rate of interest and that rate is also very low, as the interest payment on debentures is tax deductible. So while company paying the tax, if it has the debentures, then from the total amount the debentures amount is deductible. మినహాయింపు ఉంటుంది అన్నట్టు, పన్ను మినహాయింపు కూడా వీళ్ళకు ఉంటుంది, మీన్స్ ట్యాక్స్ డిడక్టబుల్. డిబెంచర్స్ ఆర్ డిడక్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ట్యాక్స్, వాటి మీద ట్యాక్స్ పే చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉండదు. బట్ ఆన్ ద ప్రిఫరెన్స్ క్యాపిటల్, బట్ ఆన్ ద ఈక్విటీ క్యాపిటల్, ద కంపెనీ హ్యాస్ టు పే ద ట్యాక్స్. But on the debentures capital, whatever the capital brought with the help of the issue of the debentures, on that there will be no any tax. Okay, there is no tax, they are completely exempted. So these are the advantages of the debentures. So let us meet in the other session with the disadvantages of the debentures and also the variation between the shares and the debentures. Okay, welcome to all for online education commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 9th chapter, sources of business finance, and this is the 5th session of the chapter. So here we are going to discuss about the limitations of the debentures. The first limitation is, as fixed charge instrument, debentures put a permanent burden on the earnings of a company. There is a greater risk when earnings of the company fluctuate. If there is a profit, then the company will give the fixed rate of interest to the debenture holder. If suppose there is a loss, then what the situation of the company? How the company will bear such a fixed rate of interest to the debenture holder? So it is very problematic and it is very risky for the company to pay fixed rate of dividend to the debenture holder, because the company profits which are always fluctuating. Fluctuating means sometimes it will be more and sometimes it will be maximum and sometimes it will be very low. So due to these fluctuations, it will become very problematic for the company to declare the fixed rate of interest to the debenture holders. In case of redeemable debentures, the company has to make a provisions for repayment on the specific date even during the period of financial difficulties. So redeemable debentures. So redeemable debentures means the company should have to pay the principal amount at a specific date. So while the company is paying the principal amount to the debenture holder of this type, redeemable debenture holder will get the principal amount at a specified date. During the specified date, if the company is facing financial difficulty, so at that it will become difficult and it will become very risky for the company to pay the principal amount to the redeemable debenture holder on a specified date when that company is facing financial difficulty on that specified date. Okay, each company has a certain borrowing capacity. So every company will have certain borrowing capacity from the outsiders. With the issue of debentures, okay, with the issue of debentures, the capacity of the company for further borrowing fund reduces. So every company will have certain borrowing capacity, yes, but if a company issue the debentures, then it will become highly impossible for the company to borrow further from any other source, from any other financial institutions or from any other financial banks or any other thing. It will become very difficult for the company to raise the fund if they are issuing the debentures. Okay, because while issuing the debentures, the company should have to keep their assets like plant and machinery, furniture, land, building, these things in mortgage. Okay, mortgage lo pettalsi untundi kabatti, so issue of debentures causes difficulty to raise further borrowing fund for the company. So let us focus on the types of the debentures. So first is mortgage debenture. So in the mortgage debenture, a property should taken by the debenture holder under the mortgage. There are also known as secured debentures. Mortgage debentures are also known as secured debentures. The payment of interest and principal is secured. The company have to pay a fixed rate of interest and the principal amount which it borrowed from the issue of debentures. With that, the interest and the principal amount both are secured in case of mortgage debenture, because they keep certain asset of the company or any other thing under the mortgage. Okay, తాకట్టు పెట్టి తీసుకొస్తారు కాబట్టి ఎలాంటి రిస్క్ అనేది ఉండదు. ఎవరికి? డిబెంచర్ హోల్డర్కి రిస్క్ అనేది ఉండదు. సింపుల్ డిబెంచర్స్, దేర్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో నోన్ యాజ్ నాక్డ్ ఆర్ అన్సెక్యూర్డ్ డిబెంచర్స్. What we called these debentures? Naked or unsecured debentures. They are not secured. Okay, they are not secured by any charge or security of asset of the company. So they don't have any kind of mortgage. So that's why there are unsecured debentures. Okay, simple debentures are also known as naked debentures or unsecured debentures. They don't have any kind of security. There is no chance of getting the principal amount and fixed rate of interest because they are not at all secured. Next, Redeemable debentures. Redeemable debentures. So redeemable debentures means those debentures which are issued for a particular fixed time. These debentures are issued for a particular fixed time period. Okay, they are issued for a fixed time period, and after the expiry of that period, okay, after the expiry of that period, the principal amount is returned. The principal amount is returned to the debenture holder by the company. So these are generally issued for a fixed time, means 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, means it is for a fixed period of time. After the expiry of that period, whatever the principal amount that is a company brought from the debenture, that have to be returned back to the debenture holder. That is called as remedial debentures. Okay, irremedial debentures. Next one, they are not be paid back at the time of winding up. They ought to be paid at the time of winding up of the company. So they have to be paid at the winding up of the company. When the company is winding up, at the time only they have to pay these type of debentures to the company should have to pay these type of debentures only when at the time of winding up. Winding up means the company is going to be closed. At that time only irremedial debentures are paid to the debenture holder. Here there is no fixed time period. Okay, this is paid only during the winding up. There is no fixed time period. Next, registered debentures. The names of the holders are recorded in the books of the company. So the name of the debenture holder are recorded in the book of the company. Those type of debentures are known as registered debentures. Bearer debentures. The debentures which are not recorded in the register book, those debentures are known as bearer debentures. Which are recorded in the registration book, those are known as registered debentures. Which are not recorded in the registered book, those are known as bearer debentures. Next, convertible debentures. Convertible debentures are those debentures which are converted into equity shares after a specific period of time, either fully or partially. Partial ante half, fully ante mottam. So either fully or partially, the debentures are converted into equity shares. Those debentures are known as convertible debentures. Next one is non-convertible debentures. Non-convertible debentures are those debentures which will never converted into equity shares. Okay, ఏవి equity shares లోకి ఎప్పటికీ కన్వర్ట్ కావో, those debentures are known as non-convertible debentures. So this is about the types of debentures and that are the limitations of the debentures. Let us meet in the other session with the differences between the shares and debentures. In this session we are going to discuss about the differences in detail about the shares and debentures. What are the advantages are there, what are the disadvantages of there between the shares and debentures, that we are going to discuss in the next session. That will be our our session, that will be the 6th session. Okay, right. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 7th chapter, commencement of the business, and this is the last session of this chapter, 6th session. So whatever the types we have remained in the section previous session, in the 5th session, that we will cover in this session. So the next is shelf prospectus. So section 31 Companies Act 2013 defined that prospectus that have been issued by any public financial institution, company or bank for one or more issue of securities or classes of securities as mentioned in the prospectus. When a shelf prospectus is issued, then the issuer does not need to issue a separate prospectus for each offering. He can offer or sell securities without issuing any further prospectus. So according to it, if a public company or institution or bank, anything that is public Okay, that is that want to raise the capital. For that, if it will be issue the shelf prospectus, at that time it can issue one or more issue of securities. It can issue more securities, one or more securities or classes of securities, means like equity shares, preference shares, debentures, like this type of different securities it can be issued as mentioned in the prospectus. As mentioned in the prospectus, how it is mentioned in the prospectus, according to that it can able to issue. Okay, when a self prospectus is issued, then the issuer does not need to issue a separate prospectus. If you are issuing a shelf prospectus, at that time there is no need to issue again another prospectus. Okay, prospectus is not needed again issuing. Okay, for each offering he can offer or sell the securities. So when he want to sell the securities, simply that it is the final. So whatever the things that have been we want to get from by issuing the securities, we can issue it, and after issuing the shelf prospectus there is no need to issue again and again other prospectus. Okay, so arbitraged prospectus means shorting the prospectus according to section 3 according to section 33 subsection 1. So what is he saying means, when any form for the purchase of security of the company is issued. Okay, if any form is issued in order to purchase the securities of one particular company, it must be accompanied by an arbitraged prospectus. Okay, when a form is issuing for the purchase of security, then the prospectus will be shortened. Okay, it will be reduced, it will be short. So it contains all the useful and materialistic information. It only contains whatever the information needed, what is important, only that information is contained in the arbitraged prospectus. The unnecessary information is not contained in it. It is shortened by removing all unnecessary information, so that the investor can take a rational decision, and it also reduces the cost of public issue of the public issue of capital, as it is a short form of prospectus. So by issuing these type of arbitraged prospectus, the decision maker, the investor, can take the decision quickly, and it reduces the cost of public issue. Okay, issue of the prospectus, because it is very short, so it can be easily understood by the investors. They can take the decision, unnecessary information is deducted. So that is why this is very good type of prospectus. Among the different types of prospectus, arbitraged prospectus is better, short and sweet it is. Deemed prospectus. Okay, next one is deemed prospectus. So according to section 25 subsection 1, according to section 25 subsection 1, any document by which an offer for sale of any security in terms thereof, then such document shall for all purposes be deemed to a prospectus. So for the sale of any securities, okay, for the sale of any securities in terms of then such document shall for all process. So if there is any offer for the sale of the security, at that time deemed prospectus will be issued. So it will be used for the sale of the securities. If there is any offer for the sale of the security, at that time these type of document will be issued. So this is about the types of the prospectus. So let us concentrate on the other topic, that is minimum subscription. So what is the minimum subscription? Means whatever the amount the public company has to be gathered from the public, that is the minimum subscription. If the public company fail to gather that amount from the public, at that time they have to give back that amount to the public. Let us see. The minimum amount of the capital to be collected out of the total issue. So minimum amount of the capital they have to be collected from the total issue. Whatever their total they are issuing, from that they have to get minimum amount, okay, by a public company before the allotment of shares. Before allotting the shares, the company should have to get the minimum amount of subscription. Okay, nowadays it will be 90% of issued capital. If the company fail to get the subscription amount, minimum amount, at that time it has to return back the amount what it has taken from the investors. Okay, so generally this subscription amount is fixed on the basis of the amount required for the purchase of property. Okay, with the issue of these securities only the company can purchase the property. Amount needed for the payment of preliminary expenses, means any other expenses for the payment of those expenses. Amount required for working capital for day-to-day activities. Yes, the amount required for any other expenditure for the formation of the company. Okay, on the basis of this the minimum subscription amount is decided, or it is fixed, and it is very important. So the minimum subscription amount at present, that is 90% of the issued capital that the company should have to get. If it failed to get that amount, it has to give back the investors whatever the amount it has collected. Okay, that is about the minimum subscription. Next is certificate of commencement of business. Certificate of commencement of business means for private companies there is only one certificate is enough, that is certificate of incorporation. Already we have discussed this topic in the previous sessions. Okay, for private companies only one thing is enough, that is certificate of incorporation. But for the public companies two types of certificates are required. One is certificate of incorporation and next one is certificate of commencement of business. These two certificates are required for the public company in order to start its business. Okay, so it is very mandatory. Yes, for that it has to issue the prospectus, it has to file, it has to get filed memorandum of association and article of association with the registrar and also the prospectus, and it has to raise the minimum subscription. Then only afterwards at the end it can get the certificate of commencement of business. After doing this all the things, the final stage is that it will get the certificate of commencement of business, and also it get the certificate of incorporation. With both two certificates only it can run its business. Let us focus on the last topic of this chapter, statement in lieu. So in case a public company raises its capital through some other means, there is no need to issue prospectus. For example, the public company is raising its capital by issuing some other document, other statement other than the prospectus, then there is no need to issue again the prospectus. If the company is issuing this statement in lieu of the prospectus, at the time there is no need to again issue. Okay, lieu. So if it issuing the statement in lieu of prospectus, then there is no need to issue separate document of the prospectus. Okay, so this statement is signed by the directors and drafted according to part 1 of schedule 3 of the act. So this document should have to be signed by all the directors, and also it is drafted, means it is prepared according to the part 1 of schedule 3 of the act. According to the act, that particular act, this statement in lieu is prepared. Okay, so this is about the types of prospectus. Minimum subscription, that will be 90%, they have to be raised. If they fail, they have to give back the amount what they have subscribed from the public. That is about the minimum subscription. And certificate of commencement of business means in order to continue the business by the public companies or public institutions, whatever it may be, they have to get two certificates: certificate of incorporation and certificate of commencement of business. And this is a statement in lieu. Okay, so this is about this chapter. So this is most important chapter. Please don't quit anything in this chapter. Okay, let us meet in some other session with some other topic. Yes. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first years, English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with is the 9th chapter, Sources of Business Finance, and this is the 7th session of our chapter. So in the previous sessions we have discussed about the long-term source of finance, and in this session we are going to discuss, from these sessions we are going to discuss about the medium-term source of finance. Okay, so let us see what are the medium-term source of finance and what are the merits and demerits. That means the limitations of these medium term source of finance. So the first one is public deposits. Generally we know what is deposit. Yes, we know what is deposit. See, when there is a bank, okay, when there is a bank, if a customer deposit his money into the bank, then that deposit, if a customer is bringing money to the bank in order to save his money for a period of 1 year or for a period of 2 years or whatever it may be, 5 year, 10 year, 20 year, whatever it may be. So what an intention of the customer is to save his money from the theft, save his money from the risk. So for that purpose he is reaching to the bank. Yes. So when the bank accepts that money, that will be the deposit. Okay. When the bank accepts that person money, okay, when the bank is accepting this person money, then it is known as deposit. So here public deposits means number of persons coming to the bank in order to deposit their money. So here medium term source of finance, public deposits. How? Not now here public deposits means that the company is not raising the capital from the bank, it is rising from the public. Rather than public going to the bank, now they are going to the company in order to deposit their money. Okay, generally what is a deposit? I explain you that an individual or a group of persons go to the bank in order to save their money. So they will take that money and they were kept in the bank. That is a deposit in general terms. But in this session, according to our chapter, here the group of peoples are coming to deposit, deposit their money in the company. Means they want to save their money from the theft risk by depositing it into the company. Means the company is going to accept the deposit. Let us see what is there. Public deposits. The deposits that are raised by the organization directly from the public are known as public deposits. Yes. Here the organization directly, okay, the organization directly, it raising the fund from the public. It is raising the fund directly from the public. So that is known as public deposits. Here the bank is not involving. Directly it raising the fund from the public. That's why it is known as public deposit in this chapter, source of business finance. Any person who are interested, any person, okay, he have just interest, okay, what we say enthusiasm to participate, okay, in depositing money in an organization can do so by filling up a prescribed form. So they have to fill up a prescribed form. Who having the interest to deposit the money into the company, just they have to fill up a prescribed form. There is one prescribed form. They have to fill up that prescribed form. The organizations in return, okay, the organization in return, which organization? The company. The company in return issue a deposit receipt. After taking that money, the organization will going to issue a deposit receipt. Means your money is deposited in our organization as acknowledgement of the debt. As acknowledgement of the debt. Acknowledgement of the debt means the company is taking that money from the general public who having the common interest. Yes. So means the company have to give back that money to those people who want it when they want. Yes. So here they having the general interest. So that's why it will be debt for the company. Company ka appaitundi. Enduko evarki ishtamundo vallu vachi public deposit cheskunte vallaki acknowledgement ga deposit receipts ఇస్తున్నారు. మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళకి ఎప్పుడు ఇష్టం ఉందో పబ్లిక్ వచ్చి వీళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి తీసుకుంటారు కాబట్టి ఇచ్చేయాల్సి ఉంది కంపెనీ. ద కంపెనీ షుడ్ హ్యావ్ టు గివ్. సో దట్స్ వై ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ డెప్త్ ఫర్ ద కంపెనీ. ద పబ్లిక్ డిపాజిట్స్ కెన్ టేక్ కేర్ ఆఫ్ మీడియం టర్మ్ ఫైనాన్స్ requirements of the business. So medium term finance requirements of the business can be attained with the help of public deposits. Let us move on to the merits and demerits of the public deposits. Merits means advantages, demerits means limitations or disadvantages. Merits. The procedure of obtaining deposit is simple. So the procedure is very simple to obtain deposits from the public and does not contain restrictions, conditions as are generally there in a loan agreement. So when we are taking the loan from the financial institutions or bank, there will be a lot of restrictions, there will be a lot of conditions. But when we are raising the fund from the public in the form of deposits, at the time there will be very less restrictions and it is very easy for the organization to raise the fund from the public. Next, cost of public deposit is generally lower, means whatever the returns. Okay, if we taking the loan, we have to pay interest every month, right? So that is a cost. Interest is a cost. So the cost of public deposit is generally lower than the cost of borrowing from bank and financial institutions. Okay, if you borrow the loan, the bank will charge 9% interest or 12% interest. So it will be more. It is more. So that's why the cost of public deposit is generally low and it is very suitable for the medium term source of finance for the organization. Public deposits do not usually create any charge on the assets of the company. Yes, what it means we no need to mortgage any company asset in order to raise the public deposits. Okay, in order to raise the public deposits, we no need to mortgage any asset of the company. కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన ఆస్తుల్లో ఏ ఆస్తి కూడా మార్టిగేజ్లో పెట్టాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఓకే, ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు రైజ్ ద పబ్లిక్ డిపాజిట్, as the depositors do not have voting right. Yes, the depositors don't have the voting right. The public depositors who are there, they don't have the voting rights. Only keep in your mind, only the equity shareholders, only they're only having the voting right. Preference shareholders, they don't have voting right. Debenture holders, they don't have voting right. Public depositors, they don't have voting right. Yes, they don't have the voting right. Only the equity shareholders who are the real owners of the business, they're only having the voting right. So they don't have the voting right. The control of the company is not diluted, means the control of the company is not weakened. Diluted means weak. So it will not weak because they are not controlling the company. The equity shareholders only controlling the company. That's why it will be very benefitable for the equity shareholders because their rights are not violating here. Yes. Next, demerits of public deposits. New companies generally find it difficult to raise fund through the public deposits. Okay, it will be difficult for the new companies because they don't have good name, that is a goodwill, manchi peru society lo company ki ela vastundi. If it work honestly, if it work hardfully, then only it can get good name in the society and that good name is known as a goodwill. Okay, that good name is known as a goodwill. This is very valuable asset for a company which we can't able to see with our eyes, but it is very important reputation for the society, in the society for the company. Yes, the company should have to maintain the goodwill so that it can easily raise the fund whatever it want. Okay, so it find difficult to raise the fund through the public deposits for the new companies. It is unreliable source of finance, means it is not always we can't take the guarantee that we can raise this source of finance regularly because it is completely based on the public. If the public is not respond, if the public is not interested, if the public is don't want to invest like this, okay, if they are not they don't have any trust on that company, they will go to the bank and they will do the deposits. So it is 50-50 chances. This is not completely sure. Okay, this is 50-50 chances whether they can get and they can't able to get from the public. So it is compulsory, they will get, we can't say, they can't get compulsory, we can't say. That will be 50-50 chances whether it may be happened, it may not be happened. It is a reliable source of finance, unreliable source of finance, as the public may not respond. When the company need money, when the company is in need of money, if the public is not responding, then what the situation of the company? Just you think once, the company can't raise the fund from the public deposits, then it have to go for second option, second option of the medium term source of finance. What is that? That we will discuss in the next session. Okay. Next, collection of public deposits may prove difficult. It will be difficult. Collection of public deposit is difficult, particularly when the size of the deposit required in large. When the company want a very large amount of deposit, okay, when the company want a large amount of deposit, then it will become very difficult for the company to raise such deposit from the public, because when the company is in need of money, at the same time the public should also show the response towards the company. If they are not responding, if they are not interested, what the company will do? The company will have to go for the second option. Okay, what will be the second option in the medium term source of finance? The company should have to move to the second option. So these are the disadvantages or demerits or limitations of the public deposit. So it is completely depend upon the public attitude and the public interest, and also on the public response. We can't say it is 100% guarantee type of source of finance, or 100% there is no guarantee for rising such source of finance from these type of deposits. Okay, so it is completely depend upon the public. Yes, so this is about the public deposits. These are the merits and these are the demerits. Okay, let us meet in the other section with the another medium term source of finance. Okay. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, the 9th chapter, that is the sources of business finance, and this is the 8th session of the chapter. So here we have to discuss about the other medium term source of finance. So that is a loan from commercial banks. Now, how the company will raise the loan? Now, how the company will raise the loan from the commercial banks. Okay, let us see the procedure and also the merits and demerits of raising the loan from the commercial bank. See, commercial banks occupy a vital position. Vital means very important position or very important role. Okay, there occupies a vital position means it's a very important role or a very important position, as they provide funds. They provide the funds for different purposes. They will provide the funds to the organizations for different purposes as well as for different time periods. Okay, for different purposes as well as for different time periods. It may be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 1 year, 2 years, whatever it may be, okay, or 30 years, whatever it may be. So it will provide the loan for a different time periods. Okay, banks extend loan to form, okay, for all sizes. It will extend the loan to form of all sizes. All sizes means what? Here the meaning all sizes. For large size business organization, for small size business organization, for medium size business organization, for micro size business organization, etc. Micro size means very small business organization, very small business organization, and in many ways it provides the loans in the form of many ways. Okay, what are those ways? Let us see. Cash credit, okay, cash credit. These things we are going to study in detail in the next session. Don't worry, that madam is not explaining these. Don't worry about that. We will study each and every topic in detail in the next session. Okay, cash credit, overdraft facility, term loans, okay, purchase, discounting of bill discounting, and issue of letter of credit. So these are the some of the ways, okay, these are some of the ways by which generally the bank issue the loan, okay, by which generally bank issue the loan for different time period for the different purposes, okay. So this is about the information regarding the loan from the commercial banks. Now let us move on to the merits. What are the advantages of having the commercial banks to the business organization? First one, bank provide timely assistance to business by providing funds and when needed by it. So it providing the funds, bank providing funds and also when it is needed. Who need these? Business need, okay. When the business need the fund, okay, when the business is in need of fund, at that time the bank will provide whatever the needed fund, whatever the fund needed for the business, that is provided by the bank at the time when the business need it, okay. That is the first advantage. Let us see the second advantage of the commercial bank. Secrecy of the business, okay. Business secrecy can be maintained as the information supplied to bank by the borrower. So who is the borrower here? Business or organization or company is a borrower. So borrower has to submit the information, necessary information to the whatever the necessary information that is required in order to raise the loan from the bank. So whatever that necessary information is there, that information should have to be submitted by the bank, by the borrower. That is maybe an organization, maybe a company, or maybe some other thing. Okay, it has to be submitted. While it's submitting its secrecy information, means secret information to the bank, nothing will be happened, okay. Why? Because the bank will keep that matter as a confidential means it will also keep the business matter secret, okay. It will not going to make such matters public. It is not going to tell to public about the company, okay. It is not going to give any kind of publicity about that particular company. So it will keep the total business related information whatever it has completely secret, confidential. Formalities such as issue of prospectus, okay, issue of prospectus and underwritings are not required, okay. Underwritings means, you know, I have explained you underwriting means they are the brokers, okay, they are the brokers. So underwriters are the brokers. Underwriting means an agreement. Underwriting is an agreement. So formalities such as issue of prospectus and underwritings are not required in order to raise the loan from the bank, okay. For raising the loan from the bank, therefore it is an easier source of fund. It is easier source to raise the fund from the bank, okay. It is very easy source to raise the fund from the bank. Next, formality, okay, that is over. Loan from a bank is flexible source, okay. Loan from the bank is a flexible source. It is a flexible source of finance as the loan amount can be increased, okay. The loan amount can be increased according to the business needs, okay. What is here? The bank is flexible. Okay, if we went for 10 lakhs and if generally need arises of extra 1 lakh, then we can raise 11 lakhs loan from the bank because it is a flexible source of finance, okay. So the loan amount we can increase according to the business needs and can be repaid. We can repay that loan amount in advance when funds are not needed, when we don't need fund. For example, we have raised the loan for rupees 11 lakhs. We have raised a loan of rupees 11 lakhs. But according to our business, we required only 5 lakhs rupees. We required only 5 lakhs rupees. So at that time what happened? How many lakhs are remain with us? 6 lakhs rupees are remain. So we can give back that 6 lakhs rupees as an advance to the bank. At the time, what will be the loan amount for us? That will only 5 lakhs rupees is the loan amount, because 6 lakhs rupees we have given back to the loan. So sorry, we given back to the bank. Okay, these are the advantages of loans from the commercial banks. Let us see the disadvantages. Funds are generally available for a short period. So these are available for a short period, and its extension and renewal is undertaken and difficult. So if you want to extend the time period, generally it is given for a short period of time. Okay, generally it is given for a short period of time. If you want to extend it or if you want to renewal it, you have to, it will be very difficult and it will be very uncertain. Okay, it will be very difficult and it will be uncertain. Banks make a detailed investigation. Banks make a detailed investigation of the company affairs. So bank make the detailed investigation of the company affairs. So whether the company is in stage of profits or whether the company is in stage of losses. Financial structure also they will consider. Okay, financial structure, whether the structure of the company is in good structure or it is a bad structure. They will do this type of detailed investigation, and after that they will come to a final conclusion whether to give loan to this type of company or not. Okay, it may also ask for security of assets, means we have to keep some asset as under the mortgage. And personal securities means shares, we have to keep our shares, gold etc. under security, means we have to keep the shares, gold or personal property, or assets means land, buildings or machinery, anything under the mortgage. These make the procedure of obtaining the funds slightly difficult. So by keeping these all things in the mortgage, it will become very difficult to raise the fund from the commercial banks, because the bank will not call you, come take the loan, I have lot of money, I will give loan to you. In this way the bank will not perform. The bank will give loan by taking certain thing as a security. If the company is not, if the company failed to pay the amount, then who will be responsible? Company is not a natural person. The bank manager can't go and hold the collar of the company collar poi patkoled kada, because it is an artificial person. So that's why security of asset and personal securities should have to be kept in the mortgage in order to raise the loan from commercial banks. So this is about the another medium term source of finance. So in the next session we are going to discuss about the one more medium term source of finance and also the short term finance source of finances. Some of that we are going to discuss in the next session. Good morning, ma. Welcome to all for online education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, the chapter that we are dealing with, the 9th chapter, sources of business finance, and this is the 9th session of the chapter. In this session we are going to discuss about the lease financing. So lease financing is a medium term source of finance. Okay, this is the last source in order to raise the medium term finance by the business organization. Let us see what is this lease financing. Okay, so a lease is a contractual agreement. It is a contractual agreement, means it is a contract. It is a contract type agreement between the two parties. Okay, a lease is a contractual agreement. Okay, whereby one party that the owner of an asset, the one party will be the owner of the asset, grants the other party the right to use the asset. The other party has the right to use the asset. Okay, it is an agreement between the two parties. One party is the owner of the asset and another party is given the right to use the asset Okay, in return for a periodic payment, okay, for they have to pay periodically for monthly or for 6 months or for 3 months, whatever it may be, they have to pay periodically certain amount to the owner of the asset. Okay, see here, listen ma. Lease financing. In the lease financing, it is an agreement. First thing, it is a contractual agreement, means it is a contract between the two parties. One party is the owner of the asset and another party will use that asset. This owner of the asset will transfer the right to use an asset, transfer the right to other party to use the asset. While using the asset by the other party, it has to pay certain amount to the owner of the asset. Okay, certain amount to the owner of the asset, that is periodical payment. In the other words, if we say in other words, it is a renting of an asset, means giving an asset on the rent basis for a specified time. Okay, for a specific period of time. Okay, it is renting of an asset, means one asset is giving on the rent basis for a specific period, means for a specified period of time. The owner of the asset is called lessor. Okay, the owner of the asset is called as lessor. Okay, the owner of the asset is called as lessor, where the other party use the asset is known as lessee. Okay, the other party who is using the asset, that is lessee. Lessor means the owner of the asset. Lessee means the party who use the asset. Okay, lease finance is an important mean for modernization and diversification of the firm. Okay, for the modernization means in order to update the firm, or in order for diversification means in order to expand the firm, it is very much important. What? Lease finance is very much important. Lease finance is a contractual agreement between the two parties. One is the owner of the asset, who is known as lessor. Next, the another one who use the asset, he is known as lessee. So the lessee will pay specific amount, periodical payment to the lessor. Lessee pay the amount to the lessor. Okay. Such financing is resorted to acquiring assets like computers, electronic equipments, etc. So generally these types of agreements are made in order to get the assets. What kind of assets? Computers and other electronic equipments, plant and machinery. Sometimes buildings are also taken as a lease, or any other business is also taken as a lease. So this is about the lease financing. You have to remember 4 points here. One is lease is a contractual agreement. It is an agreement between the two parties. The owner of the asset is known as lessor, and the person who use that asset is known as a lessee. Sorry, the lessee will pay the amount specific. Okay, periodical payment. The lessee will do the periodical payment to the lessor, who is the owner of the asset. లెస్సార్ అనేటోడు ఓనర్ ఆఫ్ ద అసెట్, లెస్సీ ఏమో ఆ అసెట్ని యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఎస్, దెర్ మేక్ ఏ మ్యూచువల్ అగ్రిమెంట్. ఎస్, లెస్సార్ ఏం చేస్తుండో ఆ వస్తువుని, ఆ అసెట్ని ఇచ్చి నువ్వు వాడుకో అని చెప్పడం జరుగుతుంది స్పెసిఫిక్ టైం పీరియడ్ వరకు. అప్పుడు వరకు లెస్సార్కి స్పెసిఫిక్ అమౌంట్ రెగ్యులర్గా పే చేస్తూ ఉండాలి. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ అబౌట్ ద లీజ్ ఫైనాన్సింగ్. లెట్ us మూవ్ ఆన్ టు ద short term source of finance. Okay, this is the short term source of finance. We have nearly 8. In that I have just explained here 2. So remaining I will explain you in the next session. Okay, first one is bank credit. So bank generally provide 3 types of credits. What is that? First one is loan, second one is cash credit, and the third one is overdraft. Let us see what are these in detail. Loan means, we know what is loan. Banks loans are provided for a specified short period. Okay, generally bank loans are provided for a specified short period, means within the 1 year. Okay, the amount of the loan depend upon the size and goodwill of the firm. So the amount of the loan amount depend upon the goodwill size. Okay, goodwill means I have explained you in the previous video. Yes, based on the size and goodwill of the firm, the loan amount depend upon the size and goodwill of the firm. Bank loans are usually granted against the security of the asset, means you have to keep some security. Security means shares, gold or anything, or assets means plant and machinery, furniture, anything you have to keep in mortgage, then only the bank will going to grant loan to you. Okay, next, cash credit. Bank grant cash credit up to a specified limit, means you can withdraw the cash. You can withdraw the cash even though you don't have certain balance in your account. Okay, business firms can withdraw any amount within the limit. Interest is charged on the actual amount. For example, in your bank you have only 50,000 rupees. For example, a business have only 50,000 rupees in the account. At that time, there is a need for the business to draw 70,000 rupees. Okay, 70,000 rupees. At that time, the business firm, okay, the business firm will draw 70,000 from their account. How, madam? బ్యాంక్ లో 50,000 ఉంటే 70,000 ఎట్లా డ్రా చేస్తున్నాడు మేడం అంటే, బ్యాంక్ వాళ్ళకు క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటీ ఇస్తుంది నాన్న. క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటీ అంటే ఒక స్పెసిఫిక్ లిమిట్ వరకు వాళ్ళు డ్రా చేసుకునే లిమిట్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ బ్యాంక్ వీళ్ళకు 1 lakh వరకు లిమిట్ ఇచ్చింది అనుకోండి, డ్రా చేసుకునే అమౌంట్ 1 lakh వరకు లిమిట్ ఉందనుకోండి. సో 50,000 యాక్చువల్లీ బ్యాంక్ బ్యాలెన్స్ ఉంది, అయితే అతనికి 70,000 నీడ్ ఉంది బిజినెస్లో. సో 70,000 డ్రా చేసుకున్నాడు అంటే 50,000 అతనివి సొంత డబ్బులే, 20,000 ఏమో క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ తీసుకున్నాడు. లిమిట్ ఎంత ఉంది మొత్తానికి? 1 lakh రూపీస్ అనేది క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ లిమిట్. ఇది అతని బ్యాంక్ బ్యాలెన్స్ కాదు, ఇది బ్యాంక్ ఇచ్చిన లిమిట్. ఇది అమౌంట్ విత్ ఇన్ ద లిమిట్ అనేది 1 lakh రూపీస్ ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు అతను 2,000 రూపీస్ అనేది 20,000 రూపీస్ అనేది విత్డ్రాల్ చేసుకున్నాడు ఈ లిమిట్లో నుంచి. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఎంత లిమిట్ మిగిలింది? 80,000 రూపీస్ అనేది లిమిట్ మిగిలింది. ఎస్, 80,000 వరకు లిమిట్ ఉంది. సో ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఈజ్ చార్జ్ ఆన్ ద యాక్చువల్ అమౌంట్, ఓకే, drawn and not on the full amount of the specified limit. ఇప్పుడు బ్యాంక్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ దేని మీద ఛార్జ్ చేస్తుందంటే ఈ 1 lakh మీద ఛార్జ్ చేయదు, ఈ 80,000 మీద ఛార్జ్ చేయదు. దేని మీద ఛార్జ్ చేస్తుందంటే 80,000కి ఎంత 1 lakh అవ్వడానికి ఎంత తక్కువ ఉంది? ఇక్కడ 20,000 తక్కువ ఉంది. సో ఆ 20,000 అతను డ్రా చేసుకున్నాడు కాబట్టి ఆ 20,000 మీద అతనికి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వేయడం జరుగుతుంది. సో దట్ ఈజ్ నోన్ యాజ్ క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్. నెక్స్ట్, ఓవర్ డ్రాఫ్ట్. Under overdraft financing facility, bank allow the business firm to withdraw the amount even more than the customer balance. Okay, సో బ్యాంక్లో ఉన్న బ్యాలెన్స్ కన్నా ఎక్కువ అమౌంట్ని డ్రా చేసుకునే ఫెసిలిటీ అనేది ఇస్తుంది. ఇవి రెండు కొంచెం సిమిలర్గానే ఉంటాయి. ఓకే, సో దీస్ టూ ఆర్ both are somewhat similar. So the limit of extra withdraw is also fixed by the bank. So extra withdraw, how much they want to withdraw extra, that is also fixed. This limit is decided on the basis of credit worthiness of the borrower. Credit worthiness means how much credit is there in his account. Based on that, the credit limit is fixed to the borrower. Interest is charged on the overdrawn money. So whatever the amount that is overdrawn, on that the bank will charge the interest. Here in the cash credit, bank grant cash credit up to certain limit. The bank will give cash credit facility up to a certain limit. Okay, business firm can withdraw any amount within the limit. So for example, the bank is he having the balance 50,000, even though he wants 70,000, if he having the cash credit facility, then he can withdraw 70,000 from his 1 lakh rupees. Okay, at that time the bank will going to charge on the 70,000 rupees. Okay, the bank is going to charge on the 70,000 rupees. Why? Because so here they are not saying about the bank balance, how they have discussed here in the how they are shown here the bank balance, okay, customer balance. Here they are not telling about the customer balance, but these two are most similar. Okay, so this is the cash credit. Based on that, the bank will charge the interest. The bank is not going to charge on the 1 lakh rupees. So generally in the cash credit, the customer don't touch his personal account. He will use the facility of cash credit and he will withdraw that amount from the bank. Next, trade credit. Trade credit is a credit extended by one trader to another for the purchase of goods and services. So trade credit means if example a supplier is giving the goods or services on credit basis and another person is purchasing it. Okay, supplier credit మీద ఇస్తున్నాడు, అప్పు మీద ఇస్తున్నాడు, అలాంటప్పుడు వేరే వ్యక్తి దాన్ని కొనుక్కుంటున్నాడు, అప్పు మీద కొనుక్కుంటున్నాడు అనుకోండి ఆ గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్. ద ట్రేడ్ క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటేట్ ద పర్చేస్ ఆఫ్ ద సప్లైస్ without immediate payment. So the purchaser will not make an immediate payment to the supplier. Okay, such credit appears in the records of the buyer of the goods as sundry creditors and account payable. So in the books of the buyer means who purchase it. So in the books of the buyer it is shown as in the books of the buyer it is shown as a sundry creditor or account payable, means he has to pay. Account payable means these purchaser has to pay that amount to the supplier. Yes, trade supplier, they have to pay that amount to the trade supplier. Sundry creditors means already I explained you creditor. What is creditor? Sundry means they just keep like that. So sundry creditor and or account payable, both are similar. Because the purchaser has not made the payment, he said that I will pay you sometime in the future. So that's why he will record in his book. The purchaser will record in his book like sundry creditor or accounts payable. Okay, so this is about some of the short term source of finance, that is bank and trade credit. Okay, you don't confuse here overdraft and cash credit. Okay, these both are somewhat similar. Okay, so cash credit means the person who having the account in the bank, they are not going to touch their bank account. So they will totally take the amount from the cash credit itself, but in overdraft they will draw more than their bank balance. Okay, that is the main variation. ఇక్కడ ఇతనికి క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటీ ఇచ్చినాం కాబట్టి ఇతను ఏం చేస్తుండంటే ఆ క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ ఫెసిలిటీని మొత్తం యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకుంటుండు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అతనికి 70,000 కావాలనుకోండి, మొత్తానికి మొత్తం 70,000 ఆ క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ నుంచే తీసుకుంటుండు, అతని అకౌంట్ని టచ్ చేస్తలేడు. ఓకే, బ్యాంక్ ఏం చేస్తుంది, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లిమిట్ పెట్టింది 1 lakh రూపీస్ లిమిట్ పెట్టింది, ఆ 1 lakh మీద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఛార్జ్ చేయదు, ఆ 70,000 మీద మాత్రమే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఛార్జ్ చేస్తుంది. ఓవర్ డ్రాఫ్ట్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే అతనికి బ్యాంక్ బ్యాలెన్స్ 50,000 ఉండే, అతను 70,000 డ్రా చేస్తున్నాడు అనుకోండి, అప్పుడు ఆ ఎక్సెస్ అమౌంట్ ఎంత 20,000, ఆ 20,000 మీద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనేది ఛార్జ్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద జనరల్ వేరియేషన్ బిట్వీన్ క్యాష్ క్రెడిట్ అండ్ ఓవర్ డ్రాఫ్ట్ ఫెసిలిటీ. సో let us meet in the other session with some other topic regarding the short term source of finance. Good morning ma, welcome to all for online education commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 9th chapter, sources of business finance. So this is the 10th session of this chapter. Here we are going to discuss about some of the short term source of finance which we have left in the 9th session. Yes, installment credit. This is another method by which the assets are purchases and possession of the good is taken immediately, but the payment is made in installment over a predetermined period of time. So what it's saying means this is another method by which assets are purchases. Okay, asset is purchases. After that, the possession means the right on the asset or the right on the good is taken immediately. But the total payment is not made immediately. The total payment is made in installments. The total payment is made in monthly installments, as that is predetermined period of time. As a predetermined period of time. What is the meaning of predetermined period? Means the period which is decided before. Okay, the period which is decided before, based on that they will pay the monthly installment, EMI basis. Okay, simply we can say it as EMI basis. Next, advances. Some business organizations get advances. Okay, some business organization get advances from their customers or agents. They will get the advance from their customers and agents against the orders. Okay, against the order. If a customer orders certain things in advance, they have to give to the business organization. If the agent wants certain thing, if he give an order to the business organization, then they have to give certain advance. And this source is a short-term source of finance. And this is a short-term source of finance for the business organization. It is a cheap source of finance. It is very cheap source of finance, and in order to minimize their investment in working capital, so that the organization can minimize their working capital. Working capital means the capital which is used in day-to-day activities for the purchase of raw material, for the payment of wages, daily wages, for the payment of salaries, for the payment of electricity bill. For that purpose, a capital is required. That capital is known as working capital. So by taking these type of advances from the customers and agents, it will minimize, it will reduce the investment. Okay, it will reduce the investment of the business organization in working capital. Working capital lo business organization invest చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉండదు. ఈ అడ్వాన్స్ తోటే బిజినెస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ డే టు డే యాక్టివిటీస్ రన్ అవుతాయి. ఓకే, కమర్షియల్ పేపర్స్. కమర్షియల్ పేపర్ ఈజ్ అన్ అన్సెక్యూర్డ్ ప్రామిసరీ నోట్. It is not a secured promissory note. Promissory note means the person give the promise that he will purchase the goods today, and he will give the promise that I will pay you on some specific date. Okay, he will purchase today and he will promise to pay on a specific date in the future. For example, on 23rd December 2020 he purchased the good. He promised to pay on 29th January 1st 2021. That type of promissory note. Generally these promissory note will be in written, not in oral. Okay, issued by a firm to raise the fund for a short period. It is issued by the firm. The promissory notes are unsecured and those are issued by the firm to raise the fund for a short period, varies from 90 days to 364 days. Okay, the time duration will be 90 days to 364 days. It is issued by one firm to other business firm. So it is generally issued by one business firm to another business firm, or one business firm to other insurance companies, or for pension fund and for the banks. Okay, it will issued by one organization to another organization. It is issued by one organization to other organization. Those are commercial papers. Next, bill discounting. Bill discounting is also called as invoice discounting. Bill discounting is also called as invoice discounting. It is an act of sourcing working capital. It is also a type of getting working capital for future payables. For the future payable, what is the future is there? In the future they will going to pay. They will purchase today, but they will pay on the future. By discounting, the seller recover the amount of the sale from the financial intermediaries before the due date of the bill. So what is these means? I will explain you with one example. For example, X is a company and Y is a supplier. X is a company, Y is a supplier. Y supplied certain goods to X whose value is rupees 2500 rupees. Whose value is rupees 2500 rupees. Now the X is a company. The company told that present I don't have money, so I will give you on specific date. Okay, when they will purchase actually 2500 rupees goods, they purchase on 22nd December 2020, and the company giving a promise that it will going to be it will give one bill. Okay, it will prepare one bill. The company will prepare one bill, and in that bill there will be the amount 2500 rupees, and on which date the supplier have to go to the bank and have to collect the amount is also that specific date. Future date kuda din meeda edam జరుగుతుంది 29/12/2020 అంటే ఆఫ్టర్ నియర్లీ 1 వీక్ తర్వాత వెళ్ళి అతను కలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు బ్యాంక్ దగ్గర నుంచి. దిస్ ఈజ్ ఎ బిల్. ఓకే, ఇది బిల్. అయితే వై ఏం చేస్తాడంటే ఈ డేట్ కన్నా ముందే 29th రోజు వెళ్ళి బ్యాంక్లో ఇస్తే అతనికి అమౌంట్ 25,000 ఇస్తారు. బట్ యాక్చువల్లీ వాట్ ద వై డిడ్, he went on 25/12/2020 he went to bank. ఓకే, ముందే వెళ్ళిపోతే బ్యాంక్ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే 2500 రూపీస్లో నుంచి కొంచెం కట్ చేసుకొని దీంట్లో నుంచి కొంచెం మైనస్ చేసుకొని అతనికి 2000 రూపీస్ ఇస్తుంది. ఓకే, ద బ్యాంక్ విల్ గివ్ 2000 రూపీస్ టు ద వై బై డిస్కౌంటింగ్ ద బిల్. It will discount these 2500 by discounting, it will be 2000 rupees. The bank will discount that bill. So when it is a date, actual date on 29th, but he went before the date on 25th only he went to bank. Why is a supplier? He went before the date. Yes, he went before the date. So when he went before the date, the bank will discount the bill and it will give only 2000 rupees, and it will deduct the 500 rupees because he came before the date. Okay, actual date is 29th. On that day he can claim the total amount, but he came earlier now. That's why the bank will cut that amount, and on actual date on 29th the bank will send, the SBI bank will send that amount to the send that bill to the RBI, and SBI will claim the total amount, that is 2500 rupees totally claimed by SBI on 29th December. But the Y supplier will get only 2000 rupees because he came before the expiry date. That is known as bill discounting. Working capital loan or loan that is taken to finance the company day-to-day operations. In order to carry day-to-day operations of the business, working capital is required. Next, microfinance. Micro means very small. Microfinance is a financial service targeting individuals and small businesses. It will generally target the individuals and small businesses who lack access to conventional banking and retail services. So who don't have the money, they can't go to the banks and other services, they can raise the finance from the microfinance. Okay, so microfinance helps to promote economical development, employment and growth through the support of micro enterprises and small businesses. Okay, small businesses can be started with the help of the microfinance. Okay, this is bill discounting, and this is the working capital which is required for day-to-day activities, and this is a microfinance which is required for an individuals okay, for sole proprietors or for small businesses, okay. For them microfinance is very helpful. So with this microfinance, it will be the economic will be developed, the employment will be developed, and also there will be more growth for the micro enterprises, and also small businesses will be increases with the help of the microfinance. So this is about the short term financial services. Let us meet in other session with some other topic. Good morning, ma. Welcome to all for online education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and this chapter we are dealing with it, that is the 9th chapter, sources of business finance, part 11. So in this session we are going to discuss about the institutional sources of finance. So which institutions are giving finance for the businesses in order to run successfully. So here we have the two levels. In that, first is at the national level institutions. At the national level institutions, those are again classified into all India development banks. All India development banks like IDBI, SIDBI, IFCI Limited, IIBI. Okay. Next, specialized financial institutions like IVCF, ICICI Venture Funds Limited, TFCI. Okay. Next, investment institutions like LIC, GIC, UTI, etc. All India Development Banks. All India Development Banks. AIDBS. All India Development Banks. Various AIDBS means All India Development Banks, which provide institutional credit. They provide the institutional credit to not only large medium enterprises but also helps in promotion and development of small scale industrial units. It is not only giving finance for the long or medium term enterprises, okay, it also giving the finance for the small scale and industrial units, okay. So all India development banks are providing the finance not only for the large or medium scale businesses, it also providing the finance for the small scale industries also. In that, the first one, Industrial Development Bank of India, IDBI. So what is this? Industrial Development Bank of India is started in order to develop the industries by providing the loans to the industries. So it was established in July 1964 as a financial institution for industrial development, for the industrial development of the country. So in India, for the industrial development, for that purpose, it was started or established on July 1964. It was established in July 1964 for the development of the industries in the India. It caters to the diversified needs of the medium and small scale industries. So it will provide the fund for the medium and small scale industries, medium and large scale industries in the form of financial assistance. Okay, it providing the finance to home for the medium term industries and for the large scale industries, and for the medium scale industries it providing the finance, okay, in the form of assistance. So there is a direct assistance and indirect assistance. So whereas come to direct assistance, that are project loans and soft loans, technical refund loans. These are all the names for the loans. But see, one thing is that these financial institution will provide the loan for the industrial development. Next, indirect assistance. So here, refinance facility to the industrial concerns means there can rise the loan from one institution and there can pay the loan of other institution. ఒక ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ నుంచి లోన్ తీసుకొని ఇంకో ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్కి పే చేసేసి మళ్ళీ అక్కడి నుంచి ఇంకో లోన్ తీసుకొని ఈ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్లో పే చేసేయడం, ఇలాంటి సర్కిల్ అన్నట్టు రీఫైనాన్సింగ్. ఓకే, రీఫైనాన్సింగ్ పర్పస్ it also providing the refinance facility. Okay, so this is about Industrial Development Bank of India. It is started in 1964 in order to develop industries all over the India. Next, Industrial Finance Corporation of India Limited, that is IFCI Limited. So according to IFCI was development financial institution set up in 1948. It is a development financial institution. It is started for the development purpose. It was started. Long term institution credit to medium and large industries. It provide credit to medium and large scale industries. Its aim is to provide financial assistance to industry by way of rupee. So it will providing the assistance means it is providing the money, it will providing the finance to the industries. It is providing the finance to the industries in the form of rupees. Okay, it is providing in the form of rupees, foreign currency loans, underwriters, subscribers, the issue of stock, shares, bonds, etc. So it will provide the money which to the medium and long term industries in the form of rupee and also foreign currency loans. It will provide the money in the foreign currency, means in the dollars or any other country currency. Underwriters subscribe the issue of stock, shares, bonds, etc. Means the brokers will take the responsibility of issuing the stock, okay, and shares and bonds in the stock market. So this is used for the development of industry by the financially. So it is started in 1948 and it provide credit to medium and large industries. Let us move on to the Small Scale Industrial Development Bank of India, that is SIDB. Okay, SIDB. SIDB was set up by the Government of India in April 1990. It was set up in April 1990 as a wholly owned subsidiary of IDBI. It is a subsidiary of IDBI, means it also belongs to the IDBI. SIDB belongs to the IDBI. It is a subsidiary, okay, subsidiary of the IDBI. So it is the principal financial institution for promotion, financing and development of small scale industries in the economy. It is used for the development of only small scale industries, whereas IDBI is used for the development of large and medium sized industries, but the SIDB is used for the development of small scale industries. Okay, for the promotion means development, for the financing in order to provide the finance and development of the small scale industries in the economy. Its aim to empower the micro, small and medium enterprises. Its main aim is to increase the micro industries, small scale industries and medium scale industries or enterprises. So for economical growth, employment generation and balanced regional development. Balanced regional development means development of all the regions of the country. Balanced regional development means development of all the regions of the country, not only one region. Okay, not only particular Telangana or Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu, all the regions of the country equally developed. Okay, for this purpose the SIDB has been established. So let us meet in other session with the remaining institutions which are providing help to the industries in order to develop. Okay, yeah. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 9th chapter, Sources of Business Finance, and this is the 12th session of our chapter. Here we are going to study about the Industrial Investment Bank of India Limited, which we have left in the previous session, that we are going to complete here. So it was set up in 1985. So when was this set up? Means it is started in 1985. Okay, under the industrial reconstruction. Reconstruction means again development. Okay, actually there is developed, again they make certain corrections, changes, and again they redevelop it. Okay, reconstruction of Bank of India Act 1984. According to the Reconstruction Act 1984, it was reconstructed, means certain changes are made in it, and it was started in 1985 as the principal credit and reconstruction agency for SIC industrial units. Means SIC industrial units means those industrial units which are completely under the losses, which are suffering very huge loss. For those companies it will, for those industries it will provide the principal credit, means it will provide the finance for those industries which are suffering with the problem of losses. For that it will provide the finance so that those companies can stand again in the business environment. So that is about the Industrial Investment Bank of India Limited. So next one is here, specialized financial institutions. So some of the specialized financial institutions are there. Let us see what are those. IFCI Venture Capital Funds Limited. What is that? IFCI Venture Capital Funds Limited, and it is abbreviated as IVCF. It is abbreviated as IVCF, formerly known as Risk Capital and Technology Finance Corporation Limited. Okay, formerly means it is also known as Risk Capital and Technology Finance Corporation Limited. Okay, it is also called as in this way. It is a subsidiary of IFCI Limited. So it is a subsidiary means it also function for the same purpose how IFCI Limited is functioning. In the same way it also function for the same development purpose. So that's why it become the subsidiary of IFCI. Funding to ventures. It provide fund to the ventures. Okay, for the development of the ventures. It involved innovation. Innovation means development. Development of the products, development of the process, or the development of the technology of the ventures. For that, for the development of the ventures, it provide the finance. Okay, so IFCI Venture Capital Fund Limited is also abbreviated as IVCF. It is also known as Risk Capital and Technology Finance Corporation Limited, RCTC. Okay, it is a subsidiary to IFCI Limited. Okay, so it is providing fund for the ventures involving the innovations such as product innovation, process innovation, or technological innovation. Next, ICICI Venture Fund Limited. ICICI Venture Funds Limited. Here, formerly known as Technology Development and Information Company of India Limited. So it is also known as, formerly means it is also in another way it is known as Technology Development, means it is used, this venture fund is used for the technological development and information company information. Okay, in order to develop the company, that this type of venture fund is used in India. Okay, it is abbreviated as TDICI. T means technology, D means development, I means information, C indicates company, again I means India. Okay, was formed in 1988. When it was formed in 1988 as a joint venture. Joint venture means more than 2 members are involved in this venture with the Unit Trust of India. Joint venture with the Unit Trust of India. What it means here, TDIC is also involving, and UTI, Unit Trust of India, UTI. Okay, these two are involving as a joint venture partners. The industrial units assessed by it are in the field of computer, chemical, drugs, etc. So these provide the fund, these provide the finance for the development of the computers, chemicals, drugs, and environment related developments. It is mainly concentrate on that. It is known as ICICI Venture Fund Limited. Yes. Next one, Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited. So it is abbreviated as TFCI, is a specialized financial institution set by the Government of India. It is set by the Government of India for the promotion and growth of tourist industry in the country. Means tourist industries means like Nagarjuna Sagar and also Salagium Museum, Charminar. These are the tourist spots. Okay. So when foreigners came to India at the time, if they contact to these tourist industries, they will send one guide along with the tourist people, along with the foreigners. That tourist guide will explain each and everything, the history behind the constructions and whatever the stones are used during the constructions and who built those constructions and whatever the things happen during that, he will explain whole and soul regarding this. So that is why it is known as Tourist Finance Corporation of India Limited. Mainly the central government mostly concentrate on the tourist because it is a most important source for the India to get the income. Next, investment institutions. Investment institutions. Let us see the investment institutions. Next, first one is Life Insurance Corporation of India. Life Insurance Corporation of India. So it is abbreviated as LIC. It is abbreviated as LIC. So it was established in 1956. It was established in 1956, wholly owned corporation of Government of India. So it is wholly owned, means the total power, control, everything, whole and soul is owned. Owned means the owners of LIC is the Government of India. It was formed by the Life Insurance Corporation of India Act 1956. Okay, it is started with the Life Insurance Corporation of India Act 1956 with the objective of spreading life insurance much more widely and in particular to the rural areas. In order to spread the life insurance, mainly targeting to the rural areas because the rural peoples don't have that much knowledge about the securing their life from the uncertain risks which will be arise in the life. So after the death, how he can protect his family by taking the life insurance, that is explained in the Life Insurance Corporation of India. There are a number of insurance schemes. Based on that, the family can claim the amount even after the death of the insured person. Okay. Here it also extended assistance for the development of infrastructure facilities like housing, rural electrification, water supply, etc. So there are some other type of it also extends assistance for the development. So LIC is also providing the fund for the infrastructure development. Infrastructure development means water supply development, road, okay. Rural electrification. Electrification means rural electricity and also housing facilities to the rural peoples. So these types of some of the schemes are there in LIC which provide so many type of benefits to the people. Next, General Insurance Corporation. So one thing you have to remember, LIC is taken for the life and this is taken for the properties. General Insurance Corporation. The entire general insurance business in India was nationalized by General Insurance Business Act 1972. So it was nationalized. Total nation all over India it was applicable as the General Insurance Business Act 1972. GIC of India was formed in pursuance of section 91 of GIDNA. Okay, it was formed in 1972 under section 9 subsection 1 of GIDNA. It was incorporated, means it started functioning from 22nd November 1972 under the Companies Act 1956. Okay, it started functioning from the incorporation means starting. It started on 22nd November 1972 under the Companies Act 1956. Okay, this is about the General Insurance Corporation. So Unit Trust of India, UTI. So it is a statutory public sector investment institution which was set up in February 1964. It was set up in February 1964. It is a public sector. It is a public sector investment. Means general public can also be invest here. Under the UTI Act 1963, UTI began its operations in July 1964. Actually, it was under the Act 1963, but it started functioning from July 1964. So it provided the finance for the, it will help for the rural peoples, okay. It encouraged the saving habits in the rural people so that they can also be stand as same as how the urban people are living. And also it is, it boosts a habit among the people that pooling the savings. It encouraged the people to do more savings, and it reduced unnecessary expenses for the people. So it was actually it is under the Act 1963, but formally it was started functioning from 1964, and it was set up in February 1964. Okay, it functioning from July 1964. So the remaining topics which are left here we will discuss in the other section, that is in the 13th session. Yes. Good morning, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 9th chapter, Sources of Business Finance, and this is the 13th session of this chapter. So here we have the state level institutions, two institutions are there. So State Finance Corporation, that is abbreviated as SFCS, State Finance Corporation. So the State Finance Corporation came to be organized in individual states. So it is organized in individual states, means in Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Odisha. So in these way, individual states, it is organized in individual states. After the enabling central act, means after the getting permission from the central government, it started started these type of corporation in individual states. To these effect came into force in August 1952. So it is started from August 1952. There are state level organizations for the provision of the term finance to medium and small scale industries. So it provides the finance for the medium and small scale industries. Okay, so State Finance Corporation got the approval from the central government. After the approval, it was started in every state, every individual state. It started in working force from August 1952. So it is provide the fund for the development of medium and small scale industries. And the next one is State Industrial Development Corporation or State Industrial Investment Corporation. State Industrial Development Corporation or State Industrial Investment Corporation. So what it is means, the SIDS or SIIC are providing finance and performing a variety of functions such as arranging for land, power, roads and license for industrial units. So they're performing different types of functions. What? They're providing the land for the industries, they're providing the power for the industries, they're providing the roads for the industries and license for the industries, okay, and sponsoring the establishment of such units, okay. They are sponsoring power, they are sponsoring the roads, they are sponsoring the license, they are sponsoring the land. In this way, they are helping the industry. Sponsoring means they will keep the total expenditure. The industries no need to keep any kind of expenditure, okay, especially in the backward area. So these type of services are providing to the industries which are in the backward area. So this is about the state level institutions, okay. This is the most important thing here. Next, we have international source of finance, okay, international sources of finance. So this is another topic. So So in these international sources of finance, it is broadly classified into 4 categories: American depository receipts, global depository receipts, Indian depository receipts, and foreign currency convertible bonds. Okay. Now American depository receipts are abbreviated as ADRS, and global depository receipts are abbreviated as GDRS. Indian depository receipts are abbreviated as IDRS. Foreign currency convertible bonds are abbreviated as FCCBS. Okay, let us see what is American depository receipts and global depository receipts in this session. The remaining 2 types of receipts we will discuss in the next session. Okay, so American depository receipts. American depository receipts receipt is issued by any US bank. US bank means United States. So any US bank will issue these types of depository receipts. Okay, any bank will issue these type of depository, what you deposited, that receipt. Okay, the first ADR, the first American depository receipt was started by JP Morgan in 1972. So in 1972, JP Morgan, he introduced this first time. He is a British retailer. Who is he? He is a British retailer. Retailer means wholesalers దగ్గర నుంచి తీసుకొచ్చి customers కి అమ్మేటోడు, వ్యాపారస్తుడు ఇతను. It is basically a negotiable instrument. Negotiable instrument means we can, for example, I have American depository receipts. I can transfer it to you. Okay, you can transfer to your friend can transfer to some other. So that is transferable instrument. Okay, so which represents a specific number of shares. So this is a type of share. Okay, American depository receipt is a type of share. How we have here equity shares, preference shares, debentures. In the same way, in the foreign countries, they have American depository receipts, like that names are there. In a foreign stock exchange that is traded on a US exchange. So these shares are traded on the US exchange. Okay, the majority of ADRs range in the price from $10 to $100 per share. So $10 to $100 per share. One share value is $10 to $100. Between that there will be the price of that share. American deposit receipts are the shares which are traded on the US exchange. American depository receipts are listed on. Listed on means there are recorded. Okay, those receipts are recorded on New York Stock Exchange, American Stock Exchange, etc. Okay, in this way these American depository receipts are listed. Listed కావడం అంటే అర్థం ఏంటిదంటే మీ పేరు సారీ మా మీ పేరు ఎలా రిజిస్టర్లో ఉంటుందో, రాసి పెట్టి ఉంటుందో, అటెండెన్స్ రిజిస్టర్లో మీ పేరు ఎలా ఉంటుందో అలానే ఆ కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన అమెరికన్ డిపాజిటరీ రిసిప్ట్స్, షేర్స్ అవి అక్కడవి షేర్స్ అవి. సో అవి సేమ్ అలానే లిస్టెడ్ అయి ఉంటాయి. ఏ అటెండెన్స్లో లిస్ట్ అయి ఉంటాయి అవి? న్యూయార్క్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్. స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ అంటే తెలుసు కదా మీకు. న్యూయార్క్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ అండ్ అమెరికన్ స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్లో ఏమై ఉంటాయి? లిస్టెడ్ అయి ఉంటాయి. ఓకే, గ్లోబల్ డిపాజిటరీ రిసిప్ట్స్. This is permitted only for America, but this is global, means total globe. A global depository receipt is very similar to American depository receipt. It is very much similar to American depository receipt. Global depository receipt is a bank certificate issued in more than one country for shares in foreign country. Okay, it is a bank certificate. It is a bank certificate that is issued in more than one country. This certificate is issued in more than one country. That is a bank certificate that is issued by more than one country for shares in the foreign company. Okay, in order to get the shares of the foreign company, the bank should have give a certificate Okay, the bank should have to give one certificate. That certificate should be, the investor should have to receive that certificate from more than one country. Means India, America, US, India, America, Britain, France, Italy, ఇలా number of countries నుంచి తీసుకురావాలి. There are more than 900 global depository receipts, okay, listed on the exchanges worldwide. On the total world, nearly more than 9,000 global depository receipts, okay, global depository receipts are listed on exchanges worldwide. Okay, the global depository receipts are mainly listed in the Frankfurt Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, etc. So mainly these type of global depository receipts are listed on mainly on Frankfurt Stock Exchange or London Stock Exchange, but actually they are listed on more than 900 global depository receipts. They are listed on worldwide exchanges, worldwide stock exchanges. So this is about the American depository receipts and this is about the global depository receipts. Let us see in the other session about the Indian depository receipts and foreign currency convertible bonds. Okay? Yes. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with is the 9th chapter, Sources of Business Finance, and this is the 14th session of the chapter and this is the last session. Here we are going to discuss about the Indian depository receipts. Okay, so what are Indian depository receipts? An Indian depository receipt is an instrument in the form of depository receipt created by the Indian depository in India against the underlying equity shares of the issuing companies. So these are the depository receipts which are issued in India against the, okay, against the underlying means those are already in the listed, those are those securities which are already listed, okay, against that the Indian depository receipts are issued. Okay, IDRs are listed on the stock exchange in India. Okay, Indian depository receipts are listed on Indian stock exchange and are freely transferable. Okay, these are freely transferable. We can transfer these securities to anyone freely. Okay, IDRs can be issued with the prior approval from Security Exchange Board of India. Okay, in order to issue these type of securities, okay, in order to issue these type of depository receipts or security, we have to get the permission from Security Exchange Board of India, that is SEBI. Okay, Indian depository receipts are a type of receipts that are issued in India and they can be easily transferable. Okay, these are listed on the Securities Exchange Board of India. Okay, these required permission from Securities Exchange Board of India and these are listed on the stock exchanges in India. In India we have three famous stock exchanges: Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange and Kolkata Stock Exchange. So in these stock exchanges these Indian depository receipts are listed. And foreign currency convertible bonds. Foreign currency convertible bonds means those things which can be converted into, those currency which can be converted into bond. Okay, so foreign currency convertible bonds have assumed a great importance for various multinational companies. So it is very advantageable, it is a very much advantage for the multinational companies. What are called as multinational companies means the company which are doing their business or activities more than one country. Okay, for example, their head office in India and their branches all over the world, in Germany, in Austria and in France, in Britain, in Italy, in China, in Bangladesh. So if they are having the branches all over the world, those companies are known as multinational companies, MNCs. Okay, we are going to study about them in detail in the upcoming sessions, MNC companies. Okay. Yes, a foreign currency convertible bond is a type of convertible bond in which the money is raised by issuing a company in the form of foreign currency. So here we generally convert the money into foreign currency, means Indian rupee into US dollar. Okay, these type conversions are made in order to convert those currency into the bonds. Okay. Foreign currency convertible bonds are issued in currencies different from the issuing company domestic currency. For example, a company in India, as I told you, the company of India that has a domestic currency, that is rupee, so it will be issued in a dollar. So those type of issues are known as a foreign currency. There will be issued in the foreign currency. The Indian company will issue in the foreign currency. Foreign companies will issue in some other country's currency, means opposite countries' currencies. So those types of currency issues and the bond is a paper issue, a conversion of those currency into foreign currency that required a bond, that is convertible bond. Okay, we have to convert the Indian currency into foreign currency when we want to issue the currency over to the foreign currency convertible bonds. Okay, up to here the chapter is completed, and in the next chapter we are going to study about the multinational companies in detail. So let us meet in the other session with some other topic. Yeah. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 10th chapter, micro, small and medium enterprises. Micro means it is very small, and small means it is a small. You know that medium means it is between the small and large. Yes. So in this session we are going to study about the definition of the enterprise and the MSME, and also the classification of enterprises, and about the investment and existing MSME classification, annual turnover from 1st July 2020, revised MSME classification, registration requirement under MSME Act 2006. These things we are going to study in this session. In the first session we are going to cover these topics. So the first definition of the enterprise and MSME is: in accordance with the provision of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Act 2002. Okay, what will be the act here? Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Act 2006. The micro, small and medium enterprises are defined as follows. So with which act these type of enterprises got started, means these type of enterprises has been got started with the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Act 2002. So let us see the definition. Manufacturing enterprises are those business enterprises which are engaged means involved in manufacturing or production of goods or commodities. So manufacturing enterprises means those enterprises which are engaged in, means which are involved in manufacturing or production, or production of goods or commodities, So those type of enterprises are known as production enterprises or manufacturing enterprises. Yes, The enterprises involved in providing or rendering of services are known as service enterprises. So which enterprises are known as service enterprises means which is providing or rendering means giving services. Okay, the enterprises which are providing or giving services, those enterprises are known as service enterprises. The enterprises which are engaged in production of goods or commodities, those are known as production enterprises or manufacturing enterprises. So now the classification of enterprises. The enterprises are broadly classified into 5 categories. First is sole proprietorship. Second is joint undivided families, means joint Hindu families. Association of persons, okay, just like a partnership. Cooperative societies, okay, partnership undertakings. So these all things we have discussed in our previous sessions. Yes, everything we have discussed, everything regarding the each and every type of enterprise and its features, characteristics, advantages, disadvantages, and also we shown the differences at a time. So we have discussed these all things in our previous sessions. So here we have the investment and existing MSME classification annual turnover. So what should be the annual turnover of MSME, that is existing MSME classification annual turnover is given here. Let us focus on it once. Manufacturing enterprises means the enterprises which are providing goods or commodities, those enterprises are known as manufacturing enterprises. So here the micro enterprise, investment less than rupees 25 lakhs. So these enterprise should have the investment less than 25 lakhs. Okay. So for the small enterprise it should be less than 5 crores. Okay. Less than 5 crores. And for the medium enterprise it should be less than 10 crores. Okay. This is for the manufacturing enterprises, their investment. Then focus on the service enterprises, investment less than 10 lakhs. So the investment should not exceed the 10 lakhs. So at least the investment is less than 10 lakhs. Here the investment in case of small enterprises it should be less than 2 crores. Okay. For the medium enterprises it should be less than 5 crores. So this is the investment and existing MSME classification, their annual turnover. Okay. So these are the investment limits. Let us see for July 1st July 2020 means in our new academic year what will be the MSME classification they have given. From 1st July 2020 onwards, classification of manufacturing enterprises, investment less than 1 crore. Okay, investment should be less than 1 crore. Means it has been increased if we compare with the previous one. So small enterprises, it should be less than 10 crores. Again it has been increased comparing with the previous. Investment less than 50 crores. Wow. See, 50 crores means how much it has been increased, because now the value of the currency is decreased. That's why they have increased the investment. For the service enterprises, the turnover less than 5 crores. It should be less than 5 crores. So for turnover less than 50 crores for the small enterprises and rupees 250 crores less than for medium enterprises. See how much there is a differences, variations comparing with the previous years, and from 1st July 2020 onwards, what is the investment scale? So this is the differences between the micro, small and medium enterprises. Yes. So let us focus on now about the registration process. Yes. So the registration requirements under MSMED Act 2002. MSMED means Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Act 2006. So complete the MSME form first for the registration. In order to get the registration of MSME, the first step is to complete the MSME form. Applications are required to fill all the details, okay? All the details have to be filled and submit the required documents. So all the application, what are the applications are there, those applications have to be filled, and whatever the documents required for the registration, those documents have to be submitted. Preparation of the documents. So what type of document should the MSME should have to be prepared? Let us focus. The various documents required for registration are business address proof, okay, business address proof, copy of sales bill and purchase bill, partnership deed, copy of license and bill of machinery purchased. So these etc. these type of documents should they have to be filed. After that, filing MSME application. Now it's the time to fill the application. Post the documents are prepared and submit to MSME register. Their experts will verify the submitted documents. This procedure requires another 2 working days. Yes. So after getting all the documents prepared, after preparing all the documents of purchasing, bill of machinery purchase, next partnership deed, copy of license, okay. So whatever address proof, copy of sales bill and purchase bill, after getting all these things documents, we have to submit this document to the registrar, MSME registrar. After the registrar verify it, okay. After the registrar verify it, it will take nearly 2 working days, means 2 working days. 2 working days means what? Not 2 days, 2 working days, government working days. Application approval and registration. If the documents what we have submitted and what we have filled, if it is approvable, then we got the registration. Once MSME application is approved, company get registered and related documents shall be sent to the company. Okay, once it got the approval, then the company got registered and whatever the necessary documents that is needed to start the company, like a certificate of incorporation, commencement of business, how we have studied in the private company and public company. In the same way, in order to start these, they will send some copies of the documents. Registration criteria. Enterprises in manufacturing or service sector need to have less than rupees 50 crores of investment in plant and machinery. So whether they are in manufacturing sector, whether they are in service sector, in order to get the registration, they should have less than 50 crores investment in plant and machinery. Then it will be got registered. So this is about the registration procedure of MSME enterprises development. Okay, so this is the registration process according to the Act 2006. So let us see some other topic in the other session. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 10th chapter, micro, small and medium enterprises. This is the second session of the chapter. So in this session we are going to discuss about the benefits of MSME registration and also about the significance of MSME. Significance means importance of MSME. So let us focus on first what are the benefits of MSME. With getting registered according to the MSME Development Act 2006, what kind of benefits it get? So let us see one by one. The first one is loan with collaterals. So it can raise the loan with the registration. One of the best benefit is MSME registration. The initiative to provide collateral-free loan is undertaken by the Government of India, Small Industrial Development Bank of India and the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises under the name the Credit Guarantee Trust Fund Scheme. So here they will get the loan. Okay, here they will get the loan. The micro, small and medium enterprises can raise the loan from the government under the scheme, that is the Credit Guarantee Trust Fund Scheme. So they can raise the loan. So who will provide this loan to them means Government of India or Small Industrial Development Bank of India, SIDBI. Okay, Small Industrial Development Bank of India and Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. They will provide the loan to these enterprises under the trust fund scheme, so that these enterprises can start their work. Okay, after getting registration they can raise these types of loans. Subsidiary on patent. Patent means registration of property, registration of property right. Okay, so patent registration and industrial promotion. Patent means registration of property. Okay, registration of property, that is the patent. So business enterprises registered. Okay, business enterprises registered under MSME Act are given a subsidy of 50% for the patent registration. So which is registered under the name of that person. Okay, the enterprise which is registered on the name of certain person or any other thing. So they will get the subsidy up to a 50%. They will get the subsidy of 50%. They no need to pay up to 50%. It also gets subsidy for industrial promotion. Industrial promotion means industrial development. For the industrial development also it will get the amount. From that amount it is no need to pay the 50% of the amount. For example, it is getting 1 lakh rupee, then they have to repay only 50,000 rupees. There is no need to repay remaining 50,000 rupees. It will be subsidy and government will be responsible for that amount. The government will adjust that amount. Okay, by the government, suggested by the government. So they are getting the, here we can focus on the one more important thing, that is they are getting the subsidy of 50% and here they are getting the credit means loan from the trust fund scheme. So these loans are providing by the Government of India and Small Industrial Development Bank of India and the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. They are granting the loans in the form of trust fund scheme. So whereas come to subsidy on patents, patent means granting a property right. When they got the right on that property, then they will have the subsidy of 50%. So there is no need to pay the total amount, only the 50% amount they have to be paid. So it is helpful for the industrial development. Overdraft facility along with interest rate exemption. Overdraft means I have explained you before also. You can withdraw the amount more than your account balance. Okay, you can withdraw the amount more than your account balance. So those facility is provided by the banks. So overdraft facility along with interest rate exemption. So when we are withdrawing more amount, when we withdrawing the more amount which is not available in our account, then generally the bank will charge the interest on the amount what we have withdrawal which is not available in our account. For example, we need 10 lakhs, we'll need 10 lakh rupees, but in our account we have only how many? 8 lakhs only we have in our account. Now if we are withdrawing 10 lakh rupees, then the bank will charge interest on 2 lakhs rupees. Okay, but in this case, in the MSME registration case, the bank is not going to charge any kind of interest on them. So MSME under MSME Act are eligible to avail a benefit of 1% on overdraft as a part of credit guarantee trust fund scheme. So the interest rate is only 1%. Generally, the interest charge on over rate is double as the loan interest rate, means 14%, 20%, but here in this case they are charging only 1% interest. Concession on electricity. So whatever the electricity using by these small, micro, medium enterprises, on that the government is giving certain amount of concession. Okay, business registered under the MSME Act can avail as concession on electricity bills. So whatever the power they are using, for that the government will give some type of concession. They no need to pay the total amount. There will be certain walls of power will be free for them. Okay, next, protection against delayed payments. If the buyers are not paying the amount, if the buyers has purchased the goods from the small, micro and medium enterprises, if they are not paying the amount to these enterprises, then for the delay it will charge some extra amount from the buyer. See here, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises has given business owners and enterprises to collect the interest on payment delay by the buyer. If the buyer is delaying the payment, ఒకవేళ buyer payment చేసేటప్పుడు delay చేసిండు అనుకోండి, ఒక 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, ఆ డిలే అయిన టైం డ్యూరేషన్ మీద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కలెక్ట్ చేయాలని కూడా వీళ్ళకు దే హ్యావ్ ఎ టైప్ ఆఫ్ బెనిఫిట్. దే కెన్ చార్జ్ ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్, దే కెన్ కలెక్ట్ ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద బయర్స్ హు ఆర్ డిలేయింగ్ ద పేమెంట్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్, ISO certification charges reimbursement. Okay, so whatever the charges applicable to get the certification of ISO, for the whatever the expenses are incurred, the MSME can claim that expenses. The expenses can be claimed by MSME as reimbursement. Okay, they can claim that amount as a reimbursement. So this is about the benefits. Okay, right. See the significance of MSME. Yes, so significance means the importance of micro, small and medium enterprises. So first one is here, create more employment. Yes, it will create more employment. It creates huge employment opportunities for many unemployed youth. So it was creating employment opportunities for more unemployed youth. Who are unemployed youth are they can get the employment opportunities with these MSME. Okay, India produce about 1.2 million graduates per year. So see how much great is, see, 1.2 million graduates every year the India is producing. Among that 0.8 millions are engineers. 1.2 are total graduates per 1 year. In that 0.8 million will be the engineers. See how great the education system of the India. So these MSME is providing employment to those unemployed youth. Possibility of economic stability. So there is a possibility of economic stability with the development of MSME. How? See, MSME is a significant growth driver in India, with its contributing to the turn of 8% GDP. So it providing 8% GDP contribution to India. GDP means gross domestic product. So from these industries, how much percentage of GDP the India is getting? 8% of GDP getting, and also export sector in India constitute about 40% of contribution from MSME. If India export is 100%, in that 100%, 40% of export is contributed by which industries, which enterprises, means these micro, small, medium enterprises totally contributing 40% contribution in export. Okay. MNCs, multinational companies, are today buying semi-finished and luxury products from the small enterprises. So now multinational companies also coming to these enterprises in order to buy semi-finished, means it is not completely finished good. Semi means half finished good and luxury products, luxury related products. Okay. So in order to manufacture the car, we required engine, we required doors, whatever the things are required, that products are preparing by these micro, small and medium enterprises. Those products are purchasing by multinational companies. Example, buying of clutches and brakes by automobile companies. So in this way, MNC is also reaching to the MSME. Next, encourages industrial growth. So these encourages the industrial growth. How? About 50% of wealth in India is owned by just 100 people, which is due to unequal distribution of wealth. So 50% of the wealth of the India is given by only 100 people, because there is unequal distribution of the wealth. The wealth is only in the few hands. So that's why the distribution of the wealth is not equal. So only 100 people are providing the 50% of wealth in India, while poverty and deprivation are a deterrent to the development of India. So poverty and deprivation means a type of depression. Okay, already you have studied about the Great Depression in social studies, right? So same like that only, poverty and deprivation, they are bringing the India down. They are not making the country to be industrially developed, because in India the poverty is very biggest problem. There is no sufficient food to eat. Many people are begging for the food. So this is the biggest problem, including marginalized sections of society is a key challenge living before the Ministry of MSME. So backward sections of the society, okay, tribal people who live in the tribal villages. So these things making the Ministry of MSME to be very much challenge you to start the industries and to develop the industries, so that the standard of the people can be developed. Less overheads. Overheads means indirect expenses. Overhead means indirect expenses. MSME required less labor and it does not need a highly qualified labor. So MSME required very less labor because there are small enterprises. So there is no need of a skilled person. Very specialized person is no need here. Just sufficient, having a little bit knowledge is sufficient. Hence the indirect expenses incurred by the owners are also less. Indirect expenses just like advertisement, these all things are very much less in the MSME. Simple management structure. The management structure of the MSME is very simple. MSME do not require huge capital to start with limited resources available within the control of the owner. Decision making become easy and efficient. So it does not require the huge capital to start the micro, small and medium enterprises. So it will become easy for the owner in order to control and to take appropriate decisions immediately, and whatever the decisions that have been taken, they can implement those decisions effectually within the time span. This is about the significance of MSME. We have remaining 3 significance which we are going to discuss in the other session. Yes. Good Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 10th chapter, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. This is the third session of the chapter. So in the previous session, we have discussed about the significance, right? So some of them are left there. Those topics we are completing now first. Possibility of Make in India. So whatever the goods, whatever required for the India, with the help of micro, small and medium enterprises, MSME, with the help of these, each and every product, each and every good can be prepared in India. Actually, it was a dream of our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, sir. So it was the Prime Minister dream to make an India as a signature of initiative, means it is the place of a new type of innovations place. So that was the main intention of him, to make the India as a signature of India, and each and every good can be prepared in India. Next, removes regional imbalances. So it will remove the regional imbalances, because the development of micro, small and medium enterprises, that will develop the total regions of the country. By that there will be no variations of the regions. So all the regions can be equally developed, all the people's standard of living can be increased. See, MNCs, MSME have supporting the inclusive growth and development across the country, thereby reducing the regional imbalances. National Small Industries Corporation support MSME. So for the development of the MSME, National Small Industries Corporation is also supporting the MSME in order to achieve their goals. So MSME has become a base for the reduction of regional imbalances. There is no regional imbalances in the country, as all countries are, all the places in the country are developing in a same constant manner. Make self-sufficient. India has already started a vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So India has already making, and it has started a vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So it means a self-reliant India, which will need strengthening of local industries. So in order to get to the Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have to develop the industries in the local areas. So when the local industries can be developed, then we can achieve these Atmanirbhar Bharat efficiently. So these are the some of the significance of the MSME. Let us focus on the problems faced by the Indian MSME sectors, means India's micro, small and medium enterprises, what they have faced the problems. Let us focus on the problems also. Lack of credit from the banks. So these MSMEs can't able to raise the sufficient amount of credit from the bank in the form of loans, because the banks are providing the loans, but the loans are not sufficient to meet the requirements of the production or for the requirement of the service, that are not sufficient. See, MSME are facing the problem of non-availability of credit from the bank. These banks are not providing adequate amount of loan. So these banks are not providing the adequate amount of loan. Adequate means sufficient amount of loan is not providing by the banks. So by these they are facing the problem. MSME is facing the problem. Next, competition from multinational companies. As multinational companies, we know that they are very strong bodies, strong authorities. So these competition from the MNCs can't able to face by the MSME, because MSME is very small organized enterprises. They can't able to compete, they can't able to beat the MNCs, because the MNCs are not occupying the total area of the country. They are occupying number of countries. So it will become difficult for the micro, small and medium enterprises to stand within the competition with multinational companies. As we all know, multinational companies has made the globe as a global village with the introduction of liberalization, privatization and globalization. Poor infrastructure. the infrastructure facility, whatever the facility have to these MSME is very poor infrastructure facility. So infrastructure facility is also very much required for the enterprises, just like water facility, electricity facility, transport facility. These type of facilities are very much required for the industries to function efficiently, but there is a very less infrastructure facility. MSME are developing so rapidly, but their infrastructure is very poor. Okay, whatever the infrastructure is there required, that is very poor infrastructure. The MSME is developing very rapidly, means they are increasing in numbers. The enterprises are increasing in numbers, but whatever the infrastructure that are required for those enterprises, that is very poor infrastructure. Non-availability of raw material and other inputs. So these industries require the raw material and other inputs, but those materials and those type of inputs are very much limited, so that they are facing one more problem, one more challenge they have to face. For the establishment of MSME required raw material, skilled workforce and other inputs are not available in the market. So whatever the raw materials that are required for the starting of for the establishment of MSME, and whatever the workforce it required, means talented persons, skilled persons, the persons shortage and also not availability in the market. Other inputs are not available in the market which are required in order to get the output. Those things are not available. With the not availability of these, it creating a huge amount of problem to the organization. Lack of advanced technology. The technology whatever they have, that is completely very low technology. They have not been updated. Okay, there are outdated technology they are using. They have to be changed according to the changes in the technology. How multinational companies are changing according to the changes of the technology, how they are bringing new technology in the competitive world. But here we see that MSME are not developing any new type of technology. They are just following the old technology, so that they are outdated. Lack of distribution of marketing channels. So marketing channels means like advertisements or giving any paper ads and afterwards giving some discounts. These all things which are necessary in order to bring some publicity for the enterprises, that is completely low here in MSME. So MSME are not adopting the innovation channels of distribution. Their advertisement and sales promotion strategies, means planning, are comparatively weaker than MNCs. MNCs are using advanced techniques. I told you when I teaching you MNCs, about MNCs, they will show like this advertisement. See, this product is only for 9,999 rupees. Hurry up, only one is left. Yes, we getting a call from Vijayawada that she want that product. Yes, hurry up, only one product is left. Like this, how they are shouting in the Naptol, and in some of the advertisements how they will shout, and in some type of advertisements they will show that now this soap is, for example, its price is 50 rupees. The soap value has been reduced to 45 rupees, and you can get offer of one spoon or pen along with that soap. Actually fact is that the soap quantity will be reduced. By that they will selling it for the lower price, but we don't know actual fact, and we will go and purchase that soaps. We will use that soaps. The company will get the benefit. So these type of techniques are using by MNCs, but the MSME are don't having that much knowledge. They don't have that much plans, so that they can also make such type of malpractices with us. Lack of trainings and skill development programs. There is a lack of training. There is no training is given for the workers who are working in their enterprises, and there is no skill development programs also. Skill development programs are very much required. Skills are very much required for the development of an enterprise. Here, lack of proper training and skill enhancement program in respect of MSME are very low. The proprietors are not aware of the innovative methods of production. So the proprietors don't have the awareness regarding the new methods what has been introduced in the production. They don't have the awareness regarding that. So by these, finally the conclusion is that MSME are developing, but whatever the facilities they required for that development, that is not completely available to them till now. only 50% is available, and remaining 50% they are facing the challenges and they are facing the problems. So let's see in the upcoming years how they overcome with the problems and how they will stand as a competitors for the MNCs. So let us meet in other session with the other topic. Right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to All for Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, the 10th chapter, micro, small and medium enterprises. This is the 4th session of this chapter and this is the last session of this chapter. So we are going to discuss about the privileges offered to MSME. So what are the facilities that are generally given to these enterprises? Let us see. Exclusive manufacturing of certain products by MSME. There are certain products for which manufacturing right is completely given for these enterprises only. So by giving such type of right to these enterprises, it will help for the development of such enterprises, both economically and also they can expand the scope of their business to other areas of the country. So the major benefit of MSME is a reservation policy which reserves certain items for exclusive manufacture by the enterprise. So there are certain products are reserved for them. The reservation policy which is provided by the government, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, that will provide certain reservation policy for these type of enterprises. By that these type of enterprises can develop efficiently by manufacturing certain types of products by only those type of enterprises only. Space allocation. For the establishment of these type of enterprises, certain space is allocated for them. To encourage MSME, the special economic zones are required to allocate 10% space for small scale unit. So among the 100%, the 10% space is given for the small scale units in order to start their enterprises, and also they can allow special economic zones are given for them so that they can develop those areas, and also it can bring regional balance in the country and all the peoples in the country can be developed with the development of them. So it has become a very important benefit for the MSME, that is the space allocation. Next, timely payment for goods and services. So whatever the payments are there for the goods and services that is provided by the MSME, the payment should be made in time. If there is a delay in the payment, then the buyer should have to pay excess amount to the MSME institutions. Under MSMED Act, means Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Act 2006, protection are offered in relation to timely payment for goods and services by buyers to MSME. So the buyers have to pay the goods and services price, whatever it there, they have to pay that to the MSME on time. There should not be any kind of delay while paying the payment for the MSME. If there is any kind of delay, then the buyers should have to pay extra amount to the MSME. So here also same thing, that is only the point given. Interest for delayed payment by the buyer. So if the buyer is delaying the payment, at the time they have to pay the interest for the delay. Okay. Next, strong support and encouragement from the government. So these MSME getting strong support and the encouragement from the government, because these enterprises are generally started in the small scale areas, okay, where there is the absence of the development. So when these type of industries are coming forward, they can provide the employment opportunity for the graduates. As we have seen in the previous sessions, India every year getting 1.2 million graduates. Among them 0.8 million belongs to the engineers graduates. So here the government has been encouraging and supporting this sector through the policies for preferential access to credit. So these government encouraging this sector by providing certain types of policies, just like reservation policy, and also giving allocation special area is provided, 10% space is providing for them, and they should not be delayed to the MSME. If there is delay from the buyer, then they have to pay the interest. So, and also they are providing the preferential access to credit, means banks are providing certain amount of credit for them, and also preferential purchase policy also. There is a preferential purchase policy. So who purchase from them, they have to pay immediately to the MSME, because the finance is very important for source, as we know. So whenever they purchase, they have to pay immediately. Reference of disputes. So any disputes relating to the amount payable for any goods and service and any interest thereon may be referred to by any part to the micro and small enterprises facilitation counseling, which shall conclude conciliation in the matter. So if there is any problem regarding the delay in the payment or delay regarding any disputes, means godvalu. Disputes means godvalu. There is any kind of disputes regarding the payment of goods or payment of services or any extra interest that the buyer have to pay for the delay. If there is any kind of such type of disputes arises, then there is one counseling is there, that is micro and small enterprises facilitation council is there. That council will solve those types of disputes and gives the conciliation in the matter. So in this way they are getting the benefits from the government, and the government is encouraging most of the MSME, because the development of all the industries is only the development of the country. If only the MNCs are developing, or if only the big companies are developing, it doesn't mean that it is the development of the country. The development should be start from the micro to large. Yes. So this is about the 10th chapter. Right. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 11th chapter, multinational corporations, and this is the first session of our chapter. So what is the meaning of multinational corporations? It is abbreviated as MNC. So multinational corporation means the companies which operate its activities more than one country, means its headquarter will be in one country, but its branches will be established or its activities are going on different countries. For example, one company, its headquarter in Sri Lanka, and its branches are in India, Japan, Italy, Russia, Rome, next China. If its branches all over the world, okay, if it is occupying the total world, then those companies are known as multinational companies. So let us see the meaning of MNCs and definition of MNCs. So they will cover the total globe. MNCs, multinational companies, will cover the total globe. Yes. So meaning of MNCs, due to globalization. Globalization means any organization, okay, any organization can do the business all over the world. Globalization means that anyone can do the business all over the world. Okay, before the globalization there are certain restrictions, like Indian companies should have to work in India, American companies should have to work in America itself. They have to work within the boundaries of the country only. But after globalization, it become a global market. Okay, in 10th class in social studies you have the chapter, yes, about the MNCs and globalization. You have the chapter in paper 1. So that is only the thing we are studying here. No kotta vishayam em kaadu manam chadivedi ippudu. So this is the globalization, means total it become as a global market. Okay, it become as a global market. All the companies started doing business all over the world. So globalization means the companies make the globe as a global market, means they started doing business all over the world. So due to globalization and rapid growing of economy, rapid growing of economy means due to development in the economy, MNCs are coming to India. Due to this, some multinational companies are coming to India to do business in India. Okay, and and operating their business in India. They're coming to India and they're operating. Operating means they're starting their business in India. Few top MNCs which are operating in India. Few top companies. Okay. Few top MNC companies which are operating in India means whose branches are in India. Few MNC companies. What are those? Microsoft. It is not an Indian company, but its branch in India. IBM. It is not an Indian company, but its branch in India. Nestle. It is not an Indian company, but its branch in India. PepsiCo. That is also, Pepsi company is also a foreign company. Sony Corporation, this is also a foreign company. These all are the foreign companies, but they are carrying on their activities in India also. Multinational corporations are grant firm with their headquarters. Yes, there will be one headquarter, means head office. Okay, head office will be located in one country. So headquarter will be located in one country, and with a variety of business operations in several other countries. Okay, multinational corporations have headquarter in one country and it has a variety of business operations in several other countries. In several other countries it will carry on its business operations. The MNCs that invest foreign direct investment. So with the help of MNCs, when MNCs come to the country, there will bring investment. That investment is known as foreign direct investment. They will bring that their country currency. For example, America, that is dollar. They bring the dollar to the India, so that the India is receiving the foreign currency directly. Yes, India is receiving the foreign currency directly. So in this way, we are getting investment from the MNC companies. That investment is the foreign direct investment. Okay, whatever the investment which you are receiving directly from the foreign countries in their currency value, okay, in dollar, yuan, whatever it may be, those things are known as, those investment is known as foreign direct investment. These will be asked for 2 marks. Some of the Indian MNCs operating at global level are some of the Indian MNCs means their headquarter in India, but their business operations are carried on in different countries, in several other countries. What are those companies means? Infosys, Wipro, Reddy's Lab, etc. Similarly, Coca-Cola, Honda, BMW, IBM Computer and Pepsi-Cola from US. Okay, these companies are from US. Which company is Coca-Cola, Honda, BMW, IBM Computer and Pepsi-Cola? These are from USA. And Sony and Honda, that are from Japan. Yes. So, Indian companies are Infosys, Wipro, Reddy's Lab. These are the Indian companies, but they are carrying on their operations all over the globe. Okay, next let us see the definition that is given by Franklin Root. According to the Franklin Root, the MNCs as a parent company. MNCs are the parent companies. Why he is saying it as a parent companies? Because MNCs are not a small company. MNC means it is a multinational corporations, multinational companies. So those companies have huge capital, huge employees, huge amount of turnover. So that's why it is a parent company to all other companies. So engaged in foreign production through it's associated with several countries. So these MNC companies are associated with several other countries, but its head office is located in one country, but its activities or operations which are carried on all over the globe. Okay, that's why I have drawn the globe. Exercise the direct control over the policies. So whatever the policies are there in different areas, they will follow those countries' policies and they will continue their business operations regularly. Implements the business strategy. Strategy means planning. They will implement the business plan, whatever the plan they have, how they have prepared, how to achieve their objectives, how to achieve their goals, whatever the plan they have prepared, that plan regarding the production or regarding the marketing or finance and staffing. Staffing means employment. Okay, production means producing of goods, marketing means selling of goods, finance means working capital, fixed capital, staffing means employing the persons, how many employees are required, how many labors are required, yes, how much management is required, how many chairpersons are required, board of directors, managing directors, those all fall under the category of staffing. The transcend national boundaries means there will move over the national boundaries, they will cross that nation boundary, India boundaries. For example, if you take the India as example of this definition, the MNC companies of India crossing the India boundaries and they're going out to other countries and following the whatever the policies are there, in that countries, and also they are implementing those things in order to continue their business successfully. Okay, so let us meet in the other session with the advantages and disadvantages of MNC. What are the advantages of MNCs and what are the disadvantages of MNCs? Let us meet in the other session with that topic. Yes. Good afternoon, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 11th chapter, multinational corporation. This is the second session of the chapter. So in this session we are going to discuss about the advantages and disadvantages of MNCs. So let us focus on the advantages of MNCs. The first one, economic development. The developing countries need both foreign capital and technology. Developing countries. So which countries are known as developing countries? Means India is a developing country. America is a developed country. Okay. America is a developed country, India is a developing country. So, the developing countries need both foreign capital. Foreign capital means the capital from other countries. Okay, our country India is known as the home country, other countries are known as host countries, other countries. If we are in America now, so America is our home country, India is our host country. If we are in Sri Lanka, then Sri Lanka will be our home country and other countries, India, America, these all are host countries. Okay, మనం ఏ దేశంలో ఉంటామో ఆ దేశం మనకు హోమ్ కంట్రీ అవుతుంది, పక్క దేశాలన్నీ హోస్ట్ కంట్రీస్ అవుతాయి. సో we require the foreign capital, the developing countries require the foreign capital from the other countries, developed countries. We want the capital from the developed countries and technology. Not only foreign capital is needed for the developing countries, foreign capital plus technology, both are needed to make the use of available resources, whatever the resources available in the developing country. In order to utilize those resources efficiently or for the optimum utilization of those resources, it will become necessary to bring foreign capital and technology to the developing country. Okay, in order to utilize the resources for economical and industrial growth. For economical and industrial growth of the country. So that is about the economic development. Next, technology gap. MNCs are the instruments. MNCs are the instruments, okay, of transfer of technology to the host country. America, for example, we are in America. America is a home country for us. We are in America. Then America will be home country for us. Okay. We have to give the technology to the host country. For example, India is a host country, that is somewhat technologically backward country. So we need to give the technology to the host country, means the other country, the cost of production decrease and quality of goods increase. So when we use the technology, we can reduce the cost of production of the good cost can be reduced with the new advanced technology, and we can provide the quality goods. Okay, we can provide the quality goods. So technology is filling the gap between developed country and developing country. Whatever the technological gap is there between developed country and developing country, that gap is filled by the technology, transfer of technology. Okay. Next, industrial growth. MNCs are dynamic, means change. And multinational corporations will be change and offer growth opportunity for domestic industries. Domestic industries means the industries which are in our country. Okay, domestic industries means the industries which are in our country, those industries known as domestic industries. So MNCs are dynamic, means they will change and offer growth opportunities. They provide some growth opportunities, development opportunities for our domestic industries. Okay, so next advantage, marketing opportunities. It also provide the marketing opportunity for the Indian companies. Okay, they have the necessary skills. Who have the necessary skills? Multinational corporations will have the necessary skills, necessary talent. There are experts. Okay, they are completely experts to market the product at international level. They are marketing the product at the international level, not at the national level. National level means within the boundaries of the country. They are not marketing within the boundaries of the country. They are marketing at the international level. Okay. Next, work culture. Work culture. So, the multinational corporations work very fast, and the people who are working in those corporations, they have the complete skill, talent, experience. Okay. They have everything so that they can do the work very perfectly and very genuinely. The primary objective of multinational companies is to maximize the profit. The main objective, the main motive, the main target of MNCs is to maximize the profit. Maximizing the profit means to increase the profit and increase the market share. When the profit increases, ultimately whatever the value of the share in the market, ఓకే, ఆ కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన షేర్స్ వాల్యూ కూడా పెరుగుతుంది. ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు అచీవ్ దీస్, ద మల్టీనేషనల్స్ యూజ్ వేరియస్ స్ట్రాటజీస్ ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు అచీవ్ దీస్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ డెవలప్మెంట్, these type of achievement. They will use different type of strategies. Strategies means different types of plans, like product innovation. Product innovation means introducing a new product. Okay, product are making certain changes in the existing product. Okay, technology upgradation. So technology upgrade means what they will do, they will increase the technology or they improve the technology. Professional management, who is working as a management, whether board of directors, managing directors, general managers who are there, they all are professionals. Okay, generally they belongs to MBA students. Okay, next, export promotion. Export promotion, what is export? When we are exporting from, we are sending goods from our country to some other country, that is known as export. Yes, we are sending goods which are plenty in our country to some other country where there is a very shortage of those goods, then that is known as export, right? So export promotion, so what it's saying, these can be achieved by promoting and developing the export oriented and import substitute industries. So by introduction of MNCs, we can increase the developing countries export oriented. So the developing countries like India, they will export the raw material. Okay, they export the raw material and they import the substitute industries. Means they will bring some of the foreign industries to the India by exporting some of the raw material to the foreign countries. Research and development, R&D. So research and development is very important for the development of the multinational companies, because the research and experience of MNCs in the field of research enable the host country, means other country, to establish efficient research and development system. So when multinational companies are doing the research, they have the complete experience. Okay, they have the complete experience in the field of the research. They will do the research very carefully. Yes, they will do the research very effectively so that the research and development will bring certain changes in the MNCs. So these are the advantages of the multinational companies. Whereas come to disadvantages, the first one is problem of technology. When new technology is introduced, okay, the technology development by MNCs from the developed countries does not fully fit in the need of the developing countries. So developed countries means there are very forward countries, right? So whatever the technology used by the forward countries, that is not completely, we can't say that it will be 100% fit. Fit means it is completely it will be completely applicable for the developing countries, because developing countries are very poor countries. They are economically backward. They are industrially they are backward. They don't have that much skills and talent to grab the changing technology. So this is one type of disadvantage for the developing countries. Political interference. See, the MNCs from the developed countries interfere in the political affairs of the developing nations while decision making. So multinational companies of the developed countries, they slowly started their interference in the political affairs of the developing country. Okay, while the developing country try to take the decisions, at the time these MNCs, as they are very powerful and they have very wealth, yes, so they will show the power. They will show their money power and the political power, and they try to interfere in the decisions of the developing countries. So this is also one of the biggest disadvantage of MNCs. Self-interest. MNCs work towards their own self-interest rather than working for the development of host countries. So MNCs work for their own development. Okay, multinational companies work for their own development. They will not working for the development of some other country or the development of some other backward countries or backward regions. They will work for their own development because their motive is to maximize the profit, right? So and also to increase the value of the market share. So they will work for their own need. They are not going to work for any other host country, or they are not going to work for such other country which is economically poor or economically backward. Yes, so this is also a type of disadvantage. Outflow of foreign exchange. The working of the MNCs is a burden on the limited resources of developing countries. So developing countries have very limited resources. When these MNCs are started work in those developing countries, then what happened? The resources will be completely exploited. Yes, that resources will completely going to be diminished. Okay, diminish means they are going to be reduced, decreased. So this is also a type of disadvantage. Next one, exploitation. Dochukovam antaru Telugulo. MNCs exploit consumers and companies in the host country. MNCs are financially very strong and adopt aggressive marketing strategy. Aggressive marketing strategy means they use the different type of strategy. They target the total market. Okay, they will create such a market that no one can stand as a competitor to them. So they will create such a strong market. So MNCs exploit the consumers. They exploit the consumers. What the consumers are there, they will exploit them, and also the companies in the host country. Host country means the other countries, domestic industries or companies, whatever it may be, they will exploit those companies. Okay, MNCs are financially very strong, so that will use that strong power in order to bring down the domestic companies. Okay, domestic companies ante our country lo unna companies ni kindiki తీసుకురావడానికి చాలా ట్రై చేస్తారు. ఎందుకంటే దే హ్యావ్ ద ఫైనాన్షియల్లీ స్ట్రాంగ్ ఉన్నారు, అండ్ ఆల్సో దే హ్యావ్ ద డిఫరెంట్ మార్కెటింగ్ స్ట్రాటజీస్, రైట్? నెక్స్ట్, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్. MNCs prefer to invest in the area of low risk and high profitability. So MNCs are they are interested in investing in those areas where they have the low risk and more profit. There will such an area, and they will start the business in those areas. Next, artificial demand. So this is very common thing. Generally nowadays we are seeing this. MNCs create an artificial demand by using advertisement and sales promotion. Sales promotions means discount offer, buy one get one. Okay, for example, one saree is there. The saree is only for rupees 999 rupees. Hurry up, only one saree is left. So these type of advertisements generally we see in televisions or in internet. So these type of techniques are used by the multinational companies. Those things are generally artificial things. There is no demand for that goods and there is no demand for such thing, but they will create such an artificial demand that people started thinking that wow, this good is going to be complete, we have to purchase. So they will hurry up and they will buy that good, but actually the fact is that the good is very plenty. There is no demand for it at all, but they are creating an artificial environment where there is a huge demand. They will say that only the price of these good is rupees 9,999. Actually that is 10,000, but they show like this 9,999. 1 rupee is less. For example, you take Jio. What he will do? Balance recharge. The balance for 1 month 199 rupees. What is that? When we recharge in the market, that person will take 200 rupees. 1 rupee. What is this type of artificial type of demands generally they will create. So this is about the advantages and disadvantages of MNCs. So let us meet in some other session with some other topic. So till then you have to do hard work. The time is almost near. Yes, so do hard work at the home. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 11th chapter, multinational corporations, and this is the third session of the chapter. So in the third session we are going to discuss about the necessities of the globalization. Globalization means we know that the globe has become a global market. The MNCs has made the globe as a global market. It has become the place of business. It has become the place of trade. Okay, the consumers can find a number of suppliers and also number of company products. So the necessity of globalization is very much important, because due to globalization the multinational companies has targeted the total globe as a global village or as a global market. So now we are going to discuss about what are the necessities are there of globalization. So in that, the first one, economic liberalization. Liberalization means removing rules, regulations and removing some of the tariffs. So tariff means here taxes. Okay, entry exit taxes. When the goods are imported, such some amount of tax is levied on it, and when the goods are exported, at that time also some amount of tax is levied on it. So that levy of tax on goods exchange has been reduced by the liberalization. So first point is economic liberalization. Economic liberalization both in terms of regulations and tariff structure contributed to the globalization of trade and investment. So economic liberalization has reduced the rules and regulations. Okay, it reduces the rules and regulations and also the tariff structure, so that all the companies which are MNC companies, they started doing the business all over the globe by making the globe as a global market. Technological breakthroughs. So now the technology is completely improved due to globalization, due to liberalization. The technology has been improved very much. So the developed countries are coming forward to help the developing countries, and they are breaking the gap between the developed country and developing country. Whatever the technological gap is there, that gap is completely going to be break by these MNCs. So the break in science and technology has transformed the world literally into global village. So as there are the MNCs breaking the gap between the developed country technology, developing country technology, when they are sharing the science and technology with each other, at that time it creating the globe as a, not as a planet, it is creating the globe as a global village. Okay. Multilateral institutions. A number of multilateral institutions under the UN. UN means United Nations framework set up during the post-World War II era. So during the post-World War, after the World War II, many of the frameworks have been created in order to do multilateral institutions, in order to start the multilateral institutions, facilitate exchange among the countries and become prominent forces in the present day globalization. Means at the time some of the organizations like GATT, WTO has come forward in order to maintain the good relation, healthy relationship among the different countries, and with that healthy relation the countries can exchange their goods and services, and also they can economically develop their systems. Yes, next, create employment opportunity. Due to globalization, it created good employment opportunity for those who have the talent and skill. Yes, globalization helps to provide employment to a large number of people. Okay, it started providing employment to the large number of people because it is targeting the total globe. Yes, the MNC, the multinational corporations or multinational companies are targeting the total globe. So when they are targeting the total globe, they are providing number of business employment opportunities to the employees. Okay, mainly multinational companies are such as BPO means BPO means business process outsource. Means these are popularly known as call centers. BSNL call centers are there now. So like that call centers are there. So here in the call centers good pay, okay, good salary pay and good facilities are given to the employees so that the employee can work effectively for the organizations. Global expansion of business operations. So globally they are expanding the business operation. Whatever the business related activities are there, they are expanding it globally. Means all over the village, all over the globe village they are expanding. They are not permitting to one particular country boundary. They want to expand it to all over the countries. Okay. So, growing market and movement of capital flow across the countries have facilitated the rapid expansion of business operations globally. So, the capital is also flowing. Flow means water, how the water flow in the river. So, in the same way, now here capital is flowing. So, flow of capital means the developed country coming to, developed country company coming to the India or any other developing country, and it started making investing on these countries, backward countries or in the backward areas that make the development of the nation. Okay, that make the development of the nation which are economically backward. Yes, these all things are created with the help of the globalization. Emergency of global consumer segment. Globalization encourages free and fair competition at world level. The competition is not permitted within the boundaries of the state or within the boundaries of the country or within the boundaries of any particular area. The competition is with total world. The competition is with the total world, and with the globalization, the competition with the total world, which is very what we say free and fair competition. Free competition and fair competition. Fair competition means good competition. There will be no malpractices. There will be no misrepresentations. The competition will be very healthy competition. Customers may have more choice due to increased suppliers at global level. So, as a customer's point of view, if we focus, the customers may have a lot of suppliers at the global level due to the increase of global companies, means multinational companies targeting all over the globe as a global village. So, it becomes convenient for the customers to interact or to reach the suppliers because there are number of suppliers, there are different prices for the same goods. So among that, the supplier can select the appropriate price and quality good from those suppliers. Customer can select it from those suppliers. Maximization of economic efficiency. So whatever the resources are there, that should be utilized efficiently, means completely clearly. So the global integration of economics has promoted a rapid rise in the movement of product. Okay, global integration of economics means when these economics has become a global integrated, at that time it has promoted, means it has encouraged a rapid rise of movement of products. New type of products have been introduced into the market, and the capital and labor across the borders. So the capital from the America came to India as a foreign direct investment. The capital from the Russia came to India. The capital from the India went to Japan as a foreign direct investment. In this way, the capital is flowing, inflowing and outflowing. When the capital coming to our country, then it is an inflow. When the capital is going from our country, then it is an outflow. And the labor are also flowing in the same way. Yes. So next, last one, enhanced trade. So due to globalization, trade across the countries has enhanced, and the business organization enjoying the benefit of global access to the customers, resulting in enhanced revenue. So when the trade has become globalized, okay, the nowadays trade is doing all over the world, right? Trade is not permitted to some specific countries. We can do trade with any country where we want to distribute the goods. We can distribute the goods. We have that freedom with the globalization. So by that, the business organizations are enjoying certain benefits. The customers are enjoying certain benefits. So everyone is enjoying certain thing from the enhancement of trade. So trade is the most important thing for the development of the economy also. It will build a strong economy backbone. So in these are the some of the necessities of the globalization. In the next session, we will discuss some other topic about the MNCs. Yes, let us meet in the next session. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to All for Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium, and the chapter that we are dealing with. There is a 11th chapter, multinational corporation, and this is the 4th session, and this is the last session of this chapter. Okay, right? So futures of MNCs. We already discussed about the advantages and disadvantages of MNCs. So now we are going to discuss about the futures of multinational companies. Large in size. Actually, the multinational companies are very large in size, because they are not doing the business in only one country. Okay, they are not doing their business only in their country, that is home country. They are doing the business in different countries. Yes, so they have targeted the total world. So that's why the size of the MNCs is almost large, and the turnover, the money, whatever the turnover, capital turnover of MNCs, it is very, very more as compared to the national income of one small country's national income. How much it will be? That will, more than that will be the MNC's turnover. So MNCs is generally big in size. They are big in size. Some of the MNCs own and control assets worth billions of dollars. So some of the MNCs will have the assets, means properties. So the value of the property is in billions of dollars, not at all a million, billions. Billions of dollars of assets they are holding. So MNCs are very powerful, the economically and also politically also they have good influence. Okay. International operations. So the MNCs, whatever the operations or whatever the activities are carrying on by the MNCs, that is international. National means it is within the boundaries of the country. But this is not within the boundaries of the country. This is out of the boundaries of the country they are functioning. So it is an international operations. Operations means activities. MNCs carry on the business in more than one country. So they carry on the business in more than one country. Okay, they are not going to do business in one country. They are going to do business in more than one country. MNCs such as Wipro, Colgate, Coca-Cola have branches in as many as 70 countries across the world. Across the world, they have 70 in the 70 countries. They have the branches. See how much they have occupied the globe. We can understand by this. International management. So the management of the MNCs is international because as they are doing the international business, it is required that the management should be needed for every country. For every country where they are doing the business, there should be one management member. Yes, in order to manage, in order to control. Yes, so the management of MNC is international in character. It operates on the basis of best possible alternative available anywhere in the world. So it will work all over the world. So all over the world it has the management. So actually there will be the head office. In that head office, the headquarter or the head office will be in the home country and the branches will be in the host country. As the branches in the host country, there will have different types of managements. Okay, for every country there will be the different management. For every branch there will be the different management. So they are doing the management is also international. Mobility of resources. The operations of MNCs involve the mobility of the capital. Mobility means gathering of capital, technology, entrepreneurships and other factors of production across the territories. So MNCs generally mobilize all the factors which are required to carry on the business. Factors of production. What are the factors of production? In economics you have factors of production: land, labor, capital, organization, technology. These things are required to start production. Yes, so the MNCs will mobilize all these resources. What resources? Capital, technology, entrepreneurship. They gather these all things and they start the business. They start doing the business. Okay. Next, centralized control. The total control will be in the hand of the owners of the MNCs. Okay, as they are doing the business all over the world, but the head office, the headquarter, it will be in the home country, right? There will be the owners, actual owners of that company. So they will control all the branches. They will control all the branches management. So see here, the branches of the MNCs spread in different countries are controlled and managed from the headquarters situated in the home country. So the headquarter will be situated in the home country. From the headquarter, the branches will be controlled and managed. Okay. Next, integrated activities. So MNCs are usually complete organizations comprising manufacturing, marketing, research and development and other facilities. So MNC means it is not just a company that will manufacture. Okay, it is a company of manufacturing the goods, marketing the goods, conducting the research and development and bringing some new technology and introducing some new products or making certain innovative changes in the products. Okay, or modifications in the existing products. Those all things is done by the MNCs. Yes, so that's why we say that the activities of MNCs as integrated activities. Oligopolistic powers. So oligopoly means power in the hands of few companies only. Means the power to decide the price, the power to produce the product, that will be in few hands. Few powerful hands will have the total power to control it. MNCs occupy dominating position in the market. So multinational companies, they're occupying the dominating position, means they are dominating the people, okay, they're dominating the other competitors in the market, so that the competitors can't able to stand in the market, they just quit from the market. Sophisticated technology means advanced technology. What the multinational companies use, the technology that is completely advanced technology. MNCs make use of latest and advanced technology to supply world-class products. To supply world-class products, they will use the latest updated version technology. So, not only they will use it in their home country, they will spread the use of these types of technology to the host countries also, where they have their branches, okay. So that's why we say that the technology that is used by MNCs is a sophisticated technology. And ninth one, last one, several forms. MNCs may operate in the host countries in several ways. So MNCs will operate in other countries. Host countries means other countries. So they operate in other countries in different ways. So how some like branches, and some like subsidiaries, and some like joint ventures, etc. So in this way they are doing the business all over the globe, and they're making the globe as a global market. So this is about the MNCs, okay. Now we have only 2 chapters are left. One is 10th chapter. Yes, one is 10th chapter, I think 10th chapter and 12th chapter are left. Okay, so all chapters are completed. So you have to study, because your syllabus almost to 90% syllabus is completed. Only 2 chapters are left. Okay. Yes. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 12th chapter, e-business. E-business means electronic business. Generally, this e-business is done with the internet, mobile phones, computers, yes, laptops. These are used to do these electronic business. So let us see what is the definition of e-business. The term e-business refers to integration of the business tools based on ICT. Based on ICT means the business, whatever the business activities are there that are carried on the basis of ICT. I means information and C means communication, T means technology, means information and communication technology. Based on this, the businesses are going on electronically to improve the functioning of the company. So, in order to improve the functioning of the company, as we know, the company can't able to target the whole market, because the manufacturing process will be takes place in one place and the consumers are distributed all over the world. So that's why it becomes necessary to reach the customers. So the human being can't able to travel that areas. So that's why the online trading system has came forward in order to overcome with that problem. So e-business refers to the use of an online support. E-business means electronic business, okay. So e-business using the online support for the relationship building between a company and clients, okay. For building a relationship between the company and the clients, in order to build the relationship between the company and the client. Company means company, clients means the customers, investors, okay. In order to maintain relationship with them, the business has maintained, it has taken the support of the online system, and it has created the relationship relationship between company and the clients. E-business was first used by IBM in 1997. Who used the e-business first means e-business is used by first IBM Institute in 1997. Later it was used by other business organizations. It defined e-business as transformation of key business process through the use of internet technology. whatever the business process are there. What is the business? Buying and selling of goods and services. Yes. So buying raw material and selling of goods, finished goods to the customers. So this is the main intention of the business, right? So that activities are going on with the help of internet technology, that is known as e-business. When the business is carried on with the internet technology, then it is known as e-business. Let us see the scope of the e-business. Most of us are aware of buying products online through some online portals like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, etc. So most of us having the awareness about the online shopping nowadays. Nowadays online education is also going on due to COVID-19. So we know about the online shopping, how we have to keep an order, how we get the product, if there is any damage in the product, how we can replace that product with the other product. We know everything about that. Nowadays we are doing online payments, Paytm, PhonePe, these all are apps. Those are used for the payment of the currency from one person to another person, from one place to another place within a few seconds. So we know the shopping apps, Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, and so many are there, Snapdeal, okay? These all are the online shopping apps. And also nowadays we have Zomato, these all are food supplying apps, right? So these e-business is broadly divided into these categories: business to business, B2B. B2B means business to business. B means business. Okay, business to business refers to the exchange of products and services by one business enterprise to another business enterprise. Means here one business enterprise is exchanging their products and services with another business enterprise. Such type of transactions are known as business to business transactions. Okay, so India Mart, Trade India, Alibaba, etc. These are some of the business to business organizations. Okay, so business to business transactions are going on in these. Next, business to consumer. Business to consumer. So refers to exchange of product and service from a business to a customer. So it is an exchange of goods or services from business to the customer. That is known as business to customer. Okay. Example: Amazon.com, Flipkart, etc. These are business to consumer. They are supplying the goods. They are providing the services to the customers, from business to customer. There will be no middlemen. Next, customer to customer. Okay, customer to customer, where customer offered their products online to be brought by another customer. Example: OLX, Quaker, etc. So here one customer purchase one good and he don't want that good. At that time he will use Quaker or OLX. By that he will find some of the other customer who is ready to purchase that good, and they will make the exchange of those goods. Okay, one customer who is willing to purchase and another customer who is willing to sell, they both interact with the online system with the help of these apps. With these apps they interact each other and they will exchange the goods. So that's why we calling these business as a customer to customer. Next, customer to business. Customer to business. Transactions involve provisions of project work by the customer on internet to the needy companies. When the customer is providing project work, when the customer has done one project work and he kept on the internet, and it is the project work which has done by the customer that is needed for the company, then the company will use that project work of the customer. Then it will be known as customer to business transaction. It is known as customer to business transaction, generally Google, etc. Example, that is Google. So one customer, he will prepare from project work and he will keep that on the internet. One of the company who is in need of that project work, they will purchase that project from that customer. Okay. Next, business to government. Business to government refers to commerce between companies and the government or public sector enterprises. Here there is a business deal between the deal between the business and the government or business and the public sector enterprises. There is a deal between them. So generally, example, let us see. Business pay the taxes. When the business want to pay the taxes, they have to reach to the government. Yes, they have to approve to the government. Nowadays, in order to pay the taxes also, there is an app to pay the tax. Electricity, for that also there is an app. Yes, file, report or sell goods and services to government. So, file reports, if any file is needed to submit for registration for or anything, at that time the business can send the file report with the help of the internet, fax system or mail system. Okay, fax or mail systems are used to transfer the file reports or sell goods and services to government. Nowadays some of the business houses are preparing sanitizers and they are selling to government. So like this, some of the goods or services provided by the business to the government, that is why that is known as business to government. So these are the scope of e-business. Up to here there will be the scope of e-business. What is here? First one is business to business. Second one, business to customer. Third one, customer to customer. Fourth one, customer to business. Fifth one, business to government. So this is the scope of the business, right? Let us see the next thing. So the elements of the business. What are the elements of the business? Let us see. E-commerce, transacting or facilitating business through internet is called e-commerce. Okay, when we are doing the transactions or we are doing anything with the internet, then it is known as e-commerce. Commerce means distribution of goods and services, right? So here we are distributing the goods and services with the help of the internet. So that's why it is known as e-commerce, in the short form of electronic commerce. So e-commerce is also known as electronic commerce, online commerce, e-commerce, okay, though internet commerce. So these are the some of the similar names for the e-commerce. Next, actioning. Next one is e-actioning. The internet enables the people to participate in the action without sacrificing their personal time. So with the internet, the people can also participate in action without sacrificing their time, okay, without wasting their time, without sacrificing their time. They can participate, they can do action with the help of the internet. In e-actioning, the people who want to participate in the action visit the website with a click and go through the details. So who want to do e-actioning, they can go to the website, they can click on it. As they click, they get the complete information, complete details of e-actioning. Next, e-banking, electronic banking. Nowadays this is only going on everywhere. Phone Pay, Paytm system, Google Pay, these all are e-banking systems. And also what we are using, the debit card and credit card, whatever the information we get on our mobiles after the transaction completed, that is also e-banking. Okay, electronic banking is one of the most successful online business. It is the one of the most successful online business. Yes. So e-banking allows the customer to access their account. It will help the customer to access their account from anywhere. The customer can check the account from anywhere. He can check the account, he can make the payments, he can purchase certain goods by doing the payments, he can give the loans, okay, he can do any activities and execute order through the use of website. he can execute the order through the use of websites. Okay, online banking allows the customer to get their money from the ATM. So with the online banking, it become easy for the customers to get the money from the ATM. What does ATM stand for? Automatic teller machine. Yes, automatic teller machine. Next, e-marketing. Electronic marketing provide a worldwide platform for buying and selling of goods without having any geographical barriers. Geographical barriers. Barriers means any kind of stop. Okay, there is no any kind of stop. We can purchase goods from any place. We can buy anything from any place because it has become e-marketing, electronic marketing. With the electronic marketing, there are number of suppliers, there are number of sellers, and there are number of customers. So by that, everyone is going to purchase whatever they want. So by this way, there is no geographical barriers, means there is some type of restrictions that we should not have to purchase those goods from that place, or we should not go to that area. These types of geographical barriers are not there. We can purchase anything, anytime, at anywhere, even 24/7 shopping time. Yes. Next, e-trading. E-trading means, e-trading is also known as online trading. E-trading is also known as online trading or e-broking. Okay, so online trading means what? It is used for buying and selling the stock in the stock exchange. So we have the stock exchange. In the previous I told you, we have Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, Kolkata Stock Exchange. So we can purchase the stock. Stock means shares. Okay, we can purchase the shares, shares, debentures, or anything at any time from the stock exchanges. So that's why it is known as electronic trading. Trading of shares, debentures, securities, gold. Okay, so currency transformation, those activities are done with the help of e-trading. Example, moneycontrol.com. Okay, this is also one website. So these are the elements of e-business. Okay, yes, let us meet in the other session with the other topic. Good morning, ma. Welcome to Alpha Online Education, Commerce Theory part for the first year's English medium. Today we are going to discuss about the benefits of e-business. This is the second session of the 12th chapter, e-business. So let us see the benefits of e-business to the customers, and afterwards organization, and afterwards benefits to the society. How that is beneficiable, let us see. So e-business has many advantages which can be broadly classified into following categories. So e-business has many advantages, and those advantages are classified into following categories. So in that, first one, benefits to consumers. Okay, so what are the benefits? Let us see. Convenient shopping. So it is convenient shopping for the customer. So the customer can buy the product at any time, 24 hours, 7 days in a week. He or she can buy the product or get the service at any time. Okay, e-business enable the customer to shop or do any transaction 24 hours a day around the year from almost any location as per their convenience. So from any location, whatever their location, from 24 hours they can do the online shopping over the year. Okay, so they can purchase those things they want to purchase. They can order from the home, they can order from the office, they can order from any other place. Okay, so from anywhere they want to order, they can order for the product. Okay, it is convenient shopping for the customer. Next, wider choices. Wider choices means there are number of choices because there are number of buyers in the online market. So by that, there will be number of choices. So the customer will have more choice or more alternative products and services. So that's why the customer will have different types of choices and different types of alternatives. Okay, if he is not satisfied with a particular choice, he can go for the next alternative. So there will be number of choices. Price advantage. Okay, if the customer is not satisfied with one particular price, if the price is very high price, then he can go for some other price. Okay, so with that he can satisfy his unlimited wants. E-business provide customers with less expensive products and services by allowing them to shop in many places and conduct quick comparison. So in order to go for different shops, వేరే షాప్స్ కి వెళ్ళి కంపారిజన్ చేయడం కన్నా ప్రైసెస్ ని with the help of the online we can compare the price of the different products or the price of the different services quickly. It will avoid the wastage of time, it will avoid the wastage of energy, and it is very much helpful for the customer. Next, exchange of information. So sometimes you have observed when we purchase something from the online, they will ask us feedback. Okay, 3 star, 5 star, there will be the feedback. So we will give the feedback based on that. That will be our experience. The feedback is our experience regarding that product. Yes. So exchange of information allows the customer to interact with other customers and exchange their opinion and experience on the product purchase. So one customer can interact with the other customer and they can exchange their opinions and experience regarding the product. By that, the product the demand can be increased and most of the customers can show the attention towards the purchase of that particular product. Next, benefits to organization. So let us see what are the benefits are there for the organization. Reach beyond the boundaries. So benefits for the organization can move over the boundaries of their country or over the boundaries of their state. They can do the business in the national way and also in the international way. There are no restrictions on them. So extend the marketplace to national and international market to increase their sales revenue with a limited time span. Within the limited time span, the organization can increase their sales and revenues. Revenue means income. Okay, they can increase their sales and income within that limited time span. So it will avoid the wastage of time and it will help for the maximization of the profit. Next, cost savings. Reduce the cost of creating, processing, distributing, storing and retrieving the information. So it avoid the unnecessary cost. Okay, it avoid the unnecessary cost and it save the cost of creating some advertisements or processing some type of things and distributing the products to the wholesalers, retailers. Okay, storing into the godowns and retrieving the information means transforming the information from one person to another person. These all things can be no need to do because everyone while they are on internet, while they are seeing the mobile phones, the advertisements will be going on. By that they can see and they can purchase the things, right? Next, competitive advantage. Reduce the processing time allows for customization of the product and service for achieving competitive advantage. So here the companies can reduce the time, reduce the wastage of the time, and they can utilize those time for the development of the customization of particular product or service. Okay, they can provide better customer service and they can provide better products to the customers so that the competition can be increased. So the competition for their products will be increased and there can be the competitors in the market. So that's why it become an advantage for the organization. Yes. Strongness recovery of the capital invested. Shortness recovery of the capital invested. Whatever the capital they have invested on the product or service, they can recover it very easily because the customers will take the products, because the company is spending the most of the time on the customer service and providing goods to the customer. So by that they can get the capital what they are invested, they can get the capital back in the form of revenue. Yes, there will be more sales of the product and they will get the more income from that. So e-business reduce the time between the outlay of the capital and the receipt of product and service. So it will reduces the outlay of capital, means the time of investing the capital, and the receipt of product and service means when the receipt is given, when the product is sold, at that time the receipt will be given. Yes, so it will reduce that also. In this way it will be helpful. Next, benefits to the society. Environmental benefits. Customers can buy their required product service online with a click button either from the place of work home without moving to the shops physically. So no need to move to the shops physically, no need to jam in the traffic, no need to face the pollution, no need to create any kind of disturbance to the society. Yes, no need to do these all things. The customer from his convenient place, he can just by clicking a button, within few seconds the order will be placed and he can get the delivery within a few days or few hours. He will get the delivery immediately. So it is very convenient and it is convenient for the society too. Yes, public welfare. E-business allows some merchandise to be sold at lower prices benefiting the poor ones. So the poor people can also purchase the goods because there are some merchandise, means some of the sellers are there who are selling some products at a lower price, so that even the poor can also purchase that. If we go to the market, we will see that nowadays markets are very hi-fi level markets, so poor is hesitating to go. So these online will create a platform for the poor people also. It is not only targeting the rich people but also targeting the poor people also. Availability of the product. Okay, here every product is available nowadays. Everything, even education is also available in the online nowadays. Due to e-business, abundant variety of products and services are available to the customer according to the choice and preference. So according to the choice and preference of the customer, number of products are available. See, nowadays education system is available, food is available, clothes are available, even shelter is alternative shelter is also available. Small hut type houses are selling in the online. So everything is available in the online. So no need to worry if we are in jungle also. Even though we have mobile, it's enough. We can buy all the things. Okay, we need mobile and we have some balance in our account, then it is enough to live in jungle or forest also. It is convenient for us to live because nowadays total technology is available to us. Within few seconds we can place the order and they can send the order what we have done. So this is about the benefits to the business organization, to the society and to the customer. So let us meet in the other session with some other topic. Good morning ma, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing with, that is the 12th chapter, e-business, and this is the third session of the chapter. So in this session we are going to study about the opportunities of the business enterprises in the 21st century. So opportunity means it is a type of platform by which the business enterprises can change their faith. Okay, it is just a platform for them. So 21st century, we are in now 21st century. So this century has become a platform for the business organizations to change their faith. Okay, so in that first one is LPG system. LPG stands for liberalization, privatization, globalization. Liberalization means reduction of rules and regulations and tariff. Privatization means the private companies can come forward and they can also do the business. Before the private companies, only government companies are there and those companies are totally controlled by the government. But now the private companies are also came forward due to the LPG system which is introduced. So globalization means you already know what is globalization, making the globe as a global village, that is globalization. Yes, LPG system, liberalization, privatization, globalization have brought changes that created favorable environment for business enterprises in India. So it created a favorable environment for the business enterprises in India because all business enterprises can do their business anywhere in the world. And also the private companies also came forward in order to do the business with very energetic and enthusiasm. They are showing the interest towards the development of their companies because there is a remove of the rules and regulations due to the introduction of the liberalization in the economy. So this is most important thing which make the business enterprises in the 21st century as more active. Next one is about the increasing the size and diversification. Increasing the size and diversification. Diversification means vistarinchadam. Okay. So the 21st century business enterprises are characterized with large size. So in the 21st century, every business organizations are just expanding their business. They're expanding their business size. They want to expand it because it is, why? Because the globe has become as a global village. Anyone can do business at any way. So every business organization is trying to expand their business as much they can, and highly diversified organizations. So every business organization maintaining their headquarter in one place and their branches in some other place, so that they can target the total world. Okay. Companies can be reduce cost and increase the profits. So by these, the companies can reduce the cost of the production and they can maximize the profit. As we know from the first day of the class, I telling you that for business, the life and blood is profit. Next, increasing per capita income. Per capita income. In economics, you have about the per capita income, right? So, India has emerged fourth largest economy globally with the high growth rate with its per capita income. So, in Indian economically, if we see world economy, in the world economy, the India has occupied the fourth largest economically developed country in case of per capita income. So, it occupied the fourth place. So, per capita income means here, per capita income is the measure of living standard of the country. So, per capita income means the income of the individual of the country. So, if the per capita income is more, means it indicates that the people who are living in that country, they are living very good, and they have maintaining the luxurious items like just like cars, mobile phones, and also about air conditions like this. So these types of hi-fi facilities, if the people are maintaining, then that country will stand forward in the per capita income, and our country stand in the fourth position according to 21st century Celsius. Next, market economy. The Indian economy being one of the largest economics in the world with the population of more than 1.2 billion in furnishing and attracting industries, trade and services sectors all over the world. So India is very great country because it is diversified country where we have different religious peoples and different caste people, but even though we are living as a unity in diversity. So it is very great it is great and very honored to be an Indian citizen. So India is one of the largest, India has one of the largest economy in the world, as it has a population of 1.2 billion, okay, 1.2 billion, and it has number of industries, and also it has doing the trade, means import and export with other countries, and providing different kind of services to the people, and also all over the world it was the largest economical country in the world. E-commerce means we know the business that is done with the help of the electronically or internet, that is known as e-commerce, the gateway to global market. E-commerce is as a gateway for the global market. Business enterprises across the globe are discovering benefits of electronic commerce. So electronic commerce can be done with the help of the internet. Yes, so that's why it has become as an internet commerce. Next, technological advancements. The technology has become totally developed very fast. Okay, see nowadays before 1 year back, if we study about the technological development about 1 year back, there is no online classes, but now the situation, see, now there is online classes and new apps are downloading, and some apps are particularly for the education purpose. So these technological advancement, what has done means it has attracted the people, it has improved the intelligence skills of the people. In the same way, the people starting thinking in a new scenario. Okay, the people started thinking in a new way, so that the people, when they started thinking in a new way, at that time the businesses also preparing such kind of goods and services in the new way of generation, in the point of view of new generation. So that is the economic advancement. Expansion of financial services. So banking, insurance, debt and equity financing, microfinance sectors are helping the people to save money and get liberal credit. So banks, some of the microfinance institutions are coming forward, and insurance companies, they are coming forward, and they are providing the finance, they are providing the credit to the people in the form of loans when they are required, okay, in the form of overdraft, in the form of cash credit, okay. These type of facilities are providing by the financial institutions, and also encouraging in people in order to save the money as a habit, okay. By that they can pool the money, and it will be by pooling the money, it will become it will become very much helpful for those who required a loan. Yes, who have excess money, they can deposit. Who are in who are in need, they can take the loans. Next, scope for international business. So due to the liberalization, privatization and globalization, the LPG system, the world has become a global business market. So there is a lot of scope for international business. Nowadays every companies are going to touch the globe, because it has become a global market, right? Global village, everyone can do the business at anywhere, any place, any time, right? So it has been international business. So automation of business process. So the businesses are just trying to make everything automatic, so that they can reduce the cost and they can get the more profit. So human beings, most of the companies are trying to reduce the human employment, because generally human beings do the errors, but the systems, the computer systems or the technology related machineries, they will never do the mistake as much as the human beings done. That is the general nature of the human being, to commit a mistake, right? So simply and improve business workflow. So every business is trying to increase their workflow. They're trying to start a business with the new companies, attaching with the merging with the new companies, and also forming as a strong company in the global market, and create greater efficiency achievement and greater achievements like profit achievements, and some of the increasing the market value of the shares. So this all are going on with the advancement, adopting to change the business needs. According to the business needs, they are adopting the changes. Yes, whatever the external environment is, whatever the external environment want from the business, that is giving by the business organizations by changing their business structures or business strategies. Reducing potentiality of human errors. So by introduction of machineries and the technical equipments, it will reduce the human errors. By that, human beings can do work very fast with the machineries, and they can reduce their errors. Growing mergers, acquisition and foreign collaboration. So merge means combining. Acquisition is a strategy of modern business enterprise for improving innovation. When one or two companies merge, okay, when one or two companies merge to form as a single company, at that time what they will do, they will create something new. Innovation means a new product may be developed, and they can increase the profit and the market share value also, and stock prices. This helps in generating cost effectiveness. So by this they can reduce the cost of the products, and they can gain as much as the profit maximization. So this is the situation, and these are the opportunities which is given by the 21st century to the business organizations. So let us see what are the challenges are there. When there are opportunities, ultimately there will be some of the challenges. So let us move on to the challenges of the 21st century. 21st century for the business enterprises. What are the challenges are there? Let us move on and focus on that. Yeah. Morning everyone, welcome to Alpha Online Education. Commerce theory part for the first year's English medium. The chapter that we are dealing is 12th chapter, e-business, and this is the 4th session of the chapter and the last session of this chapter. So here we are going to discuss about the challenges of business enterprises in the 21st century. So what are the challenges are there which make the business enterprises difficult to survive in the environment? The first challenge is threat of technology. So due to the changes in the technology, regular changes, regular variations in the technology, it will become difficult for the business organization to update with the technology, and also the employees of that organization is also have to be updated according to the changes in the technology. If new software is updated, then that employee should have to be sent for the training. By that, it will be very expensive for the business organizations, and also sometimes the customer taste also changes according to the changes in the technology. So in order to gain the customers, it will become necessary to change the technology, and sometimes it will become business organizations to advance the technologies, otherwise they can't stand in the market. So they have to be left from the business organizations, from the business market. So that's why it become very much important for the business organization to update with the updating technology, and it become biggest challenge for the business organizations. Business organizations have to adopt the changes in technology and modernize their plant and equipment. If not, they will become the outdated in the market. So they have to modernize their plant and machinery, whatever the machineries they are using, whatever the equipments they are using, they have to modernize it according to the changes in the technology. Next, growing consumer awareness. Nowadays consumer is totally aware about each and everything. Now the internet is available, so if there is any doubt regarding the product, they will just type the few words, then immediately pages of the text will be available to them in order to see what is the actual fact about that product. So nowadays the customers are not fools to purchase the unnecessary products at a higher price. So it will become the business it will become threat for the business organization, and it will also become as a challenge for the business organization to handle the customers when they have the complete awareness regarding the product. Business need to respond to consumer demand to gain customers and avoid losing their market share. So according to the customer demand, according to the customer awareness, the business have to move on. Here the customer is front and the business is back. The business is following to the customer. Just like in previous time there is one advertisement, previous 10 to 15 years back one advertisement is there. It will be generally seen in generally it will come in newspapers or in magazines or on TV channels. What is that advertisement means? There is one SIM card and the boy holding the phone, and in that phone there will be one SIM, and he will moving with that phone. So the dog, his pet dog is moving along with him. So the same type of the situation is going on here. The customer is front and the business is back. Hutch advertisement, that is okay. So dog will be going along with the boy will be front, the dog will be back. In the same way the customers are in front and the business is going back towards the customers. How they are saying, the business is also doing the same thing. Next, challenges of globalization. So globalization has totally mixed up the culture, language, everything is as mixed up. See nowadays even though we are in India, some of the some of the people are wearing western dresses and following the western culture. Yes, so why they are doing means due to this globalization, due to the mix up of the language, mix up of the culture, these type of changes are generally happening with or without intention. The human is going to be changed according to the changes in the society. Yes. Next, depleting the natural resources. Depleting natural resources means extracting the natural resources. So when the companies are doing the work, for those companies it is necessary for the companies to obtain the raw material. Without the raw material the companies can't work. Yes, when the company is extracting more and more raw material, at that time there will be a shortage of raw material. So this is also one type of challenge for the business organizations. Next one is economic recession. Economic recession took place in United States and Europe, is slowly showing the effect on the performance of the business enterprises in other countries also. So when big business countries are affected, then ultimately it will show the effect on the other countries where the business is very slow. Okay, these are the United States, Europe, these all are the developed continents. Yes. So here there is a very wealthy continent, so that's why if they are suffering economically, then ultimately the other countries will also suffer by this. Next, information challenges. So information challenges, information technology supported a new world infrastructure of data communication, telecommunication, use of internet, wireless, e-commerce as a part of management tool. So when the technology has increased, It make the information available within a few seconds. Within the internet we can send a mail. Within a second we can send a WhatsApp message, we can send an Instagram message. So there are number of communication ways are there. And telecommunication system has also been increased. Now no need to go and open your TVs and no need to sit behind your TVs to see the movies or TV serials. If you download the apps, you will see the serials and also the movies in your mobile only. No need to go and sit there. Our phone, it is a wireless, no need of any kind of wire to our phone, right? And also this all make the management very much challenge. They have to work in advance. They have to do something new in order to stand in the market. If they can't do something new, then they can't able to stand, because there is a competitive world. So everyone is trying to stand by pressing someone. So it is very competitive for them to stand in the market. Next, environmental challenges, external factors. The main challenge faced by the business organizations of the 21st century is the external factors. Whether it may be an economical factor, social factor, political factor, technological factor, whatever it may be, the external factors are applying more force on the business organization, the political parties. They are interfering in the business decisions. Technology, it is changing regularly, continually technological changes. It will create a problem to the customers. Okay, next is socially means people tastes will be changed, people habits will be changed, people language culture is mixing. So this type of things happening when the people when such type of things are happening in the external world, how can a business can adjust with the changes in the regular environment? So it will become some difficult for the business to be adjust with the environment when there is a continuous changes. See, when we have the COVID-19 first time in our country, we don't know what we have to do. We just locked down our India for nearly 3 months. Yes, nearly 3 months we have done the lockdown, because we don't know how to take the precautions, what we have to do, how to give the education to the children, we have to survive in the outside world. We don't know anything, but after the 3 months we got some type of idea. We have to use the mask, we have to use the sanitizers, we have to maintain some social distance. Okay, and also education system can be provided with the education apps. So this type of some solutions we can find. So see, one change we can't able to adjust in these business enterprises. How can they able to adjust with these number of challenges? You think once, corruption is the main thing in India. The biggest factor which affecting the total business in India, that is the corruption. From the birth certificate to till death certificate, everyone should have to give money in order to get any kind of certificate. Corruption is the most important thing in India. So corruption is a barrier to the effective development of the private sectors and process business risk. So by the corruption, the private sectors can't able to come forward. They can't able to establish that organizations. They can't able to stand due to corruption. Who have the money, he will show the money power. When he show the money power, then the other person who is in the stage of initial stage, how can he survive? It will become very difficult for them. And the next one, changing regulatory framework. The threat of increased cost due to new carbon taxes. The tax rates also has been changed. Now we have GST. Yes, the GST is applied on all types of goods. Yes, and present to go green is another challenge. Yes, nowadays government is saying that to reduce the plastic and to use the and to increase the greenness. Okay, so it is also a type of good thing, but it will be a challenge for the business organizations. How can a business organization go green? Because the business organization means it will do some types of mistakes and it will do some things in order to fit and stand in the market, right? So when these type of challenges there, then it will become really such a challenge for them to overcome from that. Transparency and governance. So everything what is going on in the business, that should be transparent, that should be shown to the government whenever it is needed. And some companies needed to be audited according to the Indian Companies Act, or according to other countries also they have to show the account to the government. So the registration is also necessary for the companies in order to stand in the business, right? So these are the challenges which are faced by the business enterprises in the 21st century, and this is the last session. We have completed this chapter. We have remained only one chapter is left, that is our 10th chapter. Okay, right. Start your preparation, don't waste the time. Okay, yeah.